Good day, Counter-Strike fans. Welcome to the PGL Major Stockholm. I'm your host, Richard Pinklips, and we're in the Challenger stage, currently separating the wheat from the chaff. Here's what happened yesterday.
My brothers won't behave. The licking forks on kisses. Candy lover, she's a cream of crave. The second best. She kisses soothe the pain. She is more.
Again, if the other team catches wind of this.
Oh, there we go.
My little spin sugar. My little spin sugar.
Couldn't have expected really all that more from Mouz. Nice shot from Doto. And they go 1-for-1, but it's a 2v3. Lots of damage done here by ENCE.
Hades will find 3 on the outside and shut it down once again.
She is my Judas kisser. Love assassin will be twisting knife.
Maybe expecting Olofmeister put in the corner. Carrigan goes to the bench once again. Olofmeister deeper than he was on the pistol. Then gets the first play. There's the bomb as well. That's a great second frag, and he still has some position and a few bullets left. Oh my god, these bursts from Rain.
In the follow-up round with a max 10. That is rare.
Useless in this position when we saw the Spaniards on the map, but this time the Hardzout does get baited in for one PKL. Close, the smoke goes deep. That covers off the right side as well as the mid connector, but PKL's got one shot, 5-7, and just like that.
Oh, that's a good flash. There's no smokes though, and there's 3 players, which just makes this a firing squad. Even boosted up. Pain is going to get absolutely nothing.
So as you can see, already some crazy moments at this major, but we're not going to talk too much about yesterday because today there will be consequences. Joining me on the desk, we have, of course, got some of the best analysts in the world. We have Maniac, knows a thing or two about the majors. It's a lot more relaxing up here, though, isn't it, rather than playing?
Arguably so. I kind of want to perform the way I did at the major.
I love it.
It's decent.
It's that drive that makes you one of the best. We got Blair as well. He's here. Away from the Weatherman segment. This is a lot nicer, isn't it?
I know, it just feels so lonely sitting there trying to put on my Counter-Strike hat.
So
Here I'm like, guys, I hope you're enjoying this, right? And here, yeah, I got company. This is much nicer.
And of course, Yanko, former coach, former player, joining us as well. And again, I certainly know from your time as a coach, this a lot more comfortable.
Definitely a more relaxing environment, exactly. Less stress. You know, can just enjoy the games in the Counter-Strike and not get mad.
No, well, we'll see about that. But anyway, look, let's take a quick look at the standings just to remind you a little bit about everything that's gone on. And of course, there were some big stories yesterday. We're not going to dwell on them too much. GODSENT and Sharks are the 2-0-3 teams. Maybe some people had them in their pick'ems. I think pick'ems are a disaster so far this major. And that's mainly because if you look at the other end, FaZe, looking like the FaZe of old, they went 3-0. And Copenhagen Flames, the real surprise, the talk of the town, they are 3-0 through and resting. But as I said, today, a ton of consequences coming because some of the big names on that list there, they could very well be going out. The main game we're going to feature on the A stream is going to be Virtus.pro versus Team Spirit. We'll talk about that last. Let's talk about some of these other best of threes. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm going to start with Heroic versus Entropiq. I am intrigued by this one, gentlemen. I'll tell you why. Because obviously Heroic, you know, they've been playing well. We all know about the problems off the field. No need to dwell on that any longer. Entropiq obviously had a great win at the start over Astralis, a dominant win. That was in the best of ones. We're now into the best of three. So I just want to pick your brains a little bit about that. I'll start with you, Janko. Who's got the better form and the better map pool here?
I think Heroic does, but that doesn't mean Entropiq doesn't have a chance of winning this game. You know, we were talking about Copenhagen Flames, Roy, he's been playing out of his mind. Well, the highest rated player of the tournament is actually Alien from Entropiq, right? The main opera of the team. So that's why you feel like he's finally giving us some of that tier 2, tier 3 level performances that we've seen against that sort of an opposition here at the biggest stage. And I think that can be pretty dangerous. Heroic has shown us that, you know, they're not maybe as regimented, they're not without cracks here as they were in some of the previous online games.
And that is, for me, the context. That is the narrative that we have to spin. Heroic comes here with one of the titles, one of the most improved teams we've had over the online area of Counter-Strike. They have a lot to prove. There's a lot of people out there just waiting for Heroic to fail, waiting for them to give them reason. We talk about Heroic 9-1 in the lead against Copenhagen Flames on map 3 that they end up losing. What is this? Are there a little bit of frightenness? Are they weakness, maybe mentally speaking? So for Entropiq, you just enjoy the ride. It's 2-1. Your back's not against the wall. Heroic is doubting a little bit. That's your opportunity right there.
I have to agree with both the points over here, but I'm going to say I have to give the edge to Heroic. Like I said, they have more to prove, and especially when you have someone like Cadian on the team, he's looking for the win over here. For Entropiq, yes, sure, they have Alien, but they've only played the best of ones, right? They really haven't been fully tested like we saw Copenhagen Flames yesterday. But then again, if Copenhagen Flames could do it yesterday, why not Entropiq? So I'm sure this game, I know we have 6 best of 3s here on the show today here, but I think this might be the game to watch, honestly. Yeah,
and just to make it absolutely clear for everyone at home, these are all going to be best of 3s that we are talking about. Best of 1s, thankfully, are all done and dusted with. The other big name that's been struggling a little bit is Mouz Sports. I couldn't even believe it when we were prepping for the show today. They can go out.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing Renegades in the 1 and 2 game, right? And Dexter going against his old buddies. That's a
great storyline.
They came up together, then he got the offer, moved on into the EU region, right?
Left
to really try and left his whole family behind.
That sounds so mean, by the way. Left everything behind.
If you want context for that, Google it. But yeah, Mouz Sports, there's definitely higher expectations from them coming into this matchup simply because of, you know, Rops and Frozen, really. Like, that's it. Like, those two names are kind of raising the bar for them.
I kind of refuse to live in a world where Rops doesn't make it to the Legend stage.
Exactly.
I refuse. I absolutely refuse. We're talking about a
He'll
player who's had
to live in a
MVP.
world like that as well, I reckon.
He would not, you know, like that. He was in the top 10 of the HLTV ranking last year. He's one of the very best players we have in the world. And I know the conversation is always around A-Core, and I've put it on the record. I am not defending A-Core at all. I think he's insufficient for the highest level. I've never done, by the way, despite all people would want to make me look like a happy unicorn. That's not the fact. But the rest of the lineup is...
Shout out to Duncan having his morning off. If you're watching the broadcast, thinking about your brother.
The rest of the team is so great. I look at the Frozen Rops and Beamus as well at times is you know, defending his color. So I kind of refuse to see that core go 1-3 at the major. That would be a disappointment for them.
Yeah.
I think the problem for this one is we talked about the mentality of this team and why we don't buy into it as them being a relevant team when it comes to, you know, being a contender and so on. This is a truly problematic series for them in that case. Yeah. If they start losing to Renegades, right, God forbid they're down 1-0 in maps, does that team doesn't have a leader who's going to be like, hey boys, like, come on, let's do this. You know, who's going to lead the way on the server as well with some calls maybe or some moves, some plays and so on. You could feel just everyone is slowly like sinking in their chairs, right? And the game is slipping away from them. They can see it, but there's no one who can really do anything about it. That's what worries me about.
But you can also say the same thing for Renegades as well, right? Let's be real; they have struggled quite a bit mentally as well. I feel like they haven't really played the level they could potentially play, and they've had very slow starts. You look at the game against Big yesterday on Inferno; they got dismantled. That CD side was non-existent, but they were showing a little bit of fight at the end over there. They made those games comparatively closer than it could have easily been 16-4, 16-5 games there. So it is interesting that I want to see how ENCE and Dexter's old teammates are going to be mentally ready for this particular matchup. And I have to agree with you. Like you said, if things start off on the wrong note for the side of Mousesports, I could easily see things just spiral out of control. For Renegades, though, they have shown that they do have the mental resilience at least to make it a little bit competitive.
I don't know if mental resilience is the angle I want to attack on, but what's for sure is they have no pressure. And any map they take and the rounds they take against Mousesports is great, but I don't want people to be out there thinking, like, you know what, it's a 50-50 game. That's not what it is. No. Mousesports should actually just completely dismantle them.
Too old.
Exactly. So Renegades, they have here with absolutely no pressure. They should embrace that. That's the nature. It's the best way to do it.
The one thing I will say is, though, I do know the Aussies are very good at mind games and getting in people's heads. That's one strength they've got. It's ingrained in their sporting culture, sledging, for example, in cricket. If anyone watches cricket, all 5 of you out there.
Speaking to the whole community right now.
Yeah, right. But yeah, they do know how to do a number on their former teammates and stuff. So there could be a psychological aspect to it, but obviously nothing we can really analyze, except maybe you, Maniac, with your qualifications. But let's move on and talk about Big versus ENCE. This is another very intriguing matchup, I think. ENCE have kind of been one of my sleeper picks. I've been saying for a while now. This is the team that shouldn't work, but does. Snappy, hats off to this guy. When he got picked up, I was like, this guy is washed up. He's not going to do anything here. This is like almost like a placeholder pickup. And he has transformed this young team, and they are not just fragging out. They've got a great system in place.
They play good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, totally.
And if we compare these two teams, I guess the expectations and the scene are completely different. On one hand, of course, as you say, ENCE already sort of exceeding what we could expect. A bunch of, a mashup of players. We don't really know what makes sense. D-Hell was in Sprout for the longest time. Dodo kind of sleeping in the Finnish scene. Snappy, we thought that was the end. And then suddenly they come together, and we have to give them a fighting chance against the like of Big, who on the other hand, respectively, just the likes of Heroic have been at the top of Counter-Strike during the online season. They come in with a lot to prove. A lot of people say Surson is an onliner, he made it into the top 10. He's never done it online. He's not proven. He's not going to do it.
Tell me more, Maniac. Tell me more.
There's a lot of people.
Keep going.
There's a lot of people who are in that camp, and he's got the opportunity right there to prove everyone wrong. So in terms of pressure and having to perform, it's actually Big who's shaking in their boots right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing with Big, right? If you go back like a few months and you look at it from a more holistic angle, you look at Big and ENCE, you're like, yeah, Big should be the team who should be in this favored in this particular matchup. But, with Gate coming in, they have been serviceable, right? And you look at Big, we talk about the system, like you said.
What a horrible way to compliment someone.
I know, right? but look at yesterday's map against Mouz. That T-side calling from Snappy was fantastic. He is a master of puppets, and each and every one of his puppets in that team are deadly. So I gotta say, I feel like Big will be the underdogs in this matchup. ENCE look like they're on fire, and I do believe they should be taking it.
They do have the X factor, I would say, on Big, because the thing is, when they have competitive games when Searson and Tito play okay, but when they pop off, they pull a result out of nowhere that really surprises you. So the question really revolves around them, and of course, Tabson himself, probably one of the most slept-on star players we've got in the scene, right?
Criminally so.
Yeah.
Criminally so. Tabson also a man that on the server will have by far the most major experience. We're talking about twice in the playoffs. He's done 5 majors. He's been there. He's been around the block. He knows how to handle that pressure. And I guess today is a very great opportunity for Tabson to be a captain with the capital C, really, truly rally the troops behind him and make sure they give the best, because a lot of people are doubting him against ENCE, where they really shouldn't. We should not be doubting Big if you look at the Palmares and what they have done. But matter of fact is, we have to give ENCE a fighting chance.
Yeah. The other one, we've talked a lot about Astralis, obviously. It's been a big storyline. We were all, they're going to go out, they're going to go out. Now, suddenly, it looks like they are favorites to go 2-2. Because they're going to be taking on Pain Gaming. Look, I don't want to be disparaging about Pain. I watch them a lot. They've got some very talented individuals over there. The problem is, this is really the biggest stage we've seen them on, and they're going up against the old masters. And so, Astralis have looked pretty poor but GODSENT was too easy for them yesterday. That's going to give them a lot of confidence going into this one.
The problem here is, you know, the way they completely dismantle GODSENT here, right? GODSENT are, in my books, a better team than Pain or Sharks. They're one of the better representatives coming in from the Brazilian scene. They have looked very good at the past couple of months, and the way they just got completely blown out of the water, when you already have Phelps and Taco in the team, goes to show that, yeah, Astralis, they're still not Astralis we're used to, but going up against a team like Pain, who did struggle yesterday against Sharks. It should have been easy 2-0 in my books, but, you know...
They should have lost.
That
By the way,
wasn't-
Pain should have lost.
Yeah, that wasn't a pretty game. But even the things you see here in this highlight package, you know, like Zipper getting a double kill on ramp, GODSENT trying to play the smoke fade. Like, you know, these are experienced players. You're not going to catch them off guard with plays like that. And yesterday, Astralis really did just dismantle GODSENT step by step on that T side, taking advantage of their impatience, of their inexperience. And I think, you know, Pain game is going to be in a similar boat, maybe not exactly the same, but, you know, you don't get any confidence at all of an upset potential.
No, and I mean, just as it was quite rightful for us to be shocked about Astralis being 0-2 and one game away from being eliminated. We had to be outraged by that. But as you mentioned on that very day, this was one day of Counter-Strike. One day of Counter-Strike where they lost 2 maps, 2 best of ones. And I think that the 0-2 moment for GODSENT was probably the best moment to get Astralis. Like the moment where they're down in the dumps, no one is having any confidence. But unfortunately for Pain, they had that game to warm up. Magisk was immense, 1.28 now rating in this tournament.
He's dragging them through this,
absolutely,
man.
he's carrying them. Glaive finding a little bit of instinct. Xipix having multi-kills. Might be too late. The window might be closing for Pain. And if Astralis just plays 70% of their level, they're not in the whole world. It's the whole universe between the two.
It's been a crazy major. Let's just quickly have a look at these talent predictions that we've been making. The Carousel of Doom, we've called it. Funnily enough, by the way, guys, just to sort of give you a little glimpse behind the curtain, me and Anders, there we were, having a drink last night in the hotel. Anders says he hates predictions. Says
he's always wrong.
They're meaningless.
Anders is wrong.
Always.
You know, so he's tapped out, I think. I don't even think he's on this list.
Dan going for Spirit against VP. That's
I'm not
cool,
either, by the way.
That's very brave.
That is brave.
I was just too lazy to submit my predictions. That's all.
I think, though, this is the best opportunity for Spirit to make the next stage, really, right? Like, I think that's sort of a domestic matchup.
A new VP.
Mir has been playing really well. Dexter can, you know, if he has a good game, they're right up there, and they obviously are familiar with VP very much, right? So this is why I talked about yesterday before we knew the matchups. There's bound to be some, you know, brother on brother, good old slaughter, you know, Richard. I love some of that. But,
the brawls.
But
the brotherly brawls.
Yeah, this is like what it's going to be all about. And, you know, who loses, they might even get, you know, Entropiq potentially later on. So we might still have some more of those
Well, that's what
games.
I mean.
And that's where it gets really
twists
interesting.
and turns. But look, all of those best of threes we were talking about, they're coming later today. The main one that's going to be on the mainstream, Team Spirit and Virtus.pro. So let me just bring you a little factoid in my role as host. I was scrolling Reddit in bed in the hotel, as I often do, responding on my many alts, arguing with idiots, and all 5 of my alts. And
himself, of course.
There was an interview there, and it was by Jane, and it was talking about the controversial Flit Sanji transfer. And Jane was quoted as saying, "We didn't want to drop Sanji. The org swooped in and has sort of made us do it. But you know, the org is feeling this is a much better version too." What a crazy thing to say while you're in a major, while it's all eyes on you guys. And based on the performances and the map picks we saw yesterday, whoo!
Yeah, Kinder was really feeling broken and dissatisfied about the departure of Sanji.
You didn't like that interview, did you?
You
didn't like that.
So it was just like, right? But I think it's obviously a fine line. I like that orgs are having more control over rosters, you know, changes and whatnot. I think that's how it should be, but it can't be without any conversation with the players and the team. You can't just come out of the blue and be like, oh, by the way, guys, we're going to swap out, you know, Sanji for Flit. So you obviously, at least the coach needs to be involved in that, right? And because you're not
coach is right, Yanko.
You want, you know, you want your players.
Right for the coach.
I can kind of understand why
you
Jay
want your
was.
players to be happy, but
I can kind of understand why Jay was the most pissed off about this. Like, who's going to drop it the op now? You know.
It's true.
Look, we're joking about it, but just think about the amount of pressure it puts on VP. Like, just as a whole, as I say, the capital sympathy for this team is already relatively low. It's not that the type of Counter-Strike is really super exciting, but they don't care. They win.
They're the villains
out there.
of CS.
They're the villains, right?
Yeah.
You lose Senji. Everyone was tweeting on, oh, Senji is so selfless. He's dropping weapons. You're going to make that move. You're going to bring in Flit. You better damn have good results. Otherwise, everyone is going to have your skin.
Well, let's also talk a little bit about what Duncan was theorizing, because when we saw them yesterday, picking Mirage into FaZe in that match was a real surprise. And, you know, it was close. It was 16-14, obviously, and they did mess up on the 14th round. But we were really surprised that Mirage was there at all, right, Janko? So, you know, do we think they're going to go back to their old ways, or do you think they're sticking with it? They feel confident with how things went?
Well, the surprise was not going for Inferno, right? Like
yes, that's what you said.
That's where you would think they're more comfortable, and also, you know, probably not as natural of a strong map for FaZe. But then again, you said it yourself. I mean, they were in a prime position to win that game with losing both pistols, being 3-0 down in both halves, right? You know, that obviously a hard thing to overcome as well. So can we really blame them for the pick in the end, right? You can argue, well, on Inferno would have even been as close.
It's too easy. It's too easy to go back, and I agree. There was a very, very clear world where they won Mirage, and one of these two pistols, the 29th round. It's too easy.
And also, they were never gonna 2-0. Like they were never gonna win.
It's supposed to be a 2-1.
So it has to be a 2-1.
But there is a point to be made about, you know, the loss of, I guess, tactical mastery that you have when you change a player right before an event. It is a dream. It is a complete illusion, a delusion at that, to think that you can fit just right here, and he's gonna know everything about every map anywhere.
And
there's a
trade-off.
There's a trade-off. He's not the same type of player. Doesn't have the same skills. Doesn't know the strike book the same way. He's supposed to compensate with skill, but it's a trade-off. You're losing a little bit of his strike book and your depth.
And also the positioning for Flit, right? Like yesterday when they're playing it on the A side, I feel like he's one of the best players towards the cat area. Like I know you have Yakinder over there, but having him play a little bit more of an aggressive role, you switched out Buster to replace Sanji towards the B side. So again, you haven't really had too much time to work with, right? They're immediately subbing out Sanji and getting in Flit. So just confusing.
That's the thing, like he is, like, you know, obviously a better player, but if he doesn't play his post,
his position,
is he really, how much better is he, right? Like you need time to learn a position, learn the dynamics of it. So
with all of that said, Team Spirit probably smelling a bit of blood in the water, right? I mean, this is a good time to sort of be taking on Virtus.pro, where typically, as I said, for me, Team Spirit, the last 3 months have been really underwhelming. They're always playing. They're playing in all these online cups. They grind away. Don't seem to win a lot of them. Don't seem to win a lot of games as much these days or have deep runs, when in the first quarter of the year, this was as dangerous as opponent as you could have faced. So what's gone wrong with the Spirit project as we come to this major?
Well, the angle I always attack when it comes to Spirit is the mental fragileness of how they play, right? I've seen them many times, just one game away for doing something great, from finally exceeding to that playoff they need, that semi-final they need. And I see players just whiff kills because you could see there's pressure on them, which is why I think the 2-1 time is the best time possible for Spirit. It's a game where you don't feel that pressure on your back. You know you can technically lose that game, still be competitive, still make it. It's the best possible time for them to play VP. Had that game been a 2-2, my narrative would have been very different.
Yeah,
for sure.
And it's strange a bit, right, to give some, you know, background to the team for the newer viewers. Chopper and Mir played to get before, you know, Vegas
Back in
squadron,
Vegas,
they were at majors. Mir was one of these players who was thinking, oh, what if Navi picks him up, or the Gambit that won the Krakow major, right, and so on. Sam Dayang, he was a young and up-and-coming like talent, like great firepower, Magix, also mechanically really. So these are all like stars at different points in time of their respective teams.
True.
Chopper turned into the in-game leader role, similar to like what we saw from Apex or Boomage, right? Kind of forced into it. Dexter, obviously, the rising star on the opposition. So the firepower, you know, the talent is there. These are not, you know, there's not a Sanji on this team, really, in terms of skill, to put it that way. So, but it's just them not being able to make it work really as a team, as a unit, and just the team
at the same time.
So keep the conversation going. We have got the veto. It's going to come up now. We'll just bring this up for you. Any surprises there? It looks like they've been listening to you, Janko, because we got an Inferno coming in there.
Yeah, they go back to the Inferno. I mean, for VP, that's a clear a pick for them. That's where they've had, you know, a high win rate, good success, even when they were in a slump as a team. And we see Spirit, probably a sign of why FaZe in the opening matchup went for Overpass over Ancient against them. Maybe it's something they've seen in practice, or, you know, seems like Spirit is perfectly happy to go for Ancient.
I'm going to say here, I'm a little bit displeased. I'm a little bit displeased, honestly, with the Ancient pick, because I've seen what Spirit can do on Overpass. It wasn't too bad. And I'm looking at some of the results they had on Ancient. We're talking playing against team like AGO, Skade, and Indi Ire. I don't even know if I said it correctly. That, to me, it doesn't give me a lot of faith. This seems like a punish, where obviously there was a weakness in the map pool for VP. but can you actually really play the map to a high level?
No, at this point, you play to your strengths, especially looking at what's on the line over here. At least Entropiq coming in from VP, it's a map they're comfortable on. They're going, maybe they listen to the desk, maybe who knows, right? But for Spirit, I really expected, let's be real. Maybe the 5 people on Twitch chat perhaps. But yeah, Ancient, I feel it's still, you know, even though we've been playing the map for a while right now, as your map pick coming in, maybe it's a decider, I can totally understand it. But as Yanko said, Overpass would be a great pick, honestly. They look good against TYLOO.
How much of a difference does it make, though, that they've got that FaZe versus Virtus.pro demo from this major on Ancient that they can go and mine as a resource?
I think it makes at least a little bit. It's a little bit of help. And also, when you're going into a veto, you're looking to win the series as a whole. You're not looking to, you know, 2-0. It doesn't have to be a 2-0. So if Spirit picks Overpass, there's no Ancient as a third map for sure, right? So maybe they're thinking, you know, this is what gives us the best chance to win the best of 3 as a whole. I think Spirit also has a chance on Inferno. That, you know, that's not a lock 1-0 for Virtus.pro, but I think this is what they've gone for, in a sense of we need to be able to punish them. There's a player change. Maybe they saw some things yesterday. Oh, this is just like looking like they don't know what they're doing really on Ancient. They look a little bit lost, and we can punish that. And I like the pick. I don't mind.
The only problem I have with that, which I kind of agree with you, with the idea that, you know, a series is 3 maps and you have to have a long-term vision in there. Ancient is a map that over the past few weeks I've seen a lot of teams try to punish opponents on and completely break their teeth on the T side of Ancient, because that's what's going to happen. Think about the times where Nuke was brought in or Train was brought in. Everyone at the beginning was making the same mistake, which is, hey, I think you don't really play the map so well. Let me just pick it, start on the T side, win 2 rounds. That has happened so many times. And for VP, they can be strong on the CT side without even being experts of the map. I don't think the CT side is too
as long as they don't lose to Glocks, I think they'll be decent,
That would be a good advice to
start.
Well,
you can't rule that out, can
you?
How important is Yakinda going to be in this game? I know we've highlighted him a lot. I think he's just a phenomenal talent. I even think his future could be in a much bigger team. No disrespect to Virtus.pro. I think he's a genuine world star. Is he going to have a profound impact here against Spirit?
Yeah, there is absolutely no way to understate the impact of Yakinda. At this point, he has become the win condition for VP, and whenever they're having a good result, whenever they're overperforming, Yakinda is there finding impact, finding entries, both on the T side and on the CT side, reclaiming map control. He's truly pushed the aggressiveness in Counter-Strike to a next level, but not in an idiotic way, not in a dumb way at all. There is a logic to what he's doing, and when he's on form, he can decide games on his own, and there's a very short list of players that can actually describe this way.
And also, I just want to chime in with Buster as well. Like, he's the guy who's picking up the reins, which has been left vacant right now by Sanji leaving, right? At least on Mirage and a B-bomb set, for example. So he's been a sacrificial player. He's like, all right, I'm going to do Sanji's work, at least on the CD side, on a couple of maps we've seen so far, allowing Flit a little bit of freedom. I'm still not confident about what their setup is on Mirage, but maybe on an Ancient, maybe an Inferno, they can set up Flit in the right position, and he and Yakinda can just pop off and make things interesting here.
Yeah, Yanko. I mean, you've seen a lot of entry fraggers in your time. Where do you rank Yakinda?
I think he's pretty high up, right? I think it's just there's so much reliance on him in terms of, right, you've seen VP time and time like that. Again, he dies. I mean, 40% of the rounds they save. Like, that's just it.
I know,
not
right?
A 4v5, but then just like one more person dies, 1:15 left, 3v5, save.
Yeah.
Like, it's just such a annoying type of Counter-Strike to watch. That just can't be what your game is. It can't be like every time. It's the same. Please come up with something.
This is why Virtus.pro are a frustrating team. Do you think we'll see Team Spirit maybe play into that a little bit, be a bit bold, be a bit aggressive?
You know why?
They've got
you know
the
why
players
it's frustrating?
to do it.
It's frustrating because they want to present it like it only has to be. No, you can still have your way, but have plan B, plan C, have some fallback options.
Now here's the thing,
right? You can still open the round the same way. It doesn't have to end in saving all the time.
Here's the thing, when we're watching RMR games, when they had to win some of those rounds, when it's overtime and they're like, oh crap, we can't save, there's no point saving, we have money anyway, we need to win the round. They were winning some pretty cool retakes against some teams like Entropiq and even Na'Vi for that matter. I'm like, why can't he do this on the regular? I don't get it. They can do it.
Right, well, guys, time to stop talking. Time for the players to start playing. That's what they do. So we're going to get in to this incredible series between Team Spirit and Virtus.pro, and it's going to be brought to you by Sponge and Machine. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, fellas. What a stacked panel we have got. It is just a joy to have so many voices all in our ears at the same time, talking about the very game that we're about to talk about. I've got Chad Birchall with me. My name's Machine. That used to be my Twitter handle. Thank God it's not anymore.
Machiney GTV.
That's what they call me. Yeah, Machiney G, here to hang out with you and, of course, to get you ready for Spirit VP. Now, we love us some CIS Counter-Strike.
Yeah, look, VP coming into this, the desk we're just covering off on the way that they like to approach the game. For some viewers, it can be very frustrating here, but you can understand why. It got them pretty far, right? This team, and it doesn't get spoken about a lot, 3 of the 5 now currently were in the last major grand final. So that needs to be reminded as well. But lots of things have chopped and changed, and coming into this, I think it's just difficult to plug and play Flit into a role of Sanji without the team having to come up with a whole new identity. So I want to see that unfold in front of us right here today, and we'll be kicking it off on Inferno.
Love the attention from the desk onto Yakinder, talking about how you cannot understate it. He is a win condition, in the words of Mathieu Guicret. We're getting ourselves comfortable. You should too. How is your hydration levels? You might have had your morning coffee, but that doesn't really count. 3 liters a day, fellas. So get yourself a bottle and tune in to Spirit VP. We're heading on in to that pistol round. I'm looking forward to seeing if we get any of that rather standard util-driven pistol where you can see how much Jame and Flit have brought to the fray.
Well, out the gates here, I think this is a lot of what we're going to be seeing here today, especially on the T side of VP, just the slow spread across the map. And this time round, just going to be having Jame over towards T-stairs with that utility you were speaking about. The rest of the team to be channeling their way up through the apartments and kick it while he's the caretaker of Banana. Flash over, peek, near, gooshed. And that's going to be enough of a, well, I thought a warning sign to make him drop on back. 80 HP remains. It's not as deadly as it sounded.
There's so much time on the clock, and can't help but feel like Kickit's going to want to take that info away from Mir, top Banana, before they do pop out this apps.
Just note here, Magix has Julies towards the end of apartments here. Now, cheaper and deadly at a range like this. Let's see if they can sing early.
Good setup. Magix. Chance and connecting. Yakinder, however, is getting VP into the side. He's kept humble just to the 1. And the bomb's been spotted as well. Buster's duel will force the rotate. A big connection out of Kickit to start off the proceedings of this contest. The bomb yet to be planted. Buster considering his options. He's going to be corralled by Dexter and struggling now. 2 players from VP on pit.
This is buying time right now for Mir to come through the flank through apartments here. Very diligent on this. It's going to be a safe plant. James aware of this, though.
Okay, roles reversed. Coming in. That P250 of Chopper, no armor, and 2 on the side. This is his chance. Ooh, just about gets it across the line. Could have fallen apart for a second there. Well handled by Buster. VP will take that T-side pistol.
Yeah, and it's good to see them getting off to that start. I think in this game right here, it's not, I wouldn't say clear-cut who the favorite is. I think the bookmakers would be leaning towards Virtus.pro for sure, but Team Spirit, they're more of the established roster, considering this whole Flit circumstance that we have in front of us here. I think Mir's been playing quite well. Dexter as well has been putting in the hours, and it's always just that potential with Spirit that never quite manifests. Maybe today could be the day, because I think if all the favorites win today, Spirit, not the favorite, would be finding themselves versus Astralis tomorrow, assuming they beat Pain later on. So this one could hurt for all, but hurting early is Kick It. Lots of nades down Banana. The classic rally of util, back and forth we go. But look at this from SDY, straight on down. There's the first. The second is traded, and it is going to slow on down. No one was there close in the push, just SDY.
You know, you were talking about how rare it was to have like a large head-to-head in the head-to-head suite or in the matches we were having.
That's got to be a pre-fire, surely.
Whoa, yeah, that's the first bullet out of the AK, and he just knocks him out. 15 wins for both squads in their head-to-head, admittedly, of course, not accounting for the change of the roster. Virtus.pro bringing in Flit.
Difficult to win now, right? After that SDY kill and it gets into the 4v4, you're thinking, all right, there's an opportunity. But now that it peters out to the 3-man disadvantage for Spirit here, if one over towards B, Chop's going to try and delay things with this smoke. The rotation of the other 2 is very far away. You can see they're tucked in, tight in towards that site without any information.
Oh, you might even disrespect that.
With the time, look, there's enough time to channel them back towards A, but they can just hang around and go late B, right? VP are not going to sweat. This is the type of Counter-Strike they're used to. Sure, you want us to go in on the last 10 seconds? We are ready and raring to go for this. So util about to come on over, and it's all on Chopper.
Yeah, the unenviable task of defending a bomb site with nothing more than a P250. And they've got time to be diligent. I say that, Molly does force the fight, and Yakinder adjusts nicely. So,
this one's done.
Yeah, easy as that. The force buy, though, threatening for a moment.
Yeah, like SDY getting that kill, as I mentioned, was something. Now they're going to see if they can go and find and pick up some of these guns. But you mentioned diligent. I think Virtus.pro are going to be very much so that.
Oh, they are often the embodiment of that.
Hiding guns, making sure nothing can be scooped on up. So they're tidying their room here. We'll be able to get the scout for Magic so they can carry that through, give it to Dexter in the next.
That's a pretty scout as well. I hadn't seen that one before. Oh, and everyone's flexing the hand wraps. Is that a scorpion on it? I think it's a scorpion scout. Clearly haven't been keeping track of all these new...
they just keep adding to it. It's so hard to keep up. And then you got all the old school ones as well. If you take a little while off, you're going to lose track of the skins more than you are the teams here.
Well, it's
but
quite aesthetically pleasing how straight that parallel line is running.
We were talking about Spirit just the other day. I think we were doing a little bit of feel before one of the games started, and we were mentioning how, well, at least from my perspective, they're a team who were coming out of the player break, and I thought they were going to be hot to trot. Magic's was streaming a lot. It looked like the entire team didn't take too much of a break, whereas others did, and I thought they were going to hit the ground running. And then we had Spirit in their emergence into this level of Counter-Strike. Obviously, Dexter coming in to replace iDisbalance. That was a big change-up. But this team, in certain points, they seemed a little bit one-dimensional. You know, their anti-eco setups or their force spy setups were well noted. And it was on a map like this, Inferno, where that was first.
Now, there's an alternate reality that I'm just going to remind everyone it could exist. With 4... Bloody hell, I was about to talk about HGs, and it's an absolute disaster.
Yikes.
Chopper's dead man martyrdom perk has taken a teammate down, and never mind about the power of this Scout 4HE combo, chat. I don't even get to finish the sentence before it absolutely gets thrown back in their face.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone much worse, really, could it? Okay, well, back towards B we go.
And Magic's Molotov'd out of the first. Yeah, James, feeling himself. First into the site here. Hot pursuit at some frags. It does actually cost him his life and his rifle. Shouldn't be much more to write home about.
That was a tag through the smoke. That's going to send them packing.
Not far off the mark, but Yikinda starts to farm up. He's starting on the T side as well, Chad. I mean, I don't know if you caught the game yesterday, but he came in absolutely raring to go. He has had terrible CT sides and ended at the top of the scoreboard with that T side, or with that T side. 6 frags to the good already. Great start for VP. Couldn't really get better than that. So 3-0. We'll get to see the rifles out. I don't think Dexter's... it's unlikely.
No, he's got the big green, yeah.
All right.
He's going to be very influential with this. And going up against Jame on the other side, I think that's a massive battle. Now, in terms of it being head-to-head, I don't think we're going to see too much of that. Having a quick look here, they're not operating with the T-side AWP right now. They've opted for 5 rifles, so let's see if they go for something a little bit more execute-heavy.
Yeah, here they come. 3 leaning B. Dexter taking that up. Hey, it does enable them to have another body on the side, and Chopper's got a really big chance. Needs both. He's blind. Doesn't even see him. Buster hiding in plain sight. Vision based on movement. Chopper is a Velociraptor, I think. And yeah, down goes another. That is 3 VP. Man advantage for Spirit. They have to build upon this. So reshaping, rejigging. The A side to be tested. They're doing it quite quickly here. Look at this. Oh, fate in the orb shot, but there's the response. A dink now lodged in the head of Yikinda. He's going to be Molotov'd out. Doesn't implement the smoke. Magix is in a lot of trouble, but still fights his way out. There wasn't any group pressure. It was Flit. Isolating and, yeah, unable to convert. That's surely going to leave VP in a tight spot, looking to recover what they can.
Well, this is where it's going to be a very difficult round to win right here. There's 30 seconds left, and I hate to say it, maybe it could be a save call coming on out.
I mean, there is only one defending B at this as it currently stands. You can see the floats coming in.
Yeah, it's just, you know, the way that VP act. They're never going to go for anything audacious until we get to the end of the game, when they have to, right? These kind of situations, like, can we win the round? No. Okay, let's not even try.
Play the percentages. Yeah, absolutely. And we gave Astralis a lot of credit for kind of forcing that upon us. Gambit then kind of refined it and demonstrated that it can have a mix of both. Like, I mean, he got to the point where they would, that people would expect them to be saving, so they used that in their advantage. You can see, yeah, just maybe 4x3'd. Chopper not able to spot Buster. And that was those opening proceedings. So far it has been pretty chaotic over on that banana side for both teams. Team Spirit converting early there. And bringing that aggression in, Dexter now armored on his Zoom banger. Start that again, 3-2 split. And we do have 5 Kalashnikovs throwing into the round. Let's see if we do get any blood early.
Trying their luck again here. Kicker's quite aggressive on
Look
this.
at that. That is hyper aggressive. Tucked half wall. Chopper again. Same death. This time he doesn't take one with him.
Oh, Kicker needs to get out of here with his life. The number is worth a lot here. 16 HP. Jumping around. Will find safety towards logs. Nothing lethal to be thrown his way other than
What is
potential
this
bullets.
stubbornness? They're going again.
Mir's one way in this smoke right now.
It's a very potent smoke. Walking in on them. There's chaos everywhere. Action down. Banana shut down. Yakinda caught on the cross. Isolated from his team. The incendiary bang on. Back to the drawing board for VP. Flitz floating around the apps, but won't be able to do too much with this.
Yeah, they're out of space here, right? They need to go deal with Mir towards the bottom of Banana. There is a little bit of room for them over towards A, but they need to push Mir back. Turning their attention to him now. Leaving Flit up to his own devices, and there's 2 Jules looking to go down on either side.
Mir could lose the B-bomb site, and he will. Just like that. Caught in a window of timing, and they are just absolutely rushing the B site. Oh, they paused. They're running boosting it. It does give a little bit more time.
Okay, this is looking funny now.
A little more time
a little bit
for
funky.
SDY. And he's even taken Buster down, so they're going to be in a wide open A site. Flitz saying, come over here, boss.
And he is on his way. SDY's read this well. He's rotated in. If he can stop the bomb up mid.
Oh, this could be a disaster. Okay, he's got apps. Loud about it.
He can get him jumping out here.
Could even catch him on the drop. Flitz looking the wrong way. He's got an AWP as well. This could get awkward. Does he go for the default?
Safe plant.
Oh, he's got a spot. Good shot. Doesn't find Flit just yet, but the smoke now down. He should be able to isolate onto James here. Anticipating the push from Flit. Oh, not far off the mark. Some die young. A good read of the situation, but a great recovery from VP.
Yeah, and you have to. We didn't catch it on screen, but Flit getting a kill and getting into pit meant that the A defenders couldn't leave. They couldn't get over there to deal with Mir's death immediately, so that slowed things down. Now, obviously a fumble from VP. They could have got into that site for free, but they weren't to know what the rotation looked like. But this is immediately going to throw Spirit back down to Squalor here. They have enough money on 3 of their players to justify a rifle, maybe even 4 if you wanted to get Chopper into something without any nades or a FAMAS. So there is a conversation to be had, and that's why the timeout will be called here. But this is a good start from VP. Pretty steady scenes. Yakinda is going to be going into a MAC-10, and he has a good spawn. So when you see a player with especially one that has an affinity with entry fragging like Yakinda like this, we can either see him go fast up Banana, they could send him into boiler or halls quite quickly, even just barreling up middle, and it will be the buy from Spirit here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is such a perfectly stark contrast to some of the Infernos we've seen before where TYLOO were just giving, you know, Banana
All
control.
the room, yeah.
Whereas look at these guys. We've got Chopper fighting half wall 20 seconds into the round. We've got Kickert tucked in there taking the duel. It's a very different ball game today.
Just to note as well here, with this MAC-10 in play, it might look like the weakest weapon, but at the pace they have and no head armor on the other side, Yakinda could shred through them here.
Yeah, leading the pack. He's opted for middle as opposed to Banana with his pace and cancels his plans. James sticking around in that Molotov, yeah. He's got some burnt rubber filling his nostrils.
Might have to keep our eyes here on the opening kills as well, because so far for VP and the majority of these gun rounds, the opening kills have gone their way.
We're going to see a gamble. Now, this favors Spirit until it doesn't. Now, VP are happy to just pause. In fact, you can even see just that deep smoke has put them in spawn. They're just chilling, having a conversation, working out the game plan. James been throwing that bomb, so he'll be at the back of the pack.
Here's the thing. It's so early in the round right now, and I know there's 1 minute and 10 left on the clock, and we start with 1 minute 55, but it's so early against VP. So to drop that Hail Mary smoke, they're hoping it forces VP into them quickly, and, well, it's VP. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
They're going to sit and wait out. One of the things on Inferno, once all the CT utility is gone, right, the fights become much fairer, and I'm talking about utility. Look at VP still. A bunch of smokes, a bunch of flashes.
They'll just start their round. They'll just do a 45-second round.
They're going to pick mid. They're picking mid right now.
They are having a look. A warning shot across the bow. But here they go. At least looks like they're going to be committing to B. SDY and Chopper now are actually racing against the clock and the VP boys. Full rotation off. Magix is on his way as well. The T-smoke confirms their suspicions. But look at Flit getting a cheeky time, and if he can, worm his way through. And oh, this is naughty VP. Back to the A site. It's going to be all on to Dexter. And Flit's got the rotate locked. They're playing a very nice game here. Knives are out and bodies are dropped. Flit masterful in the double. Dexter up to his usual antics. He's contributing, but the bomb cannot be contested. He'd have loved to find an angle. A safe plant adopted by Yakinda to get it down. Double incendiary. Get yourself out of there and get yourself out of this round, because VP, they can make that clock work in their favor.
And if you're SDY, like, the option of retake is not looking great. Gives it a shot, goes on down. We're going to call that 5-1 right now. This is looking fantastic for VP out the gates here.
Yeah, that did really look nice. I mean, just the timing flick caught as well. Gets to take some proactive play, using his own judgment as well as, of course, operating within that team environment. But this was lovely. Look, I mean, catching a team like Team Spirit off to the point where they're running from the wrong bomb site with their knives out. It's dreamy. It's what every player, every lurker dreams of.
What I like so far from VP is it hasn't just been slow plays. They've actually gone for fights early here, so we're seeing a bit of variation in the way that they want to approach this, but some early nades banana, that's going to signal 3 players over towards B at least. Now, maybe, just maybe, VP starts to get a little bit of a move on over towards the other side of the map. Utility thrown out from Kick It. Safely done, and that's going to keep feet planted. Now, it is just 2 players, Dexter and Magix, deep within that A side again. So currently, even though it is an eco, Spirit are operating with no information.
Yeah, so what's happened there is you can see the knee-jerk reaction to a presence in apps is to push for banana info. You hear the flash fly through, looking to clear up half wall. And after they've called it clear, VP will come and knock it again. It really is just a constant game of trying to subvert their expectations.
When around like this, you're just hoping to catch somebody on their own who's, you know, gone a little bit too far on the default here, but I don't think that's going to happen. Staying in quite the pack.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Don't be losing that bomb in anywhere.
The only way you win a round like this is if somebody goes ham with a big multi-kill on the pistols, right? So VP looking great here to secure the 6th early, and, well, just on the cusp of the smoke, Magix does strike. He's able to get an AK-47 and get away. This one's starting to get interesting now.
Certainly does. Oh, very interesting. Dexter's caught Flit short. A 2-man disadvantage, Chad. And the bomb's still leaning A. I think it's practically a commitment
it's
at
on
this point. Kicker does not have access to the site. Spirit, no armor. Just some sidearms, and now a 2 versus 5. They're going to do it spotlessly. Magix has even found another on the AK, and for the first time, we do see a little chip in the armor of this VPT side.
That's crazy, because I was just talking about how they stay together as a pack. All those deaths were isolated one by one. Every single one of them had no trade potential right there. So VP, they did the hard work, they did the heavy lifting, they put themselves in a good spot, but they didn't set themselves up for the trades. And Spirit get a freebie.
That is the best trade deal so far. I mean, look what you leave with and what you came in with.
So much cash as well residual here. So this could be a turning point of the game if Team Spirit are able to consolidate here and continue to post CT-sided rounds. So it's a big question mark here, because this will give them a buffer. You know, it's going to give them a bit of extra cash even if they do lose this one, but it'd be great to start building a bank off the back of that. And I'm curious to see SDY. He has that MAC-10, and he's even going to carry it through.
Okay.
Yeah, so fiscally responsible. Kick it on the other side. It's going to have to be batted on down to a Tech 9.
Yeah, the only person actually, you know, forced to send his cash to the goose egg is Mir. So they will have a very nice little nest egg.
Oh, there's so much util for banana control.
Yeah, there's 3 smokes currently up on banana, and Yakinda's up. Brackets. This is so quick. So quick. He's in the blind spot of Magic's apps as well.
Flanks coming, Chopper's here already.
Hey, this is a chaotic round. Oh my god, Mir's here too.
Have the steps been
through the
doesn't
smoke?
Look like it.
Through the smoke. Round short. The timing on this is going to be brilliant. The flank of the century. Chopper strikes, and he'll take 3. VP, they can't quite believe that. They're only just starting their A take, and they're getting shot in the booty.
Oh, Chopper wants more as well here. Very hungry for this. They're just trying to get the frag.
What a reaction. I mean, I guess you can see why he was so early, stubborn to get banana info.
Both teams, though, reacting off of the info, right? Right there, you had 3 sets of util from Spirit thrown in banana. VP react off of that to take mid and try and get on those A defenders immediately. And as soon as that's called from the A defenders, Chopper, pedal to the metal as quick as you like. On that flank, nobody watching the behind. And that should be the round unless Flit, on 42 points of health, about that many seconds left too, is able to pull off a miraculous 1-on-3.
Info. But what are the call? Bomb loose on that side. It looks like he's thought better of it.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, the saves do continue here. We'll be able to save that AK-47. SDY starting to have a little bit of a looky-loo, and that extra cash, well, he had the MAC-10. He's upgraded that into an AK. Looking brave.
Credit to be given for Chopper as well, because, yeah, sure, the flank was brilliant. No one's looking at you, but still to convert the multi-kill, and the third in particular, you know, not every player is going to be as cool and calm to collect.
And not to give up on their game plan, which has been clear about getting that banana control, right? So time and time again, even though he was on the receiving end a couple of those deaths early, able to just be stubborn with the game plan and now make it work. We get to see how this spirals forward. The cash not there for VP now, and Spirit should be set up to convert their 4th round of play. Full buys, everybody with the head armor, kits for 4, util for everybody, looking juicy now. Quite the mix as well. We got a silenced M4, a M4A4, a couple of AKs in the mix, and it's just Flit with that saved one to be the hero of this.
Yeah, and as we've discussed, as has been highlighted by our desks, you know, Flit completely emerging yourself into a new system, new roles, new positions. And that'll be more and more of a topic for discussion as VP continue their adventures. Yet to see them take down a real top dog in this group. We'll see if they can take a big chunk out of Team Spirit. Flit to be a component of the 4th, if they, or rather the 6th, if they can find it. Just a hero AK, and it's the first to fall, SDY. Easy as that. More to come, and support is present. Easy peasy. Some lemons to be squeezed for Spirit. The gap's closing.
Now this is the risk, right? When you go to save a gun like that to give yourself something to go into a round where you were likely to be eco, that individual doesn't get the loss bonus. So for Flit right now, he's getting a little bit of the Sanji treatment as far as his buy is going to go. Only 2.5k to his name. The rest will all be able to get at the AKs. No T-sided AWP to operate with right now. It's a little bit more hamstrung. The tides are turning, and the tables too. We have Ancient up next, Overpass if we do need it. Would be nice to sink our teeth into a little bit of Ancient. Dexter, warning shot fired. Yakinda spotted, and this Spearhead. If they need to let somebody off the leash, Yakinda can have some pep in his step. Very, very great on the clears. Banana control still coming into play, so massive priority here for Team Spirit to take this and force VP to regain that control or thrust them quickly into A, which we've seen manifest a few times here so far.
Yeah, Chopper very deliberate with that presence. Like, since round 1, we've seen a very clear game plan, which has, you know, been a part and parcel of why there's 6 deaths to 3 kills right now. A deep arch smoke.
Yeah, they tend to combo that with a molly towards trash, right?
Makes
so from
sense.
there, it negates the boost on the corner. It helps them clear out the trash position as well for safety. But it is a bit of a ruse. Don't actually want to head towards mid. They've waited out all the banana util. They've all stayed clustered over towards T stairs, and with the util they have, they flash on over and they go for the control.
Chopper, there's your info, and he's stuck around. Can't believe he sees how much information he's gotten away with there, and a frag no less as well. Kick it, trying to lead the pack, and that's indicative of a commitment. You will be second-guessing yourselves a little, but the steps have been heard. Dexter's still ready to respond, and as the util comes in, that's the commit. Mir to try and babysit. Oh, and they just walk into his crosshair. 3 in 1 mag. Chopper puts the cherry on top and tie this one up. They don't really bleed. Look at the cash they're starting to accrue with 2 perfect rounds back-to-back, Chad.
This is great, right? And it's fighting, right? They're happy to take fights. So the utility is there from VP, so forced you to be honest, right? Normally, when you're the canary in the coal mine, the individual getting the information over towards Banana, what happens is you're just there to get that info safely and get on back. Well, Chopper's hung around in multiple occasions and made it more jarring. So not giving VP free real estate, not at all. So this is working out now, but you're going to want to continue this forward and definitely not drop around here to some upgraded pistols. Everybody with their pistol of choice, couple of Deegs, couple of Tech 9s, a P250 for good measure, and a few flashbangs. Is again, Chopper is just persistent.
What a nuisance. Oh, he could even get a second there. He's tagged up Kick It. He's got a stylish half-wall flash to delay. And look at the stuff. They are going to 3-man peek this.
That's a very clear game plan, isn't it? Banana control name of the game right now.
And there's more to come. This is a deathmatch. Never mind the bomb, never mind the sights. This is just going to be a fight. Buster's the last man standing.
If there was a book written on Counter-Strike, if you get the opening kill against an eco round, you would traditionally just start to play it safe.
Because we know how threatening those pistol rounds can be.
But it's the intention of Spirit is so clear. I'm talking about banana control, sure, but they have that bloodlust. They want to fight, and that's quite key here. That's exuding a bit of confidence for me that on the T side, you're going to get a lot of that as well. They're going to take a lot of risks, it feels like, and you got to go back a couple years to think about Chopper and Majors and rushing up Banana with Mac 10s, but they've got the balls to do it. And there you go again, another fight. Buster goes down. We'll take the lead right now for Team Spirit, and they're just chilling.
Great recovery. I mean, they've taken the lead after a 5-1 start here. I mean, that's exactly what they needed.
Ooh.
No timeout. It was actually off the back of a timeout. I forgot there was one CT timeout taken.
In those 5 rounds in a row that they've been able to accrue here as well, they've only lost a total of 3 players. So that's how spotless it's been. 3 in 5 rounds. Not a whole lot.
That explains 3 members over 10k then.
Yeah, it's looking pretty right now. Now, James, emergency button has been hit. The T-side AWP is out. On maps like Dust 2, they like to park him just to kill rotations. On the T-side of Inferno, he might need to be a little bit more active if Ticket can't get this banana control. And once again, utility will dissuade him. No follow-through.
Interesting mix-up. What was previously a 3-man defense of B. The same smoke has been thrown, but it's just Chopper.
Yeah, they're calling their bluff a little bit here, hoping...
They want to fight?
Is Mia going to push? Here is thinking about it.
They are
Would have been the right call.
Yeah, some really good reads so far. It seems like Spirit have... They've definitely played lots of VP scrims and domestically in officials.
Look at all the util on Dexter here as part of this rotation as well. So they're going to have 3 players over towards the B-bomb site, just off of the top mid info play. It's not the flash and go.
Dexter would be...
Oh!
Hard pressed to peek straight into a James T-side orb. He wasn't expecting that. First time we've seen that fill the feed. Through the smoke, kick it, flirting with it. Oh, and looking the wrong way. What a nice time in his core. Only Mir. And only some damage. 2 of them bleeding, but that should concede and tie things up to 6-6. The last 2 remaining were over on the A site. The typical A defenders as well. They'll know that as they press tab.
And now this is the situation if you are Magix and SDY. Do you want to try and punish the economy, take away a couple of guns? As you mentioned before, that economy, that bank, it's been built up quite nicely. They can risk this, but you want to make sure that you are getting a kill or 2. You don't want to be frivolous about this. You don't want to be just peeking any corners wide, going down to the AWP. And here's a duel for Magix. Yakinda on the other side, peppering away at each other. Warning shots, if anything. And Yakinda, well, that's enough of a warning. Magix down. They're not going to get anything for this. It looks like SDY has spotted Flit. No, there's not going to be enough time to chase him on down here, I don't think. And we tie things back up again at 6-6. I think if your team spirit here, you're going to be wanting to win out the half for sure. 9, meaning they'll need the last 3 here on the trot before we get to half time. I think it's going to be a little bit more necessary for them. Their buy does look fantastic here, and this was the kill, right? As soon as Chopper jumps up, I was speaking about the bloodlust. Well, that's when it doesn't work, right? You get to the other side of it there. Trying to retain the information the best he could, but back into the gun rounds we go. Found a utility out, but this time they're not thrusting themselves forward. They're tempting Ticket to come on in. Just that rally, guys, I know it just looks like nades being thrown, but the decision-making here, the deep molly, right? And then the deep smoke means that Kickit has to drop on back behind that because they can clear him out towards the half wall. So then the T's throw the car molly to delay that push. And the util just goes back and forth. Then we end up in a stalemate where both teams gain absolutely nothing. They just lose a lot of util. Space does stay in the favor of VP here as they continue with this default combing of the map. And there's really no presence over towards A just yet. Flip, the only man tasked in that boiler and Hall's position so far. Yakinda flirting with the idea of middle, and looks like they've got SDY in a bit of a yo-yo here. Redefending this B bomb site. Now they're making their way up mid, and path of least resistance would be the arch side right here, right now. Dexter will note it as that smoke has been dropped. They have to be on high alert that mid to B or an A-Rap is possible, but neither option being taken here. Back to B they slink, and information back for Dexter, so they should be ready and raring for a bit of a B hit here.
Yeah, Dexter's just sweeping top mid now, so it syncs up nicely. And with the 30 seconds left, you start seeing util. Drop their incendiary, their HE, that's surely the cue. Chopper's going for the ratty one on the fountain. A lovely off angle, strikes early, evades the flames, tucked in tight, a crossfire established. It's going to be tough to break. He does go down. Good contributions from SDY, kicking and screaming for the double, and no time to plant, no time to win the round. Well, we're getting all the evidence of the weaknesses of both teams' game plans here.
Sure.
The round prior, we just saw what happens when you do keep bringing the fight and it falls flat. This time, VP rotting that clock just a little too much.
Yeah, if you're unable to trade efficiently going into the sites when you play that late, then the round it could be done and dusted right there and then, and that's exactly what happens. Multi-kills coming in the favor of Team Spirit. They shut the door on VP, and realistically, that whole round was about 1 minute and 30 worth of posturing and slight info gathering until we have the gamble stack, or let's say a well-educated stack coming out from Spirit there to lock down that B bomb site. Smiles on the faces. And looks like we do have a little bit of a technical timeout, as you're seeing the headset coming off of SDY. I don't know if any of you tuned into TI just the other week here, but Spirit were the ones to actually take the whole thing home in the Dota realms. And I'm pretty sure that admin was behind the TI teams as well. So
they're lucky mascot.
Behind him. Yeah, well, I think VP was there as well. Like a lot of the big Counter-Strike names are also over in the Dota realms too. Crossover of organizations.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Spirit it's like the equivalent of Copenhagen Flames walking in and lifting the trophy here at the major.
Yeah,
you know, like they had the Cinderella story. They had it.
I love the sass that they had as well. Like in the game against OG, like I think it was Toronto, Tokyo. I watch Dota once a year.
Yeah.
It was like typed easy game against OG, and you know there was all that going on. It was good fun.
I like that OG also realized that there's no bad blood there. They know how good it feels to be beating the hot favorite, the seasoned vets, the TI champs. You know, like I mean, of course that's gonna be feeling like you're on cloud 9.
Well, hopefully not in Counter-Strike, but
Now, looks like we are going back into the realms. A couple more rounds of our first half here in the first map of this best of 3. 2 wins, 1 loss. Looking to secure legend status. And there's going to be a very uncomfortable set of big names due to shortcomings. Astralis is a good example where you really do want to secure it now. Secure it today. Kick it, securing double entries on Banana. Spirit gagging for a fight. They're going through it? Nah.
I've done enough now. This is where you can realistically just wait out the time. The CTs have to either get desperate with another gamble or another push. And here SDY comes. Kicker's going to get the 3rd for the round.
And Dexter's next, holding on to the whole site.
Oh, straight towards A. They've seen enough. Heading over towards Magix right now. He's out of position.
He's normally the pit player, bro. That's an interesting trajectory. So he's sold them that. Flit knows he can fly out the bow.
Has to win this.
Oh, he's struggling. Timing on this. Balcony, sooner threat. Adapting nicely. He's reading this well, trying to delay as best he can. The rotation on its way. Down goes Flit, not the 2v4.
Has to live.
And that's a bit of a push, isn't it? Taking down Yakinda keeps the round interesting.
And back they go.
He's reading them well. Just evades the Degster long clear. James going back to A. He's hoping Magix has gone back. He kind of faked the noise. He opted for the 8K.
Oh my god.
2 versus 4 for the denial. Knocks the head off of James. Piecing together where Buster may linger. He's had a perfect read so far. Will he consider long? If he goes towards Coldzera, it's off. Yes.
Oh my god, the
he could do this. Magix looking for his 4th, but a 2v4. Buster with a hard clear. Magix, how quick can you click? Oh! Okay. Close, but no cigar today. Buster smokes him.
What a round that could have been from Magix, right? Under the pump right there, you can see all the details going back and forth. They identify the AWP top Banana. They hightail it over towards A. The Molotov comes from the arch side. They're forced up short and through apartments. And this is all with Ticket starting the round with 3 kills. Magix almost does this. Almost wins them around from nowhere. Look at all the pressure here. He knew he had to scamper through Moto into the site. He delayed the best he could. Dexter gets there but does nothing. And then isolated in the one-on-one, Buster does mop up that mess.
Brutality. That was nearly something very special. Oh, and he's doing it again. Kick at the entry fragger. Yakinda's at T-spawn. Kick it's at top Banana. A roll reversal. Mir is lucky to be alive. 2 sets of shrapnel from 2 different HEs now. Leave him at 24.
That was one of the things, right? When we first had Yakinda join this team, I think we had an interview with the likes of Kickit, and he was saying, yeah, we've got 3 entry fraggers in the team right now. Buster, Kickit, Yakinda are all able to get aggressive, and today, Kickit's the one doing the honors. But now they can actually stabilize with this number advantage here, the half win. There's 4 more kills away right now for VP on their map choice, but information, name of the game again. And they call it clear, but they need to rotate. They need to rotate now. SDY's on his own.
Yeah, Mir returning to where all that damage was done to him. He's being equipped with the AWP. He went shopping. Dexter gave it to him, but it's not going to be easy to contribute anything here. At least not with the AWP. They're cancelling the boost. It was very loud. They haven't opted to free fire it. Everything lining up for VP here.
Yeah, VP's round to lose.
The 8-7 finish to win out their T-half.
2 mollies and a flash. That's all they've got for the retake. The kits are nice, but this is going to be difficult to break.
I mean, this is hard mode, yeah. Good luck, have fun. Buster already lining up a couple more heads, and that's Magic's just desperately trying to find a way in. A missed shot from James is something, but that's a nade from Flit. All that utility, the speed by which they took the site. And now all on to one man. There you have it. VP 8. Team Spirit 7. I mean, for a recovery, though, Chad, you have to remember how it started.
Yeah, Team Spirit did a good job to get them back into this, and then VP with the bounce back of their own here. It tightened up to a competitive, I want to say, last 6 or so rounds where we really saw the teams going toe-to-toe. And now that we flick on over, this is where we see maybe some of the woes coming through from VP. And I know on the T side, you know, it can be a bit more difficult in terms of like how quick you want to react and what strategies the teams like to run. But the CT side, in terms of the chemistry of holding positions, this is where VP won't have what Spirit have, at least in theory. Now, Flip, pound for pound, compared to Sanji, right? He's a better fragger. But he's also hasn't been asked in the team that he played in before to drop guns every single round. So this is where we're going to have a bit of a discrepancy here, and I think that's why we will see a different looking VP, not just in the names, but in their approach to the game going forward. Here we go, both teams.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay.
Well, that's a CT smoke. They're just going to rush B here. Chopper might die to 2 bullets.
Yeah, he certainly could. Yukinda spotted the whole squad. Luckily, Magic's has struck, and oh, Flit strikes harder. Nearly more. He's corralling them, and not bad to keep him honest. Oh, Flit.
Mincemeat.
Yeah, finish that one off with style. 3 in quick succession. And a little bit of an oopsie from the Team Spirit boys. It's not what you want to see.
No, definitely not, right? Don't swing your bloody knife as you're going out of spawn.
They've been grinding too many matchmaking games, or...
Yeah, you want to stay away from that. So just stabbing your in-game leader right in the back, the man with all the util. A big whoopsie.
And look at how quick he falls.
Yeah.
First one in the spine. Then the headshots come in. 3 from Flit there, and re-peeking after catching a bullet to the dome. He knew his role.
Well, they will force buy back, so Team Spirit not willing to give it the fight just yet. And an aggressive maneuver here from James. Up into Boiler, listening for any fast footsteps. Alt middle.
You want aggressive. Look at Yukindo. He's giving him the Team Spirit treatment. Early, deep banana smoke. And pop flash up mid. That might spur Yukindo to walk on through. We'll find out how this one shapes up. So fast, Tech 9's loud, stampeding in to kick it. Lovely angle he's adopted there. And it doesn't look like there'll be much left for Yukindo. Kick it, cleans house. 1 by 1. Single file into the site.
When you force buy, you want to get a kill or 2 or a plant. Everybody dying without getting anything done, that's less than ideal. Let's just leave it that way. As it should now be the closest thing we get these days to a full eco from Team Spirit.
Meanwhile, Valve tune in and see 3 different weapon variations already in play for the CT side and absolutely love it.
Smiles from ear to ear. The thing is, with this, when I had conversations with them in majors back in the day, right, they would say it, but it wasn't clear. Like, they should have been like, well, no, there's plenty of different guns with plenty of different options, you idiot. But they would say, but why don't you consider a different option, right? You know, they didn't spoon feed us, but we got there eventually.
No, they have a little bit of a kind of a god complex. You know, they want their minions to work it out themselves.
I like it. You know, it's making us use our brains.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Sometimes in the patch notes, or they just, you know, I don't know, make
a little bit cheeky.
Make a gun cheaper for a while, just to make their minions understand.
That's the arrows that guys look here. It's the big neon lights.
Yeah.
Try this one. It looks pretty good, right? That's why people like Sloth Squadron and stuff are integral, right? Because they're the ones who break down all the details, the numbers, which is what this is all built on. But
they'd love a plant here, Chadney. It's not going to happen. There goes the bomb. It's been thrust now into Mir's hands, and good luck. Have fun with that.
James going to like that. Kill with the SMG. Bit of extra dollary dues coming on through. And 11-7 the scores now read. AKs will be coming out for Team Spirit now. And if their first half and their banana aggression was anything to go off, be interested to see if we do get a carry through of that here on the T side. That unrelenting fight for territory. Could find a few issues here because James AWP is out immediately. He's given that UMP over to the likes of Yukinda here. Plenty of cash for the VP side of things as well. And they're going to be operating with a 3-man B defense early. James posted down middle, an aggressive stance, taking the pick to second. The flash is good. The warning shot fired. Now Spirit know what they're working with. I like this. Slink it on up, flashed on through. Aggressive footsteps heard. Pick it out of position. He's down.
Okay. A 3-2 split. They're wrapping around the A site, and Chopper plucked out. James on the site outline. Great angle. He's thrown a little one-way there, and he's absolutely dismantled this. Flit and James, partners in crime. execute the Spirit wrap. I mean, in terms of T-side, you're saying you like it. You couldn't ask for more. Seeing all your players on the site, taking down the long player initially, you've got the room to move and flank and strike in unison, and I think Flitz Smoke did a lot there.
Yeah, you could tell that was reactionary from Spirit Rap, because as soon as they noted where Jame was, right, they get the flash, they take top mid control, Kicker is rotating in, they were trying to punish the arch side, which is where that rotation from the B defender has to come back on through. They're able to thread the needle there, but instead of hitting the brakes, they try and get on top of that. And normally, if an AWPer is stuck in a very rough position, like in the A site, and you crossfire, you're coming in from both short and long, he's got to pivot 180 degrees, right? But that Flitz Smoke, that one way into the double kill, cheeky. And it's put Team Spirit in a position where they have to take a timeout and discuss their finances here. No plant, not enough to buy, enough for a half purchase, and this is where you like to see a pocket strat come out. And that one right there, look, the flash has gone off just after he's pulled the trigger, or just before.
I mean, the smoke serves so many purposes. Like, not only is it maybe reactionary because he knows they're going to try and run down our AWP, he's just made it clear he's on site, but it blocks Jame from being vulnerable to any funny business on short while he plays around the boxes and continues to be a viable defender of the site. Very aggressive from Mir. I think the incendiary forcing him forwards, and this boost typically good for the T ramp, but it'll just be the warning shot for now. Half bite, couple of pistols, and already got the casualty of one.
They're already aware of this, right? They can tell it's going to be Apartments Waterfall. Two of them, one from Pit, one from Graveyard ready.
Ooh. At least a bullet connecting, but there's plenty of VP here, as you discussed. They know, and that hurts. SDY. Nade down the gullet. One by one they fall. Yeah, if I'm the observer team, I'm just going to keep from the 6 to the 0. I'll keep my pressing those buttons. There is nothing for Team Spirit to be doing right now.
Yeah, and we're talking about just like the lack of kills in the rounds that VP were getting in the slew. Team Spirit were able to post on their CT side. Having a look here at the 5 in a row right now that we've gotten. It's only a total of 3 kills in those 5 and not a single plant. So things are going miserably right now for Spirit. If you're a VP fan, things are going great, right? There hasn't been a single threat so far on this CT side. Money, awesome. Everybody around that 10K mark. And the heads need to be scratched right now for Team Spirit. They need to change the dialogue here. Freeze time ticks on down and we get back underway.
Damn. That's interesting. I'll just take a look at the opening duel stats, and both Kickit, respectively, Chopper for Team Spirit are both leading and taking 9 and being involved in 9 opening duels each.
Wow.
Both winning 4, losing 5.
Okay. That's a lot of util down. Your Kinder aggressive now, 32.
Oh, bullets are in absolutely the right place, and Magix has bailed himself out of trouble. Bailed his leader out of trouble for a moment. But this pressure is relentless, and look at the fights we're getting. This is a very different flavor than what I was expecting.
This isn't the CIS Counter-Strike we all grew accustomed to throughout the online era. This is very biffy.
It's very biffy.
Use the term deathmatch here, and you can just see the kills happening all over the map and people willing to go for fights.
I mean, I suppose this is also not only a product of LAN, the major, but the fact that you've played 30 official matches against each other. Like, this is you're no longer playing A plan, B plan. This is the counter VP, counter Team Spirit plan.
Well, this right here is a massive gap for Magix and Dexter to thread right now. If they can get on through, get into the site, and get the bomb down before Jame is able to find a kill, they might be able to fortify this A bomb site. Now, Jame, if he came through the apartments behind, that's one place you wouldn't be too ready for this quickly, but multiple smokes, couple of mollies in the mix. They're being lobbed out now, and here comes Jame. I don't think they're ready for it this early.
This is so naughty. Dexter had a look.
He's considering it.
Oh, but just as he pulls the nade out of his satchel, he's booked, and Kicker, you know he's walking through that. So does Magix. Not, oh no. He got very close to a beautiful clutch previously.
Need to plant. They need this money.
Faked
they need that $800.
He's not going to get it down now, Chad. They're just going to walk him in.
Yeah,
wall bang him.
Lost.
Nade him. Oh, well, he does get the bomb down at the bare minimum.
Had to do that, right? That's the only way they can stay competitive with another buy. I understand that they need the round as well, but in a 1-on-3 situation like that, it was always going to be unlikely he would go for the win, will be able to get the win. So yeah, they get the bomb down, but so far the goose egg here on the T side. I can come back through, and the timeouts, if you're Spirit, you may as well continue to take whatever you have left at this point. You're in a hard spot. VP looking very, very good here. Nobody is slouching right now. Top end of the scoreboard, you've got your Kinder and Flit on 17 apiece. You have 15 coming in for the likes of Kickit. 13 for James, Buster on 11, and yeah, James looking confident again. Picks down mid, picks to second mid. Gets on out with the timing here. Willing to have a look. Oh, they already tried this round. They have already... Oh! Unconfirmed damage, but they're straight into it.
Okay, Chopper's got him. No, he hasn't. Kickit's still doing more. Going above and beyond the call of duty. He nearly takes him down on his own. He's got James to call upon, so long, no issue. And VP, this is such a CT lockout. We had a competitive half, Chad.
Oof, this is like Copenhagen Flames yesterday against Heroic, right? Once they moved onto the CT side of their Vertigo, they just destroyed them. And right now, VP are doing exactly the same here. And the thing is, if you want to contrast the T sides, VP running down the clock and then playing late with the mind games and forcing Team Spirit into gamble stacks, you can see the difference. Here, what you're getting is Team Spirit going for all-ins early, and the rounds are pretty much done and dusted within the first 20 to 30 seconds. SDY tries his best, but yep, some die young. Well, he is dead, and that's going to be 15 to 7. Just one more round required.
Now, this was VP's pick. Let's not forget that. This is something they definitely felt like they were most attuned to convert.
I did say I was going to give up on Spirit, but I predicted them again. So I guess I can predict them until they're eliminated, and then I can't predict them anymore.
Yeah, well, I actually have both Spirit and VP in my pick'ems, so I'm cheering for
everyone. We can still get both, you know? It's still possible.
Certainly, and I'm not going to be celebrating prematurely for VP. Now, it's great to see them looking as dominant as they are here on the CT side, and good to see a varied and eclectic mix of strategies on their team. But Ancient's next, and FaZe, oof, did really teach him a lesson or two yesterday on that very map. So looking forward to the series. I think getting to see the newest map in the pool here at the Major between these two teams. I mean, look at the Counter-Strike you're getting on Inferno.
Yeah, look at all the rotation over towards this B site here. James +2, ready to lock down the 4-man take. Should be the blender NB.
Here they come. It's quick, though. Not opting to smoke it. They'd rather just fight. And Kickit's ready for it as well. The brawl begins. Magic's going to clear him. Buster's booked. It's doable. Kickit looking to change the dialogue, anticipating the swing. A well-placed nade will force them further away, and now the trajectory alone does reveal Emo's lost the site too. Bomb's loose. Oh, this boost should rumble them. They're being so loud about
Smoke's
it.
faded too. Timing was off.
Cancel that. Silence falls for a second, and it's not necessarily planting any doubts. SDY gives Kickit the fight he's been waiting for, and Magic's again, just in a dire circumstance. That's beautiful. A spotless half. VP unscathed in their defense of Inferno. It's their pick, and they demonstrate exactly why.
Yeah, there's a couple of takeaways there. I really did like the fight that we were getting out of Team Spirit over within that first half, right? They were willing to take the duels, but that carried across to the T side, and there was no depth in that T half. Lack of kills, lack of plants, and it was limp, right? It was one-way traffic. There's no other way to put it. Really good signs there from VP, and this is what you want to see. I mentioned it at the start of the cast. I'll mention it again. 3 out of the 5 players within this team were in the last major grand final. Now look, that was 2 years ago, and look, the roller coaster that Avangard into VP have been on over those 2 years is all over the shop here. But it's good to see them coming in with this form, and I think if you take a little bit of a look, if all the favorites do win their matches today, right, Team Spirit are likely to take on Astralis tomorrow. So if you Team Spirit, this is a very important game to win. Astralis, even though they started the tournament 0-2, they're heating up, and I don't think they're going to be an easy beat for anybody anymore. So a lot of question marks to Team Spirit to ask themselves before they go into this second map of play. The desk was talking about it. Was it a gamble? You know, should they have gone with a map that maybe they feel more comfortable on? Is it a punish? What were they looking to do in this environment? All those answers, and hopefully many, many more, not too far away. But stuff like this can't happen, guys. You can't be... just the little gaps.
Yeah,
right? It's not a huge deal.
It's not a huge deal, but when he's the first to die and the rest follow, it just sours the mood in the camp. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily completely unrelated that was how the first round started of that half, and they didn't find a round.
Yeah, like the thing is, it just kind of sucks a bit.
This was another one like that. If you weren't triggered enough, losing this one when you've got 5 people wrapping into the site against 2, that's going to leave a mark as well.
Yeah, there was moments they definitely had here where they could have converted, but not to be the case. And I think, you know, for Flit, a good showing again, right? Yeah. I think him putting up numbers right there. It wasn't like they had the hardest day at the office. It wasn't gritty, but he was doing his job, stepping up to get those multi-kills. So it's still obviously extremely early days for VP. They've come on in. The first time that we're seeing this team with this formation playing officials is the Major. So every day that they're able to get, or practice under their belt, just like that, things are looking better and better. So, yeah, I can't wait for Ancient. It's a map that you and I do enjoy, and I'm interested to see if VP have been able to fix any of those holes from the FaZe game just yesterday.
We'll see if it goes as long as Sharks Pain's Ancient
Oh,
goes.
that was quite the affair, wasn't it?
It really was. We are going to, however, catch our breath. You can go hydrate. Tell your friends to tune in to catch Ancient and see if these boys can teach us a thing or two about the newest map.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
So we're here in Stockholm, and I'm going to be doing some quick-fire questions, but in a different style. When I say quick-fire, they've got to be quick, but the lift could be quicker. We're going in the elevator up and down, and they've got to answer as many of these crazy questions as they can. Let's see how it goes. We're doing the quick-fire in the elevator. I've got JNT from Young Sharks. Let's start. Favorite map?
Mirage.
Weapon?
Alp.
Utility?
Smoke grenade.
Animal?
Tiger.
Team?
Astralis.
Ooh, position?
Entry.
Okay. Player of all time?
Forest.
Nice. Country?
Brazil.
Hey. Game?
Counter-Strike.
Pistol?
Glock.
Teammate?
Is a Vice.
Okay. Caster?
Pimp.
I like it. Food?
Pizza.
Oh, nice. Crosshair color?
Blue. They actually is blue now.
Oh,
but maybe tomorrow is green. I don't know. I change every time.
Sometimes you got to have something different in your settings.
Yes.
I like it. Well, we finished, and the lift didn't even get away to the bottom. So, JNT, you succeeded in the quickfire. I got refreshed. We're going for the quickfire, and we're starting off real quick. Map.
Cobblestone.
Weapon.
Scout.
Utility.
Flash.
Animal.
Lion.
Team.
Luminosity.
Position.
Short on Mirage.
Player of all time.
Corsair.
Country.
Spain.
Bombs. Didn't get all the way to the end, but he did very nice. We're done. We're going to continue keeping it moving. Not bad for the quick fire. From good, I'll refresh it. I've got Safe from Pain with me. He's taking the quick fire questions. So let's start with this one. Weapon.
WP, of course.
Map.
Those two.
Utility.
Smoke.
Animal.
Tiger.
Pistol.
USPS.
Teammate.
Hard Zone. Everybody but Hard Zone.
Like how you're saying.
Yeah.
Food.
any type of Brazilian food, to be honest. Like rice, beans, and some type of meat.
Country?
Brazil.
Player of all time?
Forest.
Position?
Offer.
Team?
Pain gaming.
Well, we got to the end before. Well, we got to the end before we got to the bottom. People kept pressing the lift button. That's what's going to happen when you're in an elevator. But you know what's safe? You did it in style, so that's the main thing.
Good. Good thing I did it.
We're rocking and a rolling, and so are VP. Rolling over the competition. Team Spirit unable to do much, maybe rolling onto their back and accepting defeat.
Yeah, as the Dragons there are, you know, we're a bit of a belly rub right
there. They do have soft bellies, don't they?
Yeah.
If
So
Smaug's anything to go by.
the first half, I was getting excited. I was like, they're here, they want to fight, this domestic rivalry, it's going to be a biff. And then the second half, I was like, well, this is flat, and VP looked way too good.
Yeah, they really did. And I think, you know, okay, one shining highlight for me was just how good some of the individuals looked. One in particular was Magic, so that 2v4 genuinely could have reinvigorated them. Like, I think the hype, the volume would have got a whole lot louder from Spirit. And as we highlighted during the end highlight package, there was some really brutal cut sequences into that second half for them. Of course, you know, knifing each other, losing what looked like a 5 versus 2 on that A commit. And Buster, he's taking some notes. He knows.
He's been looking at what Carrigan does. Carrigan stares at the camera and he doesn't blink.
Yeah.
Now, I want to let you know, Buster, you can't win. You actually can't win, but I like the effort. Chopper not up for the same games, and I can understand why. Probably needs to refocus for this one of Ancient. It is their pick, and it is a map that I think is still evolving in front of everybody's eyes, right? As we turn our attention to this one right here, if you're a newer viewer, this is the first major with Ancient. It's a map that was introduced to the pool a little bit earlier in the year. It's actually removed Train, and it's a map where I think that there's still a lot to discover on how teams really want to set the meta on this. Now, we know how teams are playing it pretty much these days, where the B bomb site seems to be the go-to. That's not what I've really witnessed within the CIS realms, whereas when we tend to watch their games, they love a good A execute, and we know how difficult it is to execute onto that bomb site. So curious to see how it settles in today.
And if history is anything to go by, like I just think everyone could use a little bit of a reminder of just how horrible Vertigo initially played, just how horrible Overpass initially played, how weird Cobblestone was. You know, like I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page that, you know, if you're vehemently against Ancient right now, fair play, man. You do you. But watching this evolve, watching how the pros are working with this brand new environment, new angles, new fights, new boosts, new smokes, everything is, you know, an even playing field. There's no players that have had less time on this map or access to it. And so you're getting to see it now, you know, at the highest level of competition. That's interesting to see how the theory crafting and the brains have come together to find the most optimal, most effective tactic.
And that's a key element of Counter-Strike, right? It's not just about Mirage and rehashing and understanding how perfect my jiggle peak with my pre-aim needs to be, right? It's about the new ideas that you can have and the ways that you can play a map. And that's an element of Counter-Strike here that, for me, as an in-game leader, is one of the coolest, right? Because that right there is where you do get those brains that you're talking about, inventing ways to play with other teams or cool, fun executes that teams might not have considered before. Like just the other day, I believe at the RMR, we saw ENCE whip out that front sight wall smoke strategy on the A bomb site that we hadn't seen other teams doing at the top level up until that point. So we're constantly learning on this, and I think right here it's going to be interesting to see the approach. We know that mid control is a massive element of this if you want to be looking for those A splits through the donut position. Obviously the changes over towards B now as well. The most recent update to the map has made the bomb site plant radiuses a little bit bigger, as well as the wooden boards over towards B much more spammable.
Yeah, so there's a couple of players that have stood out to me in their maneuvers and what they've been able to achieve with it. On the CT side in particular, you know, I look to Rez and the way in which he contributes towards the A and mid site. He plays that donut role, which is, of course, you're going to see a player there every single time, or at least to some capacity. The fact that you can hear the A-Hall's presence early, make sure you get early rotates, but just seeing how much he's mastered that and the fact that the AWP seems to work so proficiently in his hands from a position that not many do take the AWP to.
Yeah, and we can even like continue that to what we saw from the Movistar Riders, right? Mopos, for example, was dropping that mid-smoke, right? He was dropping that mid-smoke to help negate the T mid-control. So the little details are still being built right here. And I think a map like this, when it is a little bit, I want to say looser in terms of what we're expecting from the approach, it can pop off with more of those crazy clutch moments because people are in a bit more flux. People are going to take a couple more risks. It's not just settled in what the right choice or decision is. It's still a bit more of an unknown entity.
Sure, and I think, you know, building on that Mopos point, if with the way mid is designed, and I know that, for example, you know, you're not going to be wanting to run through that smoke. You get your early smoke towards that L bend. There is so much early information to be gained towards B lane. Like, it's such a big point of contention. You're going to be seeing players go for a lot of interesting info-based maneuvers, and I think it's going to be very intriguing to see how close this one gets, right? VP did get made to look a little foolish, 16-6. Up against FaZe Clan just yesterday.
And the thing is, if we just turn our attention to VP and you add Flair, where do you start? You go, okay, what's the first map that we're going to try and integrate you in the most comfortably? And then we have the newest map in the pool where maybe we don't even feel completely comfortable right now, and we're going to bring you in. And that's the thing. This team, the worst thing they could do is bring Flit in and just say, be Sanji, right? What they need to do is bring Flit in and go, we need to be a completely different team now with more firepower and maybe a bit more of a diverse approach. And it looks like we're about to get this one underway, doesn't it?
It certainly does. We're going to be getting into this one. If you just joined us, this is the 2-win, 1-loss column. They're looking to go ahead and secure themselves that legend status. 2 wins, 3, and you're in. And another 8 teams waiting to get to battle once we do get to that next stage.
Yeah, Entropiq versus Heroic as well going on our secondary stream if you want to check that action. But here we go. We're live, and the smoke from Chopper already thrown on out. Dexter with one of his own, and it is going to be a fast A towards Donut, and the flashes are through. You can see just how passive kick it is, and first bullet out.
I mean, Mir, you can't fault him. He's just trying to take space, but he's just slightly ahead of that smoke. Pop and Buster pops Cherry. Pops Chopper's head like a cherry. Either way, hanging out in the temple. And I'd be saying my prayers if I'm Dexter as well.
Oh, they're pushing spawn on there. Oh, never mind. They're not pushing anywhere.
Everyone has hit their shots. It doesn't really get much more convincing than that, Chad.
That is some sharp shooting right there out of VP. I think they're all got headshots in that little pistol, so really good stuff out the gates. And you can just see right there why that A-bomb site is so difficult to go into. The passive line that Kickit just had with the USP, imagine that with an AWP, right? Imagine if you're going to be running out without the smokes up, or even before them right there. Punishment coming on through, but the bomb goes down, the force buy coming on through.
Yeah, and I mean, Mir, it's a name we haven't found ourselves saying a lot, actually, on Inferno. He used to be, you know, in the conversation for Rising Star of the Year.
I think statistically speaking, for Spirit, before that Inferno game, he was their highest rated player in the tournament so far, I think. Yeah, we'd always love to see him getting aggressive around the smokes. Electronic-esque, I think, was how we looked at him. But straight up, straight into Cave, and they want to fight right here, right now. Dexter and Magix with all this room, and kill going to go in the favor of Yakinda here. They've already been able to stifle out this early pressure coming on through.
Yeah, mid was smoked. They're going to wait for that fade, and it's Flit's responsibility to at least report back. You can see James going to give him a flash for info. Boop. Have a look. No one's home. Chills his beans. But with red smoked, it is on Flit. Isolated at this point. He's got Kicker in support. Bait and switch. Lovely. Flicked by VP. Magix has won the duel, though, and it's a big duel to win. The B site, little do they know, is wide open for business, and they're actually walking straight into the Dragon's Den. Rotation required. Yakinda and James concerned. That's a big find. Flit looking for the answers in mid, and he's actually found a headshot instead.
There's a lot of gaps right now.
Yeah, they're actually rotating to the wrong site. So what was previously full, our VP members, is now barren. And at the 30-second mark, they'll start feeling a little too quiet. They may have to tighten their shoelaces and go for a jog. Kicket's considering it already.
Yeah, there's just so many problems, right? Mid into Red House is an issue, but now they've given up mid to Donut. You can see Magic's just coming and clearing on through. They're even going to boost SDY for good measure here just to clear everything out. Chopper should be able to get control and plant, but Kickit can ruin this now. The peek on out, the swing is there, the shot to follow, and Kickit with a double.
He's so sharp today. The same kind of frag we saw on his pistol with the USP. And now Chopper, a missed shot. He won't get another. Kicker is a man possessed today. 4 in that round, 2 in the pistol, and he saved their hides. Like, that could have been so much worse for VP. It looked like it was a Team Spirit's round to lose.
It looked like a lost round, right?
Yeah.
It looked like a lost round there because as soon as they gave it the bomb site and nobody was there in time, Kicker is so lucky to get there in the perfect moment and to hit the shots. No easy feat. Another bomb goes down. But VP keeping so many players alive, they even scoop up that AK-47 for Yakinda to carry forward. And here we go. Let's continue the strangeness, shall we? Spirit are going to go for another buy off the back of that plant. And this time round, it's 5 Galils, everybody with one across the board. There's util around this as well. They have enough for mid control. They can smoke off the donut. They can do the molly in front as well. A little window smoke to boot. This is a deep smoke here from Kicker over towards the long doors of B. That can help facilitate more aggressive maneuvers. There it is. You're going to see that one bloom. Having to run through the grey screen is Chopper.
And there's another smoke. It's layers. You will not go fast B, is what that set of util has said.
That one at the top of the B ramp right there is... Where did that dink come from?
Where did Chopper's health go?
Did Yakinda shoot a bullet? Where?
What? On the same frame he swapped nades, or was it... There's no other explanation. I just didn't see it happen. Anyway.
Okay, well, Chopper, the walking wounded right now. 10 HP for him.
Oof.
Here's
now,
that mid control.
Loving this. Now, it's likely Flit and Kicket's responsibility combined.
Kicker has to worry about Donut as well as A main right now. So a lot of responsibility again, but so far he's passed the test with flying colors.
You won't really be able to disrespect this smoke. Here comes Dexter, and yeah,
Beautiful.
Just taking contact in perfect
Wombo
unison.
combo.
Exactly. No man alone here on the VP defense.
Very strong B defense as well, and it is a difficult side to hold, especially with all the util, but a little bit of that was lacking for Spirit. And Kick it again, just... Oh. Pops across, they don't know he's here.
James?
They don't know he's here at all.
He walked through the smoke. And look at the opportunity! Oh, the double! Back into the play! It's turned it completely around. He's only stuck with the UMP, so far from ideal. Chopper. Oh,
Where's the gun?
Yeah.
Where's the AK?
The AK evaporated.
All right, well, James going to wonder how he pulled off that Houdini moment right there, but they swipe him away again, right? A moment where things get a little bit dicey, but dealt with. And now Spirit, without the plant, will have to take a save right here, right now. Lost Bonus has built a decent amount, but not enough to get all the goodies out.
VP's CT side though, that was that was the most convincing one so far in terms of team play, not just the individuals like Kickit saving the day.
The weakness right now, well, I guess they're being a bit more dynamic here, so they've just sent 2 towards middle. So, oh Jesus, Joseph and Mary caught in no man's land right there. Flit, jumping, not looking. They've got that B control. Lucky to be alive. The Deagle of Mir not landing, not hitting anything on target. And now they have this full B control, right? They can just park Yakinda here as long as they keep eyes on middle, so he doesn't have to worry about the ledge jump up behind him. He can patrol that B lane for early info. Oh,
Can't believe Flit's going for a reaggress. He's actually, walked to the fight, does catch Mir. Yakinda, responsible, and passes with flying colors.
That's beautiful. That's what you want to be doing on the CT side to lock down that corridor. The kills are coming too easily here. This is a good-looking VP out the gates early. Bombs all the way over towards T-Spawn here, and SDY on 22 points of health. Let's call this the 4th round. I
question whether or not an early timeout might be the play here, because don't forget just how bleak Team Spirit's T side was just on Inferno.
Yeah.
Like they lost. They haven't won a round, Chad. In I can't do the maths.
So we have 8 plus 4, 12.
Thanks, man.
There you go, 12 rounds. Now, if your kids,
creative writing,
if they're in primary school and they're learning their basic maths, they can join us.
Yeah.
We're us too. So we'll help them out. 2 plus 2 is 4, and after that comes 5.
I believe so, and 10 is more than 9, which is the amount of players we have in the server.
Confirmed. And we do have a timeout.
All right, and I could spell it for you if you wanted.
Yeah, do it.
T.
Yep.
I. M. Out.
Close enough.
Yeah.
We'll give you an A for effort. We'll give you an A for effort over here. Just to take a little bit of a look at how some of these gun rounds have unfolded early, right? We have seen Kickit using his utility to help out over towards B. So it's clear that VP are more worried about losing the B bomb site than they are A. Maybe feel that they can retake that without too many dramas. It is very easy to harass the plant spots on the A bomb site with utility. If you rotate in through CT spawn, the Molotovs to spam through the smoke, the same through Donut. And if they have very good retake utility, which they do on a map like Vertigo, if you've historically followed Virtus.pro, on Vertigo, when they retake that B bomb site, they have really good retake utility. The same could be said here. I want to see that kind of show up first before I sign and deliver it. The match has been unpaused, so it looks like we should be getting action back underway. And to note here, we do have Dexter into his big green. Things might now start to settle into more of standard play.
So,
yeah,
just ancient T-side AWPing. I mean, I was just going to outline that the options are pretty limited. If he's not going to get much action A, it would be a bit of a waste of resources. He's probably going to get boosted up on his box. He'll be smoked and stare at it for a while. Hope Yakinda peeks him out of the lamp room.
There's that mid util. You see the molly towards Donut, the smoke as well, and Red House smoked off. So having to respect that, and everybody throwing out their protocol nades here. Team Molly to deny the push Yakinda, but he is across. A big fight against Magix should be on the docket here.
Yeah, and this time with the mid-control, Magix doesn't have to have his head on a swivel. He's not concerned about any funny business, aggressive CTs mid, so this is really just going to be a straight head-to-head between some of the most prominent aimers in the server right now. He's safe from the flash, unlikely to full commit, but the sound cues have been heard. Yakinda readies himself for battle, and careful with your spacing, fellas. Chopper, where were you? Ooh, a dink. Yakinda struck first, but Chopper strikes even more heavily. Catching Buster in pursuit of the trade. He's here in low HP, 1 HP, but no. Holds his nerve, and I can't believe Dexter's been robbed there. Just through the corner. Flit lives on, but it still should translate into a round. Now Chopper's gone, forced to watch, 48 seconds and counting.
Delay on the plant here. They just scooped up the bomb now, so they will make their way in, and they have a bit of residual utility right here to drop another smoke, a couple of mollies, but Flit looking aggressive.
He's going to take a risk, yeah, why not? Delay the plant, make it awkward. Time is of the essence. Dexter planting, and they babysat nicely. Mir keeps his heart beating for a second longer. Tuck now in. We were talking about retake utility. Well, Kickit is alone. Dexter confirms it. Dexter, what were you up to? Goes hunting. And now, with all the retake package, SDY's going to have another duel with him. No!
No!
Oh my god, he knows where you are. And he's going for it because he's a pro and he doesn't fake the 1v3. A heartbreaker for Team Spirit. And Dexter's going to slap his palm to his forehead. What is that? 5-0.
Was there a miscomm there? Because that flash came after. Were they expecting the flash and then Dexter was going to run on out through that smoke? That should never have happened. It must have been a miscomm. A massive fumble right there. Like this right here, you see the flash coming after from SDY. Okay, thanks for telling me where you are, SDY. And then Mid just steps out the smoke on that.
He gets the info.
He doesn't commit to it. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, okay, thank God. Okay, really need everyone to just like shake it off. Maybe put on some like Taylor Swift or something. Reset.
That is horrible scenes. We have 4 players right now for Team Spirit just on 1 kill. Chopper leading the charge with 4 to his name. That is miserable. 8 kills total in 5 rounds played, continuing the onslaught on their CT side VP, and it's not just all their own doing some mistakes to help them to get to this point. Kick it yet to die. 11 kills, 0 deaths. Looking beautiful right now. Double mollies towards mid. And hold them at bay here. And oh, wow. Team Spirit, I bet they were hoping they could take multiple timeouts back to back. Not to be the case. Magix drops a flash, and little do they know there's multiple members around the corner. A boost up and over, using the gaps, and that's an opening. Beautiful stuff from Magix there.
Yeah, Flip's going to ruin their day. He's going to ruin their day in a very big way. And look at the restraint. He'll just take the equalizer, and it's Buster's responsibility to extend VP's advantage.
Flip's gotten away.
Just away. They're looking like a much better squad here, VP, today on Ancient. FaZe were running rings around them on their T side at times, but right now, VP, they really have locked it down. And crushed Team Spirit's spirit, if you'll pardon me there.
If they had any left.
Wow, James. Caught off guard, but still hits the shot. Leaves us in a 2 versus 3.
Here's the problem. That's the bomb on the back of SDY that Flit just saw. They know exactly where it's going. No more water bug, don't worry about that. But they can start rotating the second man over. James can join the party of B. Bomb site with Kick at the Immortal at this point.
It's 40 seconds, Chad. If James throws out a little ramp smoke, which he's doing...
They're ahead of it.
They are ahead of it. But they're worried about Cubby. Kick, it's time to strike. Dexter looking the wrong way. Another easy collection and a problem now. SDY needs to give him a confidence booster here. He's only got 20 seconds to do it. Every angle covered. James as well, just punishing anything he tries, any funny business rotating through, and another one to the backside. Kick, neither of his kills looking at him.
Nah, and now just sitting pretty. 13 kills. How long is it going to take until he dies? Let's see. You want to put some odds on this?
I'm going to...
Now that we've pointed it out quite clearly, it's probably going to happen this round.
Yeah.
So how much do you believe in the caster curse?
Oh, it's real.
It's real? So you think this round Kick It will die?
He will.
He'll
be the opening death.
I'm going to give him 3 more.
All right.
I'm feeling lucky today. And double mid util again. Both mollies completely laid in the floor there with Flames. Rotates towards Donut. Like the setup I'm seeing here in Buster.
No, man.
You can't see anything, mate. Leave him alone.
Spirit have lost 14 rounds in consecutive fashion across these 2 maps. And oh no. There's nothing to show for this one, Spirit.
Destruction right now.
They're trying to take some chances, but VP, they're switched on. Something. A slight shining light. Another dink. Yakinda's vulnerable. Trying to dump his util to bide some time. How is he not dead?
Oh, he's not going to live, is he?
Oh, no! There's nothing more to be said. How is he alive? And he's got 1,500 smackaroos into his bank account.
Oh. Okay.
I am not a Team Spirit player, but my heart is breaking. I mean, just... No, man, no.
That sums it up quite nicely, I think, everybody. Well, it couldn't be going worse right now for Team Spirit.
Like, I know, like, you know when your skin gets all hot and you're messing up your angels? That's not for the major. That's not for the legend spot. These boys are going to be feeling all kinds of unfair and uncomfortable human reactions.
Discombobulated, I think.
Yeah, this is horrible. I mean, this is a start. You haven't seen a Spirit opening in some time.
Yeah, and that is going to be the second kill of Mir here today. So they have something to work with, you're right.
And to return to the analyst desk conversation, I still find it interesting that it's a component with Ancient being in the pool, but is them picking this against a team they played so much, you know, actually a demonstration of their mental fortitude on their own confident picks.
Yeah, it's a punish. It's not a confident pick.
You're
right?
not picking into your strengths. You're trying to pick into your opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, and right now they've gambled correctly. So VP is set up for success again, even with the man down.
Yeah, there's another. I mean, a 3v5. Everything suggests this is Spirits to collect, and now a dead James. Surely. There should be absolutely nothing more to be said about this one, and Buster confirms our suspicions.
And Kick It went down. So there we go.
That was 3. Was that 3 or 2? Yeah.
I think it was 2. Like, that other round happened so quick. Yeah, I think it was 2.
Okay.
I think it was 2. You're all right. Yeah. So we split the difference. I said 3. You said 1. We'll be in the middle on 2. This shot from Buster here. Likely. I was going to say to go on down. You get some damage to the box there. Buster tagged on up and continuing to frag right here. You need to be careful, Spirit. I know that you've won the round, but still need to start working on a little bit of a T-side bank here yourself. Don't want to give everything up.
Meanwhile, James just looking at him, like from his side
Licking his
profile.
lips.
He's just proud. What a save. Nice, man.
That's
nice.
beautiful. You've seen him.
You learn from the best.
You've seen me do it many times before.
Yeah, but he's just looking at him like, because he knows that's coming straight to his hands. And we will be getting back underway. Their finances are swelling. I mean, that's to state the obvious, given the score.
But that's the change-up, right, is they went for double AWPs in a round like this. And the opening happens, they kind of chased your Kinder out of town there. They forced them into the line of sight of Mir. And then James getting 1. If he got the double, then yeah, maybe a chance. But 1's not enough. And the A execute does actually pan on out. The double AWPs retained. Buster and James wielding those bad boys again. Same utility used in middle. You can just see how much crowd control utility there is from both teams. This lane area, very, very important here, and it's a huge battle between Yakinda and that of Magix every single time.
I loved the boost opening they managed to find onto Yakinda, but since then he's continued to mix it up, and he's actively trying to catch anyone ratting the smoke. He's brave enough to fight mid. Oh, and Mir does go down. No trade available, despite Chopper being oh so close. The setup is broken. VP converting. It's Magix trying to give them something to hold on to, but already 70 seconds for Dexter, and his barrel's about to betray him.
Hello. Guys, I think he's B. Oh, he's so locked. Coming through T-spawn as well here. Kick it. Gonna start making
as he picks up the bomb.
No, he didn't hear him. He didn't hear him. Oh. What are you going to do? Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I love that from Yakinda as well. The idea of Weedy being behind those smokes and then picking out towards middle and having Jame there as the safety net, right? Jame in cave with the AWP. If you want to try and chase Yakinda or you want to try and take cave where he just evacuated, you have to get through the AWP. So this is great. 8-1.
Interestingly enough, in the RMR, to qualify for this one, they played Inferno, Dust 2, and Overpass, finding Overpass as the second. Ancient is the only mix-up.
Which RMR was that one?
That was the Starladder CIS RMR.
They had one extra one to everybody else, didn't they?
Yes. But it was a full 3-map series, and Spirit won.
Yeah, I think here, like, obviously, we've spoken about it a bit, and it is a massive story, right? We can only dissect the VP that we have in the server now and cross-reference that with the VP that we know. And the thing is, I don't think, I mentioned it already, no one's going to argue that Flit isn't a firepower upgrade compared to Sanji. That we can all agree. It just was going to be the approach of VP in their game, and you're already seeing some differences here. One of the things I thought that might play in their favor is the honeymoon phase, right? Somebody comes in, you get a new vibe, right? You get that freshness, and you know, you don't feel as bad when things go wrong because you know it's a newer team, and if you can catch fire, you can catch some confidence. Maybe they can run with it here. They didn't have the hardest of times in the best of ones. FaZe in the best of 3 didn't go great. This would be a great way for them just to get through straight into that legend stage with the 2-0.
There's a full mid-control util set for you. You'll see Donut, Red, Smoked, Lane, of course, a threat. That potential to be picked from the ledge. One of the players is got that in their flight path. And whoa, look at the aggression. There's some speed to this. The trades favor the CTs for now. VP continue to line up headshots. Yakinda actually disrespecting that mid-smoke to contribute the 1. Dexter down. But this is a competitive round. Buster, I can't believe you're opting for that close quarter angle.
Is this a shotgun or an AWP, mate?
It's a shotgun. And he's looked the wrong way, really starting to look like a second potentially on the cards. Jame with a miss. Chopper pulling his team into their second round of play.
Yikes.
That's a slip-up. That's the first banana skin we've seen from VP.
Is Flick going to give this a crack? It looks like he's having at least a look.
SDY likely to peek on the sound cue here.
Oh! almost onto Chopper there, but you have to question what Buster was thinking. That death secured the round.
Yeah, but can you explain it?
I can't.
No, okay.
If he's concerned about Long and he wants to hold on to one of the two, yeah, okay. But anyway, regardless, Team Spirit have been able to grab their second round. Now, one more round required here against a bit of a broken buy of VP. It's a Deagle for Buster. The rest have got rifles, but Util, Light, and no defuse kits in the mix. So
they managed their finances pretty well there. It's still threatening. Jame on his AWP. Yakinda's up close. It's very quick from Dexter. What an entry. Just like that, the close corner. No better weapon for the job to clear it, and he's ready for more. Trying to track on the cross, a wide swing, gets him close. Buster now neutralized, and this one's falling apart. It's only that rifle from Flit. James in a prime position to contribute further, and there's Chopper, loves the wallbang, looking for it. He's been met by Mir, a nice late arrival. And that's the round. Spirit finding their foot here.
We're going to finish it off there as well. Some great aggression out of Dexter there, 3 for him in the round. And that's when that more pacey, more direct approach from Spirit looks good, right? When they don't just get denied and the trades don't fall against them. They get the opening, get the follow-throughs, apply so much pressure. VP scampering on over to try and lock things down, but it was already lost. And now their finances too. Cash is broken, loss bonus not looking good whatsoever.
Chad, if you had to guess like how many seconds this game camera has shown the A site, it's probably like less than 20 in the entirety of this half.
Yeah, I guess we had the pistol round where they just got disintegrated after they planted the bomb.
Yeah, and then kick it in the second round, disintegrating them again.
They walked in and then they all died.
Yeah, so the first 2 rounds we got to see the first letter of the alphabet. For now, though, Spirit have demonstrated the capacity to break into B and have broken the economy. So looking for 4.
Yeah, I think right here, if you're not familiar, those pistols right over there, they're called the starter pistols. You know, you get them for free. You get them for absolute free here. So
now you can see it.
This is what it looks like, guys. You got the double box, you got the big box, you got a nice little boost up there next to the tree. You can go in that little temple.
You have that most criminally underchecked corner by the plateau box.
Yeah, that one right there. Like to see like players like Axile, I think Rez was playing there as well. They just kind of chill there on those eco rounds.
Well, I mean, it's because you've got so many other angles to be responsible for.
Yeah. Donut as well is a bit of a prickly position.
This is where I'd actually give the USPs some odds. Oh, wow. Lovely little pop, but they don't choose to push on it. It does get Mir very defensive, and I'd assume Kickit should be aware. Oh, nice try, but Mir's too good.
Yeah, you can see the A site smoked off here. A deep temple smoke. One towards the side of the site. And there's a kill for Buster. Going to be mopped up quickly by SDY. And we'll call this one done and dusted. Just Flit, just James trying to knife something. He liked what Yakinda did earlier, and there's Flit. He's gone. A couple of kills, not too shabby, but 8-4. And this is, by the stats, guys, quite a CT bias map.
Yes.
So if you're Team Spirit right now, 4 rounds is actually pretty good. I know it doesn't seem that way, but 4 rounds is pretty good. Whatever they can get on top from here is going to be great. If they can get themselves up to 5-6, really quite a good half here. But it was just feeling in the early stages like the second half of Inferno was carrying on through, and the VP shutout was looking to continue here. But the mid control quick this time, out they barrel. Flit in no man's land, and the kill his way. Mir's down, looking desperate as they head back towards A.
That was hyper aggressive from Mir. And James jumping for info. It's unlikely he'll be able to get the smoke down before. Yeah, weapons equipped now. Get some info. A passive jump for it. Ready to extinguish. This is interesting now. Do they commit? You kind of, I was going to say have to. Flit will hear the retreat. He's going to be relaying that information. Loud steps on the retreat. Yakinda's already readying to catch any lurky boys B, but he'll be able to check mid as well. So powerful position for him to be in here.
With that info he's just taken, you know, it is a good opportunity for Buster either to hedge his bets, rotate back to mid, or push on down, right? You can either leave Yakinda here to hold mid, or you can leave him to hold B, and it looks like they've opted for the B side as mid is the area of traction. A flash and a fight.
Oh, he could. I mean, he'd be setting himself up for the potential double. Magix is responsible. He has Kickit to call upon if he needs aid.
His back is just completely turned to B right now. Like, he's got a sixth sense about this one. There's no one behind him.
Yeah, fake the steps, rotate back to A. In fact, look, VP, no. Oh, and Kick collects. Chopper, that's more of an indication that they're trying to go A. Here they come. Jame in Temple, close on the CTL. Buster's ready. And bring in the fight. They strike in unison again. It's so brutal. It goes from 0 to a 1 round. VP 9 Spirit 4, and as you discussed, don't forget, yes, does favor the CT side, but not only winning the half, but now extending that lead. And the timeout called, Team Spirit want to take that pause?
It looks like it's a technical timeout
Okay.
here. We have just had a player drop from the server, so wanting to get all those little bits and bobs sorted. It is SDY at the end again, so hopefully not too many dramas here before we can get this one back underway. But right now, it looks like Team Spirit are expecting to force VP around the map, and VP tend to be one step ahead in a lot of these occasions here, because that is a perfect example right there. Chopper hears the rotation coming on through CT spawn with the footsteps. Kickett's waiting for that, right? And he gets baited in, Chopper dies, and at that point they have a very good idea. And one of the key things that I think that VP had for them, especially throughout that online era, was Yakinda was a player that they could just leave on a side of the map on his lonesome. And he could just hold it down. They'd have a lot of faith and confidence in him. The fact that they had so many players heavy over towards A, it's a feature of the fact they can leave Yakinda and the fact that they're reading them very well.
It's a luxury, isn't it? And I think that what's so good about, especially with Ancient and the way that contributes, is the fact that not only can Yakinda be on the most commonly hit part of the map, and the most important position to hold in lights and lamps, but he can actually also play a huge amount of information on his own back and use his own best judgment to the point where he is the perfect man for the job. It's a lot of responsibility. It's like the solo B Inferno Orpers, you know, you get to put your Zywus on it and Vitality sit there and play a confident 4-1 setup. It's similar in that respect, and of course it was rare to see such a stubbornness from Spirit to hit the A site. We talked about it. Haven't seen much of that, but in the round 13, we do get to see a gun round head that way.
Yeah, just to keep everybody up to date here, it just was a PC crash, so we're hoping to get that one fixed ASAP. And we'll get him back in as soon as we can. Looks okay. So I've just received word from the voices in my head that they will be switching the PC. So 3 to 4 minutes. So now, if you want, right, I'd recommend quickly running to the loo or grabbing yourself a drink. That would be 2 things that you could do within these 3 to 4 minutes.
Talking about voices in your head.
Yes.
Do you talk to yourself? Like, as in, can you hear your own dialogue? Like, you know, is there a voice? Does it have a voice?
It depends, right? When I go through my everyday, because I'm on autopilot with the most of the things I do, right? But when I'm sitting there and I'm actually forced into a time where it's quiet and I have nothing, like when the power goes out in Malta, right? When the power goes out in Malta and you haven't charged your phone, that is the time when you do sit there and I do hear my inner dialogue.
When you're staring at the candle, going back to your caveman days.
Yeah, because that right there, I can't even read a book. But yeah, like that's not too bad whatsoever. But yeah, I do have that voice in my head.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting. Some people don't. Some people straight up don't. I think so.
I don't think about it, right?
No,
but
right.
I'm not often in a situation where I'm not stimulated by something.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a dopamine fiend. I'll always try and find some form of stimulation or distraction.
But I know when I tried to go on, well, I don't want to call it a health kick, but I know when I tried to be a little bit more mindful about myself last year and I was doing yoga and stuff in the mornings that, you do get a bit more focused, right? And that's one of the things here that I think, if we want to relate that back to Counter-Strike in a big way, right, is that these
You're
players...
already pulling us back.
Well, no, it's just because I think that it is something which is important for this type of a situation.
Yeah.
Because if people at home aren't familiar with a technical timeout, you're not allowed to talk.
Yeah.
You're also not allowed to type. So you have to sit right here, and that dialogue that you have in your head, you kind of want to keep it on point. You want to keep the intensity there. You want to keep going through what's next. You know, what do we do? Make sure you don't start to stray your focus, that you start to think about the external factors, or that you don't let the moment of the scoreline being 9-4 start to mount on top of you, right? That's where, we can draw the parallel back to Counter-Strike, because that dialogue inside your head is actually going to be important in moments like this.
Yeah, 100%. And it's, I think, mental game. Obviously, it's the notoriously unquantifiable, but it is also something that we can observe. Like, there are some players that I think just have world-class mental. Simple, obviously, is a prime example. Like, I mean, he hasn't always, but it's something that you can see a clear upswing in his ability to just focus on his problems and his successes.
He has a championship mentality here, and this is like the major for Na'Vi coming in where they're the clear favorite. But speaking of simple, last night on his Instagram, he did like an AMA, and people could just send him on Instagram and ask questions. And one of them that came through, and this one I found quite amusing, it was, who impressed you in Challenger stage, ? And his reply was, no one. Now...
Oh. The VP mid laner, is it?
Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, like, yeah, okay, all right. I know, I see what you've done there. But, yeah, like, you see that and you read and you think, okay, you know, like, what type of Counter-Strike have we seen? What type of Counter-Strike are we expecting to get out of Simple here? Do you see that 1-on-5 that he had on Mirage in FPL just the other day?
Bro.
Right, that was awesome to watch. Like, from the enemy's position, right? Like, that was really quite fun to watch.
And I reckon, you know how like the FYP is like in a machine learning algorithm, like on Instagram, you know, this For You page, basically it works slowly, tries to appeal to you with different content.
Okay.
And I'm just suggesting that I reckon Simples is just like Kobe, Michael Jordan quotes, Mike Tyson, because I get some of them in mine. I reckon every single one of his is like, I need new haters because the new ones are fans. Every single one is just motivational quotes from GOATs. Wow, that made sense and rhymed. But back to off-topic discussion, because I have no ETA. Another one in terms of what you can visualize. I'd like to know, you guys at home, can you visualize, if I say pink apple, like a pink apple, can you visualize it in your head? Can you see a pink apple in your head?
I think of a pink lady apple.
Ah, ooh. So I can actually straight up see like a full 3D render of a like bright pink apple. It's got like a maybe a cyan core, like it's different colors as you take a bite. You can't visualize that?
No.
You see? How interesting. Brains
Like,
are all weird and wired differently in there. And
like, if it was in front of me and like you've just explained it to me, then like, yeah, I can get it. Like, it's not that I can't fathom its existence. It's that I don't build the mental picture of it.
How about a tree made of water? Could you visualize that? I can. Like, it's all bibbly wibbly. It's all contained.
I have an idea of what it should or could look like. Right?
Your own picture of it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't picture it quite visually. Like
it's more wordy?
It's a bit more like, yeah, so this is what does water look like? Okay, and you know, they kind of go from there. I don't know. That's a curious one. I'm not great at thinking.
And there he is on your screens as well to highlight your Kinder once more. The desk outline. He is calm like water. He is. But the desk outlining him as a win condition. But at this point in time, I think credit really does have to be given to Kicker, because he's gone above and beyond. On Inferno, he was leading in opening duels. He was leading at the top of the scoreboard. He finds himself on 17 frags here on Ancient as well. No one from the Team Spirit roster has broken double digits. He's closing in on 20.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good day at the office here for Kicker. Now, we shouldn't be too far away. We're just loading into Steam right now. That's when the phones come out, the Steam Guard comes on through, and just make sure the config and all those bits and bobs are looking pretty. But there is also a B stream going on right now. If you're interested in that one, it is Heroic versus Entropiq. I'm not quite sure what the scoreline is over there. It's twitch.tv/PGL_CSGO. Okay. I'm getting the reports in live and direct here. It's 8-7 currently for Heroic on the second map of Nuke.
Interesting. Okay. So
First map went to Heroic, right, on Ancient?
It was, yeah.
Okay. So it's not too bad over there by any means for Heroic. This is a qualification game for them as well. Winner of that will join the likes of Copenhagen Flames and FaZe, who went through yesterday. Just to go through the teams who are currently waiting in the Legend stage. Let's see if I can do this off the top of my head. Na'Vi, Gambit, Liquid, everyone's favorite EG, of course, NIP, FURIA. Damn. Who am I missing?
I missed the list. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. Gambit, Na'Vi, FURIA, Liquid, EG, NIP. Why am I blanking? It's big names I'm blanking on here too. Oh, G2, of course. And the last one, Vitality. How can I forget about Zywoo? Thank God. Yeah, all right, there you go. Two massive ones. The French. I'm sorry. I didn't intentionally mean to leave the French representation out of things here. Nico for G2 and obviously Zywoo for Vitality. So some big names waiting in the wings here. And that'll be on Saturday. We do this all again. The Swiss stage, same situation. Best of ones is the establishing matches. Best of threes is the decider for either progression to the Champions playoff stage or elimination from the event. But here you go. We're back underway. Thank you for bearing with us.
And to kind of get you back into the frame of mind for this half, it was very much one-way traffic. Spirit unable to post a single round on the second half of Inferno, and it took him a while to get started here on Ancient. But Dexter, starting as he means to go on. A 9-6 half is straight up competitive.
Yeah, it'll be a really good half, and that's a huge opener right now. This one is going to be a very awkward round for VP now as they're hedging back towards the B-bomb side again. Dexter trying his luck against Jane, but he's going to get one back in a 4v4 as the fights continue. Yakinder and Flit chime on in. Magix is down, and it's fallen apart after the opener.
So quickly.
They just went and took the fight. You're there? All right, we're coming. That's normally when the round just like settles in. Do we wait for any? That's what you want. You want the CTs to go aggressive.
And there's more to come. James gets jiggled. No real stress yet. Mir, however, has just called the A site pretty damn wide open. He's cleared the big box. Kickit even concerned about middle, so it's
the timing.
It's a potential timing, exactly. James been summoned. Kickit wants back up, and the smoke will confirm his suspicions back to the temple. James fills the gap mid for now. The bomb will be planted by SDY. There's denial.
Oh, no, it won't.
Brutal angle. SDY denied, and this one's fallen completely short of the mark.
Wait.
Oh, that's a flank. Mir, 2 targets on his plate.
Oh, my God.
This could be huge. This could be absolutely gigantic. Now the 1v4.
Yakinda's low.
Falls into a 1v2. Bombs on site. He's got time and he spots out Flip. That's the healthy one. He's hit the headshot as well. Mir to save spirits, hopes, dreams. He's gone all the way around to the A side of the map. Yakinda could catch him off here. It's about denying.
He's playing the bomb.
Yeah, makes sense. Will Mir fake? Oh, and he strikes. Yakinda denies. Mir with nearly another hero play. That's 2 now. 1 per map, where they could have been 2v4 on Inferno, 1v4 for him, Mir, and it comes down to the 1v1 again.
Can't believe how far he's been able to slink into the backlines there. That was very good positioning, but it's all too little too late. This is how it started with the trade back onto Dexter. The nades coming on through, and Kickit denying the plant right there has thrown the round on its head. And that's the thing. Mir knew that Yakinda was somewhere over towards middle, but just wasn't ready for it. The low HP.
Oof.
And here we go. The last round. The buys in, the Tech-9s, the Galil, and Flit's about to fight.
Yeah, he's so blind, and they may be too. I think they caught wind of him.
They're chasing. James?
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 Hey, brother.
James.
Could be a problem. Spirit, with just Tech-9s, have got a bigger advantage than they've been able to find with the full buy. Smokes down. High flash. Flitz on the reload. The bomb's surely going to be uncontested on this one. Look at all this util dump. They've got more to come as well. There's another couple of flashes of smoke. Zendry will not stop the bomb plant. SDY gets it down. Advantage Spirit. They have to make this 5.
Shadow.
Locked, loaded, ready to rock and or roll. A 2-on-2 now. It's become competitive, but SDY's flank is everything. Kickit's aware of this. There's a timing on this. He's going to be patient. And as it fades, SDY did look away and down to 2 HP. James with an AWP. The health not so relevant anymore. That they fake catching Dexter on the look. Quick one. This gets awkward now. 5 seconds. Oh, it could have been. It could have been just shy of the mark. Whistles past the shoulder. And 5 will do.
Yeah, 5. All right, we can work with that if you're a Spirit fan right now. 5 is better than this was looking. 7 in the hole here, being able to get a respectable half. I'm quite to see a CT bias map of Ancient right now.
Chad, I'm going to hit you with some hard-hitting analysis here. It's a really important pistol.
All right, we'll slap him in the face with the cliches early. We'll let you all know.
It's a really important pistol. I mean, you just can't. If you're Team Spirit, you've had really bad starts to the last 2 halves.
Now,
they
here's
went
the
down
thing.
0-8 in 2 halves back-to-back.
SDY, don't knife Chopper, all right? As we have a little bit of discussion here, right? Leaving spawn, guys, we cannot risk losing any HP before we even see the bad guys.
The bad guys.
The bad guys. Well, you got the good guys,
No,
you got the bad guys.
I remember in the playground, it was always like you split up the teams. You want to be the goodies or the baddies?
Well, it's quite clear who's who in this.
Let's go. Ooh. Interesting decision. A 4-man mid setup?
James, you're about to... A rude shock.
I'm not interested, says James.
Buster is.
And he's going to run towards the A site while they try and break into a 1-man B defense. I say 1-man.
Chopper likes this box, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it could be potent. If they go for an open plant, okay, good angle for the plant.
Well,
Chopper's been spotted out. He's got his backup though, no stress.
The boys are here.
Yeah, and Spirit are hitting all the necessary headshots. Yakinda's at least isolated them. James going around the world to really ruin the day of Spirit. They can't lose this. They're not going to be aware of this though. They're not going to be expecting this. Yakinda's already extended play. Now James strikes. Now an equal exchange. Can't find their head. Running out of bullets. Kickit contributes. This is madness. And it's going down to the wire. A 1v1. They had 5 players up against 3. And now James can play the clock. He's called the bluff. He's just hanging out. Inspecting the cobbles. Tucks in. The clock is on his side. And the most important pistol for Spirit's hopes of a Legend stage run. Early. Denied.
That's miserable. Look right now on the screen, just under James' toes was where the defuse kit was. So even for Mir to get the kit and have any chance in that, he would have had to have gone through James regardless. Like, looked like it should have been Team Spirit's round.
And the reaction of conceding a disadvantage and still having the guts to go all the way A. If anything, it works in two ways, because hopefully you're hoping Donut hears you and they over-rotate the wrong way, but it still leads to a beautiful flank.
It's a massive risk, right? You bang on there. Like, it is a risk to take, but that was the round-winning flank. So the only way to get through a round like that was with a play that we just saw. And look at this. That's a 5-on-3 at this juncture. Kinder gets one back. James now throws the round to distribute because they know the flank's coming, so they want to force the site fights to completely negate James from the round, but he still ends up winning it.
And we say round winning. We have to also direct some credit to Kicker. He's on low HP, and again, he finds a double. He's got 22 frags.
It's a great game from him so far, but look, this is going to be one of the last chances that Spirit have, and they put all of the chips towards the center of the table here. It's going to be the FAMAS coming out for Mir. The rest are going to be upgraded into some pistols. It's actually 3 5.7s and 1 Deagle. No defuse kit, 3 smokes, a bunch of flashes, and a Molotov. Deep molly from Magic's here. We'll hold them at bay, but if you are VP and you guys caught Inferno, you know on the T side, that doesn't necessarily have to be a rush, especially against a low buy. You first of all want to identify where the stacks are at, what type of buy that you're dealing with, and then you're going to get a little bit of a move on here. So the passive 3-man stance outside of the B doors. 2 players over towards A, defaulting, and Kinder, the point man through, spots one and the other.
Ooh, good restraint, good restraint. Baits into the Buster hold. Clears out Cubby.
Looking very calm, Buster. He is going to be just chilling out behind the smoke here. Magix is getting closer, 2 HP. Bit of a...
What's Magic's plan with that? Is he just trying to underhand the smoke? Yeah, okay. So yeah, just trying to hopefully buy some time for this mid push.
But the thing is, because the CTs are so active, if VP just...
Oh, it's going to be the perfect time, isn't it? Nice hold. Actually, works out wonderfully. Allowed to reposition, reclaw an advantage. There's even a weapon that could potentially find itself into a Spirit member's hands. No one's going to retrieve it. There it goes.
James here. It has to be back towards B, but this is where they need to break the 3 players right now. Remember, Magix is low, 2 HP. Dexter close 2, and Mir ready to swing on out.
This could work wonders. If Magic baits them, yes, and a frag as well. Can he get anything more done, though? He's lost his partner in crime, and he does take another head. The 2 HP Wonder Child delivers a competitive round for the boys of Spirit, a crucial one. Buster's not expecting Mir, and now only James. The molly will enable the plant. He has to disrespect it. That's fair play to Mir. He had a read of the situation. It would have enabled him to isolate some jewels, extend the finances of VP, and you can see what it's done to them. No plant, 1,400 in the bank accounts. It is going to be Spirit able to close the gap here.
Yeah, VP can't even drop like AKs and Galuls across, so it is going to be an awkward looking purchase. There has been a scout bought for James, so Kickit will drop that across. He's going to get a Deagle back for his troubles here. Buster, he's... Okay, yeah, finally buying out a spawn. I was going to say maybe he's going to hold on to some extra cash just for something a bit fruity in the next round of play. Nice nade. Good damage done to James here, but they're going to allow the scout to search. Now, the reason he's going to scope in early, like you can see here, obviously he is aware of the pushes, but as you start to enter A main, if you make noise, it's all heard from the donut position. So you need to be careful with the sound cues in this part of the map.
SDY's going to be careful with these jiggles. James quick. And the util. Ooh, he is quick about that. Quickly gets himself out of dodge, and Mir ready to do a lot of nade damage. Start counting that up. Does chip away at Flit and Yakinda. The patience on James, just struggling to track the quick head movements of SDY. Mir will clean house. And the gap begins to close.
Both very low here. Let's call this 7. Now, it will have to be the save for VP here. Team Spirit have a cushion right now. This should be the 8th round. You want to avoid as many deaths as possible. Make sure that they don't get that bomb down. And it looks like we do have a bit of a timeout coming on through. SDY's the one not moving here just yet. So
he's been having PC issues.
He has. So maybe he just has to tidy up a couple of settings. You know, coming back in, maybe something just has been overlooked here. It was a change of a PC. You've got to worry about, you know, graphic settings on the desktop. You know, a lot of things you got to get right.
Your point of precision.
TeamSpeak. It always seems to like blow the new gen's mind when we're like, oh yeah, we use TeamSpeak. We don't use Discord.
Yeah.
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 Well, back in the day, we used to use bloody Ventrilo. And most of you probably don't even know what Ventrilo is.
No.
Shout out to you
Mumble.
old-timers. Then we go even more old school. We can talk about MIRC.
Now that was...
What was the UK server on?
QuakeNet.
Okay, we were on Enter the Game.
That was another server?
Yeah.
Damn. I just remember just how good it felt when you got, like, you'd been hanging around long enough to be starting to get recognized in the IRC, and then the next level was when I got, like...
Plus V?
Was it Plus? Yeah, Plus V, that's it.
Yeah, and Plus O. So
Oh
Plus
my God,
V was
that's a
like,
throwback,
yeah,
bro.
like a VIP, and Plus O was like an operator, so then you could do that, you could change the title
Extra
and that kind of stuff. You could
commands.
kick people and
Yeah.
stuff from the channels. Just, it is going to be a little bit of a PC restart here again, I think, as the game crashed. So a couple more minutes. Oh, actually, it looks like we're getting underway quite quickly. SDY is back in. The match medic has been called upon. So
Gonna have a quick look at that B stream as well. Let's have a little update as to how Heroic Entropiq is going. Oh, it looks like you got a really competitive one over there. If you're interested, it's easy to find. It's PGL_CSGO. An 8-7 on the second map, but it does look like the T side out of Entropiq is competitive. So worth checking out if you're interested.
Yeah, you'd want to hope that Heroic are like the heavy favorites in that one, especially after losing to Flames yesterday, right? And Flames have been playing fantastic Counter-Strike, right? But Heroic coming into this, we wanted to see them in their best peak form. I'm hoping they warm up more into the tournament, assuming they do qualify for that Legends stage. Entropiq will get another chance tomorrow. So that will be the same for the loser of this series on your screen right now. Whoever loses out of VP versus Spirit are not eliminated from the tournament. They will have one more crack in a best of 3 tomorrow. We have Mouz Sports versus Renegades. So to any of the Aussies who are watching early today, I don't know if you're going to be awake later tonight to see that game, but Dexter versus his old team of Renegades, which he left for European soil. That's a fun little storyline to keep tabs on there, but that one's for elimination, so it's a bit of a Game of Thrones scripty.
Who's writing that script, man?
That's like horrible.
Oh,
the poor boys.
Like you know, that was one of those situations in the same way like Nork getting replaced, where you just kind of you sit there and you go, okay, man, yeah, it makes sense.
Makes sense.
Oh, Dex, you've been offered to bring Oceanic in-game leadership to the Tier 1 European soil. You take that.
Yeah.
You take that. I don't blame you, bro. But now they're about to go head-to-head for elimination of the Major Dream.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. You can see there on the right-hand side of the screen here, we just brought on in that scoreline from the B stream. But we do get things back underway, and where we left off was VP staring down the barrel of an economical here, just going to save their pennies and keep that piggy bank full of as much cash as possible here. In the next round to play, it will be the 2,400 loss bonus.
You know what, Chad? I'll say it. There is a 100% chance. 100% chance.
Of rain today.
Of rain today? No, of VP losing this round. There
Okay,
is a
well,
0% chance that Spirit will let this one slip.
You've gone full Jason Moses O'Toole.
He always told me, he said, never go 100%, but here I am, speaking in absolutes like a Sith.
Yeah, you don't want to do what Jason does. He's renovating a bloody house at the moment.
Yeah, no one wants to do that. Faffing around with insulation, not my jam.
He's got a couple of cute dogs, though, so we'll let him off the hook. But one of these rounds, when you are on a full eco, one of the best things that you can opt to do here is take the time to wait for the CT protocol utility, right? For them to lob out the smokes, the Molotovs, use their HEs, because all of that will need to be reinvested in the next round of play. That's going to keep that CT-sided economy relatively humbled. But on the other side of things, if Team Spirit don't throw out the nades, eventually you're going to have to put some bodies on the line here to keep them honest. Flip a little bit of a wiggle, has a good idea that Temple is where they reside, stepping on in. SDY does go down. Dexter under pressure now.
Okay, damage has been resolved. And that's the end of that. Just the one casualty. No one's going to get too upset over on the Team Spirit side, and certainly not upset to see that gap closing. I mean, again, two maps back-to-back. We've seen large CT slews out of VP, but they really did claw it back, really responding well to find themselves the 5 necessary in that T-half. And now that's 3 on the trot. Team Spirit's defense, stringing it together, winning that force buy and building upon it. There's a perfect highlight of exactly what I'm talking about. And yeah, coming down to that 1v1 in the pistol. Didn't really last much longer, the great force buy and its conversion. We're into a full gun though, Chad. Let's see how this one shapes up. Oh, hyper-aggressive. Magix, he wants control of lane and he's got it. That's the power of the deep smoke, Chad.
But they lost 100 HP between the two of them right there. Mir and Magix are both burnt down to 44 points of health. That is a lot to give up for space alone here. It's just like the banana control they were going for on Inferno.
Quick knee-jerk reaction from VP is head A, but look at this. Chopper anticipating it, reading it well. He'll be in a prime position to contribute.
they've almost completely evacuated that B bomb site right now. They've just left one man, which is Magic's, with the MP9 to jiggle P.
It almost feels very reminiscent of Inferno, right? It
does.
Like they've just deep smoked Banana, taken full Banana control, and it's in the same way VP, classic VP form, they go poke and prod at the other side of the map and will return.
Okay, well, I understand because on Inferno, as you mentioned, VP did get a move on when they knew it was a heavy presence towards the other side. But now they've just chilled, and still remember, Magix and Mir are half HP.
Dexter's been summoned, trying to get his AWP into a prime position. He may be a bit late. That's aggressive. Magix catches him off guard. He took a chunk out of Buster too. Hard shot missed by Dexter. Jane breaks into the site, leading with that AK-47.
Oh.
Multiple targets they line up, and this one disintegrating for VP. Kicker's looking the wrong way, about to be pantsed. I say that. So it's baited breath. This is a powerful position to be in.
Buster's definitely dead.
Yeah, baited a little. Kickit might be able to do some damage, but the time's so sensitive, it's just unlikely. Yeah. Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, all right. Well, that one, even with the HP disadvantage that was taken earlier, I couldn't believe how much they were willing to lay on the line right there.
It's a Jaguar, not a cheat. It's the first time I've taken a closer look at the kitty. You were telling me.
Wait, Kick It, don't go down off the time. That is a nightmare. $50. What the bloody hell is going on here?
Oh, you can see the smile on his face. It's been a while since we saw that. Chopper knows how much that means.
That is massive.
What happened there? I averted my gaze. I assumed he wasn't to be cleared.
They spammed through the wall. It didn't hit him, but I think that he thought they knew where he was. So he's going out to look to see if he can. That's bad.
That is bad.
Like he was already in a tough spot, but he actually took the fight to them. So
he's got $50.
Yeah, next round he is going to get the full max loss bonus of 3,400. So if they can plant, it's not the end of the world, but they have to plant here.
All right, a different mission for VP. The round a bonus, but the bomb plant compulsory to overcome the disadvantage of the death after time. Oof.
Just a strange one. And they've been stalled out again over towards this B lane. Definitely not as much real estate for Spirit to work with here, but they would need some bangers, and Dexter's nade looks like it's destined for damage and success. Comp that one, Buster.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it, but I think Spirit have snuck a couple of magnets into Buster's Kevlar. He's been catching these nades.
They have smokes for left and right. You can see Flit and James lining them up.
It's only going to be Magix now. Like, if Magix can delay, then that bomb does not go down. If they can find that insta-dink, they're cooking. They're cooking with gas, and that's the end of Magix. Chopper knows what's up and fights through the smoke. SDY joins him. They
couple of wobbles, but we got the players at least on the A stream.
And Spirit just don't let their man be isolated. They don't let Magix go down for naught. They know that he's being hunted. He's communicating as such, and yeah, they just strike, disrespecting the smokes. It's not a wall. And there goes another tech timeout.
This time it's not SDY at least. It's going to be Magix this time round. So a couple of wobbles, but we got the players at least on the A stream within that little tournament environment, the studio setup that you can see here.
I'd say wobble is onomatopoeic, would you? Wobble.
Yeah.
Wibbly wobble.
Yeah, like jelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I kind of visualize
it. Or like a big piece of like corrugated.
Or like a wobbly head, a bobblehead. Wobble.
Yeah.
I kind of feel it.
I'm with you. I see where we're going with this.
Magix is on its way back. Fingers crossed. We'll get this one back underway shortly. A reminder as well that tech timeouts does mean no talking. So in terms of momentum, it can get a bit uncomfortable. Don't forget, Spirit are on a real run here.
Big versus ENCE. Just having a look at today's matches is another massive game that I think is going to pop off today. I won't lie, I wasn't hugely impressed with Big, but then against Renegades, they did own them. That was dismantling right there. So hopefully we get that Big against ENCE today, because Snappy and the boys have been looking good. The Movistar Riders versus TYLOO, that one's for elimination. And I don't know which side I would be willing to fall on that. I think that TYLOO definitely lack in terms of the experience in this type of a field.
Yeah.
And Astralis versus Pain, and that should be an Astralis victory.
Should be. Certainly, unless the Astralis of day one somehow completely resurface.
Yeah, look, you're hoping now that they have a bit more confidence in themselves. The GODSENT win yesterday, it wasn't the cleanest, but it was still a win. So they have to remember who they are, right?
They do. And I know what the desk was saying as well, that like had Pain, GODSENT were given the luxury of facing Astralis after that terrible day in terms of, broken mental and potentials for comebacks. And, the way Anders was talking about it as well, he was bang on when he was describing that this was it was the most like brutal way to be losing the game for GODSENT. Like every 2v2, every mid-round, every 3v3 was going the way of Astralis. But that's a confidence booster for them. We'll be talking about that later because we're back in, folks, and mixing it up off the back of the extended timeout. So Yakinda's going to take contact on this. SDY dropping his util early. They can just respect that cut noise. Stay chill. Yakinda's going to try and sell this as best he can. It's only SDY. Oof. Good util usage and throwing it regularly. And they're just going to walk in. They're just going to walk in. He has to play retake. Oh, what the hell? A very blind kick it. And Chopper's caught another. Yakinda's luck is gone. VP's members are gone, and they could lose another one here.
The server might be gone as well here, Alex. Maybe we come back. Look at this. It's like ice skating.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, on a minute. You reckon?
Back.
What do you think happens?
I had a fun stat for you. I'll just tell you that instead.
Well, I think Team Spirit are going to win this round.
Fab one, and they're starting to forget what it felt like. They did. But yeah, that brings us to another Team Spirit round. And VP, in the last 15 rounds of play across 2 halves, have posted just 4 rounds. It's a dramatic fall off of their contributions.
A drought.
A very big one. And they're starting to forget what it felt like. The taste of victory as this consecutive run from Team Spirit have not dropped a single defensive round since that force buy.
Neither of these teams have had patterns on their T sides. And what I mean by that is they haven't established defaults. They haven't established what parts of map control they can take quite easily on their T sides. It has all just either been a little bit more pouncy or something that has been rushed. And now again, and this is in classic VP fashion, they've gone for a buy that is odd, right? It's max loss bonus territory. They will all be able to purchase next round. Yakinda has purchased quite far down here.
I think he dropped it.
But yeah, it's wild to be going in that fashion, right? So they're making themselves competitive, but they're going A again.
They are, and unfortunately, yeah. They can't. Oh, it's a disaster. I'm trying to process what we've just seen there. So the double incendiary, even though the extinguish came in, they flashed ahead of it. So they've got all the info that the initial intention was towards A.
Yeah, now there's no nades.
And now cancel that.
Because it was an all-in.
And don't forget as well, Spirit were anticipating that. They even dispatched Dexter off spawn to be there to back up and bolster the numbers on A. Chopper's got a lot on his plate here, and if he doesn't check, but he will. And there's potential that they won't anticipate a full quick presence switch up to that B side of the map.
What a defensive smoke that was. Could get multiple kills out of this.
Yeah, good response out of Flit. Buster still does the dirty work, but yeah, that bomb is loose. It's not stopping the duels go in the favor of VP.
Okay, a 2-on-2. Now this one actually starts to get a little bit interesting here.
What a recovery. Magic's got to be cautious. The crosshair was there, but he's quicker. Yakinda, down and out. And James ready to take that same space away. Magic's absent. He's taking some serious risks here. And if he can tuck in, not looking the right way. Magic's greets him with a bullet. Spirit take the lead. And you can see the belief starting to grow in the Team Spirit camp.
Yeah, this is looking great now for a Team Spirit map pickup here. Now, the guns will finally come out for, I want to say everybody for VP, but based off of Yakinda only having 3.7, it might have to be the Galil it is. And you never love to see him on that instead of the AK-47. But regardless, they have a buy. They have the AWP. But what is the approach? Because this A bomb site seems like it's a no-go zone, and they tried to go there an awful lot here. Way towards mid. Deep smoke as well. Jane won't be getting anything. Yakinda through the flames. Quick up for this cave control. That molly holding him at bay for now. Choppers across. I want to drop that smoke, creating a wall. We saw Yakinda do a similar play to this, and Yakinda has a massive gap. Yakinda should get this kill if Chopper steps out too far. Just way too deep on that smoke was Chopper. That was a gift for Yakinda.
Hard to find an opening frag in that room in particular. He's done it on his own.
It's an unforced error as well. Just flubbed the smoke.
Okay, well, on the back foot a little.
think they realized that Flit crossed here because the rotation coming in right now from Magix, he's just dropped back to cover off the red house. So, well, just left one man of Dexter towards B who still gets a kill.
It's up to Flit now. It's going to be checked. Doesn't even adjust. Can't afford to. 3 on 3.
All the kills are isolated as well. It doesn't feel like there's any trade potential. You can't take space off of this. Oh, you're not going to creep through the smoke, are you? Oh, the timing. What is going on?
Dead, man. Dexter falls. Yekenda with a ballsy maneuver, and James anticipating that donut player. He knows SDY is still alive, and it's Mir that goes down. Magix left to his own devices. Good luck, have fun. 20 seconds if he could disrupt. It's a common clear. Yekenda looking in the right place, and as it fades, it's the first victim. Oh, Magix! Oh! That is something! Snaps to the head! VP dead! The dragon bests the polar bear, and it's all Magix.
The coach in the background there, I don't think anyone quite believes it. And the grin on his face, magic moment right there. Let's check this one out again. The smoke fades.
Third frag, dude.
Yakinda's ready too. Snappy.
Yeah, we're not talking about Marco.
Woo. All right, well, the best chance VP have had this entire half ripped away from them. And of course, the timeout in response here. That one is going to sting. Yakinda on the timing through the cave smoke push. James waiting and waiting and waiting. Catches SDY, but nothing matters.
Dude, and the round's over. As he gets that first kill, it's over before the first death can communicate where he's died from. It's just the swiftest triple we've seen. Clutch, no less. Magix is present, and that might be a gift indeed for Spirit to close out their map pick here.
All right, well, now we're talking. That makes Overpass seem all that more juicy just around the corner. Now the third map in play, and well, the bomb didn't go down, so VP left with a rough one again. Couple of AKs, couple of Galils, the Tech 9, light util. The buy looking much better on the other side of things. Flint, space towards middle now. It's desperate times for VP. Nothing seems to be working here. They need someone to change that conversation, and Dexter. Smoke blooms, nade to follow through. A little bit of damage done, but space here for Flit as he makes his way in towards Donut. The duel. That's near necessary. And the stalemate as SDY joins the party. They're holding them at bay in middle. They have to back off because once that mid smoke fades, they can re-pick.
I feel like Kicket's actions were just to pull one of those two Donut members away. Reduces the likelihood that Flit's advance up back towards the ledge will be stopped. A nice lineup for their smoke. Enables a deep one on ramp. Enticing you into that common ramp corner.
It's enough util here for VP to go for a very basic B execute. Smoking off the left and right lanes. A Molotov towards the cubby position as well, and they can go.
James gets to recover the smoke. He'll be throwing the full exec to enable 3 to commit with Flit from this bedroom. Counter utils out. Flit, though, what an element of surprise he has. He's trying to be loud about it. He's got the site locked down.
It's a fast flank here from
Mir. It
Mir.
is very fast from him, and he may not anticipate it with SDY taking contact. Mir does strike, the element of surprise, and now Kicket has to cancel the plant. Buster and him partnered up on the site, and down goes another. Spirit looking set. Bomb now down. It's a 1 versus 4 with only the Tech 9. Call it 14. Great recovery from Team Spirit here into the second half, and still undefeated since that pistol.
Yeah, this is great stuff, right? You're seeing now the holes within the game here. The T side is just lacking for VP. Right? I think maybe we've had 2 full gun rounds in total, either due to saves or due to the dying after time of Kick It. Remember that. So you don't have to go back too far, but it's definitely a change of demeanor on the Team Spirit faces. And it was looking bleak. There is some fight. Plant down, the gun's out, the buy back, James into the AWP, but in the first half, Kick It was the hero. In the second half, VP, they need one. They need one, and who are they going to call upon right now?
Magix, the one that resuscitated them a little here, and he's lost his head quickly. Mir's taking a real gamble, trying to support them as best he can, trying to be responsible for mid and lane in quick succession. Actually just changing his mind, he gives the responsibility over to SDY, and now looking to maintain at least some degree of information and presence towards this mid side of the map. They've given up A completely. It's a fair gamble, a fair cop. There's a universe where Spirit can turn this on its head, you know.
And they have enough money where they can actually stay in contention for this. Right, next round they have a buy no matter what. So they want to fight. You can understand Mia hiding in plain sight here. This cut out, hard to clear.
He might be focused on Donut, you know. Backs are going to be turned. Backs are turned. Baby sat. Nice. Kick it. Locks it down. VP looking to actually break their silence here and post their second T round.
Wait, the bomb's going back towards A.
Yeah, Flit's got full temple control. Going to clear CT. And
SDY is.
Chopper could catch him. SDY's going to hear this. That's the bomb. That's the bomb.
Can't chase him down, but he will be quick on the flank. And if Yakinda doesn't hurry up... Oh, Yakinda hasn't hurried up. The bomb's loose. There's 30 seconds. He can try and lock this down. Look at the util, the smoke, the molly.
The smoke's perfect. The smoke is absolutely perfect. And Chopper will contribute. James caught off. VP, this is a slip-up. Buster trying to bail him out. 15 seconds. Has SDY got it in him? Has he got it in him? First is great on the angle, adjusting into the second. He knows where Buster was. He's going to play the time. There is no time. SDY will hear him. He can run it down. Play the angles, play to survive, and Buster accepts defeat. Another clutch for Spirit. A 1 versus 3. And it's the clock that betrays them this time.
Oh my God, nothing going right for VP here and everything falling in the favor of Team Spirit. I said, you know, they got the money to give it a crack like that, but I didn't think they would find the perfect opportunity. Not only was it Yakinda with the bomb, but it was the low HP as well. And then the util that he had left, the smoke and the molly still remaining in the back pocket. This drops. Look at the, that's, if you had a HE and a flash, it's not happening like this. The molly doesn't go down. They don't cut off one choke point. Huge stuff there, and you have to be broken right now mentally if you're VP. Start thinking about overpass because this one is done.
You could even say it's over. James looking for an entry. Smokes it down. And Chad, nade check. I'm counting 3. A smoke, 2 flashes. Flit onto SDY's. Something to at least build the hopes of converting and returning to their winning ways. The hero of the previous. Shut down early. James does not give up. Yakinda's ahead of that. And their double peak has left them looking a little silly now.
Well, look, the bomb is still loose again. They can give up kills one more time. There's another one. Dexter on to kick it here. They still have to run all the way back.
Bro.
Miz pushing.
He can't. He might find the bomb again. No, knife out. Buster's got him. Oh, well, nearly shy of the mark. Dexter could win this. If he puts it in the spine.
If he starts running the long corridor.
Oh! just a smidge of Buster as he disappears off. And I think at the same time as missing that shot, we see the round and the hopes of a conversion fade away. But still, VP, they're giving us some opportunities to rounds they really shouldn't.
Yeah, Yakinda, as soon as he identified where that shot was, just hightailed it over there. So 3 more rounds and we do go to overtime. If you caught the little bug, just pop it up on the screen right there. It looks like over on the B stream, Entropiq have taken it to the 3rd map against Heroic. So maybe both of the series here today for progression into the Legend stage, going the distance. Spirit just need 1 more round, and into this, they've actually had to exhaust the majority of their funds here. Magic's at the high end with 1.7 left. The rest of them looking like they're in a bit of a rough spot here. That's a cave smoke lobbed out to deny any early aggression. Over towards A, they want to try their luck again, VP. You've been destroyed over here time and time again. Surprising to see them return for more of the same. They're so noisy on this. It's going to be heard from Donut.
Yeah, the rotation is very far away. Very far away. So it's still a 2-man defense right now. Mir desperate to contribute as best he can, but SDY's got his master plan too. As easy as that. A wild little gap for James. But SDY, you wouldn't. He wants answers. He's going to watch him to play the fade. James wise to his games, and SDY who still strikes. Pulling Spirit into the conversion here. A very bleak start for them into their map pick, but it has been nothing but a Spirit recovery. Magix was the one to really throw the final nail into the coffin of securing this.
Just returning to A again. It hasn't worked at all, and they tried their luck 1 more time.
It's rare to see anyone try something so aggressively loud towards the A halls, given the sound cues available. And Yakinda's one of the last players to fall. It will just be Buster. accepting his fate, thinking about overpass.
Just got a matter of time written all over this one here. There's been a couple of magnificent clutches in this map, but this one is not likely whatsoever. Sub 30 seconds now.
And there you have it. Team Spirit extend play and remind themselves of what they're capable of. It's brutal. Don't forget, likely Astralis waiting in the wings should they convert against the ropes as well. This is a must-win for both of the teams. Team Spirit, Virtus.pro off to a third. And showing some resilience there, showing some true strength and ability to recover. Things were looking very bleak. And it's still Spirit's win.
Yeah, it's good to see SDY with a massive performance. I think he ended with 29 kills to his name. We obviously had that Magic's clutch as well. In the first map of Inferno, he had a few opportunities that he didn't convert, but that was a beautiful one over there on the B bomb site. And I think that round right there was where it was like, okay, well, this is looking like it's done now, right? So stepping up after that first half, and I think we set expectations quite nicely. This was another, this was a Team Spirit blunder in the first half, right? This was a 1-on-3 that Kicker got away with. So both teams getting some clutches that maybe they shouldn't. And the CT bias of this map, it lives on. It was just, it was difficult, right? When you grab the first half of the game, competitive, right, of Inferno. Then you move into the second half, VP, they run away with things. And then they carry that momentum through here on the start of Ancient. At that point, you're thinking, well, Team Spirit, they haven't come today to compete. They're going to get blown out of the server, and we'll be making this one a 2-0. Like, when this is happening here, Yakinda standing in the smoke on 6 HP and getting a knife kill, you're having to start to wonder. But they did turn it around. They were able to start posting a couple of rounds here, there, and everywhere. 8-4 now, 9-4, and then a 10-5 half is where we finished. It was enough, right? It was enough. And that was even with the VP T-side pistol. They even managed to convert a 3v5 T-side pistol and then lose to the Force by going forward. So that's where the wheels really started to fall off.
Yeah, I mean, when you saw the scoreline as it currently stands, I mean, with the one pistol, you're looking at 11-5. I think, yeah, there's another one I forgot about. 2 kills on 2 HP.
I
did forget about that one.
That's mental, right? It's crazy to see 2 kills on 2 HP right there from Magic. So if we're looking for impact, like impact on a round like this that started to skyrocket them up to a workable scoreline, there's some of it. This was the 1-on-3 we were talking about.
I'm not going to say a thing. I'll let you watch this transpire.
That last one is just quick, isn't it?
It's sexy. It's sexy Counter-Strike.
And this is the lockdown here. It's like, there's really good stuff here from SDY. Right? Tested over towards A quite significantly here. And then grabbing himself a 3rd kill in that round. So, yeah, this sets us up now for what should be a very competitive overpass. And the CIS region, they love a bit of overpass, right? I think that their approach to the map with the slower style, if you want to go back a couple of years and remember the way that Na'Vi used to approach it, I think we can get maybe a fun 3rd map.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I've got some VP overpass nuggets. I'll put them in my back pocket for now, but they've definitely made an impact to us when we've watched them play their overpass.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well, because like with the AWPers, Degster and Jane both hitting shots, so they're massive components. We know the Buster likes to do some secondary AWPing over for their side of things, so it is going to be a really, really good map coming on up.
29 at the end of that, by the way, for SDY. We were talking about Kicker and his frag. You can see 24. He was doing everything he could, but I think he had 22 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, right. So cooled off a lot in the second, and that's where you were starting to look towards Jame and Yakinda, who were finding openings here, there, and everywhere, but it's when VP were setting themselves up in certain rounds, they were unable to close, right? Losing multiple 1-on-3 situations, just like that SDY round, but yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah, it absolutely was, but I do think Spirit may have broken the morale a little of VP as they felt they were within touching distance of securing Legend status. Still up for debate. We're going to be seeing who's going to take it and secure a spot at the next stage of competition after our break. We'll see you in a minute. VP Spirit, and it's not over yet. Overpass required for us to determine who's going to be locking in Legend Stage and who is going to be in that last chance saloon. No one wants to be there.
No, the 2-2, when your back's against the wall, this is like a not a free crack, but it's like an opportunity where the pressure isn't going to be as high,
As in, like, you know, defeat isn't staring at your ceiling in your hotel room for 6 hours.
Yeah.
It's just working on the demos. It's a different feeling at the end of the day.
I would want to turn the volume up to 11 right now, though, to make sure that these teams both understand that you can win and just get it done today and avoid that pressure.
And it's done.
Yeah, which you're going to be happy with, I would say. They get to join the likes of FaZe and Copenhagen Flames have already made it through. And obviously we have Heroic taking on Entropiq right now. And they're on the third map, which is going to be Mirage, which is actually probably going to be a bit of a banger, I would say. Heroic, they're not offering up that top tier yet. I think they're still warming into things. I hope they're still warming into things. But I guess if we turn our attention to this, both these teams winning their own map choices, some individuals stepping up, the AWPers both looking like they're hitting shots. Some of the names like the Magics, the SDYs on one side of thing, actually starting to look good here. So I think as we turn our attention to Overpass, it is a bit of a CIS special in my mind. And I think this is where the mind games will probably continue between both of these teams.
Yeah, so a couple of outlining points I want to make is that the VP going to be starting on that T side, I believe.
Yeah, if they were the ones who had the choice of map, then I think that Spirit would get
the
the
first
side.
Okay, yeah. So we will get Spirit's CT side, which is where, of course, we just watched them close things out quite neat and tidy over on Ancient. But also just to talk about VP's T side a little bit, you know, there's a couple of trends. This is where you will get to see them. They really will play a slower, methodical game. Kickett's often finding himself responsible for a large part of the map. Like any monster aggressions, short pushes, underpass, he'll be responsible for that and often plays it in a rather passive nature, enabling that map space not to be taken by any aggressive CT moves.
If I'm going to be honest right now, I do have a couple of dramas with both teams on the T side. I think some of the decision making for Spirit on these T sides has been felt rushed. But then on the other side, it's looked like if you are VP, your strat book is one page, right? It doesn't look very deep right now. It's not like they have a lot to lean back on, which is a bit of a problem here, especially when you guys noticed on Ancient, they kept going back towards that A bomb site with the same strategy time and time again, and the same result time and time again. So I think Overpass obviously starts to fall more into the same category of an Inferno, where they should be more comfortable. If you can get yourself into more 3v3 mid-round, then it's going to be less about the set executes out the gates. So those are some positives that could fall in their favor here, but this is a great third map to find out who we're going to have going through between these two teams. And I want to mention again, now, look, don't think what I'm saying here is 100% because there's so many other fruity results that could happen that could change this.
Yeah.
But if all the favorites were winning their games today, I believe we would get an Astralis versus Spirit matchup tomorrow. So knowing that is the team that you might have to play if Astralis beat Pain today as Spirit, you want to get it done against VP now. Astralis are bleeding, but it's still Astralis after all. So that's not the name you want to be going up against in that 2-2 round.
Yeah, Dexter looking to be get himself back into the fray as well. You can see him on your screens there. One of the most recent additions to the long list of CIS AWPers.
There's so many.
Yeah.
You've even got the ones that, like in the academy team right now. I'm sure if you're an avid Counter-Strike watcher, you'd know Monacy, right, from the Na'Vi Junior team. But there's a whole bunch of them, especially if you were keeping your eyes on the RMR events. They just keep popping up. They're breeding AWPers from that region right now, and I'm sure that Simple has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I think Simple's a good place to start with that. And also, I just think for a region that loves Counter-Strike as much as they do, you do have your greatest idol or best player in the game is from your region and is a beast on the AWP. So that's why you have your team, the random teammates in matchmaking ask you to drop the PVA.
Yeah. They love it. They love the AWP over there. Yeah. And looks like we're about to get this one underway here, just making sure everything is sorted. We did have a few tech issues, if you were with us, mainly on the Spirit side. SDY's PC causing him some dramas, but didn't apparently matter because he still managed 29 kills within that map here. So the drama's not getting to him. And maybe if you are a really, really new viewer to Counter-Strike and you're thinking, why do they have a headset over their head and some in-ears in their ears? Well, the headset over the top is the noise cancelling, and the in-ears going on, that's where they're actually getting the sound of the game, right? So I know we've had that question a couple of times here. Might want to get everybody familiar with that one.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, I believe this is a new, new active cancellation headset where they've attempted to give you good quality game sound without the in-ears.
So is this Frederick's?
This is Frederick Biscoff's work. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I don't have the name off the tip of my tongue, but I do know about it. Is that that there is actually a a quote unquote good quality sound being actually pumped into that as opposed to your helicopter kind of radio style.
All right.
But yeah, I think players also, like, if you've been doing this so much on LAN with your in-ears, it's just not changing all of that. If you've got a sound card, if you've got sound settings, it can be, and I don't know if I'm just a weirdo, but it can be quite discombobulating. It can make you feel uncomfortable when the game sounds are different. Like if your AK sounds wrong, it's just, I don't know.
It's the same with like sound cards and all that kind of stuff. Like back in the day, we would have to hand in all of our gear, and like if you had a sound card or not, it was made a lot of changes. But yeah, sound is a huge facet of Counter-Strike.
Even from our caster perspective, when you don't hear the game as well as you can, you realize just how much you're learning and how much information you're taking away from your audio cues.
Yeah, and I think here is. Well, we look at a map like Overpass as well. It looks like we're getting this one underway. A lot of sound cues, especially around that connector area. And it come into play here, but the fist bumps are in. Dustan peering around, just checking what's going on. Maybe we aren't jumping in as quickly as I thought.
Genuine question, though. Do you reckon if dragons were real...
Okay.
Or sorry, when dragons were real.
Yep.
Who would win in a fight, polar bear or dragon?
Oh, dragon, definitely.
Every time?
I don't think a polar bear would be anywhere near the size. If it's a polar bear from back when dragons may have existed, then they're probably much bigger than today's polar bears.
Sure, and I imagine there was probably some like kind of polar bear ice magic, fire versus ice.
Oh, okay. Well, you believe in the mythical side of things. Because if there was a dragon, I don't think it would be breathing fire.
Yeah. To just create like glaciers and ice walls, and that's the end of my weird brain. Well, let's focus on the Counter-Strike, because I'm seeing fist bumps on both sides.
But it's like false start fist bumps. That's like the third row of fist bumps that we've had. James is talking, which means that maybe the tech issues are done. The lips are moving, and game is live. Here we go. CT side by. Going to be seeing a kit and a couple of flashbangs here for Chopper. That's going to enable them on the retakes or for a couple of Aggie moves on the T side. Kick it with a smoke. Jame the same, and P250 in the hands of Buster here. So Molly and a flash to work with for Jame as well. Magic's aggressive over towards A. Peers on in. Doesn't see a whole lot as we do turn our attention over towards the B side of the map. That's where Chopper and Mira are starting to work on their little project. Peeling on down through the sandbags into the sewer. Basically forgoing the monster push here.
And you'd think this duel favors the USP, gets a glimpse of the toes. Mir did not trim his toenails today. Buster, and, well, now is the perfect time, Chad, for you to talk a little bit about Buster and Long. Their relationship is a long one.
Yeah, he does like to take space there, and that can either be used to flank or to lock down that site, make things very jarring for the CTs, but more pushes coming through. This time, Connector being searched by Degster, so a lot of info for the CTs. And now they know Buster is
could be false info, could be bad info.
It's a heaven smoke coming out.
Still contact found, and now Flip wins his duel. Magic's up against Buster, and he's gone down too. VP set for success, and they know SDY's in Connector. There's going to be a wide open site, and it is open for business. And that's why the hesitance or the passive nature of the Monster players.
James heard this.
He's got you dead to right, saved by the chain link fence for a second.
It might just the end of that. Yeah, it might even be save the armor and try and save the kit and the flash here. We haven't seen a huge amount of that so far, but it makes a lot of sense here, guys. If you are going to get locked out like this on the CT side, going for the retake and losing everything, not worth it. You're still going to get the loss bonus here on the CT side. And actually, SDY, the door's going to swing on open behind you, my friend. He's heard it. Flit's not looking. The USP shot comes out, and the kill follows through. Kick it will pants SDY there, and it is just Chopper hoping to hold on to this kit. Now, if the armor existed on SDY and he didn't take any damage, for those of you unawares, he can get a bit of an upgrade into head armor cheaper, which is always nice to have on a force buy against, the Mac 10s. And that's not going to be the case. So they do have a kit. That might come into play here. But this is how it started. So a good one from Flit there on Tamir. That was a constant little jostle. Magic's trying to search back that space. And you can see all the fights here again, one at a time. That seems to be the theme of the day here. Isolated duels, the trade potential not there. And the force buy is through. So Degster will find himself with a scout. The rest are going to be upgrading into pistols. And they really seem to like the 5.7. We knew that there was going to be some people moving away from the Deagle with the close range nerf.
Also, guess gives you an extra flash, and you're typically your armor Kevin Smoke. Armor Kevin Smoke? Armor Deegan Smoke. You get yourself a flashbang as well for the cheaper pistol.
They like this smoke fade here, but Kickit's passive line means he's likely aware.
He's been ready for this. He's been set up for this, and that's the crosshair placement of a god. Magic, just the tip of the head showing. Trims his luscious blonde locks.
Well, that's enough to get their bags packed and head over towards the A bomb site here. Quite the quick rotation, but Virtus.pro, well, they're heading over towards B. So Team Spirit gambling incorrectly here. Chopper, as he starts to search over towards A, is going to see that there is nobody home. And what's likely to happen here if Virtus.pro make their way into the B bomb site before the information is netted? Maybe there it is. They're going to rotate back on over, so they will be able to contest this. I thought it was likely to see just the save of these upgraded pistols, but they can jump on in and fight. Dexter will have to jump out of the heaven position. They're into the site. The flash ready for Monster, but it's all going to come down to the timing of this short push.
Yeah, and you have to remember who you're playing against here. VP, 30 seconds now. This is a perfect cue. Here
Here's
it
the
comes.
flash.
Yeah, they're going to gobble it up. They're all white. Blind as bats, but still they strike Buster, the bodyguard. That should be it. Dexter just not got the weapon for the task, and yeah, Chopper. A consolation prize of sorts. The HE just taking down the perfect run from VP, but there's the 2-0, the convert, and the third now looms. VP to get this perfect start on their T side here of our third.
Yeah, and Spirit actually put themselves in the position to be as competitive as possible. Here you can see again, just a little bit of update of the B stream. Entropiq leading the way 5-3. Would be mental for Heroic not to get through there. They had Copenhagen Flames, and now they had Entropiq. And those were the two teams they had to get through to make their way to the Legends stage. Look, I'm not saying those teams are slouches. They're here, but they're teams that the Heroic that we all know and love should be beating. Into B we go again.
A nice courtesy of VP just to speed on into the site, get their answers quickly. They'll confirm that the site is theirs. They know there was a silly stack somewhere that they didn't walk into. They didn't step on the landmine. All good. And 3-0. I guess in terms of priorities, what are you doing now if you're Spirit? You want to avoid the Mac 10?
You don't have to die, right? You literally don't have to die. It'd be nice to maybe get a couple of kills just to force reinvestment, but it's also great to, as you mentioned, to avoid the Mac 10 just so you don't... Here we go. Here's a fun little tank that they're setting up just with these USPs stacking on each other's heads. So finding a couple of naughty little angles. But yeah, you're happy just to lay down your guns here. Because if you VP, we can run a bonus round with this. It's unlikely there's going to be a whole lot of head armor on the other side for Spirit. So you could do something a little bit faster through connector, do a B hit with the Mac 10s. There's lots of opportunities. If you would like, you can even get Jame into the AWP that can be dropped across from Yakinda. He's going to have so much cash after this once the bomb goes off.
All right, well, an immaculate round. Peace treaty signed.
You wonder how many bullets were even fired in that one right there. Couldn't be a whole lot. But that's one of the easiest rounds you'll see in a while. Does look like Jame 6k. Does get out the AWP.
Yeah, spawn check on Dexter. It's not bad for the B side of the map, but he can see his intentions are clear. Whipping out his AWP and Jame equipped as well. This is one of the most enjoyable maps for a CT-sided AWPer to apply his trade.
Yeah, so many fallback angles for sure. Through the molly, Jame goes, the extinguish to help him on out there. And they didn't stay with the Mac 10s here. Full rifle buy here from VP, just to note. Don't want to rock that bonus whatsoever. And quite the passive stance to A early. Now we're talking about the fallback lines that you would see traditionally. Maybe a bit of a smoke over towards the front of party, jump up, take a pot shot, move back to bathrooms, play from divider. Well, they've started from divider here, Dexter and SDY, and there's a timer on this eventually. And about now, you'll have to start to get a bit of a wriggle on to worry about this long walk, and Yakinda has taken so much space. We're looking at 1:15 on the clock. He's already walked all the way up. Absolutely no contact here whatsoever. Traditionally, a B rotator would come back over to deal with one of the two positions, but they're going to be stuck right now. Yakinda's about to swing on out.
Yeah, the timing of this could be perfect. I don't think SDY is anticipating a fight like this. He does deal with it. That's round defining, and it wasn't Buster. So perhaps bad info if they do assume it's clear when the contact's found on B. He could get the dankest of flanks. A hard clear required if they wanted to answer that question, but no. SDY averts his gaze, and Buster has an inkling. The jump peak. Ah, there you are. The balaclava spotted. Buster booked, and SDY has saved Team Spirit here.
That's huge. SDY's having a game. Had a fantastic ancient, now early impact felt. That's his first 2 kills.
Limping in now are the remaining 3. Oof, well, he's flashed off. Magic's spotted out on the sandbags. He's hard committed to that. He has got
What's your favorite four-letter word, Alex?
Kill?
No, save.
Oh.
Quite the opposite to kill here in this scenario. So VP don't want to take any risks right now. Don't want to lose the extra investments they made at playing the long game. We'll concede this one to the 2 kills of SDY. And good awareness. You know, that looked like it was Yakinders. You could just see at the quickness they were doing that. That window, that imaginary window of timing that comes on through, peer around the corner. A lot of players, right, in that situation would jiggle for the longer peak, but he's jiggled for the close peak, exactly like that. So very good stuff.
Yeah, and the presence of mind as well to consider the second.
Well, you're right when you said it wasn't Buster. That's what they're thinking too. It wasn't the usual suspect here. So crossing the T's, dotting the I's, the prep pays off in a big way, but back we go. This time Dexter more aggressive.
The flash enough to deter him. Not sticking around, not going to actively contest for it, and I think a component of that is that SDY is busy right now. He's got the loud flit in the underpass, keeping his attention drawn elsewhere. Yakinda is partnered up once again, this time a threesome. And run boosting long early, very early. James can peek behind it as the crosshairs are drawn, but no one's home. And you can see they're rejigging. They know what's up. By they, of course, referring to Team Spirit. SDY once again in retrieval of that. He could be caught out had he continued to jump for that intel, but it seems actually they're willing to take a bit of a gamble here.
Interesting. This is actually a huge gamble. They've put so much pressure on Dexter here, and VP are one of these teams who really do have an affinity for using long. A lot of other teams either just do B hits or go for bathroom walks. And Dexter, he gets a chance, but he's about to be swung on from behind. Here's Yakinda again.
He's got no help, and he's not even addressing the possibility.
Whoa!
Okay, SDY again, somehow saving the boys. Dexter can't believe his luck, and he gets to contribute at least a little more. SDY humbled. Bomb long, rotate on, Dexter down, and this surely is VP back to their winning ways. Magix and Mir giving it a good go.
It's a flash.
He's through. Spotted out, admittedly. Buster and James still lingering on the site, and now it's all onto Mir, and he's had a chunk bitten out of him from Buster. Leaves him very susceptible to just a single bullet. And James doesn't miss those. VP, great response, and almost a similar call. Not deterred by the successes of SDY previous.
Yeah, they find the success through long, and you have to be just scratching your head if you're Yakinda. You're thinking, I'm getting away with all this space, I'm getting the timings right, and I'm still not winning these fights. But luckily this time around, Buster gets 2, right? He got Chopper, and then he took down that of SDY. And you can see how much of a difficult position that puts somebody like Dexter in. So that is the shot there onto Chopper, and a great one onto SDY. Blistering stuff from Buster there, even got himself a third. You can see a timeout has been called. This one will be a VP timeout, surprisingly, here. Now, it is unusual to see, you know, after winning a round to go for this, but if they can set themselves up in a strong position with another good call, they can break any money that Team Spirit have going forward. And you can see, as part of this buy, Chopper has already had to go down to an MP9. Dexter gets his big green. The rest have the rifles, and they've all gone for one of their own.
Yeah, Yakinda's had some incredible opening kill stats over the course of this major. So far, of course, we just saw those 2 attempts fall flat. Third map, everything to play for. And the CTs are ready to rock and or roll. MP9, a sacrifice willing to make.
Well, this doesn't look like it has as much early intention to it out the gates here from VP. No pressure towards long, it's just the default spread flit. Quite aggressive up in connector here, and hearing the util on the other side. As SDY does fall back, James here to assist on the lockdown of connector, and now they're turning their attention back towards the B bomb side, and it is looking to be the right call because SDY, Dexter, and Chopper have all been locking down A with a 3-man defense. That's put pressure on Mira and Magix, who have been standing on their lonesome here for about 45 seconds.
And you can see they are really like taunting the CTs here, keeping them guessing. Kickert has thrown 2 Molotovs, indicating there's a presence at Monster, and just as you start to think we should be batting down the hatches on B, Buster smokes up and walks up on Party and Toilets. So with 50 seconds left, they've made the right call this time. It was a misread from Spirit in the previous, of course, isolating Just the one man on the site, a late rotation from SDY, but they've been smoked again, Chad.
Yeah, that's going to be fading.
That's the last one.
Yeah, at about 25 seconds, though. So it's usually enough time for VP to operate with, and now they're lining up their execute as Buster is selling that fake on the other side of the map.
It is a 4 versus 3. The numbers favoring VP. The pop flash is great. Still pulls the trigger, still hits the shot. Dexter does enough. Magic's tested, though. Low HP. Doesn't stop Jame. Buster and Jame now are all running out of support, and he's on the way out of there. 10 seconds, call that a save if he can. Ooh, and re-peeking. The Tracers do not push him away, and they're not going to be pushing for the hunt either.
Yeah, they can just let him hold on to this. It's the classic with Jame here, and even drop a gun going forward, James. So a nice round there from Team Spirit. They didn't give away any opening picks. They just had to sit back and wait for VP to go for the late play. And you can see when teams, they want to keep Monster smoked exactly like that. I think we had at least 4 smokes coming into the Monster position for Team Spirit as part of their defense. But good stuff from Magix. And even better from Chopper there on that flank. Awares of the tricks, right? That's a game that you didn't even really get to see play out. But Chopper was aware that Buster could be lingering around. 3-man A defense again here from Team Spirit. So they're thinking maybe VP will go back to what worked for them before. That long presence. Kinder, Buster, Jame, all perched and ready. Smoke from Buster now towards the front of bathrooms. Kickit is already leaving the backyard of B. And this is the space. It's going to be a molly towards Divider. Standard utility here to garner some control.
Yeah, it really hinges on Chopper here. And Kinder looking for an opening, and again, gray screened. Comes through the smoke, not expecting Chopper right up in his grill.
The big risk to take right there. And not to know that there was that 3-man hold.
Out and about. Dexter can count on Chopper to keep the banana side clear, and so can focus now firmly on this long position. It's likely that the boost will be pre-aimed by Dexter. It's not something he's going to be caught off by, and Chopper. He's got Jane dead to right. Another 1-by-1. The single file VPs returns to the fray. Here's Flip next on the menu. Deals with it. Nice work on a Galil V, the M4. That's the boost we were talking about, and he does connect, admittedly, just through the corner.
30 seconds.
Nade could be brilliant. Oh, what a dunk.
It's a save. Kind of sucks all of the excitement out of the room here, but 20 seconds left, a 2-on-4 situation. I guarantee you they're being told to save. As much as you'd love to see them try and push the issue, it doesn't make any sense. So Spirit are getting these rounds easily. Like, think about the first round. They go, SDY gets 2 kills, they win the round. Right? This one right here, the kills came, you're right, one at a time again, but that has been a common thread throughout all 3 of these maps, that when it does just spread out into defaults, the trade potential isn't there. Kinder's death in this round, you're hoping conditioning pays off, that nobody's watching that smoke, that they think that you're going for that long walk, so the eyes are going to be probably on the planter pot or somebody, you know, a little bit deeper long watching so that you can just walk on through. But no, not at all. Not to be the case. VP stomach a loss. They do save 2 rifles at least, and I think you'd like to see them go for a bit of a buy behind all of this. Flip. Okay, interesting decision making here going on. There's 2 Glocks. There's a P250. The AK, the AWP are out. How far can they really make these saves go? VP seem to just throw all logic of the economy, like in the way that I understand it, out the window, right? They put so much on their individuals to make something happen with these just few investments. And I know that they were from the previous round, but you know, you could have an all-in behind this. Kinder and Buster could have fully invested here.
Yeah, Kickit's Kev is new.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, yeah. Anyway, it's here nor there within the context of this round right now. The flow-on effects we felt later, but there we go. Saved AWP, opening kill. Very quiet, isn't it? There's no spamming. The info plays are few and far between. Here's one of them. Chopper could actually ruin the day.
The party flank is one of the most juicy when you round that corner and see those backs turned. He's not going to catch that timing. Little hesitant. And at that 30-second mark, you know there's a lot of damage to be done here. And that was James. That was the hero AWP, and that's enough information to know the rotate's on its way. Get yourself over there. Mir is in the bank. Dexter pockets some cash of his own, and he's ready for some close quarters shot. That is a quick scope to Buster's belly. And he finishes it with pizzazz as well. Dexter's online, folks, and that's a threat for the rest of the CT half.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Some nice shooting and obviously just dealing with that. And now you can see what I'm talking about, where the economy finds itself. Flit and Kicker just sitting there going, are we buying Bust? Because the best I can do right now is maybe a pistol with some util, a MAC-10 if you'd like. The other three can get themselves into some AKs, but we'll show you this one again. Dexter just pivoting around the dice box, gap in the smoke. You love to see it. And then the swing on out with the USP. He ain't afraid of nothing. And it will be that buy. So 2 Tech 9s and 3 AK-47s. It's not a full buy, but it is an all-in. I don't know if they're not going back to the long play either. They're hoping that that has stuck with team spirit, and it hasn't. They're a bit more dynamic here. They're actually more concerned about a B hit quickly. 4 players leaning there early. You just have that one man of Dexter patrolling, and more smokes being lined up towards Monster here. So many bullets through that door. On a massive hole in it.
With the bomb and underpass, it's indicative that they have the ability to commit either way. You got your rifles heading long side. The door, I mean, it's not blown off. There's still a sound cue attached to it, but it's dilapidated.
Well, they are going for that long presence again. So Buster's going to get flashed in. That will be heard, right? So they have a good idea what projects VP are working on right now. They actually have 3 players over towards A, and there you go. That's a smoke to deny information for the CTs. If they boost over, they can get that immediately back. The responses to all of this util. Hello, pops on out. Sector clear, nothing to worry about.
And Dexter's response is very aggressive.
They're rotating B, they know. They're rotating B.
They're up. The flashes indicate, and Dexter did catch a whiff of Buster, but there's 3 rotated in nicely. Magix does get into the barrel's position. It's a powerful one behind that smoke. James going to be grey screen coming through. The flash is good though. He doesn't have the vision, but still James doesn't either. Even trades. Up to kick it now on the retrieval. Does go down. Mir reveals himself. It's up to that bomb plant. Yakinda's gone, and that bomb plant unlikely. He hasn't been checked. Dexter saves the day. It really could have got awkward for a second there, but Buster's the last to fall, and Spirit passed their test. That's a triple out of Mir. He's been the B defender, untested up to now, but delivers when it matters most.
Again, it's information, right? It's so powerful, and all of these responses, right? This is what we're talking about when we're talking about the theory of Counter-Strike. Okay, they've thrown the smoke. What's our response? We need to boost over. We need the information. Do we just sit and wait and get executed on? No. We boost over. We call it clear. We can see that VP aren't up to their usual tricks. They're not going for their A execute through long. They're back to B, and the rotation's there in more than enough time. Flit does a great job with that Tech 9, but again, it's not a full buy for VP, right? We're talking about light on util, light on weaponry, light on something. Now they will be taking... Well, actually, I don't think they're taking... I think it is a technical timeout here. I don't see the counter heading on down, and I don't see the lips moving just yet. So we can see the admin down the end of the row with SDY again. Plagued by problems, Mr. SDY.
Yeah, he has been. And I mean, we had to give credit to him as well for managing to keep his head in the game to the point where he's dropping 29 after having a PC changed and chopped in the middle of it. You know, how do you talked about how hard it can be just as the other players keeping your head in the game. Never mind having to bloody drag your config back in and get it all set up and ready to go.
There's so many mental checks you have to go through with that stuff. Now, I know that you and I had the luxury of talking to multiple players over at the RMR event about the way that they set up. Some of them are particular, some of them aren't. I think you guys would be surprised to know that the likes of Zywoo and Device aren't relatively particular. Like, they have little things, like the way that they like to sit or where they put their monitor, but the other things are, yeah, just throw the mouse pad down here and, you know, just kind of like settle into it, right? So everybody has different ways of doing it. If you all remember Flusher, he used to warm up for games by looking at his major medals in the game. So
just stroking it with his mouse, I remember.
Yeah, so everybody has different ways of going about things, but right now I'll give you all another secondary stream update. James and Dan are currently bringing you all the action over there. It is the 3rd map between Heroic and Entropiq. It is a 2-1 game, similar to the fashion we find ourselves in here, and on that 3rd map of Mirage, the first half fell in favor of Entropiq, and the scoreline currently reads 12-4 in favor of Entropiq. So Heroic, yeah.
They've only got 1 life left, Dan, if they lose this one.
They only managed 4 CT-sided rounds, Heroic, on Mirage. You got a question, how did we get here?
Wow.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all.
So it's like Heroic are doing the reverse Astralis.
Yes, the reverse. But I wish, look, I think Yeah, I'm not certain.
Win the best of ones, lose the best of threes.
I wish that we could find ourselves in a position where it was Astralis versus Heroic tomorrow in a 2-2. I don't know if that's possible.
If
it might
was,
be, but that would be so good.
I would, yeah, that would be euphoric for the storyline. That really would. But Heroic, yeah, losing best of 3 and doing it to Copenhagen Flames as well. It doesn't get much more brutal than that. Losing to the rising stars of the region that you're looking to become the kings of.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Are there any matchups that... Oh, we're getting the fist bumps back in. I was about to get talking about some more filler content, but maybe we'll save that one for a later moment.
A rainy day.
Yes. But here we go. Freeze time ticket on down, and the pistols are out for VP here, and I can count 2 Deagles at the moment, a Tech 9 for Flit, a P250 for Kickit, and James, while he wants to save all his dollary dues for the AWP. Got 2 smokes and a flash, so let's see what that is going to facilitate here. I just want to make a couple of notes as well. See with Chopper's position as he pushes... sorry, it was SDY's position. Sorry, Observer team. As he pushes up aggressively like that to the top of the connector position, he can actually hear any stampeding footsteps down through connector, right? So grabs a couple of early sound cues there.
Yeah, similar to like someone running to donut and pressing their ear in the map too.
But this is going to be one of these slower eco rounds from VP, and you can tell by the spread of the map here, right? You've got one player over towards backyard of B, you've got one in connector, you've got your Kinder working his way up long, and then you have one hovering back with the bomb over towards Fountain, and obviously the likes of Buster as well working his way up through the bathroom. So this is the type of round where you hope the players with the Deagles, Buster and your Kinder, can find some spicy headshots. That's the only way in.
It doesn't get much more spicy than taking on Dexter's AWP with a Desert Eagle.
They are very passive on the side, so it's aware. This is telling me they're aware that they're up against an eco round.
Yeah, some info for you. Buster. It's been spotted out. And the whole squad's getting ready to rotate. There's not been a whisper, not a flash, not a peep out of the B side of the map, and so you can see they're pulling very, very far back. It's going to be off the go of Kickit's flash, the only nade they have, and here we go. Footsteps are heard, angles are held, and here comes the rain of T players starting to lose lives. Flit's the first to fall. The bomb denied.
Clean. All right, well, one death there. Your Kinder gets something on the way out the door, but mission accomplished otherwise. They made them use the majority of their nades, like a couple of mollies, a couple of flashes held onto, but they have to reinvest. The bank, it's okay for Spirit, right? There's enough for a few of them to go for multiple buys going forward, so 15-4 now. God. Dearie me. This is... Heroic are getting destroyed. A 15-4 scoreline. That's, woof. All right.
I mean, they got 16-7 by the Flames. This will be the biggest loss they've conceded.
Yikes. All right, well, here we go. Couple of consecutive rounds needed for VP here. They're trying their luck over towards A again. James finds himself down to 20 HP before even seeing anybody.
Is that the incendiary nade combo?
Yeah.
Door naded off. Flit immediately paranoid. Yeah, well, there's an indicator for you, and it's a very deep one. Gets it sorted out.
Thing is, he has to take space while that smoke is up.
Oh, lovely. The bait and switch. AWP shot fired. You believe you've got a little space to seize. Chopper laughs at you, and I can't believe it, but SDY goes, look at the trade potential was brief.
Oh,
he's got him. The last bullet of the mag. Flit sticks around. He wants to fight through that panel, and it's taken their advantage and thrown it in the bin.
Yeah, maybe giving himself a little bit too much credit there, old Flip. Spamming back, trace of fire. Goes on down and, oh, takes up. Just brought a little supply drop of a smoke here to keep Monster on lock. Your Kinder pushed all the way up towards A, so if he can find the timing and slip on through and towards the backlines, they could go for a B split here. James down through connector, needs to regroup with his team. And now this is guesswork right here for VP. They do have the space, but are they going to make the right decision?
Chopper
because
can
look
ruin
at Chopper,
everything.
look at him now.
Oh, spotted out. There we have it. Now VP a real shot at this one. Back firmly in control. Round 11. Set for a 5th. VP have the sight. That nade would have, could have.
He didn't get it down. He didn't get it down. 7 seconds.
4 needs to be punching now. Dexter's got it. Dexter's not got it. Oh, it's a win. VP have absolutely dropped the ball there.
Just by faking the plant from James. He faked the plant. He didn't go for it, and he was the player on low HP. The heat-seeking missile of the HE saved until the last second.
Ah, bitter round to concede there.
Put that one, stack that one on top of the Magic's 1-on-3 and the SDY 1-on-3 from the previous map. That was a 3v4, 3v5 situation that they really shouldn't have had a chance in, but like, they made the right move.
Chopper's death would have been highlighted as the round-winning death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, VP up struggle street now. 7-4 the score reads. The guns are back out. They need to change this conversation.
Yeah, and Yakinda would be a component of that. This is the T side. This is where he does his dirty work. This is where he does his best work. Kick it. Sound cue heard as he is penetrated by the smoke. Bit uncomfortable. Yakinda looking to penetrate this site. Ready. The B site defenders do
there we go
down. Knocks her head off the shoulders. This is more like it. Completely opens the site for business. They're going towards it. They're having a little look, throwing a nade for good measure, but starting to recede now. Trying to make it a little bit more costly, perhaps.
They can definitely do damage to the economy here. Like we mentioned before that the cash for Spirit, it wasn't, you know, maxed out to 16, but it was definitely enough for a couple of consecutive buys in a row. Fluid's already starting to look on the hunt here, so you need to be careful if you are VP, because SDY and Dexter are still within the distance. About 15 seconds now left on that bomb. Dexter peeling back. SDY not going to get any gifts here. There's a smoke. There's a... Oh, no kit. Never mind. Don't you worry about that. It will just be the save. Unable to do any financial damage on the way out the door. And there you go. Bomb goes off and 5 rounds. But that was quite the switch up, right? It was pacey.
Now, I've done some loose, brief attempts to work out the possibilities of how we see a heroic Astralis in the 2-2s.
Oh, it can happen?
It can.
Oh, yes.
TYLOO and Mouz would have to win.
Well, I predicted TYLOO.
Okay.
So the Mouz Sports win is actually pretty likely as well. The TYLOO one, not so much. That was just a Hail Mary attempt. But okay, so there is a possibility.
There's a world.
Imagine that.
I know.
The Danes would be... Oh, who are you going to pick? Well, I think I know who most are going to pick.
We've been really good boys for 2 years. Why can't Santa give us a gift?
Yeah, an early one. Give it to us. Stakes couldn't be higher, could they? Well, aggression now. Dexter pushes on out. Still a good T-half so far from VP. I thought if they got stalled out on 4 and found themselves at 11-4, half, not great, but here you go. The pace is changing a little bit here. You can see a bit more space, a few more liberties being taken from VP. They're looking a bit quicker.
Yeah, they're double off in here, so SDY is in a prime position. Chopper's there to back him up. The timer on long is present, so see what Chopper spots. James, ooh, catches a glimpse of him, but Chopper did too. An equivalent exchange. He does tuck in tight and holds long from Optimus. Undeterred. Look at these flashes. He just holds his nerve, holds his spot. The flank's coming in. One to delay, draw attention away. Flit at least trades, but there's the kicker. Good awareness from Mir. Not going to give it up without a fight. They're paused now. They're kind of held at bay. Arm's length, spinning their fists, but finding nothing. A smoke to stop that rotate gets a bit weird now for VP.
The thing is, you can't go down through connector right now if you're VP. You have to go towards A unless you're willing to concede and go all the way back through T spawn. So stubbornness now, as this A bomb site is the only place that they can turn their attention.
A single flash in a 4-on-4 with 30 seconds. VP's advantage is disintegrated with that death of Yakinda. Not going to be easy here. What you got, Buster? Baits the shot, hits the head. That's brilliant. And Dexter's missed his chance now. VP have a real opportunity. It's up to Flit, and he delivers as well. VP to close this gap. Great recovery and keeping a cool head on their shoulders in a very trying time.
And now we do have to really see the save from Spirit, right? Earlier you're thinking it's not the end of the world, but right now definitely has to come on through. The loss bonus going into the next round of play is only going to see them netting 1,900. So for the tail end of this CT side for Spirit, where they've done their best work in this series so far, they're not going to be looking good whatsoever.
Yeah.
And even with Mir applying all that pressure, right, you're going to sit there, you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, we know that they have to come towards A. They had 3 players over towards the A site, and Buster again. Look, we highlighted Kicker on that CT side of Ancient. He was doing a great job. We have to highlight Buster here on this T half. Now, he does only have 9 kills to his name, but every time that he's gone through long, he's found some form of impact here, and that opening kill to get them into the site, big stuff from him.
Yeah, you're light on util, you're light on time, and it's him that steps up. He knows he's got a shadow disadvantage. What does he do? He tightens his jiggle to the point where he baits shots before showing an inch of his flesh and then swings wide for an important headshot. Flit delivered as well. I mean, Chopper at 10 seconds, if he just knocked that bomb out of his hands, it's chaos, it's pandemonium. So they're flying by the seat of their pants, but they are getting there.
Classic VP style, really. That's what they love. You know, the pressure on, the pressure at an all-time high. There's the extinguish. Back out they go. The buy has been made to work, and an nade caught by Buster this time round.
You can see intentions in the fact that... Oh, never mind, I misread. I thought Buster had the bomb on his back. Flit not going to surely fall foul to Mir's wallbang again. He's been humbled by the previous death. A very loud Buster off the slide, playing around in the playground. Chopper could be booked here. Oh, yes, and Yakinda's not going to let an opportunity like that go awry. Looking for a gap closer now. VP have that man advantage and the bomb loose, so they're just going to slowly take that space away from the CT's process of elimination to their commitment. They'd love to smoke off the toilets, but it might just be a question of Buster clearing it with his eyes. But we know where he prefers to be. And so grouping up for info. You got a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Degster here. He's actually going looking. This is a one-man mission now. There is zero support for this AWP. He wants answers. Yakinda's unwilling to give them to him. A two-man patient hold of VP's long. And Degster, I mean, he knows he's on a timer, but he's just holding his nerve.
He's pushing forward here.
Oh, they spotted him out. He's in trouble. A lot of trouble. Can't track him. Big death to concede. Now VP, 2 men to the good. Is there any way they can disrupt this plant?
seconds.
Looking good. Looking very good. SDY left to his own devices. A full squad up against him. And VP, yeah, really tightening up towards the tail end of this half. This is a third in a row.
Good luck here, SDY. You really want to be getting away with a save here, but any of these peaks could be a problem. Has found one, doesn't need to find another 4, and the bomb has already ticked past 15 seconds. It's now just a matter of survival. And he's going to go too, so not a whole lot. It's going to be a very, very slim amount of cash to throw into the last round of play here on the CT side for Team Spirit. And for their confidence sake, they've lost the last 3 on the trot. You'd love to get 1 just to get the half win, just to get that confidence going into the second half of play. The investments, you can just see how light they're going to be here. A scout for Degster. The 5.7s come back out again. Magix and Mira have at least found themselves with rifles in their hands of the M4A4 and FAMAS varieties. And then there will be SDY operating with the Swag 7. Now, I think SDY might have to take a risk here and actually head on down into Connector quite aggressively. That's exactly what he's opted to do. Coming his way, Flit bowls one in his direction. It chips him away. Light damage done, and aid in exchange will not find anything whatsoever. But it gives information as Yakinda can work off the back of that. The scout tag misses. The space taken, and Yakinda thrusts forward on this, really starting to turn the screws.
Yakinda's conceded 4 opening deaths so far on this T side, and this will be his 3rd opening kill. Good find and immediate response. There's a lot of space now for Spirit. Happy to have confirmed that the monster side of the map is very passively held. They know Kicker is not going to be abandoning that part of the map lightly. And it's up to the James Degster head-to-head. Ooh, okay. Scary stuff for Degster. He knows he's got them knocking on his long doors. There's no doors involved, excuse me. Buster still stubborn about long.
He just loves it, doesn't he? Like, this is a fight that shouldn't favor him, but he's been making it work.
Good luck, Degster. Oh, gets the information and kick it. Did clear it. Doesn't spot him. Chopper camouflaged enough to convert. And here comes the commit. Mira and Magix will have to do something brilliant here, and that's the bomb now loose. Cancel that, cancel their plans, looking to win the half. Flit's miles away. He was supposed to be the final component.
Flit, you have to start running. The bomb's down. You have 15 seconds. I don't know if anybody's let you know how long it takes. The round is over. The round is over. It's an 8-7 in favor. There's 9 seconds. What are we doing, dude?
And 8.
All right, well, playing for stats. That's a kill without a death right there, so good stuff for Flit to add that one into the column. But, yeah, didn't even really attempt to win that round. I know it would have meant he had to run, but to win the round, he would have had to have run. So all falling apart for VP there, and you can see the difference when it's a bit more jarring, when Spirit are able to find themselves and infiltrate into the bathrooms and the backlines, they can make things awkward. but not a lot of kills. You can really tell how many saves we've had in this first half, right? The highest amount of frags we have on any individual is Buster with 11. Then it's Flit at 10. And one of the kills there he got to get that 10th was a nothing frag, so it's still going to count. This definitely doesn't hold anywhere near as much weight, but here we go. As close as you can be. 8-7 scores.
So much on the line here as well. Like you've battled through teams exactly like VP. RMR after RMR. 2 years in the waiting to get yourself to that main event. The top 16 looms. That's when the prize pool kicks in.
Pretty classic.
And yeah, couldn't really be closer in the third map. An 8-7 half game on. SDY starts as he means to go on. Post his 8th. Down goes Buster.
This is how it started in the first half with Flick getting the kill on Tamir in similar fashion, and that is a bullet that's a goosh. Yakinda down to 10 HP. So much damage done over towards B. SDY, he's actually going for the fight, and he will get it. This is huge from SDY. The third kill, it's on the plate. He's unable to finish his meal and kick it. He gets away with it, but right now it's a 3v4.
Yeah, okay. Jame and Flit are in the right place. Warming up the USPs, but look how quick. They're just overwhelming them. The numbers advantage is felt. Last man's kicker, he's been heard, and he's dead. Badgix with the dunk. A great layup, though, from SDY.
Yeah, the fact that he gets the first kill is phenomenal, but the goosh on the next bullet onto Yakinda is immaculate. That is some fantastic shooting from SDY. Now, I know it didn't look that way on kicker, but I'd already done all the hard work. Don't you worry. You just thought I'll leave something for the rest of you boys.
And doing the classic reload wiggle. Pulls it out. Rare to see that one get away with that at a tier 1 level.
Okay, very conservative here from VP. We've been talking about teams on the CT side. They love to go for the force buy to try and get on top of that economy. They've gone for what is essentially here the full economical round. They've done a monster smoke from spawn. That's it. The rest of them are just onto these USPs. So they're going for the B stack. Next round, they will probably operate with Jame on his scout and everybody else on rifles and do it as a bit of a budget gun round. And you can see the buy from Team Spirit as well. Theirs might reflect exactly that because they've all gone for AKs, Galils, or scouts themselves. Fast up long. Very similar looks between these two teams in the territory that they like to take. But the in-game leader of Chopper leading the charge up long in the rotation like a snail. Not wanting to make any sound cues. They're running now. They're not going to get there in time, and a flash to facilitate would be great.
No such luck. Mir gets a shooting gallery towards the bin. It's just the one. I'm hearing some damage.
Got a Galil.
Could finish the job.
Okay, now.
Getting awkward here. Holding his nerve a little too much.
This was just USPs.
Dexter, that's the bomb. They get an E-code here, Chad. Rifles, Galils, falling short of the mark. They need to recover the greeder. Jame wants the scout caught out now up to Buster. He's got a shot here, and SDY low. About to be tucked in even lower. Buster unable to finish it. VP nearly pulling this eco out, and they're going to go around the world, or round to the Optimus at least. Now bomb planted. Yekindar would have loved to have caught them off. That low HP player SDY is still within his crosshairs realm. He's a quick scope. SDY, nice angle adopted. He saved them there. He has bailed them out of trouble. Like, dare I say it, important frags on the anti-eco.
I have a couple of questions that I need to ask, almost for both teams in a way, but maybe more so for VP because there was a Galil available as well. Buster got the initial kill, picks up the Galil, gets the kill with the Galil. Where did he throw it after that? Because he picked up the AK. So if he threw it over the fence, maybe it wasn't retrievable, but they could have had two rifles. You saw Yakinda operating with the USP there. That wasn't essential. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We're going to get back onto regular programming. AKs for almost everybody. One Galil for Chopper.
Yeah, Yakinda, the sacrificial lamb.
Oh, he dropped the AWP. Well, they just take turns being Sanji now.
Yes, the mix-up.
They're away, and look, if you're going to put all your eggs in the Jame basket here and he brings out the AWP, he has to get you a kill. And if he doesn't get you a kill, he has to save it to try again in the next round. So they really try and Jame really tries to set himself up a lot here. Now, they've identified the AWP. They quickly scamper back over towards the B bomb site. There's enough utility here to see them go for a decent execute over towards that side of the map. And they've actually got quite the open runway to do so. In a buy like this, and the setup that I'm seeing from VP right now, if they don't start to move more aggressively into this defense, it might even just be the save call because there's not a defuse kit. They're already light on retake utility, and the bomb site is being taken away from them every second they wait.
Yeah, unless Heaven and Graffiti both find a frag now prior to the plant, which is looking more and more unlikely as Kickit takes one to the dome. Space taken. Dump in their util. They're looking for a boost, and the unarmored Yakinda's been found. The boost spearheaded, and now their economy's in jeopardy. James holding his line. He's sticking around. He wants to take something. Surely the priority has to be maintaining those weapons into the next round. 18, though, is Team Spirits.
Yeah, it looked that way. Like, as soon as they identified where the AWP was, they just went to the other bomb site. Okay, all right, James, we know where you are. We're going to go execute.
Did he fire a shot?
Yeah, I think he took a shot, right?
Okay, I wasn't, because that was something I was considering. Is I don't know whether or not he did. I know Yakinda was jumping and Chopper tagged him through the smoke, but regardless.
Wait, Mir's going to take it all the way. Mir's going to take it all the way. That's the AWP gone. I said they had to hold on to that. Yeah, the AWP is gone, and Buster might be too.
Buster. Oh, they know, and they do deny it all. Only Kick It. Maybe he can save the AWP.
Get the AWP, get the AWP, get the AWP, get the AWP. Whew. Wiped the sweat off the brow right there. How the hell did that happen? I just looked up at the screen, and Mir has infiltrated the backlines.
He had the freedom of that movement, let off the leash. Works wonders. And I mean, that's like a mini round win in itself, denying the save, at least the majority of it. You get to keep track of how these ones went down. Yeah, that's the frag that ended it all. Mir catches Jane. Bit late on his rotate out. He wanted to stick around, was concerned of that hunt.
Yeah, but they could have had 3 rifles.
They could have.
And then they ended up with 2. And that was with Kickit dropping one and then reinvesting into another here. So this is when I watch VP and I just get confused. Here we go, they're fast. James already heard them. Look how quick they're on this. They're just walking in.
Yeah, that is mad. And as he peeks, there goes the J AWP. All that hard work, not for naught. Now a chance on the CZ. The AWP's in play. Buster delivers instead. In lieu of James, Buster is present. They are looking to take space, but so is Buster. Cognizant that that's a possibility.
Good molly.
Very long-range molly. He's got a strong arm on him, hasn't he? Has the Chopper. Smokes the bank. And Flit doesn't hesitate. He sticks around as undetermined as to where that goes. A little bit of a gap that Chopper will have to be cautious of. He's tucked in APC.
Just to note here, SDY does have a second wave of utility he can drop in similar fashion, right? He can drop another smoke and another Molotov. It doesn't even have to be in the same positions, and you can see him lining that up now. So the fact that Chopper has these forward positions means if you're Buster and you want to take a risk to get into the site.
He has vision, though. I mean, it's a safe dice plant. It's not going to really net him too much. Flit scooped up an AK-47 for his attempt. Now, there is no kit.
It looks like they want to go for this. Smoke for the bomb, flashes to get them out. There is a chance, but it is a 10-second defuse.
They're both opting for a toilet side, so this smoke, I mean, it could cause some chaos here. They go for the 10-second. You can get the AWP on top of it. Yes, this is scary. A 10-second hold. 10-second. I hope you remember where you planted, boys. 5 seconds. Running light on time. SDY confirms the defuse with the impact of the nade. That's nice.
No time.
And that's the round 1. They save it. A nice attempt from VP to try and make the 2v2 threatening, and it was. But 12 secured. Spirit touching distance now of the Legend stage.
They even deny the AWP. One can still be bought here from Jane, but they get to carry that one across for Dexter here. And they're going to be in a much better position. I don't think I can remember more than 3 rounds in this entire map so far where VP have had like full buys, like with everything, with all the bells and whistles. Maybe 4, right? It's not a whole lot of rounds where they've had everything that they possibly desire. Kits, armor, everything. They just haven't had it.
Really close to going awry there. A valiant attempt, and oh my god, that's a lot of early damage, and Jane boosted up. That's info.
Quick again. They really like getting up this SAM position.
Whoa! I haven't seen that one. Dexter with the counter wall bang. Doesn't even hesitate.
It was destined.
That is love. I mean, that's one very stylish way to equalize an early man disadvantage.
Okay, well, it was a good looking start for VP now, but once again, there's an avenue that's been taken, and Buster, well, he liked long on that T side. Guess what, Chopper? He likes going up through the bathrooms. He's already front side. He might even catch a Kinder.
He's going to hear him. Hello. Hello. Oh, and goodbye, Chopper.
It was so noisy. It was like a bull in a bloody china shop there, and he still swings on out for the kill. The awareness of your Kinder, great.
Oh, he's had a lot for the boys here.
Can he do it again? Are you going to jump peek again?
They are going long. He's exposed to it. And they will find him. He was so worried and concerned about the walk-up. Now it's Kicket's responsibility. This can go either way. And Flash ain't bad. Kicket will have to turn. He just swallows it. James has saved him. He lives on. Advantage VP. SDY making a bit of a fuss. What adjustment! Knocks off the head of Buster. He knows where you are, and he's tagged up James. The two AWPers duking it out. James missed his. Dexter's just a little better. 13 for Spirit. This is a crazy third map. The rounds, though, they are lined for Spirit. And a one-on-one, how poetic. Dexter bests him.
What a round from Dexter, though, right? That's how it opened on up. Then Dexter gets this one, just bang, straight through to the head of Flit right there. The shot that he gets here on Yakinda on the side, just completely unawares that Long's even an issue. And then you get SDY with the 2 up-close and personal kills. The molly's down, James has to move, and Dexter hits the shot. You'd be getting fired up about that one right there. And again, VP are going to limp in with the best they have. You're going to see the M4, the FAMASes. You're not going to be able to get the AWP out for James. The best thing that he can get here is a scout, but this is why it's so strange watching VP. James is going to go into a round where the rest of his team have all in, and he is going to go with a CZ, Kevlar, and a smoke. He is playing to have the AWP in the next round while the rest of his team are buying in this round.
Yeah, there's a reason that VP are an enigma to many, and a very unique presence in our Counter-Strike world. So much faith and deviations from the norm in pursuit of that AWP for James. 13-7. You're on the ropes. You're battered and bloody. The towel's in your coach's hands. He's thinking about throwing it in. But that still is a priority. All right, game time. Everyone fully invested, bar one. Yakinda actively looking for info on Long. Doesn't get much on the jump, but will concede after the flash. Gives it up. Rotates are being floated. Flit to back up Yakinda. A 3-man stack of this B defense. And Spirit slowly, methodically working on a 4-man toilets walk.
They've already grabbed control, right? So they just have to deal with Yakinda. And Flit has floated back across, but we've been talking about 1 by 1. Well, here they come again. Line up, not there. Damage done. Molly corrals him back. Smoke to deny. Flash to help him get on out of dodge, but there's so much pressure.
Chopper. Oh, I could have had a real opener there.
Oh, and they fully rotated. SDY's just walked on him, playing the number game perfectly. SDY has been magnificent. He just needs to get the space and the kill.
Oh no, Kickett. Kicking himself. Doesn't convert. The rotate's in. It's really resting on Buster here if he can delay. Everyone aware of where the final intentions of that bomb will go. Mir, late with it. Having a problem. SDY would need another one of those crackers. Buster Graffiti will catch that short fight if he chooses to take it. Is SDY responsible? But there he goes. Buster's got the nade, a strong arm. Bomb down. Mir catches it. Even lower now. Lives on. 15 points of health and a dream man advantage for VP, and they need this one. James has equipped himself with a recovered rifle. But Dexter's is still filling the feed. 25 and counting. Kit absent. Do you go? It has to be now. Util fades. Dexter bides his time. Magix has struck. Dexter playing for his life now, you'd think, but just plucks James on the descent.
It's done.
VP have got nothing left.
It's done.
There's no time, and 14 is here. Loses his AWP in the process, but who cares? 14. And this is a spotless T side. We talked about the half. 8-7. We're up to 14-7.
I can't believe that they're doing this on the T half, right? We were talking about how the CT side was the strength of Spirit so far, and now it's been fantastic stuff from them. And we still, to this point, right, the amount of full buys you've seen from VP, I'm sure you can count them on one hand. Fortunately, Buster is quick. He was able to scavenge that AWP back. So because of that, we see actually something really decent in the purchase department right now for VP. Could that be the difference maker? They've actually got the util, they've actually got the weapons, they've actually got the kit.
Has to be now. VP need to flick a switch. Flick a flick. Boost is decent, or we'll see the stack nades. Boost will work wonders if they are exposed. Kicket's jail. Buster's safe, and Flit's patrolling for that exact possibility. Even Yakinda's in a prime position to knock Mir's head off. The flash would have to be perfect from SDY. Look how well drilled this is. This is perfect. You flash him off the line. You don't find anything on your boost, but it could have very well translated. Dexter's aggression up short has not been successful. And they will rejig. Use that time. You've got 60 seconds to piece this one together. VP not incapable of losing from the man disadvantage, but this is exactly what they needed and need to build upon it, looking for their first CT round, Chad.
Oh, James forward is going to find one here. 3v5. It's all coming together now for VP. This is a must-convert round here, and if your team spirit, and you know you're only 2 away, maybe, just maybe, you're considering the save, but Mir, he's not done just yet over towards this sandbag position. If he wants to be a nuisance, he can, but this is it. One at a time the kills come, and one at a time VP will convert them, and there it is, the save. That's been thrown on down the pipeline. SDY and Mir, tail between their legs, back towards spawn, and because of that nature you were talking about with no rounds coming through so far for VP, well, the loss bonus, it is bottom of the barrel for Spirit, right? So they only got 1,400 into that last round that they've played. Now, sorry, they'll up getting 1,400 into this round of play, which is not going to be a whole lot, and that's why you can understand this save call here. They need something to work with. Funny what happens when you get out all the guns in the utility, though, isn't it?
All right, Boomer. Stop trying to force your old game ideals on us.
Sorry, everyone. Well, it is going to be a timeout called from Spirit, and the first one they've had to call here on this third map. So things have been going quite well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I just saw the 4K reminder as well there on the front of the VP desk. If you didn't know, if you've been hanging out, you can, if you've got the bandwidth, check it out. Watch a full 4K Counter-Strike Major for the first time. Find that on the YouTube broadcast.
You can also do the rewinding and stuff on the YouTubes.
I saw there's a trial
on Twitch.
A trial-ish, that's not a word. A trialed 2-minute rewind on Twitch.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to go back 2 minutes? What if I only want to go back 5 seconds?
Yeah, you're onto something there, Chad. Pause, rewind.
The technology is not there unless you're on YouTube, and it is there. But yeah, it seemed a bit easy, didn't it? And it is going to be the force behind these saved weapons. It makes sense. With 1,400 as the loss, you may as well go in. It's double eco territory, and the totem boost has been assembled. So Dexter, what can you find?
What?
Well, not a lot.
Yeah, cancels that plan. And interestingly enough, you talked about what they can find. It's Yakinda, who had a full look at Fountain and found nothing. So understandably, James leaving him to his own devices. Yakinda aggressive. He's going to be the canary in the coal mine for that warning.
Now, it is going to be about what picks they can find here if you are Team Spirit. So this could be quite the slow round from them, waiting out all of that CT utility. And with the early info actually operating against them, it feels like VP are hedging that it will be a bit of a B execute. So isolating Yakinda is not impossible right now. The little bits of utility they have are being thrown out sparingly now as they do get connected control, sewer control, and up they come. It is this fight right now. Will he go undetected? Yakinda in the upper bathrooms here. Staying quiet on the rotation. Jay making his way back up to help Yakinda out. Deep flash on through just to help. And Yakinda's been able to pivot back, so can be a bit more of a standard defense. 30-ish seconds left on the clock. More utility lobbed out to hold them at bay.
They're really light on time here, Chad.
It's just this smoke and the go.
Yeah. The full rotate's on its way. You got a fully bought up VP, and Yakinda's already drawn blood first. Oh, Jane between the wickets. And a little bit of a gap for Magix. He's so focused on that AWP though and running it down. The clock is light, and there you have a 9th. Full investment from Spirit. So we are actually going to be seeing VP recover here. I mean, we always talk about it, you know, when you have someone that's just streaking, breaking them, we'll see a return in favor of the ever silent VP. So we are going to see them string together 2 consecutive.
They should be getting to the double digits here. It would be like they would probably have to unplug their keyboards and mice to lose this round right now. The P250 and 4 Glocks.
It's not advisable.
No, walk into a bomb site and, well, it should be done and dusted here. But if we're trying to think about where the successes have come from for Team Spirit, I think it's been helped out a lot by just the lacking in the buy department. James going to open things up. Blitz going to get to rain down pain from above connector position, and there you go, gobbling up a couple of easy ones there. But you have to think right now, if you are Spirit and you've been sitting on a bit of a pocket strat or an execute, I always talk about this within these moments of the game. The thing is, you still obviously need 2 more rounds, but you're in the driver's seat. Now, do you want to leave that until the final throws where it becomes a little bit more obvious that you might throw something a little bit quicker or more organized out, or do you want to opt to get that in early, maybe spin the momentum in your favor? Lots of questions to ask here.
I mean, it's a good question, but it's also one of those ones where what's more predictable? You know, when you've got the cushion, when you've got the extra rounds, you've got, you know, a nice 4-round lead, going for the avant-garde, speedy commit feels like it's something the CTs would be expecting, right? You're not going to be doing something so close towards the end of the match, something that is so highly volatile in the end result, or to hit contingent on a timing. Monster smoked. We are going to be seeing just the 2 of them leave the bomb towards B, so expect to see a battle for this early control of Fountain. Try and humble your Kinder as best they can. Oh, Chopper, if he had his gun out, that's a very different kettle of fish.
Should have been a kill right there.
Should have. Just faffing with his nades. And a resmoke Monster, you can see Kicker is anticipating something quick, not letting even a second of an unsmoked pipe.
They need to be on high alert towards B because they have been pestered quite early towards this sandbag position, so you can tell just with the passive setup that they've opted for here that they know this is coming, and it's the same kind of play.
It's poppy. Very poppy. And of course with Monster Smoke,
they're walking in.
They just looked away. They just looked away. It's Flit now. First to actively contest. Attention drawn. Kick it contributes. Here comes the commit, and Magic's just slipping the net. That smoke might aid him. If he drops one of his own, he could rat it. Good damage. Kick it again, saving the boys. VP set for success. Buster, just as he averts his gaze, Magic's is booked. And yeah, this one's falling nicely into place. Spirit did try something different, Chad. You called it right out the gate.
It's just like a contact pacing here, and I'm not sure if that's because of the util they had, but either way, it really just fell flat. Flit took that first contact. It wasn't necessarily lethal, but it was enough to stall them out. And now Chopper walks in. He goes down. 3 survive, and VP's starting to look good. 4 in a row, and within those 4, they've only conceded a total of 3 deaths. One of those was a full eco, so you can understand why it's looking more like a clean sheet. Max loss bonus now in the favor of Team Spirit. So one of the things that we're going to look towards here is them getting the bomb down, right? This type of round, they can half buy. They know they're going to get 3,400 into the next. If they can get a plant, that's going to make it look even better. Some quick tech 9s, though, as you do see the triple nades. Now, this is where the nade stack will come out to the sandbag position, most likely. You can see them lining that up. Buster is actually jump peeking right now, but he just moved away, so shouldn't be doing too much damage to Flit whatsoever. There you go,
Must
and fast up.
Footsteps, a little. They are ahead of the incendiary, but not ahead of the curve. Lovely, lovely quick finish.
Another quick one. So that's another one that they've just completely swatted away their VP. It's a whole different feeling to the game. Now, I still can't help but feel that VP put themselves in this pressure position just by the virtue of their buys, because you can clearly see now that everything's out, they're handling business in a big way. But another timeout called, the second for Team Spirit now, and well, another gun round about to come on out. Degster can purchase in to that AWP with all the bells and whistles around it. The rest are all looking good for buys too. And I want to quickly credit SDY, who's been having another good map here. 17 kills for him. Degster with a couple of impact rounds of his own, 17 as well. Magic's with 9. If he can come alive now with a little impact kill here, there, and everywhere, might be the start that they're looking for here to close this one down on the Spirit side of things. James being kept relatively quiet as well as one of the primary AWPs in the server right now, and the 11 kills to his name. So on the flip side of that conversation, if he starts hitting some big ones, that could devastate Team Spirit here. But aggressive Molotovs again. Chopper, the only man heading over towards Connector. No presence over towards A whatsoever. 4 players parked in the backyard, all putting bullets down range. Nobody playing on the other side of that smoke. But plenty of info for Kicker to relay to the team. It's not just one man, that's for sure. They've actually posted Jane with the AWP over towards long, and we have seen a couple of long plays from Spirit here, so they're going to have early information on, are they on that side of the map? We can see not at all. And with all of that, Yakinda's actually cheating the rotation over towards B, so they will have... Oh, is he?
He's thinking about it.
Back and forth, so we can smoke Monster again here in a second, Yakinda.
Kickert's bailed himself out of trouble there. He would have been the first to fall.
They're ahead of the smoke. They're ahead of the smoke. It's on Magic's here for an entry.
Yeah. Shadow spotted. Passive nature. Kick it. Takes the first contact. The trades are perfect. They poke. They prod. in synchronized fashion. Now the Rio Gress, SDY, he's been a hero for them. Bomb on his back, has to put the whole team there too.
So committed with the bomb right now, they have to go B. What's he meant to do? This has to be the B finish. The bomb is so committed.
Yeah, and they've got 3-man hold here. Yukinda from the heavens. They don't have a smoke for it. SDY not in a position to drop it. And now, oh, the pin pull. Buster readies himself for war. Oh, he's even got Yukinda in a perfect tight line for that fight. Hard one here. Hard to connect the dots. 1 HP. The wiggle of frustration embodies just how bleak Spirit's outlook has been. It's only Chopper. Doesn't have the time or the health. Losing his head. VP are here to play. A response immaculate. 6 in consecutive fashion and have just completely bounced back from their 6-0 start.
And no bomb plant here. So this is another half-buy scenario again, right? And this is the point with those pocket strats, those faster plays where they need to come in. They need to just hit something.
Just a little tidbit as well. Notice how they got the info from that pillar position.
And peek from it.
And Kickert engages on that. Just so you could see the follow-up. You're trying to deal with Kickert close. They're not going to be looking at your pillar. It's just a lovely bit of team play.
This is looking very much like a fast B if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I don't know how VP will handle this. Kickert again stands and delivers. The flashes are Magic's assist. I'm not sure if that's a fair fight.
Buster's low.
Oh, he could do something. Oh, he hears him. But he's not expecting 2. Flitz behind him as well. Does run down another, but he's going to be looking for the weapon, and that leads to his demise. We are tied up. 14 apiece. Timeout? Maybe.
They've got 2 left. They have 2 left here. You may as well use them in consecutive rounds here to try and close out the game, or we will be looking down the barrel of what a comeback from VP. They have so much money. There are no worries at all in the VP camp. None at all.
And your analogy of thinking that VP were their own worst enemy in that first 6 rounds, I'm not so convinced.
Okay, here we go. Deep mollies again. And they've given up on A. They really just want to keep knocking on the door of B. You know, I was worried about VP being out of ideas on Ancient. Well, guess what? Team Spirit are out of ideas right now.
But every round, Yukinda has just gone peak fountain, said it's clear, and they just batten down the hatches.
Yeah, they're not even throwing a smoke here, and they're just trying to creep up. Sure, this worked for you earlier, boys, but it hasn't worked since.
Let's see. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. SDY has provided an opener. Chopper, again, breaks down the door this time. The best of the B bunch have fallen. Buster's gone. Kicker 2.
Whoa!
And Dexter with another contribution. Spirit, stubborn. Yukinda looking for his second, and Chopper is pretty damn low. You can know he's on the site. He's missed the strafe, playing around with the sound cues. There's still so much time for this round. You've got to play your life. And a high flash. Chopper wants to plant, but they haven't cleared out Yukinda, and SDY is his next victim. It's falling apart at the seams now. And Chopper, they know where you are. Over the smoke, Yukinda loses his head, a one-on-one. Looking to lead.
2 bullets.
2 bullets in the AK.
Oh!
Chopper! He breaks Spirit's silence, and 2 bullets is all he needs. That's something else now, Spirit. It looked like they'd lost it. It really did, Chad.
Oh-wee, okay. Well, they wanted to make this one exciting, and they definitely did. A 1-on-2 from the in-game leader to break the silence with 2 bullets remaining against the AWP. Watch this one again. Bang, bang.
Oh, goosebumps creeping and crawling onto my skin after that one. Ballsy. Chopper, the only way to get out of trouble there was shots like that.
And it's back towards B again. It's worked. They've been able to break that levy, but they really want to test the site one more time. Similar approach, slipping on through, slinking onto the sewer position, the utility lines on up.
Bro, they can't surely get away with this one again. It would have to be the goddess of flashes. Here we go. James loses vision.
It's the same thing.
Magic slipping. Pressure. Kick it. First to fall. There's a way. There is a way. Buster's kicking, screaming. Only 2. Flit down and standing his ground. Into the site now. Bomb spotted as well. It's a 2-on-2. A very high-stakes game, a wingman. And now Dexter for the clutch. Closes the gap. Rushes him down. He can't close it. Overtime secured. The finest of margins in this one.
All right. We go again. MR3, 10K.
Bloody hell, fellas. They've decided to bring us a bit of a barn burner to wrap it up.
Yeah, looks like both teams wanted to leave this right down to the final moments here. Now, with that MR3, 10K, financial woes will be felt in overtime. You're going to be seeing if the CTs find themselves locked out of a site early. Saves may creep on in here. Buster, if I just take a quick look, 30 kills to his name. 30 kills for Buster in this one. He's been having a performance and a half here. The opening kill went in the favor of Spirit on the way back in, but this right now is where we might have to see them diversify some of their play. Big stuff from Flit, the new boy.
Holds his ground. Like, he's got eight bullets in the mag there. Rushed on the reload, but he just gets out of dodge. Just look at his health. That evasive jump may have saved him from the one bullet that could have taken us and finished us in regulation. Okay, well, Yakinda already knows something fishy is afoot, but this time there's a smoke on that Molotov.
Yeah, Chopper's got a little bit of a different look in his eye right now, doesn't he? Knowing he had to win out that 1-on-2 just to get them to 15, he's changing this one. Aggressive over towards A. This is more of a default spread in the round. 1 connector, STY backyard of B, and 3 probing over towards this A bomb site. Looks like VP are ready for this.
Yakinda is locked in. The smoke's nice. It will bail him out once it fades. A whole lot of pressure this time on the A side of the map, and VP have addressed it. At times we've seen this.
Oh, through the smoke, just completely through the smoke right there.
That was just his spray. James gobbles the flash.
Look at Chopper.
Stands his ground. Chopper could catch the timing here, and they are heading back to the wide open B site. It's wide open.
If they just walk through Monster here, Buster can't see the feet. And Flit's flirting with the idea of smoking off Monster again. So Buster won't have the info, but he can be late, right? He can either flank them through Monster or he can come up through Sandbag, kick it, trying to dissuade them with that flash, but it's not going to do enough.
It's enabled him to get to barrels, actually. So with a supportive smoke, they've done something brilliant here. Look at the damage. And the spray combined leads to a disaster. 4 Team Spirit running out of bodies here, and oh, damn. What a great reaction out of VP. It looked like they've been caught off guard, and now they have. Chopper, however, doesn't have the time for his teammate. They need all the kills. It's just not going to be given. And time is the one to secure it for the boys of Virtus.pro.
Oh,
it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not. And it would only have been a 1,400 loss bonus right there. But still, you'd love to have held on to that one if you were Chopper, because you can see after his investment into the second round of OT, nothing left. But yeah, I didn't think that flash from Kick It was huge, but it actually bought enough time for him to tuck his head and the smoke to come on in.
Yeah, that what, 3 seconds of pause was enough for when the vision's restored, the site looked a whole lot more intimidating.
Yeah, it looked like a good call as well, because VP were kind of chasing their tails, especially Yakinda went down early, but I think Spirit have run out of T-side ideas. I really do, because
there's something different here, like Yakinda. He hears them. They're not making any secret of their presence. The extinguisher's been heard, so immediately you've stopped that information gathering being free. So already OT feels different for the CTs of VP, but they have been putting the right pieces in the right place consistently. The only exception to their run at the tail end of this series was the Chopper clutch.
Yeah, and you can't bank on that. Right?
No.
You can't replicate that. That's not something you can ask from these players to pull out time and time again. I feel like they need at least 1 round here on this T half. Noisy, Yakinda hears this. Calls for aid. Jane, the Overwatch.
VP's comms are tight right now. Looking for answers everywhere. No lurk spotted out on short. Flit's given the green light to rotate in to bolster the numbers 2-3. That's enough for Yakinda. Look how much information is being sought out by these CTs. This is good.
Time's a huge problem. Time is a massive problem.
Ooh.
There's so many players on A.
And Yakinda drops his own smoke, and SDY kind of has to disrespect it, which is exactly what he's waiting for. Brilliant play here out of VP. They are tightening the thumb screws, and Spirit looking lost, absent, without leave. Dexter the last to leave the server there, and 17 for VP. Yeah, they've answered all of their CT woes.
Yeah, there's just nothing they could do right there with the timing of those smokes. Fantastic use of them, and yeah, you can really see what the economy's sitting at right now. Players for Team Spirit flush out of cash. There will be an AK or 2 brought on through, but it is going to be a crippled buy here within overtime. VP have been able to scavenge themselves some AKs to carry on in. Kits for everybody, head armors there, util flush, and clean sweep likely here, because if you're Spirit, you're likely just to head back towards the B stand to play. Never mind, not B, over towards A. 4 of them, quick. 1 towards connector, 3 up towards the playground area, and to try and make this work without an AWP, you have to hope Yakinda slips up.
I don't know, man. He's looking sharp. He's looking ready. Finally, he gets tested. It's only the one and done. Magix has kept the round competitive, and Spirit, they needed that, considering how light it was. Chopper, gone.
They've been used to so much space, so they didn't want to continue walking towards A with all the info they just gave up, so they've sent back to B, but that's where the stack remains. 3 players from VP have not moved from the B bomb site just yet.
This is going to be gross. I've never seen this jail position not get a frag.
There's only a couple of flashes. Oh, don't even need the flashes.
Yeah, he'll take 2. That's a kick in the... Okay. Flip has to finish the job, and it's likely right over here and now. 10 HP clutch for Magix demanded. For VP, though, this could and should be a spotless 3-0 conversion of their first half here in OT.
Oh, Magix had an amazing clutch over there on Ancient. This one here is a lot more difficult
Is
on
the door
T
open?
side.
I think it's still closed. Oh, naded off. Okay. So there is that potential. If he cuts noise, that they will be aware that he could have slipped the net.
Not anymore.
And that's it from Flip, VP 18. And now you can see the vibrations are heading in a very different direction, Chad.
Oh, Yakinda looks like he's getting loud there as well. Some giggles on the faces, some screams being exchanged. And just to note on Flip, the new boy in the team, 27 kills for him. I was talking about Buster within regulation. He got up to 30. He's only up to 31 now. So Flip within the dying stages of this one, you've been seeing his multi-kills.
And if it wasn't for Chopper's clutch, this could have been a VP's immaculate return. It's just that one blemish that's taken them to OT. They were given this gift of the 15th by Chopper's clutch. Now we need to see the whole team batten down, lock it down, and give them the same treatment right back.
Oh, are you believing right now if you're Spirit because you've been left scratching your head here? Remember, this is for progression right now. Entropiq just did that over Heroic not that long ago. Now the winner of this will be greeting that top 8. Deep Molly's out again. We know that Buster has an affinity for taking this long control, and looks like he's tasked with doing that early here. Some stack nades being lined on up, kick it and Flip to throw those 2 out. Nobody home to receive, but information going either way. SDY was great within that first half.
If he tries it again, I wouldn't be surprised if James throws a pot shot down range. Keeps his beans chilled for now.
They're just really allowing Buster to work for a lot of info here before the rest of the team starts working. You can see Buster's position now is the most forward of everybody on the map. The combing through the fountain position, that through connector is quite timid. It's a little bit later here. They want to give Buster enough time here to work. Here's Magic, and there's the flit impact again. Chopper on the jump. He goes down. It's a banger of a shot, and there's the follow-up.
It's absolutely falling apart. James strings together 2. Magic's, he had to take some initiative, go for something aggressive. It's all onto SDY, but just as he emerges, his head is knocked off. Dexter to try and save Team Spirit's hopes of the Legend stage today. And it's not to be. What a recovery from VP. The Polar Bear prevails. The Dragon gutted. And a great play. I mean, considering how that second half started, Chad. I mean, we saw the unwillingness of VP to just bide their time for the full investment. As soon as they got all the bells, whistles, trimmings, it was a different looking team.
Yeah, once those guns came out, I think it was with Buster actually saving an AWP in a round that they lost. They carried that through, and from there they were able to facilitate a much better buy. And then the rounds just kept coming. So, look, it got close. It was a great game. It made it much more exciting doing it that way, but it felt like VP did it the hard way.
Well, don't they always? Don't they always? For the entertainment. They're doing it for us. They're doing it for you. But that's it. They're locked in. VP will be in attendance. Of course, the grand finalists, not necessarily the winners, but the grand finalists, at least 3 of them, are going to be in attendance in that top 16.
Yeah, we're going to be throwing this one over to the panel to break this one down. So we'll see you later. Enjoy the desk.
Kissy lips, Richard.
Thanks very much, guys. And know how much you love casting Virtus.pro as well, Chad and Alex. So hope you enjoyed that one. All the rounds, as they say. What a crazy series. Now, look, we'll just jump straight into it. This is, by the way, in case you haven't been following, that's Maniac, that's Blair, that's Yanko. You know the drill. You did say Maniac right at the top of the show when we talked about this series. Team Spirit, they do have a tendency to choke a little bit in these important games.
Oh my god, it's like
deja vu.
It's like watching a movie and you know what the end is going to be. You wish it's going to be different. You wish the scenario is different. You wish something's going to happen. You wish the script is going to go off. But it never fails. It never fails.
Shyamalan movie.
It never fails with Spirit. They were up 14-7 on Overpass. They survived rounds against pistols, 1v1 clutches. I'm thinking this is it. This is the breaking point for Spirit. They survived these rounds, and everything is open. All the doors, all the windows wide open for Spirit to make it to the Legend stage. But no, at 14-7, they start losing round, and you can see, you can feel the anxiety creeping in on the side of Spirit. Duel starts to be shaky, decisions start not making sense. We're not even going to touch that 3v2 at 15-14 where they jump on him in the water. I could see it coming.
I want to talk about it.
Yeah, we'll get that. We'll get that.
We have to get in first. Like, you gave the answer to your question right there. Like, there were so many close rounds that they won that they probably should have won all of them. So they weren't winning rounds in a convincing fashion. For me, it was just a matter of time. If VP manages to break them and hold their momentum, that game is going to be really hard for Spirit to close out.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Like, let's talk about all the 3 maps over here, right? Like, we look at map number 1, Entropiq coming from VP. We're like, hell yeah, this is finally the VP seeing. We wanted to see Flit and Jame on that A side were spectacular, completely shut it down. Dexter was nowhere to be seen. You look at Ancient, again, it's some ludicrous rounds being won by VP. I won't lie, Spirit threw a few of these rounds initially, but it's Spirit, they showed, well, the spirit to bounce back into the game. Some great rounds coming out from them, able to come back from behind, and then win map number 2. Going to Overpass, 14-7, like I said, you had everything in the bag. You showed the tenacity to claw back from a deficit as well, but they don't have the killing edge, Richard, in my opinion. They're just not able to get those final couple of rounds, and once VP started rolling, there was nothing they could do.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll say that. I agree with you. I thought we might see a different team spirit here, battling back on Ancient the way they did.
Yeah.
But, I mean, a 14-7 loss. Oh. I think the thing that's frustrating is while a lot of us have earmarked Virtus.pro as this, like, dark horse, one to watch as the tournament goes by, they didn't really do anything this series to convince you. Had it been any other opponent, they would have won the series, right? It wasn't like Virtus.pro did this amazing comeback. It was like Team Spirit absolutely choked. They threw this one.
They absolutely did. I want to give a little bit of respect. I want to give some props to Buster, who had a beautiful map of Overpass. Any opportunity that was given to him, he made the difference on the B side. Same for Flit, which we kind of have to address, is not in the most comfortable positions. Like, he comes in, replaces Senji, everyone's waiting for him to fail. He had a very great map against 28 kills for Flit. So they took the chances that Spirit were giving them. That's the only thing they can do. But there's a man that has to thank his teammate, and that's going to be Jame.
Oh, we're gonna talk about
rarely
Jame.
have I seen
I think we've actually
like
got a head-to-head between him and Dexter we can take a look at. But yeah, let's talk about Jame. I mean, he gets a lot of attention. You know, there's a lot of investment put into him to perform. Of course. You know, the AWP, the most expensive gun, the signature weapon of the whole game. You expect your AWPers to produce. I mean, his teammates did him a huge, huge favor here. As you can see, these statistics absolutely bear that out on that last match.
I mean, you look at VP. I'm gonna try and be the bit of a nicer guy in the desk here.
No, that's what I do. Just go ahead. Just be mean.
No, you're being very mean right now, Matthew. So I'm just gonna try to be a little nicer. Sure, Jame and Dexter, they were nowhere to be found in the server. Although that being said, you know, they had a few moments here and there, especially on Overpass. Credit to Kicker and Buster. You talk about VP, you talk about Yakinder and Jame. These are the two, you know, guys who kind of shoulder the burden of these two teams. You look at Flit coming in, replacing Sanji, the potential third star in this team. Kicker and Buster hard carried VP's asses through these 3 maps. And you have to give credit to the fact that these are the 2 players. They're kind of role players, right? You're doing all the dirty jobs now in Sanji's absence, but they really delivered. And if it weren't for these 2 players, it has to be Spirit going through to the next stage.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Maybe is there a world where we're being too harsh on Virtus.pro, Yanko? Because, you know, betting in a new player, clearly the players are a little bit, you know, based on the media comments they've made, a little bit off about it. And, you know, they're kind of scrambling so they can get a couple of days, maybe work on some stuff.
Listen, I mean, neither team has really impressed. VP wins the game, goes to the next phase, right? That job completed, you know, mission accomplished for this phase at the very least. But you look at what, for example, FaZe or Copenhagen Flames have shown us so far, they're nowhere near that level. So definitely a lot of things that they need to still work on. You know, not a lot of time to work on it, but what matters at this point in time is just to win the games, no matter the fashion in which you win them. Obviously, it's going to be harder to win against tougher opposition in the next phase, but maybe this couple of days will help them iron things out.
And it's the trick. It's the trick with VP. Like, we spend our time at the desk talking about, you know, the shortcuts of their play style. We talk about how maybe some of the players are a little bit boring, not too exciting. At the end of the day, they made it to Legend stage.
Yeah, I mean,
they make it to the next stage. They don't have to play
it's not pretty.
Counter-Strike right now.
It's not pretty.
They don't have to be pretty now. They just have to play.
Are they ever going to be pretty?
It's Virtus.pro. They're not going to be pretty then either. It's just, if winning Counter-Strike is winning Counter-Strike. You know, their style reminds me of the old school flip side. It was torture to watch, and sometimes they'd win games.
But who is simple in that lineup then?
Yeah, exactly, right? So, I mean, that tells you all you need to know. They were still grinding it out with simple in the lineup. But anyway, why don't we take a look at some of those opponents that Janko talked about? This is an updated Legends stage for you. And I agree with you, Janko. I look at there's Virtus.pro and Entropiq. As I pronounce it.
Entropiq might be the time maybe to discuss the fact that he absolutely destroyed Heroic. Or
They're
should we just
legit.
slip that under the rug?
Yeah, I mean,
my
sure,
God.
sure. We might have time for that. Let me check with production, actually. I'll go
Don't
behind
want to throw you under the bus there,
curtain
but
here.
there was really something quite happening.
He literally just said, "Mate, just a bit. You talk too much. You talk crazy." Yeah, we got to bring up some Entropiq. I say Entropiq all the time, so that big Q at the end. But Entropiq, obviously they beat Heroic over on the other stream. That could potentially, couldn't it, set up Heroic versus Astralis in the 2-2s?
If some other results also.
If TYLOO beats Movistar.
And
hey, anything's possible with Asian CS, man.
Usually it's disappointment that's possible, Richard, but yeah.
Astralis versus Heroic for a spot at the
right.
Oh, that'll be tasty.
But yeah, I mean, just a few thoughts about Entropiq, because I know we were watching it on our dual monitors. Super fast, legit contenders now that they're through the
obviously,
Legends stage.
they've earned a lot of respect with that win, right? Also, the fact that the third map is so clean. They dismantled Heroic. And Elian, a player that a lot of players, a lot of people
really having a breakout.
Exactly.
Here.
He's having a breakout tournament. He had crazy stats all over 2020, then 2021. Also online, sub-tier tournaments, and now he is doing it at the major.
And speaking of break, it is time for one. We're going to have a quick break. When we come back, we're going to set up the next series, which is going to be Big versus ENCE. Make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Big versus ENCE.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
All right, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. It is time for the second best of three on the mainstream. And because we're trying to hit the mainstream, who better to bring in to the desk than Duncan Thorin Shields? He'll definitely propel us there. It is the esports historian, of course, joined by Maniac and Janko. So this one is going to be ENCE versus Big. This is a very interesting series, lots of moving parts to it. But let's just talk about ENCE. I know we're going to repeat some of the storylines here, but they are definitely worth repeating. ENCE, a team that obviously famously had a Finnish squad, you know, major finalists, #2 team in the world, living the dream. They've even got their own song, Easy for ENCE, all the fans. And then it's all downhill after one roster move that just went catastrophically wrong. It took them ages to bounce back, and they did it with players that just on paper you thought, well, there's just no way. They're just placeholders. Snappy somehow has galvanized this team, made it one of the best teams in Europe, and crucially, guys, in form before the major.
If you look at those underdog teams at the RMR, I know people were hyped about Flames, who obviously here are doing very well. ENCE was the team that was the one that was impressive. Like, they had the legit wins over top 10 opponents. Yep. They were doing it with a quality map pool. The players were consistent, who was good. Snappy was calling a good game. Like, they actually have all the pieces to be, like, not a dark horse, 'cause I'm not implying they're going to win the tournament, but to actually do damage at this tournament. Like, if you go back to last year, Big would have this win. They'd be the massive favourite. There'd be no chance in this sort of a matchup. So it actually says it all that when I was looking at the odds, ENCE was the heavy favourite for this one. By the way, they should be.
Yeah,
I agree. Based on form, that's the thing. If you think about the names and the tenure and the experience of players, you'd say Big's supposed to be winning this, but actually no. On form, based on what we have seen very recently, it's ENCE that's in the driving seat. And what I find to be fascinating, really, is that you take these 5 players, you separate them one by one. None of them has a legend stage pedigree on him. Sure. Only Snappy ever really touched the new challenger stage at the majors in all his career. And I'm not even talking about the Spinks and Hades Dodo. We have never seen them, but suddenly it's working together. And one player I would like to talk about is Diha. When he was in Sprout, obviously he had to cope with so many losses, so many disappointments. Sprout were absolutely glass sealed. They could never make it to the top. Yeah. But as an individual, he was always doing his best, and he keeps doing it right now. He's like a Sunny at his peak. He's silent, but he's doing the work, and I wanted to give him some props for that.
Yeah, I mean, Diha's an interesting one, Yanko. I mean, I always kind of wonder if we could have gone into that alternate universe where the not Golden Five, but the kind of pretend Golden Five lingered a bit too long, and the Polish players like Diha, and there's obviously other guys, we've got Hades coming through now, a bunch of cool dudes, Rallen's still out there somewhere. There was a generation that was meant to replace them, meant to step up to the plate, just never happened. And now, sort of belatedly, after those legends are forgotten, we're starting to see these great individual players come through.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in Poland as well. There's a lot of talent out there. Michu in Evil Geniuses, Diha and Hades here, right? I mean, can certainly fight 2 more guys and make a full lineup. And yeah, extremely talented, mostly around that tier 2 scene. He even stood out when he was playing with the Polish teams. But it's just now he has a chance and an opportunity not only to play against tier 1 opposition, but also to have a solid team around him where he doesn't have to carry per se. You know, he can rely on his teammates as well to some extent, and then just does his job, performs in his role, and that elevates the whole team.
Think about this as well. If you are big, there's another component people haven't thought of. Sprout's supposed to be the little brother to you.
Yes.
And this Diha guy came from Sprout. He was the star, and actually now, by the way, he's arguably better than most of the players in Big, so they almost missed a trick on that one.
Well, let's take a look at that big roster, Duncan. Obviously, we'll bring them up now. We'll do a little cool little swoop through. But, I mean, they're such a strange team to me. I know all of the guys. I like what they're trying to do. I mean, to be fair, single-handedly resurrected German Counter-Strike, which at one point was sort of very good and worthy of recognition, but obviously fell on hard times in recent years. And they found players that I don't think they were supposed to be able to scout out. You know, who was Searson? You know, these guys, and they are on their day, they're good. It's just their day just doesn't seem to roll around as much as it should.
They also have that killer problem, which is they never all perform at the same time.
Yep, exactly.
Like one guy has a good game, then like Gade has a good game here, but then Searson has an off game. By the way, I'll also say this. Of all the great AWPers, in my opinion, to be a true superstar AWPer, you must have a secondary game. Kenny Escart, they're all amazing with a rifle if they have to. They've got clutch device that goes without saying one of the best rifle players
one of the best pistol players I've ever seen.
Searson has no rifle game. He is the guy who's on a pistol, who's on an SMG. So the problem in that scenario is, in this particular game with the CT economy, you aren't going to have that AWP all the time unless you're rolling.
He doesn't have a rifle game, but he does have a scout game.
Sure.
Try to tell you firsthand, it's annoying as but yeah, it's like, you know, so he's like just scout or AWP or pistol, that's it. Pretty much. I haven't even seen him with SMG, so yeah, I mean, that can be a problem in some situations depending on the map.
Follow up on that thought as well, Matt. We're just going to bring the veto up on screen so you can get a load of this, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I think if we start a conversation around Big with Searson, then we're also missing the fact that for the longest time, the whole roster was underwhelming for the top level of Counter-Strike. We're talking about players like Keto. I thought also Tizian was not sufficient for the longest time. So in a way, I kind of have to respect what they are doing, you know, somewhat finding success. At some point, they were at the top. They won events with that roster. Has to be compensated by some sort of like good ethics and really grinding the games. They were the one coming in with like new tricks and bits when it came, but it's all gimmicky, and that is the problem with Big. Also, maybe they have some of the gimmicks here at the major. Would not be the best time possible to pull that kind of game.
Looking at this veto, I don't know. I got to say, I think Dust too. I understand why Big are picking it. I know it's a map that they like, but obviously I think the players ENCE has.
This is an ENCE favourite veto.
Yeah.
Has it all of it. And the fact that you've got Nuke as your decider, that's
Yeah,
just
I know.
your insurance in your back pocket.
I think that's the one, you know, for me, the Dust 2 is fine. They get to pick Mirage, ENCE does, and then the decider being Nuke, you know, ENCE very much comfortable on map, great
Yes.
T-sides. But also you seem big, willing to play. They won once, lost once on Nuke, lost to Copenhagen Flames. We questioned that veto in a best-of-1. But I'm just surprised, you know, it's a worrying sign for me that they vetoed Vertigo. I felt like you have to be, you know, in this, that would be a great map for them to let through and to play it, but
One thing we're going to see at this major, it's going to be a theme, is you can't be the team that's not playing Ancient and Vertigo. Someone's going to punish you eventually.
Yeah, totally. Well, look, we're about to find out if they're going to get punished. We are ready to get into the game, so it's not the Big Apple, but I do know two people who are hungry for a great series of Counter-Strike. It's Sadakist and Moses.
It's good. That was well played. It's crazy how long ago that was, but that is still the play that everyone references for me. You know, I like peaked too soon, I guess.
Yeah, that happens. But you know, it was worth it. That's a good one to have, you know, attached to your name. That was good stuff.
I've said this to a bunch of people. I'm sure a lot of people have heard this already. But like, imagine I just said that line and just died right away. It's
Yeah,
like, well, that
you,
one's gone.
When you said that line, I was kind of hoping that would happen. That's what I was.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that
Thanks,
would have been
man.
funny. Yeah, well, enough self-indulgent. ENCE versus Big Clan. 2-1 matchup. Winner of this is obviously going to be moving on to the next stage of the PGL Major. This is going to be great, though. ENCE showing great things, showing great form. Still not super happy with it, though. It's funny watching, like, reading these interviews with Snappy, where he's just like, yeah, it's nice that we're in this position, but we're not particularly doing well, which, you know, feels a bit harsh to me, but it's a cool mentality to see someone have.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm very much impressed with ENCE. I think they're a team that's on a great trajectory again right now. I could see them even making the top 8 in this event, the way that things are going. And Big, I'm not sure. Look, I know they've been a more consistent team. Tabson has incredibly high peaks. They've made a lot of changes since way back in the day when the Cologne was sort of their first big appearance on the international stage. But I'm just not as sold on them as of late. So we'll see if they can hold it together here. I mean, you go back, what, 2 months? Not even 2 months ago. And a month ago, and you might have still said Big was the favorite here. I don't know that I feel that way.
Big's got an interesting, like a weird hold on me, because for whatever reason I always feel like they're going to have an upset, and I just don't know how to read what they're going to come into a game with. So always exciting for me to see what Big comes out with. The moment, very cautious.
It's interesting to note, too, that both teams have Red Bull sponsorship.
Cool.
So lots of high-energy Counter-Strike.
That is interesting,
Tons
Matt.
of wings. Thank you. That's why they bring me in, for the incredible facts. This is basically Verstappen versus Perez.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Well, whichever F1 racer you link up to, Diha just got shot in the face, down to 13 health, so he's going to have to back off. And he's got the 2 flashbangs. He's got the kit as well, so supportive position, but certainly 13 HP. If you're going to try and defuse in a tight situation, that health is not an exciting thing to deal with. Mid to B split coming in for Big.
You could also say it's just AlphaTauri versus RBR, but let's just get into it. Either way, Hades. Ooh, that's brutal. Did get one shot onto Gade before going down, but just sideways of the box. Position we talk about being so good is completely thwarted by the rush from middle, but Dia, big shot from the back of the site. And not only was he taken down low early in the round, he did well to hold some position. Bomb gets planted, but Snappy's already on the flank, so forget that it's in B. That gives it away. He doesn't realize, though, he's actually got this isolated. If he's fast enough about it, and he realizes now, he could have actually pulled that off, but Keto gets the kill instead, and Big go up 1-0.
That gush on a Diha is actually a huge factor in that round, because he's the guy who's supposed to be spotting towards mid. He's supposed to be the guy holding off on that, and he obviously has to back into the site. You can take an easy stray bullet from a Glock playing in the window position or outside of the B bomb site, and when those players coming from mid on the split spot the player in the cubby, it's just, there's nowhere for him to go. He's just done and out. So that low HP actually influenced a lot. 1-0 for Big and a full investment for the ENCE side. We casted ENCE on the opening day, I'm pretty sure it was, and one of the conversations we had was Hades having a tough start to this event, and he even tweeted out acknowledging it was a rough game from him.
I feel like back midsummer, everyone was kind of looking to him to be the star in the team. I think that's kind of changed a little bit with the way things have transpired. He's been inconsistent. He still has that incredible peak, and I think he has the potential to
still
go toe-to-toe.
young as well, yeah.
Yeah, but it's up and down and all over the place lately. And yeah, that was not a good game from him.
Yeah, he knows it. They know it. He'll bounce back. We'll see if it's going to be here in this series.
It feels so refreshing to me that even though it's a very subtle change, but just the need to check the lower tunnels now because of the lack of the cross.
Yeah, much more cautious on it.
But it's so refreshing because Dust 2's been a map that you love it. It's classic. It has good timings for that reason, but it's you know what to expect. Now there's a little bit of a difference in it. So see if that transpires today. Back and forth exchanges. Dia this time with the deagle in the back of the site, and Spinks a second from the closet. Good recovery. No HP lost that time, and no mid split that actually works out for them.
Yeah, not a single player in mid to hold those rotations or apply any pressure. So it meant that ENCE could have so many players at that B bomb. So they had 2 in the site. They had 1 in mid. They had 1 in CT spawn. Those rotations were fast, and Big had no idea. That's a powerful defense from ENCE in the second round, and they tie things up and regain advantage of the economy. AK-47 passed over, a couple of free Galils as well. That's made them pretty rich. Dia getting aggressive in mid, crawling underneath the vision. Slowly, a bit dangerous, but it's working out so far.
Dia all the way up to the top of middle. He will get the first shot onto Tizian. Thompson still inside of the smoke. It's interesting that not only can you get to mid faster, but you're actually seeing a lot more CTs push all the way up in middle too, because that's still a tough position to get out of if you're spotted, right?
That push,
still a long retreat.
That push is so exciting to watch as well, and just now that it comes out more often, you just get to see it obviously more frequently, which is great. Dia's going to be holding off on rail. 3 players on catwalk, but only a couple of flashbangs. Might buy them a little bit of time, but certainly Dia's going to be able to fight as they try and round the corner. Flashbang behind him for the peek. It doesn't catch anything. Good shot with the deagle from Tapson, but still the M4, the rifle's at range. Spinks even from elevator is doing work until Searson puts him down. Still going to be near impossible to cross into the bomb site, and this round is done.
Yeah, that is done, absolutely. Dodo with the double, and ENCE up 2-1. So good recovery after losing the pistol. We've got the hand warmers back in effect, Jason. Are we going to see one of those break and cause us a technical timeout?
That would be a classic. It's not going to be a throwback major without one of the hand warmers just exploding for no good reason.
I love how there's more than ample desk space by the looks of it for each of these players, and yet you still see, I didn't catch who that was, I just saw the keyboard itself, but people so used to being in LAN environments where they have
all scrunched up.
Man, was it Scream or Shocks that basically played with a invert keyboard, it was 90 degrees sideways. I can't do it. The thought of my wrist.
Yeah, just inviting the carpal tunnel.
But yeah, that's a habit you create at LANs where you don't have ample space and you're trying to save desk space for everyone around you.
Yeah, and nobody using CRTs anymore. You don't have to do that. Nah. 3-1. Guns are going to come out for both sides now. AWP in the hands of Hades. Searson not quite yet with the money to get one of his own, so he drops down to the scout for the T side, for the attacking side.
Maybe that's the one thing console esports had on us all along. Just the little controllers, sit back, lean forward.
Nope, they never had anything over that.
All right. I was trying to give them some sort of win.
Don't even. No.
We're all friends here.
PC.
Pokemon Unite's on the console, and it's sick. It's gonna be the next big esport, Jason.
Sure.
I'm ready.
He'll be the top of the line caster.
Hey, G2 legit asked me to lead a team in the World Tournament that got canceled, okay? So I was ready. I was ready.
You were there. Molotov out towards double doors. They're going to beat it, but Dia's ready. Double kill. That's the bomb as well. Now he can drop the smoke. No access to recover the bomb, even with maybe a mistakenly thrown smoke. Snappy really testing the limits of that long aggression from the CT side, but still such a huge advantage for the ENCE defense.
Kiddo's going to wrap. I shouldn't say wrap, but rather rotate over toward the tunnels. Smoke down inside of it. Can't see inside of the site just yet. That is a defensive smoke. Radar changes today are excellent. I do appreciate that from PGL. Responding quickly, a little easier to identify who's alive and dead.
They revamped the whole HUD, brother.
Yeah, they did. They've got dead player money value. They've got everything. And look, they're listening to you guys. And they have been asking us each and every day for feedback as well. So trust me, they're doing their parts. And it's much appreciated because you can see things a little more clearly and what's going on in the top left of the screen. And right now what you can tell is going on is that Tizian is the only T player left alive. His teammates have all died on the split to B. And the bomb is down back towards CT. So this round looks like ENCE is pretty comfortable with. Should go 4-1. Tizian at this point, AK-47, $350.
Yeah, and no one on the money has over, or no one on big has over $1,000. So this would be the only weapon if he is to save it. I think he might. Okay.
The one thing with that obviously is the lost round bonus, but it's only on round 3. This will be round 4. So Yeah, I guess save the AK, let everyone else buy around you.
Yeah, but they're hunting. It all depends if they're going to go deep into the pit. There's the flashbangs. I don't think they're going to make it in time. Maybe Dodo right at the last second. He's got it.
Oh, that's even worse. If he's going to save that, he has to commit to it. He has $350 now. The only weapon. That's a tough one because you're right in the middle of the money. Third round loss bonus is not huge. It's not a massive amount. And the fact that he gives that away like that, oh man, that's going to hurt them for a few rounds.
Yeah, that's tough. Not just the AK-47, he had a smoke and 2 flashes as well. Utility they could have used to get a deagle into play, and obviously not available to him. So it's gone from bad to worse for Big. Actually, it went from good to bad to worse, considering Big won the pistol. Another push. Look, this aggression so far, relentless. Multiple pushes up mid. This is the second time we've seen it, I think. We've seen 2 pushes out towards long A. One was successful, one wasn't. But Diha's having a stellar start to the game. He's going to add another one. Go for the ace.
Oh. Dude, he is killing it today.
Go for...
You asked me which F1 driver he was going to be. I thought maybe he's like Pastor Maldonado, but right now he's looking a little more like Max Verstappen.
Yeah, that's what I would have said, too.
I thought you would. Hey, man, there's a lot more fans. Drive to Survive. There used to be people that would, like, in the green room, they'd be like, why are you watching that? Now they're like, yo, tweeting me all the time, DMing me. Cool.
No, I mean, I still wonder why you watch that, but, I mean, we can watch Drive to Survive all day. It is a pretty sick show.
All right, I will regress from the references overly, but yeah.
Just get it all out of your system now before it gets close.
That's many years of system build blockage, if you know what I mean.
Nades dropped in spawn.
I got it this time. We saw them. We've seen a few teams try and do this and actually fall off of it, but see through, smoke still down. They want to try and push up. They're going to reverse boost it. Now, I like that because they can see directly into it by doing this boost now, as opposed to formerly when they were still in spawn. They had the advantage of the height. They don't check lower tunnels, and the smoke's down. That was always going to be checked from Big's perspective because they knew that there was a chance someone was there.
Yeah, but I honestly, he must have thought that smoke was going to cover him from that angle in lower dark. That's a bummer. It's really, really awesome seeing this kind of aggression, of kind of a risky game plan coming out from ENCE with all the aggression they've had in these first 6 or 7 rounds. This time it's punished, so good on Big to finally be able to neutralize it effectively and now find an opening at the A bomb site. Spinks is going to be in a real tough place.
Snappy's also going to be in a key position because they've put the smokes down below on CT. They could go for the drop strategy. Ooh. They don't, and he backs up to find Gade. That was bomb, but it didn't go over the ledge. It didn't fall down to CT, so they recover it on the trade, and they'll go to the site. Safe plant for Catwalk. That's where Kiddo is going to sit in the post plants. Dia is still just holding on top of the cat box.
12-2.
Good point. He's having a heck of a game. See if he can find 15 by the end of this round. We have to hurry it up. Both have kits. Last smoke used. First flash and only flash left in the round. Thrown high to try and get him a boost. He's made noise. He failed it. Unfortunately, Dia's better with the gun than he is with his feet. I assume.
Yep, back away. Oh, if you can get that up, though, that'd be real interesting if Dodo can find this at the end. He's not looking for it at long, and there it is. There's the kill from Searson. Might have spotted him earlier and just waiting for the clean shot, and he's got it. Second round on the board for Big.
The fact that they get the op and recover it as well. Keep it, or I should say keep it in the round, excuse me. That's going to keep the money a little stronger. They don't have to buy another one. And that kind of starts to nullify the loss from 2 rounds ago when the pit AK was lost and the mountain bonus didn't go to Tizian.
Not sure if they were actually going for that retake in the 2-on-3. I think they might have just been looking for a couple kills to take guns away and keep the economy as low as possible for Big. Either way, it didn't pan out whatsoever, obviously. We have a timeout coming in from ENCE as they want to talk things over. They've got plenty of cash. Ooh, nice little wave. Having a good time. Snappy, the only one on this team who's played on a stage. Another one of the inexperienced teams.
Interesting. Yeah, played on a stage, let alone a major.
Yeah.
The statistics at this event indicate there's many. That's crazy, right? Like, it's been... And this is a team that's suddenly, you know,
they're
tier 1, propelled to this level.
Yeah.
And usually when you reach tier 1, you've already played at a number of lands on a number of stages, but such is the industry lately. That's crazy.
Yeah, that, and I mean, they've just had a really good rise ever since IEM Fall. They opened a lot of eyes there as they played themselves into that tournament. That was close. More aggression. Diha behind the smoke at Xbox, but gonna back away. So ENCE kind of go shy away a little bit, play this round a bit more passively, no more pushes, but you can see Big Tapson is very cognizant of what's been going on, and he's making sure to check it.
Dia backs to CT, but naturally there will be Smokes bounced off the wall in that position, as you see now, as well as the Molotov that was cleverly bounced in behind the doorway to make sure no one's sitting and waiting. All of the utility, including a counter smoke on Catwalk to prevent a push.
Well, the counter Molotov to stop the mid to B split. Those smokes indicate that maybe they want to take some control outside these double doors, and Dija just aggressively denying it. Oh, he's fortunate. Catches Searson with his knife out, trying to jump into a new position, but if Searson was ready, if he had the op out, that might have been a quick pick for Big.
The interesting thing is, and I think they are going to try and start to investigate it right now, because you can see Tizian pushing up. They know that he got forced left of middle, which means there has to be 2 on the B side now. There's not someone in CT. So rather than commit to that split, which it looked like they were about to do, they're going to go back and try and win long A, knowing they have a longer rotation on the CT side. So that little bit of information is still huge for them.
Hades is going to have a huge role to play. It's Dodo and Hades here. They do have a flashbang, and they're going to lure him right into Dodo's hands. He doesn't hold the trigger. He's got a double. Leg shot from Hades allows him to get an easy second, and they've stalled out the long hit. Stalled out the split, but Snappy can't handle Catwalk.
And now you've got 2 players from B starting to look for the flank, look for Catwalk. It's a pinch play. Kiddo knows they're back over here, so he's looking that direction, does find Dia. Bomb is down at long. That's the problem. This still does not open an opportunity for them to rotate back. And keep in mind, you can't sit in T-spawn and see as much anymore. Even if you want to drop down Suicide, you don't have the boost to spot middle as easily. So the fact that Searson's back there, he wouldn't have been able to do much about Catwalk and open that up. And they have to just concede that time is gone in the round. So good recovery, I think it has to be said, from ENCE to identify that, hang on, they know we're at B and that they're probably going to start looking long.
Yeah, the rotation of Hades to go towards long was great. If he doesn't get to that corner, maybe they're not baited into Dodo's position nearly as easily. Maybe it's just a 1-for-1 and they open it up. But yeah, certainly when the bomb goes down, AWP is the only thing remaining to take long. That's near impossible. Catwalk players as well, you're thinking maybe we can go to the A site, attack towards pit, but you're thinking maybe the ops in pit now. All their options removed in the previous round, and you can see a little bit of a back and forth here.
Yeah, that's, of course, Tizian talking with Tabson, sat in the middle. I'm sure they're trying to identify, well, obviously you can see them. It looked like hand gestures representing grenades being thrown, so something about utility. But also, you're right, just the Hades goes there. If they thought they were so convinced on the fact that there was 2 at B, why would there be 2 at long as well? So yeah, that was a perfect little bait play. Searson this time drops down, AWP, so you can still see it down a little bit, but you do have limited vision. Kind of just the heads you would see on the ramp position. So tries to go for it, solo pick this time. That does mean they have more presence toward long, but look at the amount of utility already just filled there. That's such a contentious point in the early stages of the round. I hate playing long. I love it and hate it.
Playing long?
Yeah, as a CT.
Okay.
It's great when like you're playing against uncoordinated teams who don't use good utility.
So matchmaking.
Pretty much.
Okay.
It sucks when you play against anyone who knows what you're doing. You're just so overwhelmed all the time. You need so much support early on.
It is a tough position. Dodo's got a lot to do in the previous round. He's got a lot to do in this round as well. Tucked on top next to the blue container. This time he's got no support. He's got nobody to pull attention away from. You're relying on that first player to try and clear hard right. Here comes the hit. Going to turn from the flashbang.
Good little off position. They check it. Oh, they did. Wow, that's impressive that Tabson was able to spot him that easily.
This is got a scare. Ooh, the swing and the peek. Dia goes down. Hades needs to find some safety on Catwalk. He's going to have to push forward now. Thankfully, no one's coming in that direction from Big, and he can spin and address the bomb site if he needs.
There was a flash from Cat to long there for him to swing, was there not? Or did he just go full onto that? Either way, it's a 4-on-3. Hades, Flames in front of him. Come on, Hades, you should be comfortable with Flames down. Oh my god, okay, that was Hades that got the shot behind gate. I thought Snappy hit the far player, aiming for the close one, aiming for the head on the repeat after the plant. Still a 3-on-3. Need to get out of CT spawn. Smokes down at the top of the ramp to try and do it, but they can't get close enough. Actually, smokes are gone, excuse me. Can't get close enough to get comfortable on the boost. And when they pick, it's a crossfire. Searson with one already. They cannot find the headshots over the ledge, and Tabson able to duck and weave. 6-3. Big pulling themselves back into this.
Yeah, and when we watched ENCE play this map earlier in the event, one of the things that looked a little bit shaky for them was their long defense, was the way they played the A bomb site after long was lost. So it is cool to see, in my mind, maybe Big noticed something similar that I did when we were casting that game. Maybe they're trying to kind of hammer that home. They've gone to long twice now, despite it not being successful the first time around, and just realizing, yeah, they're prone to some mistakes in this part of the map. Let's keep applying pressure, see if those mistakes come to fruition. At least in that round, they did. And now Big have to take the next step. String 2 rounds together. You haven't done it yet in this game, but you've got the economy at a breaking point, and this is a good moment for you to take control of the half.
So Hades just staring through the double doors. A sliver. You know, these guys are more than capable of hitting these shots, especially if Tizian's going to try and slow peek back in, but both are just going to hold each other at bay. Both know this isn't the objective. CT's, why would you push through with an AWP? And T's, they're not even looking here. He's just making sure the option's still available when they need to go back. Similar to what we saw actually in that round we talked about where they forced 2 players over to B because you got the same setup, right? You've got Tizian just waiting for the rest of his teammates to get position and get information. So they'll do the similar thing. Now this time the alternate smoke. They've gone for the corner smoke on B, and what that can do is obviously isolate the player at window who's trying to help the crossfire of CT.
Allows for a peek in towards CT, spawn towards the ramp on a rotating player, but ENCE has done a good job of being aggressive whenever utility's been thrown in mid. They counter it with a Molotov previously. Now this time it's a smoke, and it lets them gather the information and let their teammates know there's no real danger quite yet coming out of mid despite the utility usage. So just gathering intel. Even Hades has backed up from his long angle through the double doors to be able to help out towards that A bomb site, and he's got a flashbang for Dodo.
Dodo goes left side of the box. Good find. Taps it, taken down with a headshot. Edge of the smoke, but here they come. Rushing from middle through CT, so they used it to wrap the alternate direction. It doesn't even matter until now. Searson finally gets a kill back in, but he's left. Oh, he's left. No, I was going to say with his teammate and Kiddo, but he's gone too. He has left, and it's Kiddo that goes down to Snappy. So 7-3. Decent pace to this, and still getting the better of the rounds. You wonder if Big, if they notice what you said, right? Every bit of utility defensively, they're not using it too early. They're not wasting their utility. They're countering.
It's all a response.
Dry peaks, though. Maybe you just try and beat them on that because they won't have the utility.
Yeah, that could be a swap up. I mean, we see. I mean, it's an option to go to. Yeah, don't even give an indication you're going to try and take control of that part of the map and just go for the fight. Can be tough at times, especially out towards long A. ENCE has swapped into a double AWP setup. D has got the other one. Both ops actually at the A bomb site at this moment, which has got to be a little weird, a little awkward. But it is just against pistols. And the one scout on Searson.
This time they're using a lot of utility early, so we've already redressed the smoke. Both B smokes have been deployed. Copy position again. For Spinks, he's taking the only bit of damage so far. Even the nade they threw in didn't do much. Searson's still on 92. The lineup in the smoke. Oh, that's the beauty of the narrow corridor. That's going to pull them in. The aggression goes deep, but a Molotov close. They know they've been playing that position. Spinks gets away from it. Oh, look at that little gift that's on the ground. Hey, team, get over here. We've got the bomb down, and they've got the round, 8-3.
Yeah, and it's just process of elimination. There's no noise being made anywhere on the map. Nothing in mid, which there has been usually. Nothing out towards long. No utility being used in mid or long. And they just go for a little bit of spam through the smoke. So, Big's going to have to buy up again, but first we've got the timeout. They've got money, just not a whole lot of options, not a whole lot of success that they can rely on. Or go back to and say, let's try this again. Only winning 2 gun rounds so far.
Double op setup.
It was weird to see them both in the A bomb site in that previous round. I was curious if they were like, yeah, it's probably going to be a save. Let's put the ops here.
Yeah.
It was odd, but we'll see how they switch things up. Looks like D is going to be heading towards the B bomb site at least this time.
You got the spawn for it, right? That used to be extremely prevalent when the mid pick was the old style. We'll see if it still is. Still timing aspect of getting over there.
Yeah, they might actually try and pull off something aggressive again. Maybe some kind of a boost behind Xbox for the Opper to get a kill. 3 players, both ops, heading in this direction to cross double doors. They want to go for a double peek with that op.
So Snappy already through doors. Toward the stairs with the M4. One player directly in front. That's Gate. Gets the shot. Sees a second. Smartly backs away. No need to overextend on this. Now, do they have any vision at mid? Right now, Diaz looking for it with the AWP because they need to get their teammate out of there safely. Meanwhile, Diaz gone back over to look in B. And those doors, reversed as they are, means Searson got the pick because there was no utility down. And now, the wall has been taken.
This is nightmare mode for the call that ENCE had. Here's 3 players over towards the B bomb site. One's pushing lower dark with the rifle. 2 AWPs outside B looking mid. And Big just step right into the B bomb site for free. No actual defender. And now you're stuck retaking a bomb site with an AWP. And they might just call this save, actually, ENCE.
I think you do. Do you agree with that? Like your second B player went tunnels as opposed to the site itself. Why not let one of your A players? Like, still have someone in the site itself?
I mean, you know, more often than not, that round and that aggression might work a lot better. It's just Big was amassed in those B tunnels as if they were already planning on calling a strategy to hit the B bomb site, and obviously you just take advantage of it. So unfortunately, just kind of a blind victory, it feels, with ENCE not putting anyone actually in the bomb site. I don't even mind the save. B bomb site, super difficult to retake from the CT side, especially in a 4-on-4. Especially when there was no execute onto the bomb site either. There was sparse utility to actually have to take it. So, yeah, preserve the weapons, preserve your money for the later stages of the half. 3 rounds left to play.
Just to give an update as well for the B stream, as you may have noticed, the A stream today is all of the advancement games, whereas the B stream is all of the unfortunate situation of sending people home. 16-14. Movistar just won against TYLOO.
Yeah, the opening map, so they're up 1-0 in the series.
I actually picked them to win that one.
I picked TYLOO.
I know you did. Sorry, man.
Ooh, flashbang out. Dia takes the shot. No one from Big trying to pounce. They did have position close to the double doors, but no one wanting to take the risk this early in the round. More standard defense that we're used to seeing from ENCE. Hades with the AWP on Catwalk. He actually had a tough time against FaZe when they played this map earlier against each other, hitting the shot. Had a couple misses as they came around the corner, but we already kind of highlighted that. That seemed to be an off game for him, so we'll give it the benefit of the doubt.
Molotov in, bounced and covered off the backside of the doorway. No one there this time, but they're going to make no mistakes having that round where they walked in and got baited to a double kill by Dodo. Flash out over top of Cat. 4 players here, and again, it's the one man that they've been leaving there entirely. So far, the entirety of the first half is Tizian that will try and anchor long so that if they get the site, they won't have the ability to fire backwards. Now, Hades does. Now, this is key. Hades does have 2 players at long. And the fact that Spinks has already rotated as well means he can fall down that corridor, use the op to protect the site itself. Spots the first one dropping into the smoke. Good positioning from Spinks, and this is exactly it. Hades does not have pressure at long. He's able to shut them down when they cross. Searson, good shot in return, but he's going to keep his head down and crawl away. And I don't think they're going anywhere on the big side.
No pressure from Long because he knows he's got 3 more teammates at this side of the map. He's got 2 players watching Long themselves. ENCE rotating into that perfectly. And Big, just another save. AWP in the hands of Searson into the next round. AK-47 on Tizzy, and they've got money for utility, but it's not looking good for Big. They have not been able to find any kind of a winning formula. Again, still have not strung rounds together. Still just 3 isolated gun rounds, 1 and the pistol.
So 9-4. Look at the maps at the top. Dust 2, Mirage, Nuke. Nuke again, the decider map. You know what? We haven't seen much Inferno at all.
I think we haven't. I think it's been played a few times. The other,
yeah, we haven't seen it once, you and I, but
we haven't seen Mirage either.
Good point. That one doesn't surprise me. It's become a kind of a stalemate map, but well, we're going to see it in this series no matter what. But Inferno's like, I guess everyone plays it, so it also gets knocked around. It's weird. I would have expected to see a lot
We're saving it. We're saving it for the high intensity games, the pressure games.
Yep, sure.
No Inferno until the playoffs. Gentleman's agreement.
I like it.
This is not a timeout. This is a tech pause, just so you're aware at home. So getting some issues ironed out, and then we'll be right back into the game.
Hand warmer blew up. I know it. It has to be what it is.
If it was, that'd be unreal.
So, you know, wasn't there a couple of companies that came up with alternatives to that, like the infrared lights or something, like the same thing you use for heat lamps for like food?
Yeah.
That you could like stick your hands under instead for.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times.
Yeah, because
I've used those in some show matches. They're a bit wonky. They're a bit weird.
Yeah, well, you can only do like one. Like I get it, like the being able to limber up your fingers by moving the heat pack around and stuff. And I get it too, because you don't want the whole freaking place to be too hot, so you want air conditioning. But then you get stiff and you want the heat packs.
We used to just do push-ups and jumping jacks back in the day. Before hand warmers were a thing at tournaments.
Did you make Liquid do it as the coach?
No.
All right, Coach Mouz is here. Everyone out of your chairs.
It's PT time, boys.
Drop and give me 20.
Well, I don't know. It's been tough for Big, but you know, I would rather frame it in the way that this has been a really cool CT half from ENCE. I love the aggression that they had at mid and out towards long for the first 6 or 7 rounds of this game. I love the pushes in towards lower dark to peek upwards as well, even when they haven't worked. It's just the fact that it was so successful early on, it really feels like it set the tone. And Big, I think partially due to all that aggression and not being able to handle it as efficiently as they would have liked, have kind of condensed this T side. They've stopped kind of spreading out into those defaults, right? Like maybe early on, but they group up pretty quick. We saw them group up in the B halls, go 1 for 1 on the push, take the B bomb site. Now we saw them group up 4-1, 1 player watching for a long push, 4 players on catwalk. That didn't work, unfortunately, but they are playing more condensed as a unit, as a kind of like a death ball and just pulling off straight up executes because not able to handle some of these individual aggressions that is just wreaking so much havoc in their defaults.
Well, look into the player's perspective in the Stockholm venue at this point in time. I believe they're actually probably already in the hotel that is the one that we will be in when we arrive there as well. I can't imagine they're going to change locations for them.
Are we in the same hotel?
I would assume.
Who knows?
Yeah, maybe not. No, he says no, see? All right, we're not. No, you're not.
Listening.
I feel like he is. Like, I waved, and he was waving, and I said hi, and then he laughed and looked away. Now maybe that's like the new bug. They can hear casters.
That's not it, yeah.
To be fair, that's always been like an arena thing that people have debated forever and ever and ever. So, look, Jason, I just like controversy. Let's just light
I know that.
Let's just drop a match inside this barrel of gas and see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm like, please no. Not next to me. I'll back away.
Hey, you signed up for this.
I know. What was I thinking?
Well, these are the headphones as well, just to point out, in regards to that like whole arena aspect of it. These are the new
specifically designed to prevent that. And
yes. So formerly they were wearing like
the helicopter headphones,
helicopter. I was trying to think of, like,
with white noise and then an in-ear in that.
Yeah, aerial. What's the term for the whole airline industry? Like, not military. Anyway, you know what I mean. They were airport based.
Aeronautics.
Yeah, sure, something like that. Aviation. I think that's the word I was looking for. Aviation standard ones that were designed for high noise situations that would condense noise. However, these ones are actually esports based because it is such a big industry now, and it is a frequent problem at LANs that not only do they noise cancel the sound, they actually noise cancel the microphones. So you can't even like have the crowd coming through necessarily. You can't leave the mic open and have the casters' voices come through. It'll cancel a lot of that very, very well.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear some feedback from the players on it when we get into Stockholm. We'll find out. I saw some fist bumps. I saw the freeze time start counting down, and then right out of that, I was getting excited. I was getting jacked up, and then ENCE calls an actual timeout. So the technical issues have been resolved and fixed. We're ready to move on as soon as ENCE Big called the timeout, as soon as Big gets a chance to talk things over. It's 3 timeouts used in this first half, and it makes sense. They've been stumped.
Yeah, they have. Even on the round, like where I thought they made the right mid-round call, they will go back over, and ENCE was just one step ahead. Like, nah, we know you're going to do that now.
Yeah. ENCE has been given a few different looks to them also, which is pretty cool to see.
One thing we haven't seen, and I don't know if we'll see it as much now that you have the option to push into mid more easily, is that B tunnels push directly from B. You know what I mean? Like the late push to try and get info. And I think part of that as well is because wow, Surson goes for the drop shot, gets Dia this time. Part of it is because you have this push. Dodo still got through. Snappy tries to respond and level this back out, but he's got to go down. Keto running up close. Part of it is because you have that option. The T's are naturally putting someone in the tunnels more like statically, waiting for that push.
Ooh, that's an angle Tizian wouldn't expect, but still wins the battle. And because Hades has that kill, they know his location. He's got to be mobile, he's got to be aggressive, and Searson's just straight up going to pick him off.
Yeah, well done, Searson. Gets the drop-down pick, gets the call for lower, and finds the late one.
I would almost guarantee that call from ENCE to be that aggressive and all peak up mid, 2 players double pushing into lower dark. That's a call out of the timeout from ENCE saying, Big's coming up with a plan. Big's coming up with a strategy they want to execute. Let's push and get in their face and make sure they can't actually run that strategy. And they didn't have to because they won everything. Nicely done from Tapson handling the lower dark push. Keto with the follow-up trade as well. And this time it all works out for Big. So 5th round on the board. And I mean, now look, despite all the struggles Big have had in this half, and despite how good ENCE has looked and how much I've enjoyed their game plan, 9-5, they've done a very good job of scraping together enough rounds to be competitive.
Yeah, that is a good point. Even though it hasn't looked convincing, it's still they're still getting it done.
They still haven't won 2 rounds in a row.
Good point.
It's still broken up.
I don't know that I love that grenade like thud on the ground. Yeah.
How do you
Everything else has like a bit of a bounce, like a reverberation. That one's just like dunk.
Have you ever dropped a grenade in real life on the ground? I don't think it bounces.
Oh, lots of them. Yeah, all the time. Usually with the pins pulled.
Favorite pastime, really.
Yeah, exactly. I call it Canadian roulette.
Spinks heading out towards long. Molotov. Ooh, missed it. Bounced it right off the wall. However, that does at least like stop them from chasing him around the smoke if they had wanted to. But this time, ENCE gets long control for free. It's been a point of the map they've struggled at times to retake. This time, they have it with ease.
So double setup on Cat with an open long. So again, this is a very different setup from what we've seen at ENCE. They've been so consistent about holding long, and they're even checking the car. Now this is a bit interesting because they haven't used a ton of utility to get it. There's still 3 smokes available on the T side, so they could easily isolate that CT position. But again, there's 2 players above it. Interestingly, with no one at long, they still want to probe toward B, and the natural instinct would be that, well, there's got to be people over there.
Well, they're playing the counter game, right? Like, they've taken long, and you know what the response would be from ENCE. If you have this level of long control, yeah, the defense is naturally going to think at some point you'll end here, and look at the defense from ENCE. 2 players on Catwalk, 1 player in CT spawn. They even have Hades with the AWP starting to cheat over and peer up towards mid, so I wouldn't say they have them beat or outplayed, but they're in a decent position, Big.
Issue is they've got to be quick about this and convincing about this on A, because the smoke was actually very well timed into B tunnels. The fact that they've gone so far to the platform, bomb's actually heading back to Cat.
Double fake.
Yeah, that single smoke on B, and they were held out. Now they realize they can try and rotate it back over.
Ooh, good shot from Hades. Yeah, double fake, it looks cool, but not necessarily the utility that you'd like to make this work. 15 seconds on the clock. Spinks, oh, he could be an X factor. He might want to just get aggressive and maybe try and pick off the bomb as it goes in. Here we come, trying to get 1 kill. He does, he connects, and 4 seconds, it's going to get planted. Gate is protecting. Spinks wanted the jump kill, and it's not to be.
And they're going to look immediately back to Catwalk. Another smoke to go. Oh, it's a flash, excuse me. Thought he picked one up on the site, but he's going to swing it out D. They don't know that he's there yet. They assume he sees one on the ramp. Can't afford to overcommit to that shot, but does hit it when he does see him. Knew that he would naturally re-preak and climb up that ramp, but he's not sure where Tizian is. There, excuse me, Tapson. Wow, my eyes getting older. Good. Thought that he might be out toward the car. 2 toward Goose. And the Berlin International Gaming Squad will pick up another round.
That felt like a stressful round from Big's perspective, but they end up making it work. And man, the initial fake they pulled with the long players to the bomb site worked so well that the defense was all on Catwalk, exactly where they wanted to rotate back with the secondary fake after that B exec. That was that got spicy. Don't remember who it was, but shout out to whoever planted the bomb in a safe position to neutralize the jump up from Spinks. That might have been one of the best chance that ENCE would have had of stealing that round away. Still, they go into the T side, the offensive half, with a 3-round lead over Big Clan.
Spinks down low.
Here's your upper dark push.
Yeah, hugely. Going all the way back around. Not going through the door yet. Xbox smoke's already out. Gade can hear this. And yeah, upper dark right behind them. They should continue on in their footsteps to try and find them. Snappy holds out though. He waits, and he actually catches off this push because this push looks so perfect. And now that he has 2 kills, they realize they can go back and support him. But Keto's got other ideas. They just came to the slaughter as he gets all 3 so clean with the USP. I thought Snappy had done the 1-up. I thought he caught out the counter, and yet they get annihilated.
I'm not going to lie. I thought when he gets those 2 kills, I thought he was going to say they've pushed massive amounts of bodies into upper dark. Just keep going to A, especially when they saw the 3rd player there, but they'd already committed. That's harsh, and Keto's on for the ace.
Dodo's outdone. Dodo's outplayed. He's got it. That is a brilliant round from Keto. And you're absolutely right. The other option was keep running, but the thought was, well, if we got 2, we got 1 more. The bomb site's ours. There can't be more here. I can see both sides of that argument. Man, oh man. What a round from Keto, though. Snappy. He must have just been feeling it. He made the call. They know he's there, and look at this.
That pillar. He plays with it perfectly. He's got them all on a string.
I don't know if I've seen a better pole dance than that, Jason.
You have.
Oh, you did one once at a bar. You're right. I have.
With the Deagle. Takes a shot as the smoke plumes. Man, ENCE had to have been feeling so good on that pistol after the double kill from Snappy, and it's ripped away. That's both pistols now won by Big, but they still have a 2-round deficit. It's very admirable the way they've been holding on in this game, and now with the chance to even the score up. If they can convert this round, they'll have an easier time of it.
So Searson, with no respect for the public, is just stepping on people's cars. And look back toward Catwalk with just the scout to work with. Tabs and Smoke already down on Cat, or at least ready to deploy on Cat, I should say, because he is seeing some aggression there from the T. Smoke drop down as well. They can go for the drop play. Tapson's gone all the way back over to Goose with that MP9. He wants to get flashed out. They are close enough that he can do some damage, and he will, but it's still far enough away that the Scout and the Deagles especially can do devastating damage. They'll get him down, but Tizian has support at long, which means he can still look back to the sights. He got Dio with that shot. My God, he tagged the other as well. Hades was hit through the box. That's a stunning array of talents, but now they need to pull it together. Oh my goodness, 12 and 10 HP. I'd say they pretty much got this round down to paper cuts. They just need to find the remaining players and no Deagle headshots to make things devastating. One round, Big, you're right. They did enough in the first half to keep it interesting. Got a few in the end, and now they have a competitive game.
I mean, well, they struggled in that first half, as we kind of highlighted a bunch. They really had a rough time putting 2 rounds together. Now they've won 4 in a row going back to the end of the first half. It's a good way to get going on your CT side. That round had a lot of danger and ENCE gained a lot of ground. It's good on Big. They managed their falling back and retreat fights very, very well. Retreating fights. So this time up against unarmored Deagles. Searson's going to peek up towards mid, take a couple shots. It's mostly about the information, not the kills, although he didn't see these two. Tapson hears the footsteps and he's like, oh God. Molotov's down to slow down any kind of a plant that would come in, even Tizian tossing one out so they can't access the bomb site. That's going to buy time to get his teammates over and start coming up with a plan, because I don't know if they can actually stop the plant when Diha moves forward. Although ENCE doesn't quite realize the plant is there if they take it.
Dia backs away, sees the nades, smartly sees the nades coming. Would everyone leave me alone? I just want to plant the bomb.
Shout out to Dia. What a god.
Oh my God. And then the Molotov, it's sitting here 2 HP, he gets away. Man, he is good at dodgeball.
That's
Either way,
the worst game of dodgeball that you'd ever want to be playing.
I feel like that's like a Squid Game version of dodgeball,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
very much.
Something you'd see. Either way, it's going to be a round for Big as they do get the retake, but the wall plant down for ENCE on what is now a 3rd loss bonus. Will give them an ample amount of money in this next round.
And the plant helps massively with the Deagle investment in the previous round. So yeah, full buy. AWP can come out for the ENCE side as well, if they want it. 9-9.
Revolution number 9.
Still a couple of light weaponry on the Big side. They've got an MP9 on Tizian. They've got the FAMAS on Gade. Out towards long. Let's test the long defense quick. Gade using support flashes. He's got out behind the Molotov. Oh, he makes it safely into pit. A follow-up teammate. Tapson goes 1 for 1, and there goes Gade. And that means Tizian kind of needs to back off, but he's also got an MP9. He wants to stay close. Another support flash coming in, and we're going to see what he can get. ENCE is playing this so slow, so patiently. He still gets lucky through the smoke. There's 2 players to deal with. Hades going to turn the corner. Searson's got here in time, and Big just barely hold on for the moment.
Hold on, 2v2. Tizian still trying to battle with the MP9. Staple gun, but he's been stapled to the ground by an AK instead. Snappy with the kill, and subsequently, Dia got the kill pushing back from long at the same time. So ENCE maintain the lead by only 1 single round. And they only keep 2 players alive in it. They'll buy into this round naturally, but keeps the money very, very honest. And there's certainly enough on the CT side.
Man, you gotta feel for Big. After these 2 kills, initial kills on the defense go down, this is such a heroic effort to try and hold on to it afterward from Searson and Tizian, and unfortunately just wasn't to be. But they did such a good job of putting a stop, or at least stopping a potential disaster before it got out of control.
Interesting. So they elect to, rather than go all rifles, bring out the AWP for Searson and Deagle utility for Gade. I can understand that because Searson has been pretty sharp on the op.
It's super viable.
Yeah, on Dust 2. Absolutely. Oh, that nade would be perfect right about now. Although it's Counter-Strike, and every time I say that, look, it'll do no damage.
This time I did pretty good.
Yeah, Snappy got the worst of it for sure.
17 kills on Snappy, 16 on Diha, but he's been a little quiet. I think he had like 12 kills in the first 7 or 8 rounds. After all that, he was the tip of the spear in the aggressive defense that ENCE came up with in the first half, and hasn't been able to find his groove since then.
Also makes sense when you look at Searson getting the EWP. Gabe's only got 5 kills in this game, so he's not exactly having a stunning display, and therefore will accept his role in this. See if Hades can get going with the T side of the LWP instead. So Dodo backs away. 3 on Cat. Spinks still trying to investigate what's going on at B.
Look how dedicated Big is to the B defense. 3 players inside the site, nobody in mid. They don't even want the information, so to speak, just holding on to long, retake at A, and they've called it perfectly. Here comes the mid to B split. This is exactly what you want.
And the double smoke's important because the single smoke in this situation towards CT may not work because Searson had the AWP at car. That could have been even more devastating, but you're right. The setup's perfect. The second player in Count Closet has not even peeked, but he's gone down late. No, there's Taps, and he pops up at perfect time to bait him all the way into the site, make it easy. And with 1 second left, Hades thinks he's saving the AWP, but we've got another idea as Tizian is behind him. And not only does he lose the gun, he loses the money. And we already said this was breaking point for them. They have nothing left in the bank.
You want to talk about intelligent baiting? Tabson just chilling at the car position, crouched down behind the box, not helping anyone. Do all the work, guys. I'm going to clean things up. I've got the mop in this round. That's perfect.
Just the way you said that. Not helping anyone.
That's exactly what he should do. He's just covering when they come out of the tunnels. And, I mean, his teammate gets a double kill from the mid portion of that attack through the double doors. But, I mean, Thompson can just bide his time and wait, and he's got everything for free. 4th timeout called by Big. They're out. They're out of timeouts from here on. Still a lot of rounds to be played. Yeah, I mean, Keto does an incredible job here getting those 2 kills. But the fact that Tabson is just chilling and waiting is perfect. No one, after they see the Deagle, after they see Keto, no one's going to expect a 3rd player in that car position, so fair play. Round number 21. Dodo's made it out to blue box, and he's got some semblance of control as Searson backs away. And now Big, you imagine they'd like to go take Catwalk to give them some safety from any kind of long presence. And Searson's going to cover Tizian to move up into position.
The rotation's back the other way. Additional smoke deployed at the mid doors as the first one's time expires. Shoulder peeking is Gade over at B. And he flashes in the tunnels as well. I'm starting to think he might be considering the dark push. Spinks out long. Tizian already has Hades down. Spinks still can't spot anyone toward the pit. There is someone there, absolutely, but he doesn't get that chance. And when he repeaks, not only is he not there, he slid all the way out so far that the timing was just absolutely perfect from Tizian's perspective. Good shot from Tabson, but removed finally by Dodo, who was low on HP but kept himself alive long enough only to be caught in the jaws of the AWP held by Searson, and Big take the lead. It's their pick.
I mean, they're not doing, you know, if you look at the first half from ENCE, the aggressive plays from their CT side, Big's doing it so different. It's just like a standard fundamental game that you expect to see. Obviously, a couple little cheats on the rotation, a couple nice reads, but everything is just kind of basic. They're just doing the basic very, very well. It's a 5-1 run to start this second half for Big. Ooh. Good scout shot.
Five on Cat. Yeah, Kiddo that low definitely makes him vulnerable to every weapon. That's another dink that's going to make the Deagles more viable. They do lose DH in the process, but 2 very low players. This is certainly promising.
I think that dink sound baited him into the repeak. He was like, I got him low.
You're probably not wrong. You instantly see red.
I mean, if he takes that shot and misses, he probably just backs away and they go for the execute in 5-on-5.
It's similar to like your teammate being like, he's one shot, he's one shot, he's one shot.
Yeah.
He's not. You run around the corner, you're like, I'll get him. Oh, I'm dead too. Well, thanks, dude.
Yeah, at least this time he fooled himself. Didn't get betrayed by comms. Well, ENCE got catwalk. They have the execute they want, but they haven't been able to progress or move forward from that. No more flashbangs to take anyone off the angles. And Tapson's going to have a field day. Just a shooting gallery.
Poor Dodo.
I know. Thanks, Tapson. What? Come on, man.
Searson's got the shot, though, to make amends with that. So 2-round lead now for Big. No bomb plants, so not an overwhelming amount of money, I should say. They still managed to get the AWP out, but they're actually better than I thought. I thought they were going to be limited on utility as a result, but they still have one smoke on Hades. And, of course, with being able to drop utility now, they could throw another one to him. They don't actually elect to do that. Dodo could have done it. So Hades up toward middle this time, AWP. Gade in a very different position each and every round. Solo anchoring B. 2 rounds ago, this time he's holding towards CT while they double up in the B site. It'll be Searson, obviously, over there with 1 AWP. 3 AKs on the CT side's not a bad example of how things are going right now for Big, is it? Kind of paints a pretty vibrant picture straight away. Kiddo and Gate have a great crossfire setup as well. Counter smoke, sees above it, but Hades gets the shot first on the AWP. That's going to work well. Opening pick sustained, but do they know the Gate is this close? Presumably, you've already got Dia ready to go with utility, but it's not a Molotov. Okay. They can't flush this as easily as I thought. They don't even have one ready to go. Drop down, Tapson, spotted it, but he's late to it. Gade's got the kill, but he's got to turn it around. Snappy's in underneath. Gade knows it, and he should be able to get behind, but he's still worried about middle. He gets Hades instead, and Tapson takes care of Snappy.
ENCE, they're flat. Big has taken complete control of this game. Even a 5-on-4 at ENCE cannot convert it. They just get shut down from everything afterwards. Oh, this is brutal. What a resurgence from Big in this second half. They've now stretched it up to a 7-1 run. Tapson's got 19 kills, Searson at 17, Tizian at 15, and Keto at 13.
Let's take a peek, if I can, as well, at the second stream that's going on. Again, it was TYLOO Movie Stars, and yeah, that's actually still fresh in the second game. It's 4-1 currently for TYLOO, and that's after winning the pistol and subsequently the next 4 rounds. So that's on Mirage.
Mirage.
They're on Mirage. They started on Inferno. I don't know why.
That one didn't pan out the way you wanted it, did you?
Nah, that one didn't work. But, yeah, so that one could go the distance as well. Early days yet, though, over there.
I think ENCE just might have called 2 timeouts in a row. It's done now. Down into freeze time, but they're out of timeouts as well.
Well, we'll find out how it's going to pan out for them. I mean, late in the game, don't blame them. They need the timeout. Timeout, in fairness, although ENCE, as you pointed out, trying to respond to that timeout in the first half, they got aggressive and then it didn't work out. But that was kind of a turning point. So we'll see if ENCE can have that same fortune by calling one themselves.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty big shift in the momentum ever since Big won that round. They've only lost 1 since then. It's just been wild. 7-1 in the second half, but it's 9-1 if you go back to that first half. Here we go. So much damage taken from the Molotovs. Keto, ooh, shoots him from far away. Nate is out, it misses, comes back to him. That's interesting. Gade never found the courage to peek up. And all 3 players from Big stuck behind this smoke for the moment. And a chance for ENCE.
Bomb plant down, even though you're a man at the disadvantage, you still have the B site to work with it. Sad news for them is look at the amount of utility that still is held by Big right now. A smoke that's just been deployed plus 2 more in reserve versus 1 single flash held by Dodo to try and hold this. So if they time the utility right, should be able to get in. Molotov will flush the close corner, but that's not where Dodo's playing. And they don't have anyone coming in from tunnels to try and move him from that position, but as they go in together for the trades, the single flash over, it's done. Big, great retake.
I mean, beautiful protocols and beautiful decision from Searson. 2 AKs, 2 rifles leading the way in through the double doors. He's holding big box for the follow-up peek. It was done absolutely perfectly, and you're right. The utility for that retake was great. Big's able to neutralize a couple positions, flush people out if they were there, and just make perfect decisions afterwards. 4-round lead. And it's feeling like a powerful lead for Big. There's no shakiness in this whatsoever.
Hades, gets stifled by utility, but goes straight through the smoke to find the kill either way at Long. Haven't really seen a quick off battle at Long this game. So it's nice to have one this time around. Then Hades gets the better of it. Nice for him as well, sitting on only 9 frags at the moment. So get a little momentum. Might be a little too late. Look at Keto. AUG? Big using an AUG to take down ENCE?
That's, yeah.
This isn't 2019.
Talk about your chickens coming home to roost. That's a nice triple kill from Keto, but I think the cool play that we were on was the boost up inside the smoke in those long doors. It didn't even need to come to fruition. Could be a second ace. Oh, no!
With
Hades.
the AUG as well, it would have been so sweet.
Come on.
It's going to be Hades going down, and 15 and map point for Big on their map choice. Dust 2, and what a turn of events. You're right, this run has been incredible. Man, oh man, yeah. Augmented reality, the days of ENCE's success.
Yeah. Oh, here's that pick. That's an odd timing to shoot through the smoke, but oh, this is just brutal. Dodges the flashbang. The second one's line up. Nice little spray control. Even this fourth here, finally before being shut down, but beautiful round from Keto. Again, losing the first player, but finding a way to come back into the round. And ENCE, I mean, even you have to think that's even not a bad call whatsoever. You get a pick at Long. You assume the rotator from the B bomb site is, if he's in the B bomb site, he's going to be leaving and cheating towards mid, going towards CT spawn. You can be able to find one isolated defender, and unfortunately, that's what they found, and he shut him down.
Smoke comes out in front of Gate, and the incendiary goes beyond it, so he just wants to hold them back, make sure they can't rush through it entirely for free. He's got support from his teammate who's going to put a flash into the tunnels now as well. That's Keto at mid. And he gets into the cubby, so we'll see that position come to fruition once more.
Looks like Big wants to make sure they can collapse on mid. Player in CT spawn. Even had Keto playing outside of the B bomb site. They've shifted that up. They were in perfect position if ENCE was to attack that portion of the map. Nades thrown out, set piece towards the B bomb site, but this isn't the end game. This isn't the final piece of the puzzle.
Final piece of the puzzle might be the fact that they just moved that secondary weapon into the B site. However, Bomb is actually going back over toward A after the mid exchange, and Diaz trade on Searson. 3-on-3 still. Well, that's a tough position to be in. Tough position to be in indeed. Snappy gets Tizzy and down. Still that AUG is doing work. Kiddo's happy to bring it back out. First kill in the round with it this time. And look who else has one, as Gade. So double AUG versus double Galil. They're getting the standard rifles. That head's too easy to find, as Kiddo will take down Snappy, and Hades has it all to do at range. Kiddo again, and this time it is good enough for the game. Headset's already coming off. This is where you need the coach to come in and give him a big shake and let's go with the defuse. That was a German team. I'm struggling. I think it was alternate attacks.
That's some old school stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And either way, yeah, Big will take map number 1, their map choice, Dust 2, in a series that is closely contested, I think, on paper, and so far has been in the server, although when you look at the actual string of rounds rather than the score itself, it suggests perhaps otherwise.
Yeah, that was a great start to the game from ENCE and an even better finish from Big. I mean, they completely reversed the way that this game was going. Absolutely filthy stuff from Big once they got to the second half. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, and completely different style. Big did such a good job on their CT side. Whenever ENCE is attacking somewhere, Big was able to, even if you don't get the initial kills on the attack, they're finding the extremity players. They're finding the lurker out towards long. They're finding one guy chilling in lower dark or lower B, setting themselves up for a great retake.
Yeah, I can't really argue with that at all. The other thing as well is you had such an amazing start, 12 and whatever amount of kills. from Dia, and then unfortunately he kind of fell off as well, and that was a big part of the game. This was a great start for him, considering yesterday or I guess day one when we saw them, I wasn't that actually convinced by his play, and he hasn't been someone that I've heard a number of people tell me, this guy's the one to watch, he's going to be so good on this team. Haven't really seen it come around all the time, so either way, good response from Big, and we do head to Mirage next, which, despite that it's ENCE's choice, and yes, traditionally ENCE have had good success on it, it's still a map everyone knows.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That is the problem by having like a standard neutral map as your choice. You still run that risk no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at this stage, and these teams, you know, especially once you get to like the teams that have been in the Tier 1 for some time, these teams have been kind of been knocking on the door and debate whether they're there. But yeah, certainly everyone's going to have, you know, those maps are going to be good enough. Even your pick of map is still going to be hotly contested at this stage in Counter-Strike. So it's going to be a challenge, but one they have to rise to. And that's been the story for ENCE, and even their own like self-proclaimed story was playing into these events, getting better as the event goes on. Obviously, you're with such inexperienced players, they're gathering that experience as they play these games. So you're just looking for that improvement from game to game. But ENCE obviously would love to just be able to get through this stage of the major and be able to breathe a little bit easy and have some time to review and look back.
I love that Kiddo serves karma with an AUG against ENCE, because that was, I think ENCE was the team that was
yeah, they're
famous.
like the poster child for the AUG buff.
They were absolutely. I know that there was other teams that used to go to it first. You had certain people on Mouse Sports were using it even before the buff, and then all of a sudden, you know, they were just incredible with that weapon, and it was a perfect time for them because that was coincided with the Katowice Major, which was when they found a lot of their success. But Kiddo shows that it's still viable. That said, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we get to Mirage. It's not an elimination game, but the winner of this moves forward, so Big could find themselves as legends once again with a good performance on the map.
So we're here at the PGL Major in Stockholm. It's media day, and I'm about to have some fun with the big clan because they're in there, unaware of what's about to happen to them. I have a microphone in my hand, and I'm going to go and see how much I can ruin their day. Pump your chest up, yeah, keep yourself big. That's what I want to see. Live up to the name. Perfect male specimen. Also a Counter-Strike pro. He's losing it. Set the example, Tabson.
Yeah. Everyone has to do it?
No, just you.
Let's give it to him, boys.
Tabson's looking very serious. I've got all the detail on your face. Crack a smile, mate. There we go, that's better. All right. Sirison, look like you actually want to be here. No, you literally look like you. Come on, give me some smile, give me some emotion. You can't be that dead inside. Tabson, this is how he always is. Oh, wow. All right, now I need you guys to strike a little pose for me. Someone just drop a pose. There must be a team pose, something you can do. Wow. Nothing. No, I want a pose. Give me a pose. That's not this is just standing there. Typical esports pose. Typical esports pose. All right, boys, I'm pretty happy with that. Phil, you happy with that?
Yeah, that's good.
There we go. Ah, you guys thought you got rid of me. I come to see. What are you watching? Kia, what's this?
Some documentary about clans in Germany.
Okay, is this how you warm up?
No, we have time for a match. So just chilling. Yeah.
Fine. Tabson, big Dota fan?
Big Dota fan. Just watched the International, of course, and obviously I'm a big fan of Dota. Just relaxing right now. We had a hard media day just in front of us. Yeah, exactly.
Happy days, doesn't seem like a bad day. Gade, Mr. newest man to the team. Are you now more Danish or German?
I want to say more German, but I still think I'm a little more Danish.
And it seems like there's one man actually still playing and practicing over here. Tizian, are you just doing this for the cameras to make it look like you work the hardest, yeah? You don't actually practice this much?
Well, I just recently changed my settings, so I have to prepare a little bit better.
Why did you change settings before a major?
Because I've been playing this game for 25 years or something, and it has to be a little bit more special sometimes, you know?
So you want to give yourself a challenge, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Give the teams another chance, right?
Yeah.
Just change
it will be too easy if I don't do it.
All right, so I should expect this to be the big major off the back of Tizian's setting change?
Yeah.
I like it. Awesome. Well, there we go. That's a big little practice. We've had some fun with the lads. We'll keep it moving.
Thank you very much for being here.
Oh, look at that. You're so nice. You're so nice.
be a little bit of fun. We haven't seen Mirage, so I'm not sick of it yet. I actually, to be fair, I do like the map. I think it's a good
Mirage.
map. I just think that the meta on it has stalled out a little bit, and that's why I think people have been calling for it to be replaced for a while, just to get that refreshing taste in the map pool. But we've kind of got that going on right now anyway, so I'm cool with this. I think this will be a good match. I think ENCE play it very well. Famously, you might recall, they played Na'Vi very well on it, and one specific round in the major at Katowice.
Another self-callback to your own cast?
Truthfully, Jason, it's because I only remember the games I cast because I don't watch you guys. And I watch the other casters on mute, all right? So
that's fair.
To be fair, I actually do that, but it's because in my head I can't not like hear the production going on as well. And I'm like, okay, I can't. I just want to watch the game. So, but either way, no, yeah, that was a pretty exciting game. Obviously, a very different look at at ENCE, but that was the moment that got them into the grand final of that major. And if they want to, get all the way through this one as well, Mirage is definitely going to have to be their home map once again, and they seemingly are comfortable going toward it as we look in on the ENCE side of things with those sexy camo jerseys.
Yeah, they seem pretty chill, pretty laid back. Keep in mind as well, if you're just tuning in, this is a matchup of the 2-1 team, so whoever loses this series is not eliminated. Whoever wins will move on to the next stage of the major.
And what were someone told me the conditions earlier for how Astralis would have to meet Heroic tomorrow, and I think Movistar Raiders had to beat TYLOO, as well as
I saw that on Twitter as well. I'm not going to say it's wrong, but I'm also not going to say it's right.
It's right, because there's other factors that go into it with the current system that we have as well.
The Buchholz system.
Exactly. The Buchholz system does take ratings into account for the elimination matches. So there's a chance that isn't 100% accurate, but either way, it's a possibility. That's spicy for tomorrow, I think, if that were to happen. There's got to be a big team going home from this stage of the event already, especially when you get teams like Copenhagen Flames playing so well and getting through. That's one team that I think a lot of people... Sure, people gave me some flack for underestimating them based on their IEM performance, but not necessarily a team you would have thought would have made it through.
Certainly not in the way that they did. Yeah. The electric 3-0 run, that's quite nice.
Man, I want to get on that train. I want to see them, let's go. Let's
you can get on it, Matt. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's, holding you back
COVID
at all.
restrictions have been stopping us from doing a lot of travel in that regard, so we'll see.
One of the teams that Copenhagen Flames beat on Nuke was Big in their earlier matchup just a couple days back. So Big having a 1-0 lead here after that Dust 2. That was a great Dust 2. And I guess that's kind of the big takeaway from that Map 1 coming into Map 2 is we saw ENCE could come up with a really cool game plan that could get them out to a hot start and look good and look creative and look really cool. And then we saw a better adaptation from Big, and we didn't see that. And follow-up adaptation from ENCE to be able to regain control of the match. Once Big got it figured out towards the end of the first half, they ran away with it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Thankfully, I think Mirage is not as... I suppose Dust 2 is not either when I put it that way, but it's not as momentum-based. There are ways that you can play it very tactically, very disciplined, knowing that the timings and executions and how important utility is, that you can strategically pull yourself back into a game as opposed to just crumbling without weapons. So there's ways to do it. Another map as well that the double op setup can be prevalent, not as common perhaps as Dust 2, not as frequently used as Dust 2, but we'll see if that can be a factor. We know that lots of teams have gone to it with the B position, as well as you've got the early mid pick, and obviously back at A toward ticket booth. Lots of positions you can use it.
That was a 12-1 run for Big to close out Dust 2. They went absolutely wild, and it's got to be worrying if you're ENCE if they carry that kind of momentum into the second map.
The good news is we're seeing a few smiles, and they look relaxed, because the mental aspect of that's the hardest, right? Especially a guy like Tabson on the other side. He loves getting rolling. You saw during the timeout how
he was animated.
He was super
animated. They were having
animated.
an intense little chat.
Man, him and Searson were going back and forth talking. He was very, the hand hitting, the nade throws, very gesticulated, very adamant, like you say, about what he was trying to communicate, and very serious, whereas we just saw him there and they're already loosened up a little bit. They're already, he's a guy that definitely builds off that momentum.
I was going to go to the classic, don't worry, ENCE, bunch of Finns, they're super chill, pressure doesn't get to them, and then it's like, oh wait, they're actually not a finished lineup anymore.
Yeah, just give them ice cream. It's fine.
Ice cream.
I wonder if the drink's working this game, though. No, Kimmy, you will not have the drink.
What?
Don't worry
I'm trying to follow this conversation. I've got nothing. I've got absolutely nothing.
It's fine.
We're live into the pistol. Molotov going to force Tabson back, and the return nade is beast mode. Good damage. Oh, even peeking into the end of the flames, but Dia's ready. Good kill. And the dualies. The dualies, Matt, on Tizian.
Tizian there and ready. 2 guns, 1 headshot, but now he's got 2 kills, takes Dodo as well, but Diaz got the shot of return, not for long. Kiddo comes back around from checkers and finds the shot onto him. Hades left alone. Saw both. He did see both. He spotted the second player peeking, so now he knows he doesn't have to worry about a double angle, but he was worried he was going to get trapped back there and went for the run. Gade cuts him off in the process, and it is now a 13-1 run. If you want to continue that, look, it's a new map. It's a reset. We won't go with that narrative, but it is 1-0 for Big.
I think Hades sees two players and then also realized there's a potential escape route. If he could make it over towards the market and book it towards the 8 bombs, they might be able to beat them into a plant, and unfortunately, they pick him out of the sky. Good shooting from Big, good double kill from Tizian. No plant, and ENCE is going to buy up plenty of utility, armor, and upgraded pistols. That's all 3 pistol rounds in this series so far, now won by Big. Snappy, you're going to be coming through the smoke as the utility flies over the roof. Searson's going to be blocked off and isolated with that scout. It's going to be Gade to hold the CT stairs. He's got a lot of responsibility, and he's going to step up to the plate.
Backs away a little bit. Doesn't want to overextend and get caught out. Additional smokes deployed toward the top of the stairs. Gade goes for his entry position. I thought he was going to run out of ammo a little bit sooner there. Be caught in no man's land, but he gets away with it. Tizian will take down Hades, and Spinks with 5 HP is quite aware, I think, of what's about to happen. As if we're going to go 2-0 for Big. Kiddo makes that absolutely true.
Pretty critical that Gade just kind of waits to make that play of swinging to the bomb site until his teammate Tizian makes it over to the CT stairs. So as he's swinging in, he's got a teammate behind him who's making sure nobody can wide swing from Palace to take some easy shots at the side of his head while he's taking fights. Nicely done from Big with a 2-0 start.
Nade for Tabson, top mid. Look at this, trying to get some early damage in, knowing they're still going to be on pistols. Bit of a risk to extend that far with a rifle on his own. He does have a player in window that can watch it if it goes down, though, because he's not past the corner. That could easily be smoked off. They've already lost one player. He's got to be careful here. He's getting aggressive, gets the kill back.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked to see him turn that corner. There could have been a few more bodies there, but actually look at up at A. Already pressuring. Dodo's got great control. He's got great positioning. Gade is aware of the possibility, but not aware that Dodo is actually there. And do hard clear left, and he spots the shoulder. Can't react in time. Oh. Tapson's up next. Good kills from Dodo, but still, the weaponry allows Big to claw this round back into their favor.
Does, but it's still a 2-on-2, and keep in mind that Snappy has an MP9. I know it's a lot less than a FAMAS and an M4, but it's still something. Doesn't have the range as he wants to work out from the B apartments, however. 3-0 for Big. Now we'll get into the guns for ENCE and see exactly what they can bring to the table. I don't know that Hades can do it, but it'd be a glass cannon. I don't know that you do it at this point in the game.
Yeah.
He was thinking about it. He was the last to buy. It was definitely talked about.
Certainly, but I agree. I think at this stage in the game, that'd be not crazy, but that'd be aggressive decision making.
CT side, maybe, not T side.
Here we go. Flashbangs out deep. Tizian just jumps over the Molotov in towards connector, puts out the Molotov as well, but still, ENCE is actually progressing down this mid-ramp pretty quick, trying to make a really fast timing work on the split, but Gade, first kill with the AUG, decent damage onto Hades as well, but that's a nice trade.
Kiddo. Ladder room position so strong. He's going to stay passive in it, so he didn't get the chance to catch out Dodo. Timing was just slightly off. He'll get inside a connector. Snappy's in behind him now. This is a tough position for Snappy as well, because jumping up on the ledge window, great. That seems phenomenal to go for, but they have no information as to exactly where that ladder player is. Oh, he's walking back out, though. I think he's, yeah, okay, he is walking back out. I thought he was going to be staying inside by the ladder. He gives himself up because got impatient. Tabson's patience pays off, though, as he comes back out from fire on a site and one shot on Dodo as well. All down to Dia. He gets the one shot in return. Down to the one-on-one as well. And Searson, AWP. Bomb not yet planted. He's going to rotate around to CT. He's not going to get there in time. If he rushed it, he may have caught him right about now as he falls off, but instead, he's able to slip into firebox position. Bomb planted safely. He couldn't have gone that far. He gets up above. Searson's got the shot instead. Luckily was still looking that direction and not toward connector.
Yeah, it looked like that was going to be down to like timing. Who is going to spot the barrel first? And nicely done from Searson. A good clutch as he comes over. Dia didn't really have a whole lot of options of where to go after getting that bomb planted, which kind of really narrowed in his options in terms of how to play the one-on-one. 4-0 for Big, but these last 2 rounds have been pretty tough. This one, they lose 4 players, previously losing 3 to unarmored pistols. So money's not anything special on the CT side, and I think that and the plant is going to motivate ENCE into another buy. AK-47s, plenty of utility.
Double flash inside of the Flames. Spinks, meanwhile, is trying to sneak around. In behind, Spinks gets Gade. Well done, nice shot. Meanwhile, Dodo pushing down middle. Tabson wants to hold up top side of connector, extremely important position. I know it's a throwback at this point, Jason, but Crims, man, he used to be so good. There as Dodo takes down Tabson.
Ooh.
Crazy thing is, Crims is still quite young.
Still quite good.
Very.
Good pick from Searson. Oh, the follow-up from Keto as well. Oh, this is ENCE on a 5-on-3, a 2-man lead, and they've given away 2 kills that have no chance of being traded. Getting a little bit sneaky around the smokes. Hades in perfect position, though, and Searson's got to be careful. I wonder if he's even thinking about this. He is, but couldn't get the kill. Vents broke it open by the AK spray. Now Keto's got a weird job to do. He saw presence over in Palace earlier, and he's taking a big risk. Again, a lot of angles that he can get backstabbed in, and that's just a nice heads-up shot from Hades.
So Tizian against 3. It's interesting we still, by the way, call ENCE, you know, the Finnish team. There's only 1 Finn on the team still, which is kind of crazy.
That's what I was saying. I was going to say they were, you know, the stoic Finns, but
yeah, it doesn't really work.
They don't have
anymore.
enough.
No. Tizian goes to a position he feels safe, I think, at this point in time. Not a lot of residual money. Despite this 4-0 lead, there has been a number of exchanges and kills that have made it closer economically than that suggests, so they have to save this weapon. And so he shall.
They'll have a little bit of a decision to make in the next round. If they want to buy up around this M4, upgrade some pistols, and just have, you know, a little bit of danger to it, or if they want to just full-blown save. But it's good to see ENCE battering at the door for a couple rounds and finally breaking it down. Get their first round. And now we get to see what Big wants to do. I don't know. They're right on the edge. That's tough. The money's all over the place.
It is actually. It's quite obnoxiously.
Yeah, if you're the one making the decision, you're like, ugh.
What do I do? Let me get out my TI-83. They're probably on like some new iteration of the TI by now, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so. It's been a while.
It's a pretty classic little... Well, it's not that little, actually. It's a freaking huge calculator. And our phones are probably capable of more, so... But you could install some pretty sick 2-bit games.
Yeah, you could. All right, so no investment around the M4. It's positioned up in the ladder room with a couple of teammates around it as well. Setting up a bit of a trap if they want to collapse on mid, if they hear presence underneath the window. ENCE is taking this one slowly and cautiously. Default spread, 1 player in Palace, 2 in the B halls. Not quite sure what ENCE is having in store at the moment. It almost looks like they're going to set up some kind of pressure utility usage at the A bomb site, hopefully pull some people away from B and open it up for this 3-man hit. And they obviously can't know that Big doesn't have a large investment. Sometimes fakes feel a little bit flat when you're going up against USPs.
Tizian's timing.
It's a bomb.
He's got Hades. Dodo, though, turns it around, and he's got the hold of the murder hole because Kiddo's going to crawl through it, and Dodo finds that kill as well. ENCE find 2 on the bounce. And this time in a gun round, they'll go up 4-2.
Yeah, nice little setup. Kill over at the A bomb site. You start seeing it's pretty clear. You have a teammate make his way to jungle, and you just call him back from the B bomb site. Head towards underpass and just make your way over here. And good job from ENCE to control those all-important escape routes throughout the round.
So now we go back again onto weapons. Hades' AWP is more than justified, but it's going to be Searson only with the scout. Smokes down both in front of him and at the top of catwalk. So it would have been a tough call. Snappy through the edge of the box. He's going to go down, though. Tabs and P250, that range well blind. That's not bad. I'll take it.
Yeah.
We take those.
We take those all day. Oh, another one from Keto. Any of these tags from the scout as well is going to be huge. ENCE is in a very tough spot. Oh, there's the shot from Hades. The bomb is down. They're pretty much committed to this A bomb site, and there's a Tabson flank coming in slowly but surely. Dia's going to check it. He's going to find it with ease, but Searson's still doing work. Down into a 2-on-2, and still the bomb unrecovered.
Tactful Tizian trying to sneak his way through the site, though, as he holds the deagle. One and done kind of position on Palace, but he is set up protected from Dia, but he's gone out seeing the nades go high, but Dia gets that shot instead. He goes down.
This is a cool play from Searson. I don't know if it's going to work with the timing, but obviously they spotted him out at the A bomb site. He got a kill earlier playing from stairs, and this big rotation might throw him for a loop, but the fact that they haven't seen anyone in some time, they might eventually get a little bit of a warning. And no, USP is going to get a freebie. No idea where the second player is. Searson looking for it, spamming, hoping to get some kind of a sound cue. He doesn't have a kit. He's got to hurry this up. A missed shot almost gave him an opportunity, but too many angles to check. Third round on the board for the ENCE attack.
Much better. Starting to come into their own now. The money's stabilized for them, and they've taken full advantage of it.
Well, money's come back into Big's favor. They've got a double op setup. They struggled with some cash, but now that they finally got it,
ooh, that's not bad.
Nice.
Someone put up the ENCE logo and then just denied. That's in the big spawn too.
I like that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Imagine having that sticker conveniently equipped.
Yeah, exactly right. Perfect. Although, you know what's even worse than that, or better, depending on how you look at it, is just walking out and getting your head taken off by Snappy.
Yeah, depends on which side of the equation you are. Searson's going to step forward with the AWP. Flames all around him. Oh, that's good attention. Keeps it focused on Palace despite the player jumping out. That could have been a distraction. And the big defense. Ooh, it's another hole in it. Taps and misses the opportunity.
Searson's down. Dodo finds him in middle, so Dodo holding that top position the whole time now puts Kiddo in an awkward position because he can't necessarily just look through the connector onto the A site. It's going to be a rotation back around, though, from Dodo. With Dia so low, they need to do something to try and win duels. They don't have smokes. They can't cover off CT spawn right now. They can't render Tizzy and useless. They can't get that AWP out of the play. They've got to win battles, and strength in numbers will be the way in which they go about that. 50 seconds left to work with, so lots of time. Time, in fact, enough that they're going to sit back and just see if anyone's going to rotate and give up a position, because Dia's in a bit of an unorthodox spot underneath of fire already, but no one's peeking. Being very disciplined on the big side, they're going to do the same and try and wait for information of their own. Molotov thrown in. Kiddo responds to it. There it is. Connector again. No smokes. No smokes. He can't cover it. Down goes Dodo, and Tizian pops out. Dia's the next in line.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a situation where no matter what option ENCE picked, there was going to be an element of danger somewhere. They could have picked a plant, default and protect towards CT spawn, and unfortunately they just went the other route, right into the AWP. So 5-3 now as the big CT side just barely holds on here. That's the one. Very easily could have been distracted by D has dropped down. But the switch into the double ops setup is fruitful with a victory, and I believe 4 kills from those AWPs.
We look in on Snappy leading the way in the middle.
Timeout called by ENCE as well. Buying down to the bare bones. Diha and Snappy going to buy down to 50 left in the bank. Hades and Spinks very low as well. So timeout called to get this strategy that's hopefully going to allow them to avoid just being completely depleted.
B-Stream update 15-7 right now in favor of TYLOO.
My man.
So yeah, that one looks like it's going to go the distance and go to map 3. Vertigo map 3 for them. But we keep it locked right here. Look what Kiddo's done. He's back to it again. He's loving the AUG. Searson is loving the AWP. He'll get Hades down to start the round. A B push in the apartments as well. And look where he found him, top of the stairs. You can still see the lovely red paint on the wall. Ooh. He's going to get an up. Oh, that's an. I thought he had that. Dia started moving again, distant time. Dodo's got the shot back onto Kiddo. That's back at middle. tabseN, however, found one more.
God bless.
Man, he is killing it on this. And Dodo's got both his gloves and the steering wheel because he is running this round completely from middle. Unfortunately, he steered slightly off course as tabseN holds him from the murder hole, but he now has to retake back into B. He's going to do it quickly. Smoke down, already through it. Bomb was just planted, so he's expecting that they have to be to the left. He had the cross cover, but Dia was more than aware he could sneak through that window, and he was ready, 5-4.
That's a tough clutch to win. Obviously, the smoke giving you a little bit of space to be able to get out of the window, but obscuring your vision for all those different angles you have to clear. 5-4. Very good round from ENCE after losing the initial player to searson. That push was a bit of a gift to him afterwards. And a timeout this time called by Big. Don't really have money to do anything creative with this round, but it might just be to calm everybody. Maybe another intense conversation between tabseN and Tizian.
Just very animated people. What can I say? So a one-round game, and we get back into the freeze time. We get ready to roll. But unfortunately, not a lot of horsepower to go along with that rolling. They've got GP2 guns, just the pistols on the big side. Dia with the set smoke toward middle. searson, well aware that they've been smoking it off every single round. You used to see some cool body block plays on that smoke, but it's becoming less and less common. They're more willing to let it just kind of time itself out and still have mid-control rather than risk it early on. I suppose with the pistols, you're not really going to win that exchange anyway at range, so why bother?
Well, this round's going to be pretty chill. Slow-paced. Creeping up around the Molotov, that MAC-10 going hunting. One player in the site, but he's going to smoke off jungle. That'll give him access to push forward. tabseN wants this fight. He's enjoying it until the very end, down to 28 HP. And now he's pressured. He's going to be flushed into the open. Oh, he still wins the battle with the P250. MAC-10's going to put him down. Spinks is happy. And actually, even this investigation between these two players at the 8 bomb site hasn't really yielded them the information that they want. They're trying to find where it's going to be easy. Instead, they're met with resistance everywhere they go.
Yeah, got another one on this searson. Snappy. Kito's going to try and work his way back around into a relevant position at the long cave. Snappy's got to be careful. Goes for utility. He knew Gade was in Palace. Surely there's going to be a call that he's got him distracted. And Gade's going to do more damage reverse, but Hades at least holds his nerve. And it's Dodo that now has the angle toward Tetris.
Did you say reverse?
I did. All right, listen, I was DJing. It was not a stutter. It was all tactical.
Listen, I don't know if he knew. He had the idea that someone might be in Palace. He knew someone was pushed, right? Like, that's the safety net those defenders can get at the 8 bomb site, either pushing Palace or pushing a ramp. I don't think he knew which one it was. It was the presence, I believe, was it Keto at a ramp? Once he sees that player at a ramp, he thinks that's the A defender, so then he doesn't worry about Palace. Little did he know that was the flanker from the B bomb site, so it got a little bit sketchy, got a little bit hairy, could have turned, but you know, ENCE handles business at the end of the day. Tizian's gonna get boosted up in the ladder room, tabseN in window room, and Keto pushing underpass. Oh, he's gonna get a freebie. Oh, no, he's not. Jinx. Tizian, one more kill. Gonna drop down, and Dodo's gonna find him beneath the smoke. Aggressive plays from Big, getting neutralized a couple times in this game.
searson's gonna try and wrap back around inside a checker and keep himself alive. Alone on the B site, misses the shot, and that gives Dia the chance, but tabseN has arrived to at least get the trade. Hades only on 9. Bomb is ticking as of now. In the site, Hades gone. Now that was the low HP player. It's still a pick, don't get me wrong. It's not the one you would have liked to find in an easy situation like that, because now they have information and Dodo steps out. Gade all by himself is going to try and wrap around. Look how much smoke there is. Now that does give him a bit of movement as well, but he's very concerned as to where he's going to find the two players, and you're absolutely right. No kits First player spotted. No counter peek from the van. They're going to play this the long way. They wanted this to go right down to the defuse and make this as awkward as possible. And it's under 10 seconds. It means he has no kit. 5 seconds is a yoke, and he's got to jump back and get away. Spinks gets him in the window.
I think we're going to see a timeout from Big here. It feels like individually they feel like they're getting away from themselves or not. This doesn't feel like Dust 2. This doesn't feel like a game that Big enjoys playing. Some of this aggression is falling a little bit flat. This one from Tizzy and this follow-up feels a little bit panicked. And I think they're feeling a bit of stress so far in Mirage, and I mean, it makes sense why. No timeout is called quite yet. ENCE at the moment is on a 6-1 run, so they've kind of reversed it from Dust 2, where they were the ones with the hot start, and Big was responding. Now Big gets out to a good start, and ENCE is responding emphatically.
I think a little bit of that is also just comes down to money, right? They lost the pistol, They tried to go for an aggressive buy. Once they did stabilize the economy, they've just been on a tear. Snappy's going to take down Tapson, even trying to get a little bit clever and getting down underneath in the underpass. But it's not going to pay off. So Snappy loses a bit of HP. He still has a Mac 10. He can throw himself at them at this point in time, try and get a little bit of money.
Yeah, it's Big's money that's been you know, just chaotic. I feel like we've now seen 3 or 4 rounds in this game where Big have really only been fighting with mostly pistols. It's been scrappy, and it hasn't been always pretty. Flashbang to let them take catwalk. The push was coming in as that smoke faded. Thankfully, ENCE has an entire team of AK-47 staring at that exact position when Big goes for the fight. If you're Tizzy and all you're hoping for is some garbage kills, take some money away, but even that's not a huge deal. So it'll be 7-5 in the favor of the Octopus team.
The Octopus team, I like it. Yep.
Kraken, Octopus.
Do we know
squid,
if it's
tentacles.
is it supposed to be an octopus or a Kraken?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
I always assumed it was the Kraken, but
not to. Please let me know. Us know. It's not all about me. So another moment of silence for us as we try and anticipate or assume, guess, lip read what they're saying. I don't really speak.
I was going to say, I need lip reading in a foreign language as well. That's
German for Big. ENCE, I assume speaking English with all the mixed languages right now, so either way.
ENCE is speaking the language of headshots at the moment.
It's not wrong. Unfortunately, the team flash from Dodo helped Keto get a shot and return up on top of the smoke. It's taps in. I thought he might get away with that. I really did think he was good for one. He was completely surrounded, so he was going to go down inevitably at some point, but thought he might get a pretty important kill before doing so, as the smoke still holds for CT. Tizian's going to try and wait. Hades is in window, and that's going to buy so much time because Tizian has to go back for that. Hades was ready for it, but couldn't find the shot.
Ooh, that almost baited them into the retake. Tizian called it off. Searson took a step back, but Tizian said, nah, bro, I got 7 HP. Saves the op. So preserve a double op setup into the next round, but another round on the board for ENCE. 8-5, 3-round lead. And that is a cool change of pace from ENCE. I like that. It's been a little bit slower, a little bit more tactical, and this is just like, yo, get up a ramp, hop through that smoke with the quickness. You've got a good spawn, you've got a good timing, see what you can find, and it's an immediate entry. A little bit of a change of pace to put Big on the back foot. And it works.
So 8-5. It is, 8-1 round spread. And again, guns will come out on the Big side. The double op, in fact. And we'll see what they try and make do with it. Sears, he missed it. He wanted to get that catwalk jump. He's missed it. He's got to go back toward connector. Molotov down, smokes it off. He's still going to play aggressively because he wants to see under the smoke. They want an early pick. Quite indicative of that is the way he's playing this. Meanwhile, the second op, just to note, is Keto, and he's inside of the site. That was thrown from close. He has to know he's there, but wants to get out. Has the rifle now to play the closer angle, and both ops are limited to the A site. And I thought he was going to do it. I would have expected a rotation over toward B, at least from one of them toward checker room, so that they can cover off this possibility, which looks to be very likely a B hit as the bomb sits and waits. Tizian trying to find some space, goes down first, Spinks beats into it, and Hades gets Searson, who is late to rotate. That's the shot that arguably could have gone to the CT in the other direction.
ENCE has Big completely ruined in terms of the feel of the game, the flow of the game, the timings. Tizian there with a jump up, doesn't realize they're pushing him. The smoke actually betrays him a little bit, gives away his plan, gives away his play. And ENCE is finding everything they want round after round after round. This is going to be the 6th round in a row in a 9-1 run.
Tabson just sitting back trying to save weapons. They'll get one of the 2 AWPs at least, but the other one's gone.
It's another great start from Diha, 15-7. Dodo's 13-10, Hades is 12-10. I mean, the players you kind of want to see popping off a little bit for ENCE are doing it at the moment, leading the way in terms of fragging. And this time they're not dropping the ball. Really, really cool T-side on Mirage so far.
So we get to the last round of the first half. Double digits is a high probability at this point for ENCE. And that said, like I mentioned, they carried one of the AWPs over. They'll force around that. They got one AK that they managed to bring into the play as well. Gade's going to be holding on to that. And Searson back toward middle once more. On top of the cinders, smoked off. Hades, meanwhile, with the T-sided off, is already heading toward the B apartments. Lots of utility already put in that position. Flames, though, not smoke. They'll still hold on to those to get more time later in the round when it's more likely they will go for a push. Mid-boost. Okay, window. We haven't seen them try and divide and conquer in this way yet.
This is a perfect time for it as well. Obviously, ENCE can't know it, but 3 players real dedicated to the B bomb site. You've got Searson with the op in market. You've got 2 players actually defending the site as well. There's going to be an attack on this B bomb site, but that backstab from market, the timing of it's going to be huge. So is this push from Keto. First kill goes the way of ENCE, and that might pull Keto's attention away.
Keto gets one at least back toward Connector, but is he aware that Dodo's inside of the ladder? He absolutely is. Headshots on the swing, and finally a man advantage for Big to work with, but Thompson unsure of exactly where Dia's gone. Got to be so careful as he tries to look back. Man, I hate going through that vent. I hate it more than anything else in the game when you don't have information as to what is on the other side. It is just such a scary thing to do, and you can see exactly why.
Man, I mean, they can use Diha as a pivot point if they want. These defenders for Big, this is an odd round to read on for both teams.
Tizian holds his nerve to get the first low HP on Hades. He's made that worse as he takes Spinks down, but they can't hit the shots. Keto, he didn't find it. Flank is a long way away, and Tizian's on the site with 31. He misses as well. Spinks crouches under the crosshair, and Gade has a 1-on-2, and they're both looking toward Checker. Do they figure this out by the time that ticks away? Does Gade give up the gig by being a little bit late to the party? Well, Hades is already looking in that direction. AWP for him. Don't think his forehead quite showed above the railing of that balcony, and he himself will duck down to try and get as close as possible so that he can capitalize with the AK, but more missed shots. These 2 low HP players seemingly have a force field around them because bullets don't reach their flesh, don't reach them at all, and Spinks finds the kill. What a round by ENCE to turn it.
Yeah, what a half. Holy hell. That's absolutely brilliant. 10-1 run. As we'll just keep track of that one, but they were dominant once they, as you said, stabilized their economy. They just steamrolled Big. This is what it looked like Dust 2 was going to end up being. Unfortunately, this time Big couldn't find the correct adaptation to shut him down. 16 kills on Dia to end the first half. And they get a switch over to the CT side, to the defensive side.
Yeah, which on Mirage I don't think matters that much. Both sides are more than capable of victories. There was a time in the meta that it was actually quite CT-sided, but it's definitely, I think, almost more T-sided these days.
You're right. What a wild clutch to win with 2-on-3. Each player had like 12 and 10 HP.
And they never got touched.
Yeah, they never got touched after that.
And it wasn't like they just headshot obliterated them. There were shots. They just didn't land.
Well, here we go. Going to be a heavy B play in the pistol round for Big. All 5 players in these halls. They've got 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs, executing, pulling the trigger on this set piece now. It's going to be a full-blown retake. Spinks is hoping and praying that he just gets one as they enter into the bomb site. That's not to be. You've got 1 smoke potentially going for a smoke defuse, but you have to make your way to the bomb at some point. And that's going to be tough.
Keto close. Dodo closer. Searson needed to come out quicker and make good on that shot. They still make it work. I'm sorry, that was a lot of kills all at once. Apparently, 2 CTs to the 1 T kill. That leaves Searson still inside of the site, but Dia's the only one left alive defensively. He's going to try and get on this right away. He's got a kit. He could 5-second this. He could try and hold it, but Tizian's more than aware of where that's planted. You ain't going to fool a man like Tizian that easily.
Yeah, 2 players as well. Plenty of Glock bullets to fire into the smoke. Plenty of knife swings as well if they wanted to go that route. Didn't need to. All 4 pistol rounds in the series now going to big. You can be sure Snappy in an interview, if they don't win this series, that'll be a talking point for him. 4-round lead for ENCE. They do buy up in this second round of challenge. Scout on Hades, Armor, Deagle, and Utility on the other 4 players. Aggressive stance towards ramp for the moment, but with no pressure, they might choose to back out. And again, Big, just much like on Dust 2, very grouped up. It's obviously only been 2 rounds here on the T side, but all 5 players, no one even spreading out, no one looking for B-Hall's push, no one looking for any presence in mid. It's just 4 players coming up this ramp.
Dia holding Deagle down. Double smokes, they go through it. Dodo's on the other side. He's only good for 1 and then drops, but gets an assist for the Scout. The damage, this time we talk about the Scouts typically getting the pick and then making it viable for the pistol. Other way around, the Scout gets the body shot and down they go. And just like that, it's the man advantage for ENCE.
Yeah, but you're doing, like, remember when ENCE did that round with the MAC-10, they were like looking for the information. We obviously all know what it looks like when you hunt on an anti-eco or anti-force buy. Big's just going for that set piece, and it's exactly into the trap that the ENCE players wanted. As soon as they hear those pins being pulled, as soon as they see some of those smokes flying over the wall, it's just smoke is dropped on the A ramp, and Big have to go through it. And they basically get shut down. Now it's a tough situation. Do you have the manpower to cautiously clear everything you need to? Searson isn't going to look bench. He was looking towards market, and Spinks has a chance. He's got the tag, taps and puts him down. Still a 1-on-2, and a Galil is in the hands of Snappy. He's got such low HP. He can't take a single shot. He's got to play this perfectly. He might just do it. They lined up.
I was worried. I apologize jumping on you there, but
I
thought that was going to happen. The crosshair placement was so close, and they got so near. We get to listen in. And as expected, on the ENCE side, they are, in fact, speaking in English.
That was the most casual comms I've heard.
Well, at least they're calm and composed, right?
I'm start diffusing.
That was interestingly English as well. Boost me B this round.
Well, they do have like 5 different languages in there. Makes sense.
I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. As a turn of events in round number 2, ENCE up 11-6.
I suppose. Well, they have all German except for Gade, right? So they would have to speak mostly in English for him, I would assume.
Oh yeah, that was big. I was talking about ENCE.
Yeah, no, ENCE was obviously going to be English, but yes. I keep forgetting that with Gade in there, yeah, I was expecting German. So Hades holding at B. So again, this is... Searson was the one that did say boost me B this round. And he's up there with the bomb, so they're going to try and just go for a plant on these pistols. I assume the play is that they're going to try and get a fake.
It's the
just
classic
get him in.
Warden 4-1.
Basically, they're going to leave Searson alone because he knows what he's doing.
I don't think I've seen the 4-1 work in like 6 years.
Do you know the toilet bowl strat on Dust 2?
No.
There's a few different ones.
Sounds cool though.
You just like keep going from site to site to site, like the water in the bowl. You just go around and around and around, but you leave. The way that we used to do it was you jump into pit in 1.6, and there was the boxes at the bottom that you could hide behind.
Yeah.
So you'd leave the bomb. You'd all rush out long A, make contact on the pistol round, and then you'd be like, oh, we're not getting anywhere. Everyone run back. And the one guy with the bomb would stay behind that box, run to B, and then they would all rotate like, oh, now they're going B. And then the bomb would start sneaking along, and everyone would run back and try, and it was like a double fake. It was never really worked, but it was fun to do.
Yeah, I was going to say, Astralis, eat your heart out. We got Sandicus strats in the house. Here we go. Catwalk, the point of attack for Big. Diha, oh, edge of the smoke. He's getting tagged. He's pulling attention away. That makes it easy for Spinks, easy for Snappy, easy for ENCE.
Apparently it was Hades that asked for the boost. We did see him over there. And apparently Gade also speaks German, so there you go. That I did not know, so fair play. Thank you, everyone. As Searson will get Dia down, but he's caught off. AWP gun. Spinks swings in behind. The ENCE now sitting very comfortably with a 13-6 scoreline, are putting us much, much closer to Nuke.
Very close to Nuke. This is going to end up being a wild run for ENCE at the end of the game. I mean, remember, Big started this game up 4-0 at one point. It's just been complete dominance since then. The other way, unfortunately for Big, and now playing around with unarmored pistols. Great chance for ENCE to get a little bit closer, and ooh, Tapson. He wants to challenge. He has an opportunity. I like the idea. I like the attempt. Obviously doesn't pan out. The deagles all across the map aren't panning out. So 14-6 should be the scoreline. Unless we get a miracle.
On 54th Street. Maybe it's 42nd Street. I can't remember. I think it's 42nd Street.
That's the Christmas movie,
That
right?
is the Christmas movie.
I actually haven't seen it.
And according to the retail world, Christmas is not far away.
Still got 2 holidays to get through before Christmas.
Now, one, you guys just do Thanksgiving at your own time in the USA.
The right time.
Nah, we already had Thanksgiving in Canada. We were thankful to not have it on the same day as America.
You see, you guys are overloading your October. That's the problem.
Is it?
8-round lead now for ENCE.
Well, Searson's got the gap to look through toward the B apartments. Meanwhile, Tizian's going to sneak down below. Tizian sneaking in the underpass as well, is hoping to, when he walks out, he'll be able to get a pick toward Connector. And if he's not careful, Dia, he could be in that line of fire. There's a smoke down, but he's got it for the headshot position. Naturally checked as well, though. Tizian does not want to go any further. They don't have anyone toward the top and middle to give him information when he walks out. They're just actually getting to that spot now. And the fact that they're getting there with a minute left, there's really not much smokes or anything down. Windows wide open. They will Molotov off catwalk, but this does possess the problem of a potential repeak from Dia. There you go. There's the smoke.
Not using it, though. Those smokes used to disguise as if they're going to go for mid control, but no one from Big has actually pushed down the ramp. All 5 players in the B halls.
Position from Spinks, though. He's going to hear this utility, and Snappy should get the call because he's close enough up that if they make noise early, they're going to be ready for it. Yeah, he's already heard it. He's turned around. He's put the incendiary down. Snappy's ready to fire when they come running, but he only gets one. Spinks gets into position, and he heard so much noise with no access and no evidence of anyone at middle. He's able to turn back and fire. Catches the lag on the jump by. That's still good enough for Gade to get inside of the site, but Dia holding his own back of the site with Dodo to come around. We'll put them on map points.
That's such a perfect Molotov as well from Spinks on catwalk. It does everything you ask of it. It breaks up the attack. The second player has to run through and take some damage from the flames. The 3 players behind him can't do anything, and that's the backfire to kind of this grouped up, this death ball tactic that are big, you know, bust in and play every once in a while. Is if that utility usage comes out at the wrong time, your hit is just going to be completely destroyed, and there's no pressure coming from another angle. ENCE looking to put an exclamation point on this Mirage victory. It's been clean so far. They'd like to end it. Nade stack in towards the window eliminates Hades. But still, I mean, look, with the way ENCE has been playing, you don't feel comfortable with even a 5-on-4 advantage at the moment.
No, you're absolutely right. Because they've been so good in their rotations and so far ahead of the play. And once again, all of Big inside of the apartments at B. No one in B itself this time. Snappy's going to rotate back over, but he was running himself. Probably didn't hear the noise cues he would have liked to. They did get a player in the form of Spinks, once again, back toward the checker room. With Hades down, it's only the single op in possession, so there is going to be 3 type rifles on the retake, but Spinks not the primary opper, not the primary shot. Tapson was able to spot Snappy before the smoke plumed and lined up against the wall. It was an easy shot to make as Gade takes out Dodo. We might have another round. We might have one more as Spinks is removed, falling back, and I would say this goes 15-7.
Nah, Dia's got it.
All right. Oh, right. Okay, carry on, Jason.
Here we go, baby. Yeah, see? Oh, get it.
Oh my God, Jason.
Is he going to go for it now?
Are you from the future?
He could, in theory, go for this. 18.
Oh, this is sick.
Dude, the time, though, is everything.
No, the movement's sick. You're right, though. Oh. No, go.
Well, here we go. Dia is just going to go down. I was going to say, Gade was in a position where he could have taken his hands off the mouse and keyboard that would have just straight up won the round no matter what happened. But
I know I threw you off, but I was like,
No,
man,
it's
I want you to be right with this one, Jason, because this is amazing.
It did feel very believable there for a moment. He's styling a bit. 26 kills. Getting us on the edge of our seat for a 1 versus 5 on the other side of the map. And I mean, yeah, as unlikely as it is when you get that 3rd kill, you might as well go for it. It's like,
and
it's
he made
the heat
like
check.
the sickest movement too. Like that jump's not. It's like, pros should be able to make it all by now, but like it's not 100% success rate. He nails it when he needs to. That get him the fastest rotation. If he hadn't been able to get the shot toward the guy bench, look at Spinks sneaking out. Searson's not even aware that that's possible. That seems like an oversight from me. Tabson did not have the angle for the close wall, but he gets the shot back. We still find ourselves in a 2-on-2. Bomb planted. Tabson sneaks in from behind, but Hades found Gate at the same time. A 1-on-1 will ensue. And Tabson knows with the flash down, he heard the defuse come in. He's trying to sneak it out. He'll get wide enough in time, and we go 15-8.
Hades tagged him through the box.
He did too.
Hades got him down to just under like 48 or something. That's the fact that he's able to recover that. I think Tabson sees the trajectory of that flashbang in the 1v2 towards Connector, and he's just like, yeah, he's got no idea I'm over here. So pretty easy for him from that position, but still almost pulled off by perhaps a random shot as soon as he heard, you know, the dink come in through the box. 15-8. ENCE have one more buy before they're, or this is the last buy before they're out of money if they're to lose this round, and obviously Big's playing no mistake game. I want to know, the Big in the last 2 rounds, where's that been this whole half?
Dodo's back in this round. Searson trying to make amends for the fact that they've lost 2 early picks on what is map point. A good lineup from Dodo, only good for 1. Tizian returns, but Hades finds the shot. All down to Tizian, and Hades will remove him 16-8. They double the score of their opposition and take map 2, and we go to Nuke. And I'm pretty excited for map 3 in this series, actually. I thought on paper this one had the potential to be a good one, and so far it's delivering.
Yeah, this is a really, really cool series from the. I mean, the way that these 2 maps have like changed. One team getting out to a hot start, and the other team just taking it over. Really, really awesome stuff. I mean, that's crazy dominance from ENCE on that map.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely, they looked way ahead of it, like you say, even with the man advantage.
You wanted Dia. You wanted to see him. You got him.
I got him.
He had what, 28 kills or something?
He did.
He's a freak.
A freak, an animal. Dodo as well with the Deagle made a few rounds quite interesting, but yeah, I think overall there was just much better composure from ENCE. It did, as you say, kind of started out with that 4-0 start. We were thinking, all right, Big is looking okay, but I think it was economy-based. I think once they got control of the money, they just steamrolled.
Yeah, I mean, certainly getting the control right, but then once they like had it, you know, Big had a number of times where they were able to get double op setups, able to have their full buy. They were never able to wrestle that back in the first half. And I mentioned at one point I thought we were going to see a timeout from Big because it felt watching some of their POVs that they were a little stressed out, whether that's because of ENCE, whether it's for whatever reason it might have been. It seemed uncharacteristic of a Big that I feel like when I'm watching them at their best, a little bit more stoic, a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more calm and collected, playing a tactical game. And I mean, ENCE had answers for absolutely everything in this map.
Answers for everything indeed. Well, we'll see if they can go get an ice cream and come back calm, cool, and collect it, because map 3 is going to determine who moves on to the Legends stage, baby. And all my life, I always wanted to be a legend, Jason. Some say I never will be, but I know I am in your eye.
Yeah, always. And I mean, you've been there. You've had that status for a while, Matt. For me.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
I know you're just saying it to be nice.
Yeah, much less nice off camera. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is huge to get into that next stage, and obviously one of these 2 teams is going to be supremely dangerous in the 2-2 matchup that's going to be coming in. You don't want to face either one of them if you're any of the remaining squads.
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, it's getting to that awkward point where as soon as like day 1, even like, I mean, Copenhagen Flames went 3-0 all the way through. That's crazy. But even when you get like a favorite team losing early in the bracket,
or losing twice early in the bracket,
well, yeah, even worse. But it just shuffles this Swiss system so much. So yeah, no one's comfortable. I don't think any games tomorrow all going to be stressful.
It's probably the most exciting aspect of the Swiss system when you get those early upsets that makes everything a little bit weird.
It's also like the heartbreaking aspect too, right? Because you're already like, oh my God, there's a potential we're losing someone big, and you always do, and I guess that's why we love it, right? The unexpected drama.
Heartbreak sells, baby.
Sports are great for that, real competition. That said, we've got a real break coming up. That's what they call these things. So we're going to go to commercials, we're going to hang out, we're going to come back, and when we do, it's map number 3. Welcome back as we get ready for map number 3. It's Nuke to decide who moves on, if it's going to be Big or it's ENCE. And all I know is that I've got Jason Moses O'Toole beside me, which makes me in the best position in the world. This is fantastic. How are you?
Good. I'm great. I like that introduction. We should do that every time. Yeah, third map now. Deciding who's going to be moving on to the next stage of the PGL Major, decided on Nuke. Mirage was obviously a dominant wash from ENCE. Big actually had a pretty solid win over on Dust 2. If you missed that map, that was actually a really cool map, I think, from both teams.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that it's only a 2-round spread overall between them right now, and yes, Mirage seemed dominant, but we also had that illusion of success on Dust 2 by ENCE because they had a great start, but it actually went 12-1 in rounds at the end of that. So in some ways, that was dominant as well.
Yeah, good point.
It's been a pretty even series in that regard. Again, it's weird how your mind does that, right? It all depends on the first half on how you phrase the actual success of a team and the overall score. So we'll see how this one plays out. Nuke is obviously, I've really enjoyed it so far this major. As a deciding map in the past, I always thought, oh God, it sucks that it goes there, because it was always so momentum based, and it was this iteration of Nuke, I'll give them credit. They've done well to change things up, and I think that it actually has very much come to be a balanced map, which if you had said that 1.6 for anyone that was around back then, God, no.
Yeah, you would have been laughed out of the room.
Yeah, no.
Well, look, if you want to talk about this map just in terms of pure numbers and pure statistics, ENCE has a 68% win rate on Nuke in the last 3 months. Big is down at 44%, so dropping off a little bit. I guess statistically, you'd probably lean this towards ENCE as well. But Big's shown at least on Dust 2, they showed they were able to adapt.
I just want to point out how good Gade's hair looks in that lighting.
Okay.
He didn't even have to dye it to be that color. Twist was like, I'll try and just do that and be him. And
he went to the barber and he said, give me the Gade look.
Yeah, give me the Gade look. No, look at that. Look how beautiful it is. It's like luscious, flowing. Oh, God. Gade, you're making me Gade. That's all I can say. So that was a little borderline. All right.
Bloody hell.
But to be fair, he's like, yeah, I like his hair. It looks good in this lighting. So here we go. We'll get into it as ENCE versus Big, and it is time to decide who moves on to the Legends stage. 8 more teams will be joining us next week in that portion of the event. And if, of course, you aren't aware, that means there are a number of them going home this week. Tomorrow's Elimination Day. In fact, there's an elimination going on right now on the B stream. Right now, D is going to be eliminated by none other than the Luscious Locks himself.
That's a great shot. Tizian even had a gush on him with the Glock right before the P250 finished him off. And Big, they make it look like smoke wall and a kill, and players see them run down. Snappy's in trouble. He doesn't even know it yet. He realizes the possibility. Oh, but Spinks back up, got 1 kill at range, and he's going to get away. Nobody's touched him, but he wants to continue fighting. Molotov going to force him out into the arms of Gade. That's a fight that needs to be won, and it is. Into a 3-on-3.
3-on-3. Kito, he's got the first as he'll rotate back around, holds off the angle, loving the dualies. We're seeing more and more of them right now, and Dodo, he's going to try and make them work right now. Down a man, but equal amount of weapons considering he's holding 2, Jason.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very astute. That left gun gets a nice little gush onto Kito, brings him down to 7 HP, and they go back up heaven. And Dodo again, those dualies fighting, and Searson wants to stay up top, drops the bomb down to his teammates. This is going to be tough. There's no kit. There's a smoke on Dodo, but that might not matter whatsoever. Low HP on 2 players, and these dualies need to connect with something spamming through. Kito's going for a long flank, and he's got both. Held the trigger. And that's another pistol for Big. All 5 pistol rounds have gone the way of Big in this series.
So far, so good. Yeah, I mean, that is a ridiculous stat, right? Like, I was about to say, so far, so good in the pistols, and then I realized, like, yeah, all 5. That's crazy. Now, 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken, have been ecoed, and that is more common.
Yeah.
It's more common, certainly, with the money system, with the way that the game is currently working, with SMGs being a lot more viable. A few years ago, you win pistols, you pretty much won 3 rounds by default. So it's kind of cool that that's not the case anymore, but it's still a problem if you're not converting them, and you've won that many pistols in comparison. And here we go again. It's going to happen again. They're going to get eco. Dodo on top of the HUD. 2 with the Deagle. Spinks comes in as well, and it's a 5-on-2.
Big never in their wildest imagination thought that anyone would be able to be on top of HUD when they came out, when they exited. Oh, this is going to be clean. Snappy does end up falling, but this round is already out of control and out of reach for Big. Searson a 1v5 attempt, but yeah, fast Molotov, and they're saying there's no way someone's going to be on top of that HUD. Dodo with 2 kills. I believe it was Spinks peeked from the bomb site. The follow-up, the 3rd player who is coming out with the deal with Dodo gets picked off from behind, and that is a tied-up scoreline. Good rebuttal from ENCE.
So far, it is solid, and it's, I mean, Dodo just on top. You're right. Didn't expect anyone to be there. And you're right. You called it was going to be clean. I thought you were going to be right again there as well, but it did lead to one kill. Can't win them all. And sometimes you don't win any. But ENCE have won another eco. That puts us at 1-1. And immediately we get into a situation where the guns are gone for the T's, and the bomb is the plan. They want to go outside. Interestingly enough, D has holding outside with a Mac 10. It's not like it's known for its distance and range. Unless it's like the noisy cricket in this case.
Ooh, good angle from Tapson, covering his teammate, and D, his attention is pulled away as he gets eliminated. The scout can still do work, and yeah, the Glocks, I mean, cool and all, but they can't really make any progress happen. Can't open up any real opportunities.
Good rotation from Dodo on the floor. He's going to be one to watch, I think, in that position in this game if he can stay dynamic and stay fresh. So everyone with a kill on the board so far, at least one kill on the board for ENCE. Still waiting for... Actually, I take it back. They did. I was going to say Tizian and Kiddo at the... Kizian, and I believe it was actually Searson, excuse me, that didn't have kills going into that last round, but now they have as well, so...
Tech pause.
Everyone's had a feel for the game. Yeah, and a few of those today, but so far all been resolved. As far as I can tell, everyone's still in the server right now, so we'll see. Might be time for a B-Stream update, Jason, because we're not really deep enough into this to reflect on too much as of yet.
Yeah, I think last I saw Movistar was up...
oh, wow, 10-3.
10-3?
That could be the end of TYLOO. Sorry for your predictions, Jason.
It's all... Listen, TYLOO's T-side on Vertigo, they're going to bring those wide swings back. It's going to get crazy.
I remember the first time we saw TYLOO. I believe it was the DreamHack Masters. And
yeah, when they beat
SK.
When they beat, it was Luminosity at the time.
Yeah, Luminosity at the time, yes.
They knocked them out of that event in the group stages like a week after they won the major.
And it was the old iteration of Inferno. No, the new one was in at that point. But they were playing like weird angles like the fountain and just catching them off where you'd expect everything's clear and they just pop out and be like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, that was like the first glimpse at a team and I was just like, holy hell, this is crazy what they're doing.
The problem was, as soon as people saw what they were doing, it was like, okay, now you expect it. But that game, SK had no idea what they were running into.
Oh, yeah, they got trucked. Well, yeah, 2-1. Not a whole lot to talk about on Nuke quite yet. What a cool series this has been. You guys are tuning in as well. After this game, we've got more. The next game we cover is going to be Mouz versus Renegades here on the main stream. Astralis taking on Pain Gaming will be on the B stream to close out the afternoon. Tech Pause is done with. Freeze time coming to an end. It's 2-1 for ENCE. They've got the AWP on Hades. They've still got a Mac 10 on Spink, still a Scout on Snappy, and they're going up against a light arsenal on the big side.
Flash off as Tizian's forced away. It's Dia that will hold on the stairs. Hades is alongside him, so they'll work in tandem. Single smoke out so far between the red crate and the stairwell. Now, that's interesting to just throw the single smoke in that position and not do anything with it, because that's one less smoke they'll now have for this execution. They have 4 left. More than enough to put the wall up, but not really any value or benefit to that single smoke. Now they'll go for them. One in the big garage as well. Hades still nails Tabson before it goes. That split-second decision to peek in front of it and get information, and they've gone for the tight smokes. So they cover off Annex, but they leave a huge amount of room for Diha, but that also means he is wide open in turn for the Deagle of Searson to find the shot.
Yeah, that's a small mistake from Diha to swing out that wide to go for that. That was a bit greedy to try and find that player. I don't know if they'll really suffer a whole lot more damage, although that being said, it's just Hades down here. If Searson somehow hits a banger, that could be trouble. And still trying to figure out what the end game is. Hades is down low, but he's the only one. Looking for a pick as they cross into the site, and Big has to be pretty excited to at least get a bomb plant in this. The timing shot doesn't land. That M4 is going to get a little bit aggressive. Molotov to slow down the plant. They've got to put it inside the smoke. And actually, oh, good move from Snappy. That's most of the danger subsided. Gun is on the ground. Dodo's even spotted out Searson, which means Spinks can swing for that one. Good kill from Tizian, but not a huge deal. It's just the Mac 10 that hits the dirt.
He was about a millisecond away from getting a second one as well. That crosshair was lined up perfectly with Eagle in the shot at the door, but he dropped before he could get the shot off.
Feel it in your plums.
Oh, could I ever. Oh wait, that's just breakfast. So 3-1 for ENCE as they go on a string of rounds having won that eco, but now we'll get Searson on an AWP. We'll get guns out for the T side. And we'll see what Big can bring to the table with execution against guns. Nade all ready to take out the squeaky door. Hades is getting aggressive with the AWP outside, flashed off. Can't go quite for the fast swing on the red crate, and that means they can be closer than he was hoping. I think he wanted to get the shot down the lane by the fence, but instead he finds Gade up above and falls away cleanly as well because there was a T-sided smoke to give him an exit.
Yeah, Gade just trying to like just tap a little bit, shoulder peek and tap, and Hades obviously picks that off. 2 smokes left for the big attack. All 4 players outside, so they have no information and obviously no control as well of lobby, which might make this a little awkward for them. You really kind of probably feel at this point, if you're big with all 4 players here, that you don't have the option to fall back. You'd have to send everyone and re-clear lobby, and that would eat a lot of time off the clock. So going to set up what smokes they can to try and find some progression outside.
Diaz waiting for his moment. He can hear them. He knows they're wrapping around. That gives Spinks the call, but he can't get the shot. Diaz responds and sees the shadow to get a pre-fire into the second. Low HP for the player inside garage. Diaz doesn't have time to rotate, but look at what at his feet. It is the bomb. It's sitting there. And he just wants to protect it at this point in time. This is a bit risky, because keep in mind, you can see at that M4, he was low on HP, excuse me. The M4 was low on HP, meaning it was out of ammo. Okay? It's just like how my phone has HP, not battery
Oh, here we go, Dodo.
Yeah, this could be decent to try and get behind them and catch them off. But yes, he's trying to use that pistol now and running out of time to do so. Searson's got the shot. Dodo's going to swing wide and not give himself up. Fires early as he was still crawling and moving, and Hades gets in position. ENCE will win out the round. Got a little close for a second, but overall they controlled that.
Yeah, there was only a matter of time before that flank came in. No presence in lobby that basically that entire time, and eventually somebody's going to make the play. 4-1 for ENCE. Good start. We've seen them let it slip away back on Dust 2.
Absolutely, they did. Yeah, hopefully not the same thing here. CT side, get that momentum rolling. Diaz going to go to an MP9 this time. I would have assumed he goes to the floor, but instead, he's going to get very aggressive outside. Not even walking yet. Still always tick the Molotov, though. Ooh, still gets away with it. Knows he's up against the Nico, wants to farm up the cash, but could have been a little awkward. If he didn't touch the Molotov, I thought actually he got in a good position at the right time.
This guy's playing a little bit crazy right now. I think he's a little bit hyped up from having such an excellent Mirage that he's in frag out mode for the moment, and it's at least successful at times. We've seen him over peak once or twice, but he is really kind of having one of those heat check games where he's like, yeah, I had the hot hand of Mirage. Why couldn't I carry it into Nuke? Good job from Spinks, holding onto the lower bomb site. He's got a triple kill as Big tried to pressure it. Surely a warning signal in the back of Hades' brain is telling him to watch out for his flank, and he's just going to back away with that AWP.
I like it, Tizian. Just keep firing at the floor, bro. I might as well take every shot that you do miss. He's like me in that round. You miss every shot that you do take.
Yeah, maybe next time just don't take any.
Yeah. Searson, that was about as good as it got as they got snappy and headed down below, but it was all held together. Spinks was actually well composed in this position, too. Yeah. Very smart. Didn't overextend at all.
That was brutal. They ran Snappy down. He had no chances. Round number 7. And Big is back on the rifles, back with full utility. AWP in the hands of Searson.
Yeah, trying to find an angle as they walk up the fence. He's going to play back behind the blue box once again. Good smokes in front of him, tons in front of the annex. Best bet to jump up and over. No one on top of Twinkie as of yet. There is a chance Quito could go that direction. Dodo holding out on Annex is waiting for them to wrap around, expecting them to do so. They could still go toward lockers as well. That would put pressure on to Dia, but Tizian's actually going to find him in the garage. Cleanly, low HP. Oh, you've got to do better than that, Dodo.
Now he's got to fight to escape. Yeah, he put himself in a really bad position by missing that shot. This time, Big finds success outside. 2 kills for nothing. Where do they want to go with it? to the upper bomb site. Spinks has everything to do one more time, and Tapson's going to handle business. Snappy just looking to save at this point. There's enough money built up on ENCE that it's not any kind of crazy disaster, but that's a good round from Big.
The bomb will tick away, and they'll get another one on the board. Lots of residual cash for ENCE to work with. And a much-needed win for Big to keep this close, to keep their money rolling as well. Bunch of flashes left over and 2 Molotovs. All the smokes were used in this round outside, as we saw. 4 of them went down in front of the mini and garage positions, so they'll buy those up in the next round. But a good amount of money garnered and gained. Boom goes the dynamite.
Boom goes the dynamite. I watched that recently. It's so funny.
I don't even remember what it's from.
It's from like a college sports broadcaster doing like a, I don't know, like a tier 3 college basketball game.
I think that's, yeah. I've definitely seen it, but it's like one of those things I've just like, you know the reference now. And
just YouTube, Boom Goes the Dynamite, you'll find it. The whole video is just one large cringe compilation. It's so funny.
I think I have seen it. It's just been
It's
forever.
so good. Feel bad for the poor guy, but look, it's brightened my day a couple times.
Exactly. He's brought so much joy to so many people.
Exactly.
It's the whole point of sports. He's done his job. Dia waiting around at the stairs again this time, is changing his angle, doesn't want to get isolated in that garage. Does mean they'll have to be a little bit more aware of the fact that Mini is vulnerable, and that's why Hades is sitting back towards CT with the AWP. It means he can rotate as well quite quickly if he needs to. Toward Heaven, toward Highway, cover off the ramp position. Means as well that therefore Snappy is able to fall off more quickly, as Spinks we see inside on Rafters has Dodo on the boxes watching Squeaky. So pretty good setup right now from the CTs, all bases covered.
Yeah, they're lining up for an upper exec. Just a full set piece to that upper bomb site. On top of the hut is Spinks, and he does have a smoke to put out the Molotov that will inevitably come. Probably a Molotov into the bomb site as well. That's Dodo's position. He has no smoke, just a flashbang. So it's all going to be down to the coordination of those two players and how they handle these battles. What's their protocol? Oh, excuse me, he's not on top of the hut. He's in the rafters. Minimap.
It does that. Nuke's the most, well, Vertigo, I suppose, now, but thankfully most of downstairs is irrelevant in terms of choke points. Meanwhile, Dodo, top of the hut this time, stays forward of the Flames, gets the kill, but he's burning alive from a second one that spilled over the top, and that gives Gade a chance to knock him down. Good flash timing, Spinks. He almost had the lineup as Tizzy, and we'll drop him down. Ooh, I like that. Dia through the smoke will take down one more as Searson gets snappy. We go back, fourth again. A game of tug-of-war that has Searson as the anchor on an AWP. Bombs planted, but that's a tough position for him to be in with the op, knowing that there's still at least one rifle in this round against him, if not more. Have they picked up another one? No, Hades trying to bait him out by tapping the bomb. A lineup doesn't matter for an op. He goes for the diffuser, who wasn't on it, and it's still enough for the rifle to prevail, but that could have been a bit precarious in that situation.
It could have been. What a tough clutch for Searson to win as well. He had just gotten a kill just a couple seconds before it turned into a 2-on-1, so they had all the information of his position, and that makes it so difficult to make any kind of a play. Really, really tough clutch for him. 6-2, nicely done for ENCE. That upper defense I touched on leading into it, they went 2 for 2. That's not awful. It's not bad at all, especially considering they didn't have a third player in support right there immediately. Yes.
I've just seen a highlight in a major. Sun Pius has walked off of Inferno.
Nice.
It's happened.
Kind of round.
And the worst part, that made it 10-9.
It's
so
the kind
TYLOO is coming back.
Kind of round in a major that you're going to remember forever. It's a special memory.
If they get knocked out and eliminated in this map now because of that, because remember, I think it was 10-2. Is that what I said when we looked last? And now it's 10-9. I shouldn't have called you out on your prediction yet.
Yeah, that was dumb of you.
Do a lot of dumb things, Jason. That's far from the worst.
Ooh, good pick onto Hades. That was an alt position for ENCE in towards ramp room, and he's got another one right towards J-Hall as he turns the corner.
Yeah, the fact that he gets 2 there now means he has options. He can rotate down below, and he can push through. He can cover off lockers. Diaz going to be stuck outside and isolated. It will be downstairs that they go. Bomb will sneak in behind ramp as Searson just make sure rotations can't come that direction.
I think you got to save if you're ENCE. Those 2 kills are way too quick in succession. It opens up the map way too fast before you're even ready to rotate. So yeah, it's the 2 upper players have to push lobby, make their way to T-spawn, and you kind of just say, listen, Dia, I hope you survive, man. Good luck.
GG no re.
Saving an auto shotgun.
I'd like to start that hashtag, save the auto shotty.
We need to bring the sawed off back, if for no other reason than to get the Kraken skin back in action.
I've never really been a skins guy.
I haven't either, but the Kraken skin is
There's some, no, don't get me wrong. I think there's
beautiful.
some skins that are very good looking, great artistic talent that have, some of the community members have done such phenomenal work with them. I just don't invest into them. It doesn't bother me either way.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy seeing them, so don't take that the wrong way. I'm not saying they're dumb and you should hate them too. No, I understand why people like them. I just don't collect them.
Worried about insulting the CSGO
I think
skin
a lot
lobby?
of people just assume that, because I intentionally sometimes like to be provocative, that even
provocateur, some would say.
Yeah, even my default is like, uh-oh, I'm being controversial. I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all. So don't take it the wrong way. That's all.
Okay.
People can be sensitive as well, Jason. See, I probably offended them just by saying that.
Yeah.
See my point? I'm just digging the hole deeper here. Please start talking so I can stop.
Well, at least they didn't hear you in the green room when you said you hated all of them.
What?
Diaz gonna get a little bit of damage on a Tizian before backing away. Tabson's holding him in. Remember, that's a position we saw Diha overextend in earlier to be the first kill of the round. This time he's not so much gonna do it. And I don't believe that Molotov went where he wanted it all. I think it does still serve its purpose. He's gonna try and use that as a little bit of a one-way, use the flames and the smoke from the Molotov to peer over top of it. Oh dear.
This is why you save the auto shotty, Jason.
Spinks heard everything. He just called out, yo, I hear like 3 elephants running towards ramp room. Hades. Nice first kill. Tough angle to clear. Tough angle to expect. Shotgun still not put into play, and in fact, they might just work their way to avoid it altogether. Tizian's really the only one in danger at the moment. Look at the push. The late push. Snappy's got a kill. That's the bomb down on the ramp.
Tizian waiting as well to make sure no one's going to retake and reclaim heaven as he gets upper. Good call to go back this direction because ramp is covered off. Diaz there. Searson actually wants to go back around. He has the bomb. If he gets caught here, there's 2 players. He goes down. They lose that. Low HP. That makes it easy to find Snappy. But he wants to jump over the railing and run it in, and guess what? Oh, he didn't check the space. And all the time, you have to check the space.
Is that a quote?
Shh. Just let it happen.
The off is recovered. Auto shotgun still in hand for Spinks, but yeah, that's a pretty nice round for ENCE. Nice and easy. And a timeout, I believe, called by Big. Vocal Lagia standing behind him. Big's at a 4-round deficit in this deciding map of this series. Nobody eliminated, just the winner moves on.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And it is tied up on the B stream. I'll let you guys decide and how to use your second or third monitor if you want to try and keep track of that as well, because that one is an elimination match. B stream is all of the 1 and 2 match. Excuse me, the 1 and 2 matches today. Today's the 2 and 1 on this stream. So everyone on this one gets to push through.
Here we go, drop down the vents. Shotgun gonna get put into play. That's a headshot at range. Surgical with it, just like Denzel. Snappy gonna look for that player to enter into the bomb site. He's gonna be moving out, but there's too many angles around the edge of that smoke as well. Bomb's gonna get planted inside the smoke, and Hades gets dropped as well. It's only the shotgun that's had any success, surprisingly enough, and even that just the 1 kill.
Yeah, and Big starting to actually mount some rounds here and make things very awkward as ENCE loses money again. It would hate to be like Dust 2, where they get such a phenomenal start, lose economic control, and suddenly it slips away from them. Again, from that standpoint, at least it's not an elimination match, but they have been eliminated this round, 7-4, as we get into another situation where they'll have to save. They'll force buy, I suppose, if you want to look at it that way, because they've got Deagles and utility already brought out before we snapped into this replay. So either way, it's not going to be great.
They're going to go for it. Spinks will have the only rifle, and actually he goes for an AWP. Glass cannon, no armor as well. He could have dropped down to the M4 to get armor and a little bit more utility, but once the AWP, let's see what he's going to do with it. Early pressure outside. A lot of smokes being thrown. Tizian's already going to be challenging inside of the smoke towards Mini. A risky move out of the smoke, but I mean, ENCE had for some reason, this feels like one of those rounds where they force buy but don't actually have a plan, or maybe didn't actually communicate. Oh my God, this is huge. Hold the thought. There's the first. That's the bomb as well. Oh, if he had gotten that kill, that would have been everything.
Honestly, I think the most viable weapon in the game in events like that is the AWP, because it's such a narrow corridor. He had to take the first because he would have got up the ladder, but Searson, what a shot upstairs on the Mini when they did arrive, and it's 7-5. 2 rounds now between them. It could have got very, very awkward if he took the bomb down in that situation.
I was going to be saying, that felt like a round where like ENCE decided to like force buy, but like didn't exactly have like a plan for it, or there was some kind of lack of communication in setting up what they wanted, because, I mean, you know, or just, it could have just been the defender on top of HUD, just not even realizing that outside was open, but that's a miscommunication of some kind. Doesn't matter which kind, it just is.
Absent through the smoke. Ooh, Searson through the box. It's not going to be a kill as a result because the bullet's projectile speed. I'm speaking in real life physical terms.
Okay.
Look, it took the damage away from it, okay? I don't know how it works in CS in terms of that physically, but it didn't kill him. We'll just go with that.
We'll just go with that. Well, Big's going to get to 6. And they've got to be pleased about that one. Out of the timeout as well. Rattling off a couple of rounds. Got to be feeling good, because at one point it looked like ENCE might be able to extend this lead pretty far, but Big's been keeping him in check. And now has him on the back foot in terms of their money, in terms of their economy. Spinks, yeah.
I think he could have done more with that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, just in terms of like 2 players were walking by that didn't know he was there. He might have been able to get one of the closer targets, but I don't even think he realized it
He had an opportunity for one.
Sure.
I think after that, surely traded. Regardless.
I mean, 1 would be good right now, because the economic situation, you make it a little bit tighter, because right now Big, with winning this round, 5 players alive, they're going to have money for the rest of the half.
Get it. Get the knife. Come to me.
Save that USB. I don't blame him at this point. I would too. In fact, I'd even take the silencer off and drop it so they can't pick that up.
What, the silencer?
Just, I'm obviously joking, Jason. Calm down. Pay attention.
You're bouncing back and forth between real life and video game. I'm getting thrown all over the place.
Honestly, that feels like my real life. You know, you ever watch that movie Free Guy?
I haven't yet.
I haven't either.
I
But
hear
apparently that's the premise.
I hear it's lovely.
Oh. I don't think they'll bother. There's no need. He's just got a USP, guys. It's, you know, just let him live. Let him think about how lonely he's been for the last minute. And man, oh man, Big has turned this around. How many runs is that? How many rounds is that now?
I want to say 3.
3, okay, but
4 of the last 5, 5 of the last 7, or 6 of the last 5 of the last 7.
Yep, you got it right.
Oh, it came up on the screen. Perfect. 16-7 for Searson. What a game. ADVP on the T side as well. He's been doing some good work. I think that was the round that really got him started, right? Was the double entry that he had in ramp room. Or was that further back?
That was
further back.
Further back, I think. But either way, look at. I think the scores are fascinating. 16, 6, 6, 6, 6. Well, we'll get another moment to collect our thoughts here, and maybe if we climb that fence, we can help ENCE. Well, if we climb that fence and put 7 players on the team, that's not fair. So we'll stay where we are. We're on the roof, on the monitors.
Yeah, we are on the roof, observing from above. I would like to see ENCE. I don't know. I would like to see them get a little bit aggressive outside and maybe put a stop to some of the control that's coming. We've seen them kind of, this fight, that's kind of the extent of their aggression that we've seen, and this time Searson just picks off Dia. He's had success with that kind of a battle, I think 2 or 3 times in this half so far. He's gone back to that fight a number of times, and I think he's hit his limit of of it being effective. However, Snappy, he knows nobody's crossing over. Dodo's passing the information, so he can actually get into a great position for a pop flash peek. Not anymore.
Smoke's down. Additional one deployed late to cover off the garage, but they go through that optimistically, and Dodo's waiting. The instinctual bird. Did you like what I did there?
Yeah.
But he's now got the position to...
Wasn't it like one of the dumbest animals in history?
All right, listen, he played it smart there. That's all I'm trying to say. That's pretty dumb from Tizian, my friend. You have shoulders that extend beyond the end of your vision in the game. Not aware of it that time, and Snappy in a good position to capitalize, but will go down as Gade gets one shot in return. 3 versus 2. Bomb is still up and in the hands of Gade. And it is going to be lower that they go toward as they've come from both of the extremities of the site. They have not fully cleared it, though. And it's... Oh, well, that's made enough noise. They definitely... Hades has position now. Vents to work out of, sneaking in behind. And Hades, using the lovely AUG, is going to try and do something of this plant. Goes back to shut the door. That's going to help them, but he knows it's going to be right in front. Thinks about going for the Molotov. Realizes he wants to hold the plant. Nearly got taken down forward. A bit scrappy on the shot, but Kito, 6 seconds. This one's done. He can't get to the bomb in time. And Hades is still on the other side of the smoke.
Yeah, that's tough. It took a long time for Big. I mean, 2 players disconnected on the map. One underneath, one over in ramp room, and it's just like you can only really meet up, but it takes so long for them to get down there that ENCE sussed out what was happening. They figured it all out. They got into good positions. That flank was coming in so fast, and you're right. Those big, broad shoulders.
That's what happens when you carry everyone, right? You just get broad shoulders. He was physically lifting his teammate. Okay, cool. Got it. All right. Over-explaining. Got it. My bad.
Timeout number 2 for ENCE. Up 8-6. Valuable last round, apparently, as they want to take a 3-round lead into the second half. Man, I bet they would love a pistol round in that second half.
In this series.
It's been all 5 pistol rounds won by Big so far. Certainly in a third and deciding map when it's this close, if you're ENCE, if you're the coach, you're just like, please God, let's win this pistol. For the love of all that is holy. Round 15 underway. Final round of the first half before we switch sides.
It would be fitting if they finally won the pistol, but then lost the subsequent anti-eco as well, though.
Or, won the pistol, lost the game.
All right. Just go way deeper with that one, then.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, Searson will jump back down off of the silo position. Tizian just making sure no one's going to be cheeky outside, jump or boost above the box. At this point, just kind of waiting, really. Might as well put his crosshair somewhere, but he's waiting for the smokes to go down. There you go, throwing nades to each other. Think he's trying to teach him the lineup right now? Hey, man, I don't know how to throw this. Here, take my nade.
That would be awkward. That'd be an awkward
We've
moment.
seen that happen in games before, mostly with like stand-ins.
You don't have to do it anymore.
Right?
You can just drop your smoke. Be like, you don't have to teach me, dude. Just take it.
It's still relevant that he might want to know it if you're dead, though, right? But
sure.
No, you're right. You can drop the smoke. But yes, there used to be. I remember times when like stand-ins
We've seen it happen.
were in, yep. They'd line them up and be like, hey, you need to stand here, and then put your crosshair here, and then do this. They don't have any information on lobby. Gade's even like worried about what's going on inside of the hut potentially.
It looks like they're falling back for. I mean, it looked like they wanted to go outside. They have no more. Or excuse me, they have 2 more smokes, but it looks like they're lining up just another upper set piece. This time with the more bodies coming out door instead of towards hut.
So Tabson wants through the door. Dodo has been on top of the hut so many times. This time he won't find a small sliver of hope to play with in that fire in the flames. Gets a headshot instead, and 2 walk into it. Bomb down temporarily. 16 seconds. Dodo spinning around. He's got 1 more as well as Hades finds a kill in the round to take down Gade. It's all on source in 9 seconds, and this one's over. There's no way he finds 4. Ooh. Speaking of 4, that's exactly what Dodo found this round. Well done from him. 9-6, and pull 1 back at least.
Yeah, what a beautiful round from Dodo. 14 kills to end the half. That's a really well done.
Not such a dumb bird now, is he, Jason?
No, not at all. He's a genius bird.
Like a parrot?
Still extinct, of course. 14 kills on Dodo, 12 on Spinks, Hades on 10, Diha on 8, Snappy on 6. That's a good spread. Everyone 2 kills away from each other. It's not as pretty on the other side of things. Searson has 17 kills. He's in hard carry mode. Next closest teammate has 8. And you still have the, the sign of the devil in the other 3. 666. The all-important pistol round. We'll see. Does Big get them all? Does ENCE maybe just grab one? Find out in the second half of this deciding map. We got an upper rush. Utility thrown towards Mini. Here they are, swinging into the bomb site. One's up in heaven. He's backed away from the fight. It looks like they're trying to push and take over door. Now from behind, it's Gade in heaven, and ENCE got an advantage here.
Gade's going to drop off the position. No, he's low on HP. Utility would take him down. That concedes position, means the bomb gets planted. Oh, seriously, it's gone up from the ladder. He's spotted. I thought he might be able to slip by, but Dodo's position strong as always. And he finds a kill in this round to go with the 4 he had last. 1 HP, by the way. I'm sure I know what Twitch chat's up to. One. Tizian. One. Well, Tizian's going to try to get one, but can't. Hades takes his head off. First the Gooch, follow-up body shot, and it's pretty much over at this point.
Why'd you just turn Twitch chat into the birds from Finding Nemo?
I'm glad you got it.
Okay, that's what you're going for?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, perfect. Four-round lead. They have to be breathing a sigh of relief to take that pistol, especially in a half that can just extend their lead of this important and deciding series. Knocking on the door of the next stage of the major. Couple of AKs on Hades and Spinks. Galilla's brought out on Dodo, and for the big side of things, they are investing into this next round.
Spinks will take the door out with the nade, and then immediately switch off over toward ramp, where Keto's gotten a little bit aggressive in his positioning. Meanwhile, outside, you still have some utility waiting and a call to be made. So right now, just looking for a default on the ENCE side. Incredibly, Jason, they did win the pistols, so.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
All right, Diha investigating outside with that MAC-10 all on his own. At red box for the moment. Smoke wall is set up. I don't think that's forced the rotations that they've wanted. In fact, nobody from Big has even dropped down.
Diha swings, not spotted yet. It's not shot at until taps and missed him, went over his shoulder. That tracer was easy to identify direction from. This Gade now has to hold out behind silos, the MP9 in hand. Tizian's still inside to play that hot position, so he's looking to get him information, but doesn't need to take the duel. That is lovely. Jumping, running, and gunning. Diha delivers. Tizian, it goes down to the same man, and it's now ENCE on 11 to the 6 of Big.
I think Tapson's going to be a bit frustrated, and I think that's a kill when he's in Big Garage that he expects to get on Diha with his back turned running in towards Mini. And I imagine that's got to be frustrating. Regardless, 11 to 6, and survive the force buy from Big. It's going to give him a nice little lead and a nice advantage in this next round to double up Big's scoreline. Just pistols. 2 HE grenades picked up by Gade and Tizian. P250s on Keto and Tizian.
Smokes go down. Keto gets taken out.
Surprise.
As Hades finds him, yeah, back and forth through the smoke, just gets away with the kill in the end, but Gade's going to try and sneak back in and cover his tracks inside of Mini, hoping that he can find a space, have some sort of surprise to win out a kill in this round.
Well, Biggs, I mean, as you can imagine, in a situation like this with 3 USPs and a P250 and no nades to speak of, you have to take a risk, you have to take a gamble. And all 4 players from Big lined up downstairs, hoping that ENCE was going to continue this assault through secret. I'm not even entirely sure it would matter, even if they walked into it with such an advantage in terms of weaponry and armor and utility. Regardless, they're not walking into the stack, and Searson's going to get burnt alive.
To a crisp. So just Tapson and Tizian left in this round. In a position to force into the next, say force. It's a buy. It'll be a full buy, but it won't necessarily have an AWP or a ton of utility with it. Although, quick maths here, Jason. They'll get their 3rd round loss bonus. So they should actually have enough. They do. There you go. I was trying to do it in my head still, and it then showed up on the screen. I bought myself enough time. Look smarter than I am. 57.50. There you go.
Yeah, look smarter than you are, and then explain that you weren't that smart.
And I also don't look that smart, so.
All picked up by Searson. All gone keto. And the hard part about playing at this scoreline right now for Big is this is obviously a very, very recoverable scoreline, but you are kind of like one mistake in this round, and it gets significantly more difficult to come back.
Searson, the AWP, is outside, waiting with a closer angle. Lots of smokes being deployed for the short side. We haven't seen this far wall very often yet. Searson actually goes through the smoke to take down Dia. Meanwhile, Hades.
I think D had peeked right before that smoke plumed, so Searson was able to grab it. He knew what the follow-up peek was going to be. With a man advantage, that means he can rotate down as well. To ramp room we go, and Searson has moved into this position. And then he's run away. Ooh.
Hades and Kitzo. Searson. Oh man, that would have been brutal. He actually got 2 with that shot. It went through. The bullet went through and caught out Dodo, but managed to survive. I think it was just under the waist when it did arrive in his position, but that was risky, going forward to the Molotov with 3 players about to peek you. Did well to get 1, but this is an entry and a half from Snappy. Gate goes down, and 13-6. ENCE is looking pretty comfy now, I have to say, in this situation.
Yeah, that play from Searson, that's very aggressive. I don't necessarily want to criticize it because I'm kind of trying to think of what would be in his mind, and maybe it's because that first entry kill that Hades got was from so far back that he thought maybe it was just going to be one person. But yeah, that's a one and done position if there's a full multiplayer attack on ramp room. 13-6, and that's disaster striking. Good on Tabson to maneuver his way into ramp room. It might not seem like much, but he's got that AWP, wants to recover for his teammate, but the timing isn't going to work out. Look, good entry kill from Hades in ramp room, but a brilliant job by Snappy. Cutting off someone trying to push Hut and flank, and then finding the entry kill into the upper bomb site and making it easy for his team.
Easy for his team, but not done yet. Still a chance. We've seen Big come back from quite a large deficit, obviously, on Dust 2. Bit of a different circumstances, I have to say, but it's not done yet. We won't rule it out.
No, it's just tough now. You're in that tough spot where because ENCE wins the pistol round and took a lead into the second half, these economic issues that Big is having, getting any kind of consistent bank built up so they can continue to buy, it's just chipping rounds away that they don't really have to give or play with. You know, maybe if they took an advantage into the second half, you can kind of sustain and you can survive this kind of tug of war, but not now. Not when you're down 13-6.
Oh, that was
the one.
So close to being on, but just slightly high of the mark.
Ooh.
Searson? Oh, don't even peek. Don't. No. Ninja.
Spotted.
Ninja. Oh, he was too. I really wanted a Ninja defuse, won't lie, but it's going to be a 14th round, I think, at this point, inevitably.
It's not a G2 game, Matt.
That's, if it was a G2, you wouldn't have a Ninja. He would have gone upstairs looking for the bomb. You would have had, what's the opposite of a Ninja? A Samurai, which interestingly enough is their logo, so there you go. We'll call those the Samurai rounds from now on. I don't know if we're going to get too many of those rounds, to be fair.
No. We'll probably forget by the time we do get one. Tapson, again, saving the weaponry. AK-47 in his hand. That's a nice buffer. You saw in the previous round him maneuvering to save the AWP. I mean, being able to save this AK-47 in a round where everyone can buy means that $3,800 that he's got built up, or $3,400 now, that's money that can go towards an AWP in the future if they start making this comeback. If they find themselves in a weird money situation where they want the weapon but can't afford it, he's got some of that built up now. But they have a long way to go.
And much like last night, it'll be a heartbreaking overtime for one of two teams as our B stream in the third map has reached the bitter end. Meanwhile, Gade He's looking great. He's far from the end of his life with a performance like that. That gets Big a little bit more to work with, and they can potentially avoid going to overtime, point right away, and start to build their way back into this game as Tapson and Searson make sure of it. It's pretty clean as well. Gade's the only one that goes down, but with 3 kills, builds up a bit of a bank, and they'll look pretty good after that round.
Yeah, that's the excellent part, is that they survive with 4 players. So build up some of that money, start to feel a little bit comfortable, because that's been one of the main issues in this defense, is they haven't ever gotten enough money to feel comfortable round to round. And also, I mean, both teams running that kind of that same execute and that same Molotov quick onto the HUD and not expecting anyone to actually be there. And that little safety of that corner of the lip right at the edge has just been brutal. In the first half, it was ENCE I think it was Dodo taking advantage of it to get a double kill with the Deagle in the second round. This time, obviously a triple kill in the gun round, and a timeout is called by ENCE. Which is, I mean, fair play. You've got a 7-round lead. You've got money for 2 or 3 rounds after this, but basically you're just making sure everyone's calm, everyone's focused, and everyone's on the same page moving forward.
Yeah, there's 2 sides to that too, right? You've got a bit of money and a couple of buys that are going to come your way, but you could also afford to take saves earlier on and still have a bit of a buffer and not feel as pressured every time. Whereas, you know, have the money late when the pressure's on as opposed to not having the money now when it's not. Taps in outside, incendiary far. Spinks will work his way inside of the lobby. Smokes go down, but there's one missing in terms of putting a full wall up. So yeah, Hades is just going to sit at the red crate with the AWP and try and find a pick from that position instead. Now that smoke will go into position, and that should allow him downstairs on the ramp. Oh, Dodo! He's killed Spinks! Where's Spinks? Karma.
Oh, tagged. Keto's going to back away from that, surely. Utility being tossed out. Hades in a great position. You said the op was the best position inside the vent, and it's going to get another one.
Thompson sneaking back in, though.
Dude, for Tapson being such an important player to Big, he hasn't been... He's saved the previous 2 rounds.
He's only got 8 kills in this game as well.
With like 100 HP. And this is no criticism at him. He just, unfortunately, on the CT side, he's found himself left out of all the action.
This one's a tough one, too, because you're about to concede overtime point.
You want to go for it, but you kind of, I mean...
You don't have money, but at the same time, look at the HP, right? It's tough. They just don't play. I can't. In a 1-on-3, 1-on-2, you go for it, maybe. 1-on-3, they just play the angles and play the time, right?
1-on-2, yeah, you definitely go for it. I think even in the 1-on-3, this would be worth a shot. He's going to have plenty of money to be able to go for it. I guess they could be concerned about Gade and Tizian's cash. But with the losing bonus built up, I think that's a round when you're looking at that scoreline, 7-14, and you're Tapson, you haven't been involved. Just go try and flex. Big's got to win 8 straight on the CT side. Big runs for ENCE back on Mirage to close out that map. That was just dominant fashion. Here on Nuke as well in the second half, it's a 6-1 run. T-sides from ENCE looking good. Shout out to Snappy, who's going to give an interview and probably still say that they're playing poorly.
Yeah, never happy ever. Oh, good from Gade as he runs back fully blinded. I do like that the photos go blind as well. They white out just like Get Right on a stream as he has to fade away from that shot, but still finds the kill. 5-on-4, make it down 3 as Tapson gets Dodo as well. Dia gets 1 in return, 2 toward the vents, but smoked off, and Bomb has fallen forward as Snappy sneaks in. Tizian was distracted, and it worked out. Good read from Snappy. A snappy decision, a snappy shot. Searson's got Hades down, and it's 3-on-2.
I think they're going to get the bomb and drop down vent. That might be the best play. Obviously worried about Searson's positioning and Snappy coming out of the smoke.
He's just taking the bomb further inside of the site and made it more of a problem. Oh, Dia, he knows he's there. He knows the AWP sneaking in, but didn't expect him to be quite that close. So 1 more round for Big at least to survive.
They needed Searson to have that flank. They needed him very much. ENCE did a good job. You doing the execute, getting some ground, hitting the pause button, feeling like they were stalled out, luring Big into some follow-up peaks, but couldn't never feel like they safely could progress into the bomb site. 15-8. And ENCE just had so much money built up. Another strong buy, full buy coming in, and I think they have another good buy after this if they're to lose. Big playing this 3rd map on hard mode.
this is like giving yourself a challenge. I call it no chance November, but it's still October. So.
Well, you know, you have a minute and 20 seconds. Come up with something for O. I'll let you think on it. A little bit of a stalemate here. Default setup. ENCE looking for pushes. Just making sure they're not going to get caught off guard. Every avenue is covered. D has alone. He's been naded down to about 30 HP, but he's outside. Very passive as well.
Ostentatious suppression of opportunity.
Okay.
There you go.
You got for the triple alliteration.
Yeah, you like that? You're welcome. Tizian's got the headshot. Dodo is down. Spinks as well. Now they're starting to get rolling. Now they're starting to take that money back as ENCE finds themselves in a very similar situation to last round. Bomb down inside of the squeaky door and nowhere really to move.
Well, you saw Spinks and Dodo swing out the door for some dry fights. There's 6 flashbangs on their teammates. Like, I feel like one of those could have been spared for that kind of a play. It was just out in the open. 15-9. Big just 6 rounds away. But as I said, there's another buy round coming in for ENCE, surely. Dodo can afford an AK, Snappy can drop one over. Yeah, see? Lots of flashbangs.
Lots of off shots and loud noises through the glass. So we get almost to the double-digit mark where we can start to get pretty excited about things.
4th and final timeout just called from ENCE. They could choose not to buy here if their line of thinking is we've got so many rounds to play, or not so many, but we got 6 rounds to play with. We can afford to kind of give one up and make sure that we all have good money leading into the later stages. But I think on the T side where it's more manageable, they'll be more than happy to invest.
Fairly quiet at the end of the line, at least for Big. There's 2 sort of mentalities, right? You either have the quiet people at the end of the line, just kind of keeping it to themselves, or you have the really loud, overly obnoxious hype people at the end of the line so that they're not overly distracting in the middle either.
This is fast. This is fast-paced down lower. Who from Big is going to be here? Keto, first one. Oh no, missed the initial salvo and the spray got away from him. Even Searson, I think his bullet was jumped over.
Pretty good acrobatics, you have to say, from the back of the site, but this is going to put the pressure on them. 2 missed shots, and the bomb already planted. They'll get one back. Dia, he's come up close, though, and Tabson couldn't find the headshot angle. 2 players to fire now at the op, and the op's missing, which means the pistols get close. He turns around, the no-scope lands, and it keeps them alive with a chance in the round, a chance to keep this series going. But that is going nowhere with Molotovs heading down below. Snappy's going to burn the nade on top of it. Should take him down. That time it does. And Dodo snuck around.
It's not planted
he
for
is
him.
the man in control of the control room. He's made noise. It's not planted for him, and he can't get the spray through the railing. Gade gets the shots, and the defuse comes through. It is just in time as Big make 10 on the scoreboard.
Oh man, that's the kind of round that gets so close that it's going to make you feel the pressure when it drops. They do get a bomb plant. They do get some extra money, but it's only going to be a half investment, if anything, in this round for ENCE. Good retake from Big. That's a high-pressure situation. Thankfully, it's the utility that bails him out. That round gets exponentially more difficult if there's not a Molotov and a follow-up nade on Snappy, because he actually found some safety amongst the Flames in Dark Spot. And everyone take a breath. Big has called a timeout. They've got plenty remaining. Still a long way to go, but they've rattled off 3 straight to begin this comeback. Need 5 more. 24 kills on Searson. He's been stellar. 17 kills on Gade. And now, we've referenced it a couple of times, Matt, the money issues that Big's been having throughout this half, they disappear. It's a very, very good buy for the Big team.
But again, there's still that buffer, right? There's still that gap, so they're not too overwhelmed by this yet on the ENCE side. All Tech 9s, this is kind of cool. Going back with it. Nade's going to go in. The Molotov was extinguished, and not a lot of damage on top of that. But the nade itself did a tremendous job as Quito. He's limited himself, though. Not really playing in a position to get away, and he just gets run down. That's an AUG now picked up for the T's to work with and go toward the lower site. There was an AUG also waiting in that position, though, and so far has made no mistake, but now he feels the pain of his own teammate's gun, and Dia adds on top of it 2-on-2. HP, mind you, let's not get too carried away, is very low, and Gade is in position. Smoke, oh, nade, even better. As soon as he taps that bomb plant, he's not going to. He's got the nade out. Oh, no, no. Oh, no. How does that even happen? That should have been a foregone conclusion. Nade in his hand, nearly gets away with it, and then somehow that is the most scrappy situation you could possibly imagine. But this has given a massive opportunity for ENCE to close the game, as Searson has more HP than both together, but less opportunity to work with, as the bomb is a guaranteed draw, and Dia's got the gun. It is over in the most scrappy of ways.
You can't even blame Gade for that situation. Why would you ever think someone was just going to crawl through that smoke? Oh, that's going to be a painful one to look back on, but look, let's say this. Dust 2 started good for ENCE. When you got to Mirage and Nuke, ENCE was far and away the better looking team. And it wouldn't be a throwback major without winning the map on a Tech-9 rush.
With an AUG picked up for ENCE too, even better. We get like a double narrative there. I did love seeing all 5 Tech-9s out, but yes, ENCE will move on. They will be in the Legends stage, and what a return to form from this team. I mean, if you want to look at that storyline, it's just top 16, all right? But it is security potentially for the next major if we get back into the regular cycle, pending, you know, the world's situation. But they were the kings of tier 2 is what everyone was saying midsummer, but they couldn't break through. They couldn't hit that next level. They did a charity LAN, Gamers Without Borders, and in that event there was signs of it, but you weren't really sure because it's a charity LAN.
It's recently this rise.
Yeah, but like as much as they played well at that event, other teams were kind of trolling. It wasn't serious, but then they really started putting it together.
Yeah, looking good. And at least in this series it was excellent. They only needed the one pistol round. When I said about over to the boys onto the desk, it's going to be Richard with the guys.
Thanks very much, guys. And yes, maybe not easy for ENCE in the end, but easy enough. We did say when we saw the veto that we kind of felt there just wasn't anywhere for Big to sort of take him. It looked like a very ENCE-favoured veto overall. And I guess we could probably start asking some questions about Big just in terms of that depth that they seem to lack at the highest elite level.
Are we just going to joke at that last round?
Yeah.
Are we just putting it under the rug?
Well,
Should we
actually,
talk about this
trust me.
What the hell was that?
Production's telling me we're going to have some highlights,
Okay.
so I'm sure we're going to see it again.
Yeah, we'll bring it back.
You want to come back to me later?
Here's what I would say is, I don't understand, essentially along Richard's lines, what is the identity of Big? If you go way back, and we're really talking like the remnants of Godby's experience, Tabson, when they first made this, they were supposed to be this tactical team. You know, we might not be as good as Astralis, but we got the rest of the utility and the tactic. Now it's like, well, you aren't, because you have 2 maps you're good on at the moment. Okay, switch it over. Well, you got Zantares, you got Sirison, you got Firepower right now. Sorry, we traded Zantares. We've got Gade now, a Danish guy who apparently speaks some German. It's like, I don't know what angle is it that makes this team good. They've got some players that are decent. I would just say they're like a bit of everything and not really good at any one thing. I don't know how they're supposed to stand out. When you get outclassed by ENCE, yeah, they're an up-and-coming team. They're not like world-class yet.
And I feel like the CT side is really where what Duncan is talking about is coming through. You see individuals being abused on positions because they are not reliable enough to assure a 1-for-1. The most basic aspect of Counter-Strike, making sure you trade so you give time for your teammates to rotate and be on top of things. On Nuke, once more, no one in the defense was able to even do a 1-for-1. Not even talk about multi-keys, which obviously is supposed to be the luxury of a CT side. Just not happening. The depth of the roster is failing. This is not enough for the top level right now.
Well, I think the real thing you have to worry about, Janko, is let's just look at it from this perspective, and we're going to get to some horrifying rounds right now. So, but you know, Big are the experienced, tenured European veterans. ENCE are a relatively new team with relatively fresh players, as supposedly has been IGL. They clowned Big on these 2 maps. They made them look amateur.
Yeah, I think Big just shooting themselves in the foot really too much in this series. Even on Mirage, and now more importantly so on Nuke, they win the pistol round and they lose the second round, right? And that gives away all the momentum. They won 6 rounds in the first half. 4 of those were gun rounds on gun rounds, right? And that's just the issue, right? When you win a gun round or 2, that's going to give you an anti-eco, sort of a free round. You get more momentum, you get more breathing room, but they just couldn't get to that phase because they couldn't consecutively, right, win clean rounds. And I think that's the biggest issue for them. And that last round, like that, just gives you a Listerine phase, Duncan, doesn't it?
Exactly. I cannot move past this last round. I really have no idea.
What was so bad about it, man?
So here's the thing, right? First of all, it is a ramp rush from the side of ENCE and the teams, right? We know they've been abusing ramp. It's been happening time and time again.
Yeah.
Keto finds a 1-for-1. Keto finds 1-for-1, which is obviously Christmas already because he's not finding any kills when he comes. He does a 1-for-1, being overtaken by pistols. They drop down. They have a man in position lower who gets a double kill. His teammate is in the secret door, doesn't help. Wait for his teammates to die, then goes out, dies alone. Gade has an opponent with 8 HP in front of him, has a nade in his hand for about 15 seconds. Like, I understand the first idea. He's going to plant the bomb, I'm going to drop the nade. After 10 seconds, maybe it's time to pull your gun. He gets overrun by Tech-9s, and they lose this round. Like, it's a parody of a round of Counter-Strike.
He drops it as the guy's walking through the smoke, and then once he's switching to his gun, he kills him with the Tech-9. It's just, it's almost a microcosm of, where Big is at as a team right now.
Yeah. Well, we should talk a little bit about ENCE. I mean, they did what they had to do.
It's bloody good feeling, Richard, to win games when you're not playing your A game, which is I'm sure we're going to hear now.
He has said that about 50 times.
They've lost the game again, right? They lost a map in the series. There's been, some issues, a couple of lost pistol rounds. They're still not there yet.
No, but I mean, at the end of the day, I sort of admire it in a way because they're winning these series and their IGL is sort of just saying, yeah, I mean, we're still not there yet. And realistically, they're probably not. I mean, we don't really know where the ceiling for this team is because it's so young and it keeps getting better. I mean, hilariously, I remember this was like, I want to say a month or two ago when they went on that 17 map win streak and everyone was going, yeah, but it's all tier 2 opposition. Yes. They're winning series at the major now. Like, when are people going to pay attention to these guys?
I would take that point exactly. Like, if they're not the team where it's like, oh, it's like Copenhagen Flames, they're playing the games of their lives. Like, no one could expect this. No, in this scenario, they're actually sometimes misfiring. Sometimes they let a map get away from them, but they're still just on pace at this level to be slightly above most of the teams, and as a result, they go into the next phase. By the way, a spoiler, even when the competition level goes up, I could see them rising to meet that and be a challenger for the top 8. So this team actually is on track for exactly where you want to be trajectory-wise by the time you get deep in the major. And remember, beyond the Navis and Gambits of the world, this is the most wide-open top 8 we've ever had.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I've said this a few times, but obviously, that was like day one talk, and it's probably been lost in all of the games and all of the noise. I think there are so many of the already qualified legends that really need to watch out for these guys that are coming through. Because you haven't heard the last of Copenhagen Flames. I don't think they're going to go like 0-3 or anything like that. You haven't heard the last of FaZe. Virtus.pro are dangerous. ENCE are dangerous.
And
you're going to have to watch out.
Think about the format as well. You have teams moving in from the challenger stage who's going to play on one day, possibly 2 best-of-1s. Yes. In conditions they already know, they've been there, they're warmed up. So you're an EG, you get caught off guard, it can go horribly wrong after just one day.
They might not even have to change their room if you're Copenhagen Flames.
It's already in position, very comfortable, know everything.
All good, all Gucci there.
Now, I just want to say, ENCE is grabbing credibility after each day, and that's something I really appreciate. And Snappy somehow is working beautifully on that T side. That was the case on the second map on Mirage, completely abused Big, same on Nuke again. You have that feeling that everyone is buying into whatever it is they're doing, and there's no second thought. Whenever they attack, they do it cleanly, decisively, together, and that's a team that looks healthy to me.
I think for me, undoubtedly, the team play is there, the game plans are strong, the execution of them is good. The only question is, right, once you go up against a Navi and there's a Simple on the other side or a Zyme, you don't have a player like that. Yes. You have talented players, so will they be able to overcome that as a team, or will some individual find, that extra step where they can maybe push their team over the edge? But I think no one can go into a game against ENCE and count on that. I'm glad we got ENCE. I think no one is, happy to play them. The map pool is also very deep.
Very legit.
Going to be interesting to find out, and we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to find out who's going to win the last best-of-3 series of the day. So make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Mouz versus Renegades.
welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. Last best of 3 on the main stream. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We have let Maniac have some merciful rest.
He was triggered after that round.
Yeah, I know, he felt physically ill.
He wasn't supposed to have a break, but we just had
we've tagged in Blair, and we're going to get into. I'm glad you're here actually, because the last best of 3 we're going to be talking about here is obviously going to be Renegades and Mouz, and obviously a huge storyline there in terms of Dexter, the trajectories. You obviously are an expert in this region, so all of the regions really, but that
everything except the good ones.
Yeah. So look, I'm going to start with you. I mean, set the scene for us.
No, I mean, yeah, it's Daddy Dexter facing off against, his old teammates, right? The guys he elevated as an in-game leader, also as a star player. But heading into this particular matchup, I would hate to be an Aussie fan because you wouldn't know who to support. But let's be real, Mousesports are the favorites here. Sure, they've struggled recently, but you look at the players they have, like Bemis, Robs. On the Mousesports side, the star players, ENCE, he's been the best player in Oceania for the past year and a half ever since Dexter left. He has just struggled. He has been at the bottom, I think the 3rd, 4th highest rated player so far in the major. Alistair, the AWPer, coming in, replacing the AWPing duties for Sicko. He's been struggling as well. And when you have players like Hats and Malta, I mean, nothing against him, but not supposed to be the hard carries for these teams. When they're the ones who are trying to make things competitive, you have real problems in that lineup. It's not just the nerves, individuals just not showing
Let me put you on the spot, right? Dexter, coming from the Oceanic region, getting an opportunity to be an IGL in a top European org. Should that have happened?
I feel at that time he deserved a shot. And I'll tell you why. Because Renegades, the last LAN they played, actual LAN before the COVID era, they actually performed pretty well. They had an outing. I do believe it was the DreamHack Open Leipzig, if I'm not mistaken. They reached the finals. They lost to Big over there. They put up a great showing. And Dexter was not just the IGL. He was the hard carry. So if they continued to play a few of these LAN tournaments, maybe he could have really gotten the call earlier on. And yeah, I feel it was deserved. But I feel he did have very massive shoes to fill.
Duncan.
I think it's an example of where, like, if you're the Mousesports org, they aren't the FaZe Clans of the world who are spending big. If anything, they get the big transfers and then they go and scout the next person, and they're always gambling on people. So I have to say, look, I didn't think it would work out. Like, I didn't think there's any way he could dominate like he did in Australia. But you have to take a flyer on that one. Like, if he'd come through like he did at the first Flashpoint tournament, at that point in time, you think, hey, maybe we did just find some gold out of nowhere here. Maybe he can be this like unique fragging IGL who's going to bring a new flavour. The problem is his fragging dropped off. It doesn't look, quite frankly, I don't necessarily blame him as an IGL. It doesn't look like he has the right pieces. There's no structure to this team for me. It is the Rop Show and then can Frozen help. And if those two guys can carry, you have a chance. At teams like this, obviously you can beat. But you look at the top teams, there's a reason this team's been somewhat irrelevant for months now.
Yeah, I agree. The lack of pieces, proper pieces in the team, right? Not necessarily skill, but just the structure of the team itself is the biggest problem. I think he definitely deserves a shot. I don't think Mousesports is a bad team or they're playing bad CS. But I do think in this particular matchup, what concerns me the most is the mentality of those players, or just their character, really, right? We were talking about it a little bit in the pre-show. If they start losing this game, which they're obviously supposed to win, they're the big favorite and all of that, if they drop a map or something like that, will they have, the leadership within the team to bounce back from that? You could see in some of their games earlier, a couple of months ago, where Robs is trying, even through his play, to be that guy, right? To picking up the secondary op on Dust 2 out of nowhere. Suddenly Robs is an opper, getting a lot of kills, right? Pushing them over the finish line. I think that game was against Complexity at the Cologne play-in, right? So a huge game, and you could see them trying to do that, but I don't think that's there yet, and that's what worries me, right? You need to have certain personalities on your team to truly get to that winner's level, to the top level.
Plenty of time to talk about Mousesports. I just want to ask you a question about Renegades again, because obviously they're a name that's been around for a long, long time. They keep coming back. We know that obviously they were getting to qualify, for the major repeatedly because of the region that they were in. I kind of feel this is the weakest I remember a Renegades roster being. Is that fair? Is that accurate?
Yeah, it is accurate. It's also not their fault, right? It's just unfortunate. If you remember the Renegades run that happened for newer viewers coming in, they're like, oh yeah, Renegades, they reached the playoffs in the previous major. That was a whole different lineup altogether. They didn't even qualify this time around. You look at this team. I mean, nothing against these guys. They've just been given the short end of the stick, right? Not having the opportunities to fly out to play.
Yeah, I was going to say it's worth noting they've been essentially landlocked for a while now. now.
And they've
you
done a
can't
good
get that
job.
caliber practice.
And they've done a fantastic job. Won literally every single tournament they've played in the region. But there's so much you can do when the competition isn't as great. And let's be real, looking at the way the competition has evolved and elevated itself in EU right now, just operating in that isolation, in that island, it's just not going to work out.
Yeah.
Consider how that team originally became good. It took years. They came to North America. They had top practice. They still had to rotate some players out in the what is later became the 100 Thieves lineup, and it took them years to become a top team that could really compete. Then, when they had to remake the entire lineup when that squad's left the region, it was all around Dexter. He was the superstar player and Adjet, so then he goes as well. It's like, the problem is, these other guys aren't the up-and-coming players. They aren't people that haven't had a chance. Like, they haven't had the chance in the meta, but like they don't have any superstar names. They have people that you've seen in teams like Greyhound. They were all right, but they weren't people destined for great things. So I think it's a mixture of they haven't had the chance to really bed in Europe or North America, and then the talent seems just a little bit drained at this point in time. It's already enough that we've had a couple of good teams and players come from that region, quite frankly.
So, Janko, coach's brain on. We got the veto coming now. Let's have a look and see what they've done. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I think obviously I think this is a good veto for both teams. Not as middle ground maps or maps. There's no curveballs basically in this one. The permabans are out there, and yeah, I mean, Mousesports picking Inferno, one of their more comfortable picks. I guess maybe you're thinking that they could have gone for a nuke as well, but perhaps the recent results haven't really favored them and not feeling as confident on the map. But I think this is no surprises really in this week.
I think the interesting thing for me is the vertigo, because it reminds me of the TYLOO discussion we had the other day. If you are so dominant in your region, the fool's gold becomes you don't really know what your weak maps are. Like if you can really destroy everyone on every map, you start to think, hey, we got a feel for them all, whereas like this is a tricky map to play.
I feel Mirage could be, you could give the same argument for Mirage as well. It's a map that Renegades are very comfortable in the region, but again, you know, you're playing against, at least in Asia, that has the legacy of Mirage being the upset map, right? You talk about TYLOOs and VG Gaming. Over here, like Mirage, let's be real, they are good on it against regional opposition. That too against just two decent teams around there. I don't think it's a great pick either.
The Inferno pick from Mouz could be a little bit of a trap almost, right? Renegades did get demolished yesterday by Big on the map, but a couple of months ago when they were coming in for Pro League and the Renegades spent a bit of an extended period of time in Europe, they would always go for Inferno, and they didn't get many wins, but all the losses were close, 16-13, 16-14 overtimes. You know, they were allowing some comebacks when they had a lead, so I think Renegades are going to feel great about this pool, because Mirage is Mirage, right? Like whether you play it in China or Oceania or in Europe, there's going to be small changes, but your players are going to be able to adapt fairly quickly. So I see a scenario in which Renegades, with a hot start, they can 2-0 this. I feel like if it goes all the way to Vertigo, if it goes all the way to Vertigo, I think that's where Mouz closes it
I'm not going to go that
prediction.
far. Here's the thing. Mousesports has one really good player. Renegades has none. So I'm taking Mousesports to win this one.
I love it. All right.
2-1,
well, on
2-0
that
doesn't
note,
matter.
it is time to get into the game. It's been savage analysis. Let's hope the casting's a little bit more delicate. Sadakist and Moses, take it away.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for two more delicate humans than Moses and I, if I'm completely honest. But a chance for a 2-0 from Renegades, man, that's a crazy prediction if I've ever heard one.
No, I don't think he's predicting it to happen. He's just saying there is a world in which it can happen. There's an avenue. Mousesports isn't an unbeatable team for someone like Renegades. There are some win conditions that you can hope for if you're a Renegades fan.
Yeah, I suppose.
Just to back up my boy Yanko.
All right, yeah, cool. Congratulations. Know you love going to Belgrade. Still want to get invited there, so I don't blame you. Just pander to him. Not going to happen. This is a 2-0 Mousesports. Has to be. Come on, really? Yeah,
I mean, look. That's obviously if you're, that's where you're going to hang your hat is on a 2-0 for Mousesports.
I have my hat. Oh, I don't. It's over there. Look, all right. I thought I was clever.
Train wreck.
I've got a folding hat now. All right, it's very convenient. I'm getting to become a dad, so it folds up conveniently and goes in my pocket.
Yeah. Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah. So
anyway, I thought it was there. I thought I was going to be clever.
We started the day out, Matt, talking. We haven't seen much of Mirage, and in our game specifically of casting, we hadn't seen any Inferno yet. So we just got our first Mirage in the previous series. Now we're going to get our second one. We're going to see Inferno in this as well. So we're getting all the maps now. We're fleshing out our map pool.
I just want to clarify as well. I'm not actually a dad. I meant like dad had. I'm old. I don't have a kid. Not that I want kids, but I just don't want people to get the wrong.
Also not trying to insult all the dads out there either.
Depends on what kind of dad they are. But yeah, I mean, I just don't want people to get misinformation, okay? Let's get back to facts. The fact is that we are in our last series of the day on the A stream. The fact is the winner of this series will advance into the Legend stage. And the fact is Mouz is starting on the CT side. of Mirage. So, with that, we've got 3 players handing over toward the underpass position, or at least over toward the B courtyard. Now 2 of them head toward underpass. And we'll see if they can actually find anything opened up in middle. Very passive hold at mid as well. Acor, the only one, he's sitting toward the top connector, and that's because there's a crossfire set. As Malta finds out, he's between 2 continents. As he gets shot down from Catwalk itself. Hat's gone to Dexter, Acor gets Sicko, all going the way of Mousesports so far, until finally Frozen gets taken down by ENCE.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, though. Good kill from Alistair as he heads up. But he's boxed in. That's the bomb. And he's got 10 HP. And he's like, dude, I can't do anything. There's nowhere I can go. I'm locked in. ENCE is inside the bomb site, but he needs to help his teammate out. And he's got really not a... Oh, excuse me. He's got everything to do it. A beautiful one-tap. And that opens up the potential. Rops creeping up slowly but surely. Alistair waiting.
Rops is too experienced. He checks this. He has to. He knows. He's got the bomb down now as well, as ENCE tries to find yet another beautiful one-tap wonder from range with the P250, and naturally he has to go the direction of the bomb to try and take this away, to try and make this round work, and he would need 4 kills in the process. He's going to hunt down Rops. He's going to try and swing all the way around on them, spots them and takes him out of the equation. What a round he's having, but Pyjamas has a problem. Which direction does this go? Takes the vent out. I think he's going to go for it.
He's going to do a sound cue fake. He's making ENCE nervous that he's creeping through that.
So ENCE plays position with crosshair placement that direction, but Setch to be protected from CT, and now he hears him. He heard him strafe peek. He heard him jump up. Takes the shot. No contact as of yet. Still 100 HP to work with, and that's plenty for Pyjamas, who finally is the man to shut down ENCE. He'll take that P250 for the next round. And the start will go to Mouz. It looked like it was going to be much cleaner than it ended up being, though.
Yeah, it did feel like that was going to be a dominant pistol round for Mouz on the CT side, but some fine P250 work for ENCE. He got 3 kills in the round, but couldn't complete the clutch. 1-0 for Mousesports.
Six Australians in the server as well. It's worth noting.
Oh, yeah, Dexter.
Yeah, the traitor.
It's got to be a bittersweet preparing for this matchup coming into it. Intimate knowledge of these guys and played with a lot of them, I'm sure, back home. Now leading the Mousesports squad. Rops, oh, blinded. He gets away. And, oh, that's close. There's AKs picked up. AK-47, 2 Galils as well. Rops is going to be aggressive in underpass, and he's got the opening kill. I'm going to put some pressure on this relatively inexperienced Renegades team. How do they recover this kind of a round? Lost a player, lost B Hall's control. And they're going to have to just try and split over at A. Pyjamas, oh, he sees one. He spots the second during the fight, but can't transfer over.
It's pretty bold. The knife peek, immediate re-peek into what he knows is a spotted position, but give the man credit for confidence. Still the man advantage for Mouz. Acor trying to find a position back inside of middle. Very passive hold toward the mirror hole as Hats has that M4 held and try and do damage with it. Good position to be in. As I say, it's very difficult to get through that vent and actually find a kill if anyone's playing there due to movement. You saw Alistair, the man with the bomb, having the UMP.
Hats is really the only player in a position to actually do something to find a kill, which makes it real tough. And you can see just kind of an awkward position, so many angles he's got to worry about, and he had to try and make something happen. That's brutal. The ladder really screwing with ENCE as he backs up into it and gets launched a few inches to the right. Good tap from Alistair. Needs more. Not going to get it.
It could have been maybe if he gets one more on that, he forces the bomb to become a factor. But good hold from Mouz. Takes away that first round, or rather, excuse me, that second round buy of Renegades. We saw the AK in effect, so that's gone and picked up. In fact, Frozen will bring that over for Mouz to try and hold defensively with. Just boosts them ever so slightly as it'll just have to be a patient round this time from Renegades. 1 smoke, 3 flash, and a nade. I was about to say, what can you do with a single smoke on Mirage Jason, but window seems natural, and therefore they're going to have some chance to get up closer in middle, but Rops, quick to the case, is already jumping out down below and taking away that position from a different way, as he has the M4 at range in the corridor.
Back-to-back aggressive rounds into the underpass for Rops and Mousesports on the CT side. Quite like that. It's nothing crazy, obviously. We see it all the time, but I like the idea of putting some pressure on this inexperienced team from Australia and saying, you know, I'm gonna be disrespecting you guys until you can prove that you can stop me. They had a glimpse over at his teammate, and that just puts him in a perfect position for a double kill from Rops. That's the bomb down, and that's essentially the round over for the most part. This is going to be a very tough angle to clear, although his teammates did see it. He might predict it. He does indeed. Beautiful stuff from Malta, but surely that might be the only thing he's going to get.
That's fortunate, too. Not only does he get the headshot straight up, the AK just falls down into his lap.
A gift from God.
Yeah, Escobar's AK comes down.
3-0 for Mouz Sports pretty quick.
And Renegades now will have weapons to work with. Hats immediately on the AK. AWP, in fact, for Alistair. And only the single op so far on the Mouz Sports side. Obviously. On the double. On Mirage. We got back-to-back Mirage games. We saw it last time. Boost up for Acor in B. That's the boost we saw Hades talking and referencing previously. Oh, shoulder bait. Means they know that that AWP is in the apartment position.
Yeah, you know it, but what can you do about it? Bomb still back in T spawn. Yeah, that's a bold push. He's certainly going to get taken down.
Props was just well positioned in that situation, being very patient and, yeah, a little bit overconfident. Hats couldn't do anything of that. You can't get past Tetris and swing the site yet.
Even if Rops didn't get put into play, he had Bimasin CT spawn looking at that position, even at Frozen underneath him. If he swung too far out, Frozen can get him from below. So, I mean, there was 3 ways he was going to die.
Hats, though, getting towards Sandwich. They have to know Frozen's down there. Did he fired a shot, surely, in that first exchange? Still not certain. I guess not. I guess they don't know that he's there. The Molotov up close as well means they likely won't check it. They're going to overlook it because they're going to think if they're Molotoving that way and swinging us and forcing us out wide, then there must not be someone under there waiting for a kill. Gun barrel showing. M4. Look long enough that it could have been, but that's because it's the silenced M4 and a miss from Hats as Rops gets away with it. A hot and tight position to be in. Now Frozen comes to play. Speaking of hot and tight, the Frozen man stayed alive the whole time in the position near the firebox and underneath of the shadow, and just like that, fell nothing from Mouz Sports. So got away with it.
That's a unique hit on that A bomb site. I think Renegades just didn't have the utility to do the kind of more standard set piece and block off all the things you would like. They didn't have all the bells and whistles, so they had to get a bit creative, and would have been a cool kill to get on Rops. But as you mentioned, Frozen was still just waiting and lurking, and he had about, I feel like Frozen had like 20 seconds, or if he peeked, he was just going to get free kills. And unfortunately, it's because of the way that the route that Renegades took, he was never actually activated until the very end. 4-0, and a early timeout was called by Renegades. And they're going to pick up some Tech 9's armor as well.
Malta heading up on top of the ledge, this time with a bit more utility but a bit less weaponry. We'll see if they can come up with some sort of execution again, though, a bit of aggression toward middle. And they still are putting this underpass into play. But Rops isn't directly down below this time to shut them out immediately. There's your set smokes on the A position. Now, interestingly, they go for the mid-box smoke, which I like, but it does mean there's still a potential for someone at CT to spot Palace. There's no one there, obviously, from Renegades, but it's a change of the play to try and focus on the front side of the site. Meanwhile, Acor takes out Ins. Sicko's forced forward, and you can tell he's a bit uncomfortable about that. Couldn't tell where to look and just gets removed.
These are the bombs in the site.
Ooh, dink.
Might as well just go for the plant and just risk it. Please, nobody peek. Nobody's there. So, extra money, extra cash, and yeah, Bimas, no reason to even take a peek, no reason to take a fight, just survive. Defuse going to come in quickly, 5-0 for Mouz Sports.
Good start.
Very good start. I mean, look, this is kind of, let's touch on it because we talked about it when we took the throw from the desk. Is one of the things Yanko had said is there is a world in which Renegades gets out to a hot start, and Mouz Sports isn't like this unbeatable beast. And if they can get that advantage and just continue to ride the momentum, but that kind of win condition and that kind of opportunity for Renegades is obviously very far gone.
Very far gone indeed. I did misspeak, by the way. This is an elimination match. I was so set on the 2-1s being on this stream earlier that, yeah, this one actually has a lot more consequence on the line. So
loser goes home.
Loser goes home. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't catch that, because obviously I knew that Renegades was in that position for Mouz. Could have been just as convincing and compelling that they were 2-1, so my mistake, everyone. But I'm still not a dad, okay? At least that I wasn't lying about. That's a lie. I have Jaden. That makes me a dad. Rops backs out through the smoke.
And he's back.
And he's back. Talking about his dog on broadcast again. God.
All right, Hats is going to be the point man and connector. He's gotten into position. 4 players in middle, 1 player in B halls, and Acor has taken a real deep angle with the AWP. That gives a lot of flexibility to this Mouse Sports defense. They can really thin out. 1 player watching for window room and murder hole and jungle, and Bimas playing very passively towards the A bomb site. Acor is just a really nice insurance policy. Hats is in a position to cut off rotations, but ain't nobody rotating through Con. It's a 3-man defense at B.
Sicko. Nade bouncing. He's going to evade that. And because Dexter threw that nade, the gun was not quite at the ready. And Sicko is twisted as he comes inside of the site to find 2 Rops. Will eventually, well, get away with the kill onto him, but that gets traded as well. And now the best chance for Renegades to find a map, or a round, excuse me, yet, is presented. And ENCE is the one to do it as he takes out Pyjamas as well. Bounce nade goes inside of the site rather than back toward the bench. And as a result, ENCE with 2 HP is still a factor in this because he can at least get the information for Acor. And because it's the AWP, and now they know that, a fast swing and a trade is extremely viable as the bomb continues to tick. 24 seconds left on the play. The smoke does make things a bit more complicated for Sicko to try and do that for his teammate. But Acor's taking his time. 15 seconds. Oh, he's got this down. 2 HP, that's all he needs. But he's running out of time to do it. He's got 5 seconds to find the kill. If he has to go to the bomb, ENCE wins this on time. ENCE wins this on time and with the shot on the AK.
What a great round from ENCE. Triple kill and the clutch victory. That's some fine shooting from Renegades, but Mouse Sports did have the situation read. They did have everything they needed, and that's going to be, I mean, that's an advantage they'll probably have a number of times throughout this half. Still, Renegades is able to fight through it, although not able to build up a whole lot of cash with only 1 player surviving. They do pass the AWP over to Alistair. And away we go. Standard mid smokes, window, top con. Ooh, tagged.
He was. I didn't think he was, but he was. So Dexter will now push up behind the smoke and see what he can find, as Malta is the one waiting on the other side. So you have an Australian playing with a European team and an Australian named after an island that is European going against each other.
Ooh. Isn't that fun?
No, I'm just trying to force a narrative down to this road, okay?
How is going to work it with you?
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that you have my back.
Acor with the op at range, looking towards Con. Smoke blocks off his vision from Catwalk, which players from Renegades are sneaking through. It's going to be a split. Look at the position from Dexter, though. It froze. Oh, good kill from Dexter. Needs more. Alistair coming at him. So is ENCE. Dropping the flashbang. Utility's a bit scary. It tags him, but he still goes down. Hats distracted by the far target, and the close one eliminates him. It's chaotic, Matt, but now, yeah.
Well, I don't know how Dexter stayed alive that long. He didn't ultimately get much more done, but still that flash delays them, and then they get both kills. I thought he was a sitting duck, and man, the timing of that swing, but still, Renegades only with the 1 round. It's 6-1.
I thought as soon as he pulled out that nade, he was going to get swung on. Like, that's generally when it happens. I was like, oh no, gun out, do it. It's all good. It's all good. 6-1 for Mouse Sports, a very strong lead, and again, it's back to really not being able to afford a whole lot. Alistair had some cash built up, so he's going to go for the Hero AK-47. Probably more to limit economy than thinking it's actually going to win the round for them. As Mouse Sports is gaining a lot of money. Flashbang for Rops to peek in Con towards top mid. They've already gotten past his crosshair.
Sneaking around, Rops will try and reposition without scoping it. Oh yeah, the fact that he got underneath is actually going to be huge. Rops is looking underpass, scoped in as well. Okay. Thank you, Observer, for correcting me before I got too far away with that, because if he was looking into the underpass and Alistair swung, I think he actually was low enough that like that would be a very small detail to see for Rops and have to be a marvelous shot to snap down that fast.
Yeah.
Oh, he's tagged by the smoke. They know he's there now.
Yeah, but look at the gap it creates. Not that there's a whole lot of danger with that gap at the moment by positioning, but it does mess with the landing of the smoke.
It could have been a problem if Frozen were to swing out on catwalk, though. If he were able to get back out and see that gap as they walked in, maybe there's something, but never mind. Because Pyjamas will not let them bypass. As he holds the position, a triple kill for him, a nade into the back of Malta. And suddenly, this round is gone as well, as it's A-Core to close it out. A-Core to close it out with an AWP in the position that Chris J showed Mouse Sports how to do it with.
Ooh, taking some lessons from Mr. Pyjamas.
Mr. Pyjamas.
Remember, he always used to wear those pajama
I
pants.
know he did, but like he makes me think of NIP.
Oh, that's fair, yeah.
Chris J to Nip confirmed.
It would be a great branding pickup. Well, Renegades having a tough time early. Down by 6. $12 kills for Rops, 9 on Pyjamas and A-Core each. The other side of the things, it's ENCE with 7 kills. He's been kind of the shining star in the early stages in the first 8 rounds of this map. Next closest teammate is down on 3.
So Rops with a self-smoke underpass and Frozen to protect him so he can play the edge of the plume. But watch that flash. They're spamming the window. They're expecting him to be inside of it. This is actually quite clever from Rops. Bounce flash will render him useless inside of smoke, and now he has to escape knowing he doesn't hold the angle. But the other aspect of this is that even if they want to slide down catwalk and get an angle above him, they still have support in play. What a shot to find Sicko, because that was the only threat. The other fact was they could have come up from catwalk. Dexter's still there. And on top of it, A-Core's brought a second AWP to the party. And man, oh man, those big old sniper rifles, baby.
This was probably just a perfect round to showcase. I guess the best way to phrase it would be the inexperience at this level of play from Renegades. I mean, that trading, I think maybe the pressure of the situation, whatever it might be, maybe just playing and trying to punch so far above their weight, that's a kill at some point that has to be traded. Rops is just in the open, having all the time in the world in one-on-one fights, and no one from Renegades able to coordinate any kind of a double peek. And I mean, even in that situation too, sometimes it's like you can't even really always communicate in that kind of action, but it's just one of those things that has to be known. At some point, you know, you're seeing a teammate fight, you have to swing out with them, and it just doesn't happen. 8-1.
It's a 1, and Alistair heads toward the 8 stairs. A-Core heads toward B with the AWP, and he's actually got company. He's going to get a shot off, but unfortunately not going to land. Malta is able to shoulder bait and detect his position. Does take a little bit of damage from utility as he falls back. Rob's still holding way back towards CT, but has Pyjamas up forward of the A site.
All right, here we go. Smoke down towards A ramp. Rops. A nice little shot through the smoke, and Dexter is handling towards connector, and no route forward for Renegades, who had just gotten all grouped up on A ramp ready to go and now forced away.
Pyjamas changes his position, still forward, still aggressive, Alistair. Oh, you evil man. Deagle shots into the forehead of Pyjamas.
Flashbang, I think, a bit shallow, because he didn't look like Alistair was blind at all, but certainly the flash assist goes to him as he gets the kill in Pyjamas. And look, without utility, you better hit a banger on A-Core. That's the only way you're getting up connector. Actually, A-Core doesn't even matter. And Rops is going to open the round and close the round. Final kill onto Alistair. 9-1. Mouse Sports not even breaking a sweat quite yet.
lopsided score so far, and a pretty stunned looking Renegades team, if I'm honest. They love the mustaches down there in the Aussie land, eh? Getting those sweet dusters on.
Our caster brethren in Mac has a glorious one.
I have a pretty terrible one. The scruff I can kind of pull off.
Yeah.
And nothing else beyond that.
Listen, there's something special about a man with a flavor saver like that. Good op kills from Rops. He's just dominant. Yeah, just keep it going. Right into it. He's on for the ace. Ooh, sees the jump. Alistair wants nothing to do with this fight, and Rops is just going to keep holding his nerve. Yeah, Molotov, screw it. You know at least one's in there.
Starting to look around for the second one, though. Not entirely convinced that both are in that position, so... Minute and 8 seconds, pretty fast round overall when you consider this was a gun round. And there was good utility. The Renegades just going really quickly, and Mousesport's ready for it. Specifically, I suppose, Rops ready for it, we should say. When is he not, though? The one good thing about Rops, right? He was the young player that busted onto the scene, kind of like Brokey's doing now, kind of like Frozen did a little bit with Mousesports. He was the first sort of, out of nowhere. Face It had to fly him to London so he could prove himself as not a cheater because he came through the FPL program.
Yeah.
Had to play there and prove that he was not hacking because all of the pros were accusing him. Mousesports said, you know what, we're going to take a chance on this kid. And he came in and flourished. He had an incredible performance right away. Good sort of first season, if you want to reference to that, but then fell off and the inconsistency hit. Now he is a mature, bona fide member of this team and is becoming more consistent, more mature, and smarter in these situations.
Bona fide star player.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy to think already he's like a senior member of the team, right? Like,
he was like the first player that like indicated the new wave of CS
talent.
Players coming in. And I know like Chad was very vocal at the time, calling it, just like the pure CSGO players, the players who didn't come from Source or come from 1.6. Just so much.
I said that first, just saying.
Okay.
You, Chad. Yeah, whatever. It was a conversation I think we all had one day at Pro League.
Which is just like he's just grown up purely with CSGO. So, yeah, he's excellent. And obviously is showcasing a wide set of skills with going 20-3 to start this map, and a lot of it with the AWP.
And I think it also, not only that, like you're right, it was the first sort of the purebred CSGO talent, but the younger talent. It also made teams aware that it was worth it to take a risk on younger talent, because that was still at the time when you were getting the classic VPs, sticking it out with their legendary rosters because, these guys were the best. They were always the best. How could anyone younger come along and beat them? They've been the best for so long. NIP stuck with their team for so long, very minor changes. Obviously, Flareum was the first of which to step aside, and then the Freiburg removal. And
good old Fifi.
Yeah, I mean, and then you go to Fnatic, same thing. And a lot of these teams, even North America, was cycling the same sort of players, and a lot of teams are doing that. And then all of a sudden, one team takes a chance on a young talent, and it opened it for everyone. Just young talent everywhere.
Yep, starts streaming in. And good on them. A lot of them have made the most of those opportunities. Timeout called by Mousesports. Not sure what they're talking about. Having a good time? Maybe they're playing Hangman. Maybe they just wanted to finish the game.
Why was Hangman your go-to for that?
I don't really know. Think you can just, play it on a notepad by your side?
You could. That's true. Yeah, you could. Don't need any extra technology that wouldn't be allowed at the table.
Yeah, can't exactly bust out a switch.
Play Pokemon Unite.
Molotov towards a ramp nade as well, deep. ENCE is playing far back, making sure he doesn't take any of that utility damage. A stack towards the B bomb site right at a spawn. I wonder if Mousesports expected some kind of a rush, some kind of a split, some kind of a fast-paced play with the B bomb site in mind, and that's a good shot. Jumping to get the information. A-Core couldn't get set in time.
Dexter still trying to make something of this with the AWP. Claw one back, and Renegades just desperate to try and get one more round. The fact that this is an elimination match and it's starting like this is definitely going to make you feel the heat.
Alistair's got 2 kills at this bomb site. He thinks it's clear. Yeah, Frozen was there the whole time. And that puts a stop to any plans. Alistair wanted to get some kind of a foothold in that bomb site so he could call his teammates over. They had to pick up the bomb and T-spawn, but that idea obviously goes to hell. ENCE wanted nothing to do with that fight towards Ticket Booth. And actually, they might have fooled Mousesports a little bit. Pyjamas is rotated away, but it's going to be Renegades streaming out of Palace.
See if they can make anything work. Pyjamas could be perfectly timed to catch them out. They're on the balcony, dropping down. He's not going to go for it. Rops instead will hold the passive angle for the site, and they're going to sneak peek, go straight to it through the box. Good shot from Rops. Now it's going to be a rotation to CT rather than back through the vent. The flash out means ENCE is in the open. That's perfectly timed. Pyjamas makes the most of it, but a second player from Firebox can't land the shot. Malta in the ground, and 11-1 for Mouz Sports.
That's so well done from Rops. Get the first kill. I'm flashing for you. Peeks, grab the planter. A follow-up flashbang from Frozen allows another easy kill to come in, and that's a well-won 3v3 clutch. Actually, I don't even know if you can call that a clutch. Just a well-run 3v3. We'll just stop there. Huge lead, 10-round lead. And Renegades, if you want to scrape together any kind of like a window of opportunity, some kind of buffer for the second half, you need these last 3 rounds. But there's not a whole lot that would indicate they have a good chance of getting them.
No, I have nothing to indicate that at all to me, in fact. This is Renegades map pick as well. That's the scary part. It's not like Mouzes are slouches on this map either. Okay, Frozen, full open opportunity as he looks from the other side to find Hats sneaking up inside of middle. Sicko's now a little bit lost in this as well.
Did he one-tap him jumping? Like Hats was jumping and Frozen just one-tapped him out of the sky?
I didn't catch that. All I know is he shot him like immediately. Yeah, I suppose he has to from that angle. He was that far back, right? Alistair's the one that's really making the difference right now and actually creating some space for his team. He's got 2 kills in this round, 7 total. I suppose ENCE early on had some success as well, so has the same total. But yeah, when the lowest fragger on one team has as much as the highest fragger on the other team, you know that you've got a pretty one-sided game. Not only that, Rops has 23 kills right now. That's pretty foolish.
Yeah, he's a freak. He's doing good, and there's no reason they shouldn't go for this retake. Supremely confident. A4's just got to get past the first hurdle. That's a no-scope. ENCE goes down. Alistair swinging out wide, but there's smoke to cover Rops for the moment. They've got the idea of one. I think Raycor might have spotted him. 12 seconds left in this bomb, and Rops not yet even close to tapping it, and now the smoke, the tables have turned. The smokes have turned, and Rops can find nothing. One more kill to pad the stats, but the round is lost. Hoping he connects with a bullet that might cause Malta to die. And it doesn't happen. 11-2. It's good to see Alistair hitting some of these shots. Remember, he did get that double opening with the AWP dueling in towards the B bomb site. A round or 2 back. You have ENCE as well performing pretty well. And those are the kind of names that, like, looking at this team statistically ahead of the event, it was like those are the guys that you would expect to kind of be the big, you know, the heavy hitters. But at the same time, it's hard to kind of judge that coming from a region that doesn't have anywhere close to the same level of competition as Europe. But it is good to see those guys delivering a couple rounds here and there. Having a tough time putting together the full picture to take more rounds. The pride of Australia.
That's Chad, right?
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah. There's a few. Nicole Kidman, AC/DC.
Oh yeah, Nicole Kidman is from there. AC/DC?
Pretty sure they're Australian. Yeah, I'm like, I'll look it up. You continue.
Oh, all right. Round number 14. And so it begins. Molotov into window to mess with the smoke.
They're from Sydney.
Ah, shout out to AC/DC.
You've been thunderstruck, baby.
Wow, 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 wow.
Bomb will get passed back to ENCE. He doesn't want to hold on to it any longer. Sicko. He wants to go on the aggressive with Alistair. Malta, meanwhile, in Palace, and look who's there with an AWP to hold it off. Rops. Oh, he's missed the shot, though. Bit of a precarious position to be in now, because Alistair could swing fast. Instead, though, he holds for Pyjamas, who knows he has to protect ramp to keep Rops alive. Rops does at least manage to fall back inside of the site, but he is in a tough position. Spots the headshot On the inside of Tetris, Boss needs to land it, and he can't. That's so difficult to do. Surprisingly, not more utility being thrown his way, not more utility trying to capitalize on his awkward position. Meanwhile, Hats is sneaking in the back line with no smoke down, but timing is everything. And Acorn, about as stationary as an acorn, has not spotted him.
Yeah, but they actually backed off as if they wanted to readjust, and that's given Rops the space to get aggressive towards top of the ramp. This is a great position to grab one kill and safely fall away. As long as he doesn't get pulled off by some kind of a fake. And he could actually get pulled forward.
Rops is going on this because they have rotated. The fact that they got aggressive and then backed off, they assumed they were rotating over to B.
Yeah, he had to move forward. I didn't even notice that. You're right. They rotated away, so Rops had to push into the ramp to find any kind of safety from what might be coming from Connector or Palace. And obviously, that has not panned out well for him.
Acor with vision, but it's too late to deny bomb plant. He's just hoping someone will give himself up in that position. Meanwhile, Dexter knows he's got a little bit of coverage to get further forward, but only good for one. Good find from Acor. Now he'll get ins. Oh, that nade as well was massive, but unfortunately he doesn't reveal his position, so it may not matter for much. From one gun to the op as Acor fires in and can't do much with it. No Sicko's trying to get close. 10 seconds left. Round is over, but he just wants to get guns down in this situation. He's a little bit late to catch the op. Retreating. Does find Sicko. And I think Alistair is far enough away now. Oh, he's not. Wow. I thought he was pretty much at the vents. Oh, no, he was back corner CT. So I thought he kept running. I thought he actually was trying to go by Murder Hurl, but didn't. So unfortunate.
Well, we said it wasn't looking likely that Renegades would be able to rattle off the last 3 rounds, but they're just one away. They've done a good job to get to 3. See what more they can do. Obviously, it's helpful when you get that opening pick. It makes life much easier. Good shooting from Alistair. Continues his good form. 3 kills in the round. Unfortunately, that death that he has to the bomb afterwards kind of comes along with some consequences. He can't afford the AWP, which has been a great weapon for him.
So Acor goes to the window. Props is going to go with him. We'll see if he gets aggressive to underpass. I presume he will, given the evidence of that we've had before. Back turned, Acor was waiting for flashes to come over, but wants to play the aggressive angle on the op. Very aggressive. Yeah, why not? Just keep going.
He's like, Rob's had fun doing this. Give me a shot.
I mean, this is huge, the information.
Look how fast Rops' flank is going to be. He's an underpass right now. Hasn't pushed all the way up the way we saw him. If he can find this first kill, I think that kind of, good frag from ENCE. That's important. I think if Rops gets that kill, it kind of ruins their idea of heading to the B bomb site. Now the defense is under some pressure. Oh, Dexter hides. Frozen was blind for so long, and that's the angle that you cannot deal with as a B defender. Into a 2-on-3, Acor with the op. Would love that pick, and he's got it. Sicko comes right back for him.
Shot for the first, but that's a nice double trade position. 1 for 1 brings it to a 1-on-1, and that's how they wanted to design that play. Smoke still down on the window. Bomb with Alistair, but he has no information, and he's not confident to plant this. He thinks he's going to get aggressed on the second he tries to put that bomb down. Likewise, Pyjamas is not overcommitting to the rotation because he's not convinced that he's going to stay at B for the same reason. And the lack of time from the last action to the plants, Pyjamas is already thinking this is back toward A, so yeah, this is getting awkward for him. Yeah, he's still not even sure because he's in mid. He needs to double check just by getting a little closer. Didn't take him too further away, but 30 seconds he'll get to catwalk. Position strong from Alistair as well as he gets all the way back up inside of window. Play that jail cell window. Knows he's there. Easy shot. They did win the last 3, Jason. That is a much better finish to the half than it was a start, 11-4.
Yeah, and regardless of what the score is, because it's obviously not pretty if you're one of the Renegades players, winning those last 3 rounds makes you feel a little bit better, makes you just allows you to get a little bit more comfortable into this game. You're probably very, very tense as that scoreline is running up, 8-1, 9-1, 10-1. And finally, when you start having some success in putting this on the board, everyone can calm down and realize you're capable of taking some rounds off this team. We'll see if they can carry that momentum into the second half. Obviously, would love to get the pistol.
So here we go. Second half underway. Australians on the defense. Dexter on the offense, but the rest of Australia on the defense as Acor sets for smoke, ready to go to the top side of Connector. Flashes over as well, just that little bit of extra utility, and that forces ENCE to fire a few speculative shots as they work their way through. Frozen's made it the sandwich, and he will continue to wrap. It's Sicko, though, that gets Acor. Only a good for one. Dexter finds the response, but so too does Alice there, and he's countered by Frozen. Standard procedure, standard trades, problem being bombed down in the middle of the site, and Rops doesn't have the confidence to try and swing wide and grab that because CT is a problem. He's gotten it, doesn't want to go back for the fight. He might even just sit and see what his teammates can find because he still has the option to actually fall all the way back to T-spawn and rotate if he needs to. 2 at CT. He spots them both. I think he might have to make this call if his teammates can't get a position. They could push one to the vent now that they know there's 2 there. They already made contact toward Connector, toward Catwalk, but instead they want to play it together. Pyjamas. Oh, that's close. But yes, here we go. This is exactly what I thought you might go for sooner with the information. Just get behind them, and Rops is going to swing it.
Well, he doesn't even have to push anymore. If Rops is going to take the bomb to the other side of the map, he just gets to sit there and wait for them to come to him. Frozen dueling a little bit towards ladder room. Still the defense not making their move just yet. Pyjamas might actually... Ooh, actually he's going to make the run. He's not going to stick around. ENCE has just seen that. They know Frozen is still around. And Malta, I think, hearing those footsteps of Rops, doesn't want to move forward and commit himself. He's very fortunate to be alive.
Very. Frozen, there you go, waits it out. Haas was the one he found, but it's ENCE. Oh, he caught Pyjamas as well. He was the one on the flank, and they knew there had to be a second player somewhere. Suddenly, Frozen is in a 1-on-2, and ENCE will do to shut him down, and Renegades find the pistol in the second half.
That's actually good. That's huge for Renegades. ENCE getting those kills and saving that complicated round in that fashion. That's going to hype up the boys. That's going to get some energy flowing. And now let's see what Renegades have. Now let's see if they can build on this. Finally, they have enough positivity going in their direction to feel like they can close this gap. And winning that pistol is everything for them. Just 6 rounds away, 5-11. And mousesports not going to invest in this second round. They're going to wait for the third to bust out the rifles and the utility. Just going for 1 pop flash. Maybe they catch ENCE. And he's the only defender here. This could be spicy.
Oh, yeah. That's actually fair play. When he swung so wide at the same time that the second player got by him, I thought, uh-oh, he's just going to turn on. But he gets 2 still. Does go a little bit blue for a moment in the kill feed as they have returned the favor, and Frozen, overwhelmed and surrounded, will only manage 1 more. But a decent effort, you have to say, from the T side. Nonetheless, it is well held from Renegades.
Yeah, they're happy with 3 kills for sure. That's wonderful. That makes takes some money away from Renegades as they rebuy, and that's going into the gun round. Remember, that was just unarmored pistols, mostly Glocks. I think a P250 and a Deagle was all they really had. Max 10 on Acor. Saves him $1,100 in the bank. Potential to get some bonus money for the mousesports AWPer. And AK-47s around it.
Alistair is going to get dunked on. Tell me that was Sicko beside him, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I love it. He was just, you know, beside a wooden box. Same spot, but beside the wooden box, therefore the nade did like nothing to him. Frozen. Ooh. Yeah. Malta? Hello? Turner. Yeah, that's awkward. Oh, that's really awkward. You hate to see that. Frozen does get him, but was not efficient at all in doing so, and that allows him to get traded before Dexter then trades that back. A lot of trades in this game. I will say that's one thing that we're seeing happen quite successfully is continuous trades. So there's good support systems in place. Problem is right now, there's only 1 player left for Sicko. He's got no support, and he's got Rops in front and Acor behind, and Acor's got the flank done to good success.
Yeah, that did get a little bit scrappy to start, but a good hit from mousesports, and yeah, you're right. Efficient. Actually, efficient's not the right. You're right. Good trading.
Well done. Got there in the end.
I did get there eventually. It's not my finest work. 12-6, and Renegades call their final timeout after losing that because I don't know. I wonder if they're going to invest in this round. I don't know if they really have the possibility. I don't think they necessarily need to force up here. Rops is sitting at 26 kills. He's breaking 30 at some point during this game. For sure.
Hey, hey, hey. Ooh, hey, hey. 12-6. I think me singing on stream should be banned, like, forever.
Well, we don't need to ban it. You could just not, you know.
Yeah, I could self-ban it. I get what you're saying. I don't have that discipline.
Oh.
That is foolishly lovely. Bye-bye, Pyjamas.
That is brutal. Right through the smoke. Two players.
You're asking a lot of me to have self-restraint.
Self-control. Oh, dear. Okay.
Maybe I should sing more. Alistair's apparently loving it. He loves being serenaded as he gets headshots twice in this round with the scout, and what a situation to put his team in. It's giving them a lovely chance. Malta has a rifle to play with still. That M4 and Frozen.
I'm amazed Frozen to just go for the kill.
Yeah, he just got tagged up hard right there. Rops will take hats down, but Frozen's so weak and limited here, and they've got to be so careful about a crossfire potential that is in the works, I'll say, because they're trying to get catwalk. Thankfully, Rops has gone back that direction, but he's not aware that they're so far forward in that position on the corner. Throws a flash in for his teammate to try and get a peek, and Malta's going to play this very disciplined. He does not need to overcommit. They know they have the man advantage in this situation. And ENCE has done better than that. This scout has been a huge, huge contributing factor in this round. It gets 4 kills.
Yeah, well, yeah, 2 on each scout. Alistair was the stud that got the kill in through the smoke in middle. Then he rotated over to the B bomb site, gets another one, so some fine shooting. And Alistair, with ENCE combined, have pulled this Renegades team within, I mean, pretty close to striking distance. I shouldn't say they are already there, but they're making this look like it's possible, which has got to be the first step considering the way that Mouz was mopping the floor with him in the first half. This is quite cool. Some armor picked up on 3 players, 1 Galil on Rops. Why not? Star player put the weapon in his hands. Hat's completely blind. A really nice B hit. They're already out. This is the dangerous quality of this hit, but no one's wrapping on the bomb site. No one's wrapping to take care of this position.
Malta stuck on the windowsill. Will eventually step down from his perch and step onto his territory as he removes Dexter, the traitor. Get off the island. Which is ironic because they were the ones sent to the island. Way back in the day. The whole criminal aspect of...
It was a Tuesday.
Was it a Tuesday?
I don't know.
Be cool if you were right. 12-8. Renegades making a game out of this now.
They really are. This is... Mouse Sports better be careful. They better snap back into it. Three players at the A bomb site, and very quiet start for Mouse Sports. Nothing aggressive, nobody probing. Dexter coming through underpass, and it looks like they want to set up a split to the A bomb site. With Dexter and A-Core in middle at the moment. And they're going to back away from that idea. Back to the B-bomb site we go.
Back to the future.
It's just very quiet, it feels, for a Mirage game.
Yeah, there's a slower pace that obviously can come out from time to time, but you're right. Even when that's happening, there's typically some smokes, there's some spamming going on, there's some deagle shots into the head of ENCE. But yeah, we're not getting any of that, obviously. So Rops has gotten the man advantage for Mouz, who were very patiently sat back toward their spawn, hoping that exactly that would happen. Someone would go probing for information.
Yeah.
And this was much like we saw on the first map of our last series, Jason, where ENCE had a huge lead.
Yeah.
I think it was 7-1 and then lost that and let it slip away. Too big. It was 10-1 for Mouz in this game. So similar shades again.
Yeah, 7-2 run for Renegades to get to this point. And this one's rough. I think they're going to have to go for it. Alistair's hoping somebody gives up a kill. 3 on 4. You've got 2 kits, but you've got no nades after this flashbang. That was it. And there goes Malta. And now I think if Hats doesn't get a kill pretty much immediately, it might be time to just back away. And yeah, Alistair starting to slink back. Hats as well. They want nothing to do with it from this point on. Mouz Sports will let them get away with these 2 weapons. They don't have any cash to really go hunting. So 13-8. Mouz Sports just slowly creeping towards that map and match point. Or map point. Just map.
Just map points. But yeah, 3 to go, and they'll find themselves in that position. Still, though, good money on the CT side. AK held over as well. So we get a quick glance into the mind of Frozen. His hair's frozen in place.
Takes a lot of hairspray to get that to stick.
Or just a lot of days without shampoo.
That's a fair point.
Or watch Something Without Mary.
Jesus. Now that is a reference.
Something about Mary, not without Mary. Nonetheless, A-Core's ready this time as well with the Molotov down. Smoke's going to go in toward the A cave. Dexter is ready to, naturally, along with Pyjamas, set up the smokes inside of A. They're not ready to execute just yet. Prince Rops in his palace. Rops' romp has continued to be quite successful. 31 kills in 22 rounds. Well, 20.
It's the 9 deaths. I'm like, holy hell.
Yeah, that's actually pretty true, considering they've lost only 8 rounds, and that means it's pretty much been alive most of the time. As Malta flashed off, has to back away, as does Sicko. And I said 22 rounds, 21 played. It hasn't been a kill yet in this round. So yeah, 31 in 21. Looking for more now from Palace. Meanwhile, Alistair needs to be very cautious in the window. Jumps up, looks down, and nails Frozen. I thought he was done for sure. Frozen had all the noise cues possible as Dexter swings. Manages to trade back onto Sicko. Oh, he's going to go for the plant early. Smoke still down, but through it is Alistair, who is well lined up and knew exactly where to fire to make sure he took the planter down. That leaves the bomb in the open. A smoke is not a wall. Remember that, kids. It just simply deters vision, but not the awareness, as Alistair has plenty of it. Nice nade as well. Tags onto both. Significant damage as he switches to the M4, and he and Hats will go to work. And A-Core is going to have to hold it on to it, but Hats swings around, and he'll find a second in the rounds, and we go 13-9.
Yeah, that's, again, another great round from Renegades with a lot of pressure put on him. That's a slow progressing hit onto the A bomb site. A lot of chances for Renegades to mess that one up. Obviously, it helps so much that Alistair gets the kill on the planter, putting so much pressure on Mouz Sports inside the site. It is still a really nice 2-man carry from Renegades. Alistair and ENCE, 21 and 16 kills, the 2 of them. But Alistair's having just so much impact. That's the lurker. That's the guy who can backstab. That's the guy who can win the post plant, and then delaying the plant yourself through the smoke. A little bit of luck going along with it, but of course they're going to take it. Renegades showing a really nice fight at the moment, which is lovely.
So a bit of chat behind the Mouz Sports team, just trying to get them over the finish line, as the coach will contribute in the timeouts. You've been a coach, Jason?
I have.
How was it?
It was okay.
Do you feel like you, with obviously you weren't a coach before the rule change, but do you feel like you get to have enough impact in the game, or is it a limiting role? Are you quite restricted?
No, you have opportunities to have impact.
Fair. Because obviously, for those who are newer to Counter-Strike, Valve changed it. It seems very recent still, but it was actually like 2016 that it happened. You used to be able to talk as a coach at any time, pretty much. And then they made it only during timeouts, not even during freeze time. And that was a significant change. And the reason being was that teams were getting rid of in-game leaders and essentially just trying to get 5 fraggers, and the coaches were the in-game leaders. So they wanted to restrict that to keep the roles intact within the server. Playing as well as
rule change at the time as well.
Well, it was unpopular, especially because that was when GODSENT signed the Fnatic players, were the first team to effectively say, hey, we are
2 smokes, 1 is going to get to
as calling is a dynamic that we enjoy in esports.
All right, well, mid control for Mouz Sports. I mean, it hasn't really been contested a whole lot by Renegades. This mid control, though, it's come at a cost. There's not a whole lot of nades left. 2 smokes, 1 flashbang, and a Molotov left for Mouz Sports. So whatever their next play is has got to be the finisher. And that's a flashbang through their own smoke top connector. Gap towards jungle is going to slow things down and probably make BMS pretty upset that he gets killed through the crack. Sicko still waiting for an opportunity. They just fought Frozen dropping into Cubby, and yeah, Mousesports was put into a really uncomfortable position, and Renegades is going to get to double digits, and this is starting to look a little bit more likely. Unreal, this comeback from Renegades.
Pretty solid, pretty impressive, and it seems to be the theme and the narrative on the day. B-Stream update right now. It has gone Astralis in map 1 of that series against Pain. They won 16-8.
Okay.
So I think the ship may have righted its course for the Astralis boys.
Oh,
I
potentially.
shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
I won't.
well, they're going to have they've gotten away obviously with some opponents that they're very, very far and above with their experience and status. Their matchup tomorrow is going to be interesting to see what they get, because that'll be one final hurdle and challenge.
Wow.
Speaking of hurdle, Dexter is going to end Sicko. Good kill from ENCE, triple quad. It's well done. Saves the day. Saves it from any potential, freakiness.
I like freaky. I like that spray down from ENCE. Yeah, sure, anti-eco. That was a pretty spicy deagle shot.
That's not a bad
well.
mustache.
No, that's what I'm saying. I like it. It's who is the round glasses, thin little mustache played on Renegades forever? Why can I not remember his name right now?
Liaz?
No, not Liaz.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Why can I not?
I don't know, but you've ruined me now, too.
I know, and this is our job. Why are we so bad at it?
Gratisfaction.
Thank you. Gratisfaction. He had, like, the famous mustache on this team forever. That's what I was saying. The Aussies and the mustaches, man.
It's the round glasses that you threw at me that really took me out of my zone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's Alistair, by the way. I think that one. Because I think ENCE also has a mustache, if I'm not mistaken.
But enough about mustaches.
No, more, please.
Enough about facial hair. Here we go. B execute. Sicko. Ooh, he tags Frozen. Weakens him up, and that's a huge kill. BMAS is meant to clear that position, and oh boy, has Renegades arrived. And if you're Mousesports, you're starting to feel that knot in your stomach, that nervousness creep into your bones, because this has become a match in the blink of an eye.
I don't blink. Because I am as stoic as Hats in the back of the side. Having a great second half, Hats, by the way. Coming really alive. Haven't said his name too much at all in the first, but now
Didn't say anyone's name too much in the first.
Well, true enough. Yeah, absolutely that. ENCE is still leading the... Well, actually, I take it back. He's not. Alistair is. You're right. I would have thought ENCE, especially with that last 4K we saw from him. So 23 for Alistair. And now it's going to be a double op setup as well as Sicko brings one to the party.
Oh no! What do you do if you're Mousesports? I think
this is crushing. This shouldn't be like this.
No, this is now a 10-2 run.
And credit to Renegades. We thought, this is not how you want. This is their map choice.
11-2.
Point still stands. I mean, it's pretty one-sided. I mean, credit to Renegades, because we were saying this is their map choice. This is Mouse's series to win, and it's definitely halted the progress considerably. Pyjamas will take down the top fragger, Alistair, and Dexter will back away slightly with his AWP in mid. Mouz don't want to lose this round. I know they don't have a lot of weapons to work with, but how could you possibly relinquish the lead? If they win this, they can make something of it. If they lose this, how do they recover mentally? I used to think formerly Mousesports was pretty poor at recovering from devastating losses. What's this younger...
Find. Very, very aggressive. And he's got the only weapon recovered for the moment, and he's going to need to find this kill. This is a very scary duel sliding into it, and he's found the head of Sicko, and he even gets a leg shot onto Malta. Bomb does get planted. Good cover. Just a couple more kills to find.
Malta's got the Dexter shot. Bomb still ticking, though, and A-Core has to play this so perfectly. Only the Deagle to work with. Knows one's going to be coming from CT. Forget that it was low HP. He found the headshot, but Hats. He's got A-Core in his sights immediately after. Came close, but not close enough. We've got a tie game, 13-13.
Yeah, we do, and even at this point, the economic damage isn't a huge deal. If you're Renegades, they're flush with cash. So forget about worrying about your money for the moment. You get a rebuy into this one, and you're feeling real good after such a sketchy round. 13-13. They've come all the way back. They forced all 4 timeouts from Mousesports. And I got to say, I've been looking at the scoreboard round after round. Rops has been stuck on 31 for like 3 or 4 rounds now. He's been taken a bit out of the game. You can see the Aussies loosening up just a bit.
So now we have to see what the recovery is going to be. That gives you a bit of confidence, the fact that you started that with pretty much nothing and got it down to a one-on-one. They'll get the guns back out, and surely you've got to get going. A bit more vocal on the Renegades side this time, but they are a pretty calm team, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's no the boys in over there right now.
Far cry from those days.
I do love you, Australia. Still prefer New Zealand, but love you too. Pyjamas gets the bypass. Oh.
He didn't bypass.
No, he headbutted that nade. I don't know if I've seen a nade take up that much of the screen portion in a long time.
Since 1.6, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, when they were just like weird pop cans.
Those big, fat, beefy nades. Smoke put out. Or, yeah. Mid control again for Mouz Sports, set up in a 1-3-1. This has been like a really just like, I feel like, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but this whole half for Mouz Sports has felt slow pace, calculated, not really challenging a whole lot. Where it's kind of weird seeing Mouz Sports having been more aggressive on the CT side. You think all those underpass pushes from Rops, all the mid pushes from Rops and Acor, Frozen even pushing underpass. And here on this T side, it's like, we're just going to open things up very slowly, spread out across the map. We're not going to try and do anything early on. It's not a criticism, it's just I feel like for an inexperienced team, Renegades is probably loving that. They're probably living the dream for a team that was just disrespecting them to start this game. Now, Mouz Sports has been forced to be a little bit more calculated and strategic.
Yeah, but even still a bit slow in this situation. And look at the setup already. The crossfires. Dexter's managed to get through. That will cause problems, but an immediate mid-round call. Hats turns around, and there's no further pressure. They're not forcing them to shuffle. They're not getting uncomfortable, and Renegades surely now has to win out this map as they take their first lead at 14-13.
That is like the least inspired B hit I have seen in a long time. 14-13. Renegades is one round up. That's crazy. They've taken a late lead. And surely they've just decimated the morale of Mouz Sports. Like, the environment over there can't be good. They've used all their timeouts. I think we're going to get a little bit of a faster pace round this time. All 5 players, no one spread on the Mouz Sports side. All 5 lining up for this A exec. 2 defenders here, ENCE and Sicko.
Just to go back to that Rob's point, someone tweeted me, I was just trying to look it up, but he's been out in the team for 1,660 days, and apparently during this series he will play his 1,000th map with Mouz Sports. So it certainly has been a while considering how young he still is and how fresh on the minds that all was, as this round is getting to be a problem on the minds of Renegades. Hats is down to 8 HP. They've lost ENCE, they've lost Sicko, and only getting Rops in return. Pyjamas is going to make that problem worse. The low HP player removed. A 4-on-2. Smokes decently executed on the A side, and a bomb plant should follow momentarily. You'd expect. This counter boost, though, is actually decent. They still get the shot.
Oh, they spotted one on top of the stairs. Low HP. On BMAS, and he drops away. Surely you go for this. See if you can find one of these kills pretty quick. And everyone from Mouz Sports hiding. Utility being used, but in the wrong position. They can't know it, but no one from Mouz Sports flushed into the open. Dexter is holding the last remaining support flash. As soon as contact is made, as soon as someone gets any indication that these retaking Renegades players are committing, that flashbang is going to get tossed out just now. That's going to slow things. Malta and Alistair held at bay, and I think the opportunity for a retake has passed.
It has, so they'll bring it right back. They lost the lead, but not for long. Alistair's just trying to make this damaging situation economically. Pyjamas is far enough away. Acor didn't get lagged. If he did get lagged on that, he probably would have gone down to the blast. So fortunately survives. They'll keep the 2 guns, but they'll leave that AWP in the hands of the CTs, who naturally have money anyway. Although I have to be... okay, I take it back. Hat says... I was going to say, they must have someone that's got some bank. Yeah, they do.
They got plenty. They got cash.
Cash monies.
They even have the money for next round if they're to lose this one. Maybe a little bit sparse in a couple areas, but they've got the money to make sure they have a healthy enough buy to feel comfortable. 14-14, we're all tied up, and yeah.
CT side.
You're looking at some craziness.
They can't see me right now.
What a comeback. Okay, back to A.
Wait, my comeback or the comeback in the game?
Both. Time for both of them. Ooh, A-Core, Pop Flash had a chance. Oh no, it's ripped away from them. The defense holds strong, real strong. And it's going to be a 15-14 lead for Renegades. One chance to close out the map. And look at the money on Mouz Sports.
And what a call from Renegades to put that many players forward in the A site. 3 there directly with not a lot of pressure in middle. That's huge. They played the ladder position instead so they could still rotate back to B. All 5 survive. I said it last time, and now surely they do close this out.
I have to imagine that call to have that many defenders at this A bomb site this whole time is just like, you know, they haven't had success in so long. Nothing's really worked for Mouz Sports until they just did that A set piece, that A exec. Likely they just go back to it because nothing else has worked for them. Absolute insanity so far. Here we go. One chance.
One chance. The last dance.
Rob's still at 31.
That's a good point, too. Yeah, he's been shut down entirely, hasn't he? I mean, it's still a good score, don't get me wrong, but that was 9 rounds ago that he had that total, so definitely gone cold at the exact wrong time. Frozen solid. That's how cold you could say Rops is. He's gone this round, frozen, as Pyjamas will get boosted in the window, and they better make something of this.
Yeah, this has to be, this play has to net them success. And it's dangerous for an inexperienced team, maybe losing track of the window room, maybe losing track of communications, but I take it back. You can just see Sicko there in CT spawn. They know the potential. They know the possibility is there for this boost.
Oh, done. That's all. That's their only play right now.
Dear.
This is over. ENCE goes through. Rops does get one more kill to add to his now total of 32, but he's going to need a lot more than that if they want any chance of forcing out overtime. Spots one towards CT. Alistair's tagged, but smartly knows he doesn't need to take this duel and backs away. Still, with the AWP, has 22 HP as Rops goes down trying to desperately plant the bomb. Nice shot from Dexter on the first. Goes back out. Sicko shuts it down. What a comeback from Renegades. I am loving that. I have to say, I thought this was going to be a quick series from Mouz, but the Australians show that they can persevere.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that hype for, the boys. Right at the end, they waited for the victory, and fair play. That's not just a victory. That's an incredible comeback, and that's going to make you feel a lot more confident, a lot more calm, a lot more settled. The only thing they have to realize at this point is there's another map to play. Don't get too far ahead of yourselves and don't get too happy about the round or the map 1 victory.
And Mouz needs to forget this map and pretend it never existed and that they're going into a fresh series, because you can't dwell on that. That was 10-1. Second time tonight in our series. Tonight, I don't know where you are in the world, you know what I mean, that we've seen ridiculous comebacks in the first map.
Yeah, and Mouz Sports just needs to find their courage. Like, I don't know where it went from the first half where it was obvious they were setting the tone of like, we're going to disrespect you. And then the second half, the T side just felt so weak.
Well, we'll see if they can get to Oz, Jason, and maybe the Lion will find his courage.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. We're not in Kansas anymore though. We're in Bucharest.
Thank
and
God.
They're in Stockholm, and one of these two teams won't be, and it might be Mouz Sports if they're not careful when we switch it over. That's kind of crazy.
That's really weird to think about too, isn't it? And I mean, listen, the Yanko even called out the potential for the 2-0 in favor of Renegades,
no, right?
but
I was
not
like
this.
Nah, you're wrong, Yanko. No chance. Wow. All right.
Not like this. It was like a lot of things have to go right. You got to get that hot start, and instead they got a really terrible slow start, and then just took everything away from Mouz Sports after that. It's all. I mean, look, Alistair and ENCE had hard carry mode activated for like 80% of this matchup, and then the rest of Renegades arrived as well. They all woke up, and what an inspiring victory.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed, I have to say, as I just look back at some of the highlights and how it all went down. Look at that score right now.
I know.
They weren't even in this game. Nowhere in this game. I even made the joke at one point, like, you know you're in trouble when the lowest fragging player on one team has more than the highest fragging player on the other. Well, man, oh man, craziness. And I have to, like, full credit, I have to give it to them. They won the last 3 rounds of the first half. That didn't even look likely, and then no looking back in the second. Some good performances as well. I mean, ENCE looked pretty solid throughout.
Yep.
Malta was, there and thereabout, had some impact, but Alistair, yeah, bit of a sleeping dog in this. Look at the scout shots he had. Remember that round with the 2 sick headshots through smoke?
Yeah.
Good mid control from him throughout the entire half. I don't even think we saw Mouz really get mid at all.
No, well, I mean, there wasn't any of those battles you normally see in mid, right? It was just so slow for Mouz Sports in the second half, and Renegades never really even had to challenge it. They never had to come up with anything creative to handle any of the mid plays that Mouz Sports were doing. They were like, the Renegades was more than happy to let them have mid and just say, yeah, we'll see what you're going to go from here. And I don't know, just whatever Mouz Sports wanted to do, nobody was it felt like nobody was really all that effective in their roles in that T-half, and it just fell so flat for me.
Well, flat, but with that, we will send it to a break. Maybe the heart rate will get back to a regular pulse for Mouz Sports. We'll make sure it's not just a flat line in the end, and there is a little bit life left in them because they have one map to save themselves, to force out a third in the series and try and stay alive in Stockholm. Right now, I've got Stockholm Syndrome stuck in here with Jason, so I'm going to enjoy this break, and we'll see you in a minute.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Well, things are going to get hot and spicy because we finally get the affair of Inferno, and that is always a good time.
It's our first Inferno.
It is. I know. That's crazy, right? But the crazier part about that is that Mouz should be in a position to win this series right now. Having been up 11-1 and just absolutely getting
smashed.
lost.
I don't even.
Well, they got smashed, but they kind of did it themselves. Like, what do you call that? They sabotaged it.
Yeah, I don't really.
I'm not gonna use the word throw because that has a very different connotation in Counter-Strike. That's not what it was, but it was just they just fell apart. They got derailed.
Yeah, I don't know really the best way to explain it, but certainly that's shocking considering the way it started. 11-1 into a 15-3 run to close out the map. If you're Renegades, that's wild to see that happen. Either way, let's be like Mouz Sports. Let's forget about it. Let's move on.
We hope.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we'll see what they come into Inferno with. This can be very dangerous, as you've mentioned. Like everyone can play Inferno. So and Renegades got to be flying high after that victory. That's got to be such an upswing in momentum in terms of your energy, in terms of your outlook on the game.
And imagine too if you're Dexter, who left the Australians to stick to Europe during the COVID campaign, and he gets knocked out by them of all teams.
Yeah, that would suck. That wouldn't be fun at all.
Yeah, I think they would hold that one over him, no doubt about it. But yeah, we are in a situation where Renegades could shock us right now. And Mouz could be, in my opinion, the biggest team to fall yet of the teams that we've lost already. I mean, GODSENT a little bit because they have been on a bit of a trajectory, but I wouldn't have been like, okay, they're not really a contender. Mouz Sports, at the same time, on a good day, I could see them being a top 8 team.
Yeah.
And like this, I think this would be the biggest victim of the major so far.
Yeah, that would be... Well, I think the biggest shock of this, in my mind, would be the fashion in which they get knocked out, right? By Renegades here, by that comeback in Map 1 having an impact on it as well. And this could be crazy. I think a lot of people probably had, if any team was going to continue being disappointing into the major, I think Mouz Sports was kind of picked out as a team with the potential of it, just because this unit just hasn't gelled in the way anyone thought it might. Like,
I think it's the new logo.
You think it's the new logo?
Go back to the classic.
Okay.
I don't mind the new one, actually. It's not bad. It's like Complexity. I said the new one I didn't like at all, and now I'm like, I actually like that.
I always like the Complexity logo. The new one.
You well, of course you would.
Yeah, I am a Cowboys fan.
Yeah. Oh, you like that one? I think I meant the old one.
I like the old one too, but
yeah, I mean, let's be real.
The new
here.
one is pretty banging.
Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, I guess. As we look at Frozen's stats, yeah, we're going to have to see a little more from him this particular game. Wasn't someone that was a real standout in the first match. Obviously, they lost that. But even when they were in the lead, he was at the bottom of the table and never really got a footing in the game. And there's many things I could say that they should have done to win that game, but certainly that's one factor. Even if he showed up a little bit, maybe they could have squeaked out those few last rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the scary part about this Mouz Sports team, this is how I've always described them, is like a team of potential. Like, you know Rops is going to deliver. Everyone else is just unrealized potential at the moment, and at this point, like, how long does it stay potential? This Inferno better go well for him. Sicko's going to back away. They've taken Bracket's control. They're up mid. Big fight for Alistair, and he's going to be forced away with a gush. He does eventually go down, and Mouz Sports is pressuring multiple locations on the map.
Cheeky little pop flash. As it bounces backwards, if anyone was wrapping around, Malta will go down, but Hats will capitalize. Bombs dropped on Highway. A wrap strat straight out of the pistol. I love seeing it.
Well, yeah, it's long route to run. Hats obviously delivering 2 stunning headshots, and with the range of the USP, he can do more, but the timing, they just slip past the danger.
My opinion, Rops should be more involved right now with Banana, right? Trying to make this split work, because if they have to go slow and do all the work themselves, exactly this. ENCE gets time to rotate around behind. They already knew that they were in CT. They already knew the bomb was down temporarily. Rops is expecting rotations to go that direction, and I'm not sure. This doesn't seem like they're on the same page to me.
I think he's just making sure no one's pushing down mid. Now, unfortunately, even Renegades is a little bit confused about where this endgame is going to be. I'm surprised that they think that it's only one player. Flashbang coming out from Rops. Sicko's here. He hasn't quite gone away. He does fall down. Dexter's got that kill, and Hat's still alive inside the site.
What's the utility that's left? None for the T's. None for the CTs. If you can somehow bypass Hats, you could have wrapped back the other way because now the mid push is coming in, but they've spotted Hats. He stayed alive all this time, only to die to Rops, who finally gets into the round and into the picture by getting up and supporting his teammate. And with the bomb going down, they have an advantage over that of ENCE. There was a kit in play. I love that it's highlighted now, that light blue X-ray. You can see exactly where ENCE needs to go to get that, and he needs to go that way anyway, as it is to find Rops, although he wants to first find Dexter, knows that they're going to be playing a bait and switch position, has the read, but not the shots, and one to the head. ENCE is dead. Mouse Sports take round number 1.
Those are 2 filthy kills from Rops in that 2v2. Those are spectacular, really hard to hit shots. They've got to be the instant headshots. The first one on triple boxes, and that final one right there. 1-0 for Mouse Sports, but that's a labored pistol round. And remember, it was the T side of Mouz that let them down on Mirage. So you're hoping coming into this, things are going to look a little bit better on their attacking side.
Couple of shots from the bridge.
Dead chickens, feathers everywhere. Mouse Sports have control of Banana moving up. Renegades did win the second round on Mirage after losing the pistol. Chance to do it again here. Nades heading in towards CT spawn. That's to ENCE's position, and that smoke is
sloppy.
Not the best. Oh, he's gonna die.
But here's the thing, right? He's okay. That changes. I was going to say he's tunnel visioned on ENCE. That gap, Hats could still surprise him by swinging out, but then he revealed his shoulder as well, and that gave Dexter the cue that he needed.
Yeah, I think maybe the gap was realized a little bit late, and yeah, this is going to be easy now. That first kill opens the floodgates. Rob's able to pick one off, and now the utility can stream in, and Dexter hits a nice little headshot onto ENCE, and that's it. That's all the danger that Renegades had in the round. So 2-0 for Mouse Sports. They convert after the pistol.
Sicko the Psycho. I don't know why I said that. It's not even relevant to the round. It just came into my mind. Maybe because I'm the Psycho. Pyjamas will put the bomb down. 5-on-2. And Mouse Sports will get a second in succession. Force buy with the Deagles and pistols as well. They'll save the head armor and 5-7. 5-7's underrated, Jason. I really think it is.
Yeah?
I think it's just like priced in a way that, you know, P250, cheap, viable.
It's like it's right in the middle of the P250
and the Deagle. Yeah, like you're gonna I don't blame you for wanting to go for the Deagle, but at the same time, there's situations like 5-7 up close. You got all those bullets, the less recoil reset time. Like it can be friggin' just damaging. I really like the 5-7.
I do too.
The other thing too is remember that like you have to pick the 5-7 or the CZ, right? So that's another reason you see even less of them.
I've never liked the CZ.
Thank you. I never have either. When it first was
introduced, that's only because I wasn't good
like,
at it, not because yeah, it's obviously been a fantastic gun at different points.
Yeah.
Personal preference. Deagle and a 5-7 and armor on Sicko and Malta. The only two things Renegades have to play with.
I just think the R8 needs to come back.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, let's just get that meta again where it, like, obliterated everyone.
You want the OP R8?
I want day one R8 back.
Yeah. No, I don't want that. Remember, we were traveling when that came out. We didn't even get to play with it.
Yeah, no, we were at ESL Pro League Season 2 finals. Crazy as that is, in 2015. And I wrote a little Will Smith rap about it. I was like, this is a story all about how the R8 turned CS upside down. I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how the R8 made our game unfair. I still remember it. I don't know why, but I do.
Was that it? Or did
no, I did the whole song. Okay. I'm not going to do it right now.
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
You can actually probably Google it. But anyway, Frozen.
Put it on your Twitter. Get some social media content out there.
I'll do it right now just for you, okay? Because right now we're talking over an anti-eco situation. So
and to the Wayback Machine. Rops is going to find a kill on the rotating player. It'll be 3-0 Mouse Sports, a 5-on-2 scenario.
Interestingly, the version I did made reference to this map as well.
Ooh. Nats is going to go down any second. And that'll lead us into the first gun round. See what Renegades can do to stop the Mouse Sports onslaught. See what kind of a T-side Mouse Sports is going to open up with as well. Mirage felt very passive and standard and not a whole lot of aggression, not a whole lot of early or fast pace, no change of pace really.
So yeah, it's in another video. I'd have to watch the video to find it.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna do that right now.
I might just re-record it later tonight when you get home.
Yeah, sick. I'll do it. I'm down.
Yeah. Grab yourself a non-alcoholic beer and...
Oh, those are the best.
And get crazy.
Nice run boost. Alistair across mid to look down the stairs, trying to find a shot bottom middle. Couldn't catch the leg. And Frozen is removed from his position by the way of Flames. Dexter top middle has Pyjamas alongside him as they try and find some map control on the T side. It seems awkward sometimes on Inferno that you don't really get to go very far. You've got to be patient to get map control away. That is a huge nade.
That's a dunk. They do have brackets control. There's a fourth player that's cheated over from B. Hats is sitting in CT spawn. So some counter utility from Renegades is going to slow the attack from Mouz Sports, but not for long. Here we go. Entry flash. Pyjamas not even going to make it to look left. Sicko's got a double kill. Malta bails him out of a tough place.
That gun. Whoop. Doesn't matter, Acor. He likes his deagles just fine. He has the UFP to work with as well, but he's looking for distance right now, and he's doing damage. But he still needs a bit more than that, because it is a 4-on-2, nade bouncing through, and it looks like Renegade's in a position to try and take their first map. He will go for the Galil. First map. Why do I keep saying map overall? It's the round, Jason, that they're after.
The round, Matthew.
Round the outside. Two Mouz Sports girls go round the outside. Frozen's the only one left, and he gets one-shot lineup. They're inside the side. He could still pull this off with headshots. Trying to go for the switch, and he oversteps the mark. They play the trade perfectly, and the counter peek comes out from Sicko.
Good round from Sicko. Triple kill as well. He actually helped Malta out a big way with that Halls pop. He was way, way back towards small pit. Excuse me, not Malta. Ins inside the bomb site. 3-2-1 in the favor of Mouz Sports. AWP on Alistair. Man, if he continues to have a good game, if he comes into this map and sets the tone with that AWP, it's going to be crazy.
Hats with an aid down, but watch the rush. They're already forward of it. Frozen can't capitalize with the smoke in position. Meanwhile, Dexter's going to try and flash him back into prominence. And he goes. Oh, they just barely get away. He had two targets in front of him. Bit of information, but nothing of the damage sort.
The danger there is Frozen's playing Banana to get Takar behind that smoke, peer over it, and he's so much closer than the Renegades defense expected. That was actually so very dangerous. They're lucky they didn't lose one player to that. Applied a lot of a pressure at B. Now back to the A bomb site, chilling behind a smoke for the moment, and they're going to go right through as it fades.
Alistair showing off that good flashy op again, but only for one. Dexter's got the trade flashed, holds him back, has to fall away from it.
There's a mistake, though, from Alistair. That follow-up peek came too quick. You could see even the flashbang come in after he's dead. His teammate was ready to support him. He just didn't wait for it. And that might have been able to net him a double kill and given Renegades a 5-on-3 scenario. Now they're struggling. Hats, no utility. In support player at the B bomb site has one HE grenade. That can actually do great damage. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Ooh, they just moved past it. Perfect isn't the right word, but it's almost.
Hats with the shots. Comes out from the coffins. Ins, therefore gets overlooked from Nubox, and the crossfire successfully drops the bomb down inside CT connector. Smoke on top of that. It's going to be very awkward for Acor to do anything with this round now in a 1-on-4, and the money has dwindled away. It has been chiseled out of the hands of Mouz Sports. Acor just wants to try and salvage something. We'll get one.
He needs to make sure he dies. They've got him boxed in. Surely he realizes it to a certain degree, and he's going to go down after time. Ooh, that's everything. Sicko walked around the corner. They need to run. They need to jump around this right now. And they lost so much to not get the benefit of that chase.
I thought they might even just like try and throw each other over the boost to that wall and get him at the last second, but not enough time left. Did well to hit the shot. That's a high pressure shot on the player at the bottom side of Banana, which I believe was Sicko. So 3-2. And yeah, they are therefore able on the Mouz side to bring guns up around that saved op. Significant, right? I mean, they could have had no op at all here and very little money and been in a really scrappy situation in terms of utility. Now they pretty much get a full buy out of this.
Boom.
Goes the dynamite.
Alistair does not get the timing on that peak. Cool little quick smoke on the mid-ramp to give them some safety to throw down some deep nades. That chunked A-Core down to 48 and Frozen down to 72, but none of that matters if they can't capitalize on the chip damage it's caused.
Sicko holding out. Rops will still wait it out with the smoke ready to go for a top mid take. They want to get control of that wall. So one to the arch side. Oh, Dexter. Hats down. So they threw the top mid smokes. Didn't do much with it, but they are going to leave a lurk. They are going to try and play these rotations, but they aren't going to come through. Renegades is going to be forced to save already. You can tell the body language of their positioning suggests they want nothing to do with this. Sicko does spot out the fact that there's one even waiting for them, and no doubt it's Rops. Saw it in the pistol round. This is the role he likes to play on Inferno.
Yeah, and go back to the A-Core double kill in Banana in the previous round where they failed to hunt him down after the time. That took so much economy away that Renegades, this is the only call they have, really. They don't have money after this round. It's going to be a pretty busted buy in the next one, even with the 2 rifles and the AWP. Rob's had there was a lot of presence here earlier. And he knows that AWP was down. He wants to go find it. I think he probably realizes they've grabbed it. Did see Malta drop the SMG. ENCE.
Oh, nice. Good positioning, right? Knows that he's probably going to go out, look around. Pit's pretty common save spot, so good read, good hold. Keep more guns up.
It's a pretty hard angle, hard spot to clear from hulls as well when you got so much to worry about.
Yeah, why would your crosshair go there? Got best flush of that.
I miss Flusha.
I do. What a good guy, right? He got so much flack for all of that, but let's not forget that he was the one that donated part of his prize pool to, at the time, Kaboom, to get them to a major. That started the Brazilians' tear of, like, you know, becoming Luminosity, and then, well, Keat Stars, then Luminosity, SK, winning majors.
Yeah, what has he done?
All of that might not have been possible if Flusha didn't take a chance on them early on and be such a selfless person. So, yeah, what a great guy. Played through a major as well, in fact, when his mother had passed away and stuck that one out. Him and Dupree have both been in similar situations in that regard. I mean, a lot of respect for the guy.
Katowice 19, playing with
That's
Cloud9.
right. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. He was with Cloud9 at the time, too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wild times, man. I like that team. I think that team actually could have done some cool things. Could have lasted together longer. Regardless, we digress. AWP on Alistair. It's passed over. Sicko and ENCE with rifles. Malta, good guy Malta, is the one to pass the op to Alistair, and for that, he is rewarded with absolutely nothing. He's got armor and a USP and 2 flashbangs.
Cheeky little stack that allows them to not only fall off the angle, but even put ENCE up on top of the flower plants immediately after smoke goes out. He's looking for the gap in it, looking for a high enough angle. Where was that? Okay, that smoke went to Coffins. I was like, where was that? That sounded like it was the one right in front of us, but it did go over top. More are going to go that direction as well. CT included. Molotov to cover off Orange's one, but none on the entry itself, because that's normally deployed by the CTs to prevent the Ts from having any vision, and it's a well-played and well-struck execute in terms of the boost for ENCE to get the kill as Hats rotates back around. He was the pistol player, remember? That's why he was the booster, and look how fast the rotation's coming in as a result.
Man, if he had been able to land that jump up onto the flower booster, that would have been everything. That could have netted him a second kill, but Alistair's going to find one anyways. A-Core was aggressively trying to even things out. Spam and nade does a little bit of damage, but here comes that retake. 2 flashbangs on Alistair.
2 to work with. Dexter's jumping over top of water. 2 in the position to play the trade. They go bunny hopping forward, but the bunny's been put down. Fortunately, it was just the carrot on a stick because the 2 other players are easily able to pull it back, and Sicko closes out the round. The defuse comes through just in time, and Mousesports could not hold. That is a pretty impressive boost to make a pretty awkward round against Mousesports work for Renegades.
Yeah, that's such a cool round from Renegades, actually. That is really, really cool. That little boost. Oh my god, it's a drone.
James? Why you James Bardoff? You're flying the drone right now, aren't you? And that looks like DDK down below, actually, the player modeling game. So we've got the DDK twins.
1 round lead for Mousesports. Alistair looking for the opening kill. He's going to grab it. Dexter slides right into his crosshair. Banana control now for the Renegades defense. Okay, if they can win this round, then you start to feel similar like on Mirage, where they built into that, where they'd been just demolished for a little bit and then kind of woke up and came alive. I think maybe Alistair hitting some shots with the AWP is what motivates that kind of a feeling.
So, with that, the setup with top mid finally acquired is all about A this time. Hats has not gone down or even out of the B site to get more information on Banana. And they're very turtled up inside of the site, but importantly, Malta has not left Pit. Pit is such an instrumental position and holds like this. That's why you don't leave it too soon. He's gone forward of the wall, though. Wants to stay away from the Molotov that typically is thrown in that direction, as Sicko will hold inside the site with Alistair. ENCE has not yet come around, but they have the execution now with 29 seconds. He's at Highway. Doesn't know what's going on at Arch, so can't just sprint there. But Library will be the call. Meanwhile, they get around. Malta, he's moved up. He's found 2 from the pit. Exactly why it's powerful as Pyjamas gets 1 in return. Frozen closes, but 16 seconds, and they still have the rotation to worry about. Alistair down to the site. Frozen's coming alive now as he gets ENCE as well. And Hats, he better have armor on that head, and he better have something to say about this as he's going to rotate it in. Money's not great, but enough that you could justify a 1 versus 2, especially Frozen being so low if they're able to get that communication across. 3 kills for him, though. And Pyjamas splitting this up, trying to play it from Graveyard, trying to play this off of Pat's position. He's going to spot him out immediately. Frozen gets his 4th, and that is the round they needed from him.
What a wild round from Frozen. That's disgusting, and it's time for him to show up and have that kind of an impact, especially in a moment where, as I was saying, it felt like Renegades might be able to take that control. They'd won 3 of the last 4. Alistair was showing some good things with the off. They were starting to get pretty dynamic on this defense, and Frozen just shuts him down before it can even truly begin. Nicely done. Now, there is still money on the Renegade side. They can invest in some M4s. Sicko can even drop an AWP over if he needs to, if they'd like that. We'll see how it goes.
There's James. He's just having a great time flying around the whole map.
He's got his little drone goggles on.
I think he probably brought it with him, knowing James. He's definitely got it with him. I think drones are actually pretty cool. I do. So, okay. And DDK's put a helmet on for us this time. Makes his head look like a normal size.
CT cosplay.
Man, Halloween's coming up. How many people are just going to be like the like officers from Squid Game? Like everyone. Let's be honest. That'll be the most common costume this year.
Potentially.
It has to be the trend, right? The timing of it.
You'd imagine it's pretty big at the moment. I haven't seen the whole thing yet.
I won't tell you anything more then. I didn't think I would enjoy it, but it was all right. I gave it a go. Also with a shot down the apartment hallway from the Deagle a little bit earlier than they arrive, and Alistair actually wanted to peek as well. I think they heard him because immediately they both looked that direction to make sure they weren't in danger. So a 2-round lead for Mouz. But 2 players that have already lost some HP. ENCE has lost a little bit as well.
Stack towards the B bomb site.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, there's smoke going out. This actually could be enough in the round in itself. Malta's forward of it, but single Deagle doesn't find that one-hit wonder. So, okay, now he has. And he's actually done damage to Frozen, but Acor is going to step up.
There's only so many times you can make that peak before you get punished for it. Acor had a chance earlier. I think Frozen actually stepped in front of him, which is why Dexter got away with anything to begin with. Or, excuse me, Malta got away with it. But, oh, Lord, that's not good. That's not good at all. 2 kills go down to those P250s. ENCE and Alistair have made this doable. And now he's gotten up, and they got here so early in the bomb timer, so the lack of kit doesn't even matter.
Decent shot, Sicko. Get Rob's back, but bomb is ticking. Dexter, all to do. All the Australians. Yeah, the boys. Oh yeah, the Mouz Sports for Dexter as he holds it out, finds the first, the second as well, and now he's got it down, baits it back, and my goodness, yeah, take that, countrymen. I left for a reason. Dexter gets another round for Mouz Sports, and he's saving his team at this point. as this series is not where they wanted it to be, but it's 6-3 on Inferno.
No, and you got to be so heartbroken if you're the Renegades, because it feels like they did everything fine. ENCE jumping in first, just the pistol baiting, giving them the idea of where he is, but Dexter puts together a beautiful sequence. Now that is back-to-back insanely clutch rounds for Mousesports. First the Frozen 4K, now the Dexter 1v3. Mousesports getting by on individual late round performances. Guns are out for Renegades. AWP again in Alistair. It's a mid-stack. And Mousesports have opened a lot of their rounds by taking this kind of control and making a decision after it. So at least they've denied that, but here's the tough scenario. This is the counter to the play. Pyjamas apparently did not see Malta falling back in lane. He didn't even consider it.
Did he not? I think he was more worried about maybe potentially someone come from library, but you're right, it was peculiar. They didn't put more attention to it after the fact that he dropped down even still, because smokes were there. Confusing either way. The result is we're in a 3-on-3, but the rotation's going back over toward B, and that's where Alistair's ready to shut down Frozen.
And he's also got smoke, flash.
Ooh, good point.
So if he feels any pressure with the AWP, he can just drop that smoke and back away. Now, unfortunately, crazily enough, ENCE rotated over to the B bomb site, and Malta doesn't want to take that peek. They think they might have spotted him, or he might just assume they did, and he's backing away. The safety of the pit is calling his name.
Chomp on that P to pit. Malta's going to wait it out. ENCE coming back over. Doesn't even need the peek, but now he has it. Now he's got that information, and they know that it has to be on B with the time that remains, or excuse me, that has to be on A with the time that remains.
I was nervous for ENCE in that round. I could just see him creeping up, paying attention to the Hall's peak, and just getting completely sideswiped from lane. 2 rounds back, Renegades staying in this. This has been impressive on Mirage to take that map, to come back and steal it away, and impressive that they've been able to stick in this despite some heroic clutches from the Mousesports players. Second timeout called by Mouz. They're out of money.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. Should have invested in crypto, apparently.
It's popping off.
No comment. I am very curious, actually, to get a review on those headsets and see what the players think of them. Specifically when we get to the arena as well, because that's when they'll truthfully come into their own, right? That's where it's more of a concern typically than the hotel. The hotel, it still matters. You get teams getting hyped and yelling and screaming and whatnot, but
yeah, with the crowd noises.
The crowd noises and us also being in the house
Game noises.
audio and things like that.
Caster noises.
Yep. I make noises, many noises.
Malta's been dropped a second smoke in the pit just beneath his feet.
So, Frozen. I'm being told that they actually tested them with 6 studio speakers and you couldn't hear anything. So
yeah, said it was great.
We'll see if that translates.
Early reviews are ecstatic.
It's true, but you never know with reviews these days. Amazon's filled with bots. Sort of like Mousesports on the last map.
Ooh, too soon.
Well, they've got the lead here, and they've got it on the T side. ENCE going to get boosted up at the new box position. Dexter gets a flash to try and peek out, but the CT smoke still down, covering off the entry to B. And it's Hats that's there as well, and exactly that. He's got one more he just throws out, so that'll buy them another bunch of time. 17 seconds-ish. Pyjamas, meanwhile, is B-Mass. Gonna go back over toward A. Another defensive smoke, 22 seconds, and they've held them well. Renegades has done well not to give away too much defensive utility because they're going to buy themselves a lot. They have to go through these smokes. Dexter's going to have to go through the one in library, though. Wraps in, finds Alistair, but then he immediately lost his teammates on the site. They've lost the bomb. 8 seconds. This one's done. Can't do anything about it. They can't find Sicko. Even if they do, they can't win the round because there's people still alive that are not in the vision yet of the attacker. And now they've got a bigger problem because they lost the op after the round. Disaster. That's just too slow.
Yikes.
That round was good. Much slower than before. Sorry, more references.
And I mean, between this and some of the struggles Mouse Sports have had against low buys, this isn't what you want. Bomb does go down. 5-6, still in the favor of Mouse Sports, and back to pistols we go. Back to just Glocks. Dexter with 350 going down after time. Deep nades, again, that deep, fast smoke is usually the indicator. Whoop. Sicko's gonna back away. Molotov to slow any progression. Alistair with the op. Remembering last time, again, Molotov to block off the choke point. Rops is being a distraction, but I mean, this utility usage from Renegades has just funneled this attack in towards CT spawn. ENCE has so many angles to worry about. Gonna hold the trigger, no chance of that transfer.
Would have been pretty spectacular. That would have been like classic get right back in the early days with that sort of transfer happening. But Hats will take down Frozen. Bomb gets dropped forward. Hats takes down Acor as well. And it's tied up. We're at 6-6. Nothing better than a close match. I'm sure Mouz has better ideas, though. They would love this to just be a blowout and get it over with, get into map number 3. Vertigo is that deciding map. You can see it at the top of your screen.
I'll see if we can get there. Renegades putting together a pretty solid game so far. They seem to have shaken off all the nerves we saw early in map 1. There's that deep smoke again, this time delaying the deep nade down mid. So throwing the same smoke, but messing with the timing, and this time they've got a pop flash set up over towards B. It's going to be triggered off Alistair. He needs to hit this first shot. Oh, it's a shallow peek. Oh, the rifle couldn't turn in time, and Alistair can no longer follow it up. He's got to rotate all the way around towards Coffins. Thankfully, Mouse Sports not pressing the issue. The Molotovs keep them at bay. That's a lot of utility spent at the B bomb site to keep Mouse Sports back.
One down and one wounded. Smoke covers off the top side of middle. Rops is investigating the apartments. Like Jake Peralta on the case. Trying to find his way toward the site. But Malta's there with an incendiary. That'll slow things down considerably. Smoke out as well, so it's not like he can even bypass that with, or play behind it, I should say, and bypass that with way of bullets. He won't even be able to see inside of the site as Malta wraps back into Moto. There's a classic, but Bemis just takes down Malta immediately. Sicko holding the pit, now has a lot of work to do all by himself. The rotations will begin. If he can find one or two.
Oh my lord.
Forget everything I was going to say. Right? I was going to say if he finds one or two even, or stays alive, gives them a chance, but they have to go for the save immediately, and that's the call. So Mouse get number 7.
That was a really tough scenario for those defenders over at the A bomb site. Split, watching Rappin and in pit. They couldn't really help each other a whole lot. Decision to keep 2 defenders at B throughout the entirety of that round after the initial back and forth. Just thinned out that A defense too much. So Mouse Sports going to have a 1-round lead after this. Surviving with 4 players as well.
You got to wonder as well, in these majors, you know, I say Mouz, this could be our first big name, in my opinion at least, that drops out at this portion of the major. There could still be others in this, you know, in this challenger stage. I mean, Astralis is still not safe. You know, you've got Heroic that's still not safe. I mean, even Renegades, if they are to win this series, sure, right? There's still other teams that could go down. But the point being is I think a lot of teams are maintaining sort of the status quo in the online era. Like, there have been a lot of teams as well that have made changes, granted, sure. And I think a lot of that has to do with motivation and teams and turmoil. Astralis comes to mind. But there's a lot that have kind of just been biding time, saying, oh, once we get back to normal, once we get back to LAN, we'll figure out where we are.
Yeah.
But what happens if they don't perform? What if Mouz underperforms significantly here now that we're back on a LAN? Is it immediately they go, oh, wait a minute, actually we do need to make changes?
I think this Mouse Sports project has been floundering a little bit. It feels like this major has surely got to be the last opportunity they have to show what this roster is capable of and where they could potentially be. I can't believe Alistair's re-challenging it, but he's going to be rewarded. Ooh.
Wow. That is ballsy. I'll give him that. I like it. No fear. That is lovely as well, though. Molotov down, and Frozen is susceptible to fire and flame. ENCE has perfect aim. He'll find Dexter, gets his head removed. And Sicko now tries to get back up into the cubby as Rops waits on the other side of the smoke and even falls back into the boiler. But I guess the point is, if teams have been just kind of waiting and saying, oh, when LAN gets back, we'll see where we are, well, how long do you then have as a window to say, this ain't working?
It's not going to be long, right? That might drive you to the edge, and then the major is going to be what pushes you over. And you got to remember as well, most of the big shuffles, a lot of the big moves that we've had over the years have always historically come after the major as well.
Yes, exactly. So, because that's what you're ultimately striving for.
A lot of opportunity for some of these teams to find some upgrades or find some positive changes. All 5 players for Renegades survive into the final round. They've got it all tied up at 7. And round 15 dictates who goes into the second half with a lead.
That's the other cutthroat about this as well. And fittingly, we are coming out, I suppose, look, Cologne was obviously a LAN as well, but we're coming back into stadiums and we're coming back into the crowd and somewhat of a normal circumstance again with a major. So not only are we just getting back to it, and it's like, oh, we're back to LANs and there's more emphasis, but you're coming back in with the ultimate LAN, highest prize pool we've ever had in CSGO. It's a major.
2 million.
It's even more cutthroat, right? Because if it doesn't work now, these, like you say, this is normally when you see the changes. So yeah, there's going to be some pressure on some of these teams that underperform at this event. And I think there'll be a bit of a shuffle out of this event. Contracts depending on a lot of that too,
yeah.
but still, it just...
That's the X factor.
Yeah.
Good chip damage coming out from the Renegades defense. Frozen's brought down to 47, Pyjamas down to 82. They do have control of Banana. However, they're fighting with, you know, a Galil, they got 2 AKs, a Deagle, a Tech 9. They might just kind of march up Banana with this control and hit and execute. Plenty of Molotovs, plenty of smokes and flashbangs to make it work. Again, it's just Rops back on T-Ramp to be the lurker.
Shots through smoke, and ENCE gets vision again. He's looking lovely for Renegades as Acor finally puts him down, but his deed done. It's all on Alistair. Oh, look at this flank. He's been hot on the AWP, but Rops with a good shot in return. And I think Alistair's actually been a factor in this series. One of the main reasons Renegades has had so much success. Big kill for Rops to find. And although they're down a man, they open the map back up to themselves.
Oh, this makes me feel uncomfortable, though. This being I mean, I don't know what a better situation might actually be for him, but Sicko better hit a shot as they cross this gap. He's the only one who can put a stop or have any impact on this. Molotov comes out. He knows what's coming. Oh, and Acor actually peeked into him, the crazy bastard, and he actually got a huge tag down to 3 HP. So Sicko's forced to be passive. He's got a lot of utility as well. 3-on-2 retake in the post plant.
Acor waiting it out to see if anyone dare go to the library, but it's going to be a wrap to lower side instead. Sicko's sitting back. AWP, but 3 HP. Needs to try and get some information, surely. We're ticking down at 18. Flash, oh, that timing. They saw them. Couldn't do it. How does Acor hit that as he spins around? One of the greatest shots we've seen so far in this event, but Malta's got it all to do instead, and he's got the time just barely to get on the bomb. It will make it a Renegades half. But close, 8-7. Man, Acor. Whew, show me that again.
Yeah, those are the kind of things that get you excited about having Acor on a professional team. Those are the things that we just don't see often enough, but close. No cigar for Mouse Sports in round 15. So it's Renegades who are going to be up 8-7. 17 kills on ENCE. It was ENCE and Alistair who carried Renegades through the majority. Here's your follow-up shot. Yeah. Jesus, take the wheel. But it was ENCE and Alistair hard carrying Renegades through the majority of Mirage until the rest of the team woke up. ENCE has just kept going with it. He's been spectacular in this series so far in these 2 maps. Second half pistol going live.
Live, and I'm feeling alive. I'm feeling good with this game now. Bit of a slower pace to it, for sure. Trying to feel each other out, get some map control. Bit tentative at times, but then when the action comes in, pretty decent. As we have 8-7, close as it gets. Renegades with the first map already in hand. This is stress for Mouse Sports. This is where that first map, an elimination of a major, it's just that little extra bit, right? Mouse knows that they're the ones that are really with their backs against the wall here, and that plays into it. Frozen, seemingly, it doesn't for him. So he gets 2 more kills. Much better game so far from him as well, 11 kills.
Yeah. He's doing a good job. Although, I mean, it was 9 before this pistol round began, and 4 of those came in one round in a spectacular sequence. So, yeah, he's had great impact. Maybe not the full, completed, put-together map so far, but he's got great chances, and they're going to need him in the second half. Renegades forced away back to the A bomb site. 2 smokes and a flashbang to work with.
Shots go down. BMAS into Malta. Still trying to find one back. Rops is able to get Sicko, but ENCE will get Rops. And then he drops because Frozen is able to get the shot immediately back. 8-8. So the first pistol going the way of Mouz. And if I'm not mistaken, Jason, that's 2 for Mouz in this game. So they've won both pistols now.
Yes. You are correct. Timeout called early from Renegades. The second round timeout. You don't see that too often.
No, you don't, actually.
Wonder what they're discussing.
Well, it's definitely a tactical timeout because the coaches are talking. It's not technical.
Yeah.
Tactical.
What do you guys want to do with the Glocks?
Drop them on the ground and forget that they exist. You?
I like the Glock. Bring back burst fire. Make burst fire great again. Timeout coming to a close. Freeze time coming to a close. Mouse Sports, 2 for Moss, 3 SMGs that they're bringing forward. We'll see what Renegades chatted about. It might just be like a, who cares about this round? Let's talk about the next one. Let's make sure we're all on the same page for the next one. We can reiterate it in the next freeze time, but let's get the idea in everyone's head now. Rops with a timing nade. Waiting for the call from Pyjamas to... Oh, they're spray painting. They're painting the kitchen.
They're just being a little decorative, right? If you're gonna move in, make some dinner. Oh, he's flipping the eggs, pancakes, maybe. I suppose you don't really flip eggs, right?
It's been a minute since I've had a good stack of pancakes, Matt.
Oh, they have great crepes here.
Do they?
Yeah, I mean, yes, yeah. It's
wow.
It's dependent on where you go.
That one sounds so fast.
The reason is I don't know how far you want to go out of your way, but if we can get, we're not in the central of Bucharest right now, but if we can get to the old city, then yeah, there's a great spot.
I've never been a fan of crepes. I don't know why. They are essentially the same thing as pancakes, aren't they?
Pancakes are a little more filling. I can understand where you're coming from, but I like crepes more for the flavor. Less bread, more chocolate. It's perfect.
I don't like chocolate.
Well, you'll like it on my body later. BMAS is going to get 2. He's not done there either. Switches to the pistol, finds a 3rd and a 4th. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he just got more kills in that round than he's had all game. Okay, he equaled it. He's gone up to 8 total now.
Yeah, he was having a quiet game, for sure. That might help him kind of snap back in, refocus. Quad kills generally do that. AK's picked up across the board on the Renegade side and flushing that out with some nades and utility. Still 3 SMGs in the 2 from...
He just cut the chicken.
Yeah.
He quite literally cut the chicken. 5 seconds is a yoke.
It's not bad. So I guess this is the closest thing we've got to a bonus round that we've seen in a while. 3 SMGs, 2 from Moss. Chances to get some bonus money to upgrade those weapons into AKs. This could really propel Mouse Sports into a solid position in the second half if they can convert this 4-on-5.
Malta waiting inside the boiler. A-core stylishly slides down the pallet and tries to find his way back toward a safer position in the site. They're going to rotate Dexter over as well and cover off Library. So it's a 3-1 split. Not uncommon because you've got Frozen in a position in Banana. He can get information. He has a smoke. He can buy himself the space to get a rotation back. So this is pretty standard, and there it is, exactly that. Shots fired at him. Moore knows Alistair's coming up. He'll wait.
Holds his nerve.
Actually does. I thought he was just going to drop the smoke and run, but he actually does better than that.
It's not just Frozen who's held his nerve. It's the defenders at the A-bomb site for Mouse Sports. They have held their position as well. They're moving forward a little bit to get the information to know if they need to rotate or if they need to push down mid for a fast flank. And Malta is in these holes to prevent just that if he can. He's starting to hear some footsteps, so calling that out to his team, but hasn't seen anything just yet.
That's through the smoke, gone. BMAS looking much better so far. I know it's only a few kills, I know, but he's looking much better on the CT side already.
What a baller fake. They just had Mouse Sports on a string and just pulled him across the map.
Sweet marionette. Well, now Dexter's going to go and join his teammates and holding it toward the B site. There's a church in there. Maybe they can pray that they'll get one in the next round, because it's going to go 9-9. Immediately they respond in the first gun round, and Mouse Sports will start to feel pressure from this.
That was a really, really, really cool round from Renegades. A nice little fake, dedicating one player towards CT spawn. If that kill had come in, that would have been great stuff. It wasn't even required in any way, though. Mouse Sports still gonna have some money in the bank. It's not like everything was ripped away from them. 9-9. By virtue of the fake, it's an easy plan in the A bomb site, and there's no chance for Mouse to even think about a retake. Look how happy ENCE is. Joshua Potter.
Joshua Potter. Not the most legendary Potter that we know in Counter-Strike, though, is it?
No, it's not at all.
Shout out to Christine, also abandoned us for Valorant, but that's fine.
It's fine. She's got her championships.
Yes. Nah, look, it's cool. Chase those dreams. Rop's going to chase, hopefully, dreams and not memes as he goes toward the apartment. Aggressive from the CTs, but they don't overcommit to it. They didn't actually wrap around. Malta's in that position. Could have potentially caught him off. Rop's flashed. Needs to be careful of his step and position at this point. Surely they still have Bemis beside him, because if he's not, he's on his own. He's gone down. Rop's gets sicko. They now know he's there, and he's going to back away because he was a sitting target, Malta, with only 19 HP.
Yeah, called out the dink, and you know Rops might just go for that hunt, so he's going to back away quick. 3 players in Banana for the Renegades. Flashbang is going to delay things, slow him down just a bit. Dexter still far back in support, but creeping up slowly. Dexter and Frozen for defense, and Frozen has been so good to start this map. That nade could find a kill. Malta's here, and it tickles him. 3 HP. It's the smoke that stalls them out. And now with an SMG close up, coming through this could be disaster. And indeed it will be. Double kill from Dexter.
Surgical from Dexter. Deadly Dexter, Alistair trying to work his way back in, AK in hand, and Rops gets boosted up. They're going to back it off. There is 31 seconds. They can still rush this back to B, but a 4-on-2, they'll split the defense accordingly, and they should have more than enough time to get there instead. I know you're thinking, I heard the high-pitched squeals of the other room, too,
I can hear the other
casters through the air conditioning vents that we have, and obviously some excitement going on as Acor shuts it down in style, but pretty straightforward. I think that Mouse had that round. So, yeah, that's the Astralis elimination game. Astralis were up in the first map. I have a feeling they're about to lose map 2.
Yeah, well, it's we're a little bit behind on the scoreboard, but a B-Stream update. Actually, the viewers are probably way more updated than we are. 15-13. Actually, excuse me, Lucky just won a 1 versus 3, so 15-14.
Wow, that's on Ancient as well.
Here on Mainstream World, it's Mouse Sports nursing a very, very narrow lead, and they are being tested.
Fast play toward Banana again. Dexter takes out Malta. But that's not before Frozen went down. Ooh. That is a that is even better, because Bemis again is just loving the CT side. Up to 12 kills now as he collects on the damage done by that nade. That was huge. Utility damage, please.
I'm actually kind of shocked that Renegades didn't press the issue after getting that nade stack kill. Just turn the corner, see what you can get. It's all good, though. 3rd timeout called by Renegades.
Yeah, and there you go. There's the score on the right. Stream B, Pain 15, Astralis 14. If Astralis win that, Pain Gaming are gone. If Pain win it, they go to map 3 to decide, and the 3-time major champions could be going out in the challenger stage. And James Bardolph's back.
Jimmy B.
Jimmy B. Why have I never thought of that? That's brilliant. Robin Cool. Rops. Take a look at his utility use.
0 bombs defused.
It's because he doesn't let them get that far. So, we get back into it. And we jump on board with Rops. There is the utility damage, so quite a bit. 348, I think, was the highest we saw on the board. Nonetheless, Dexter's already doing damage down toward Banana. Hats in behind the barrels. So they give him a good position to play, and he actually doesn't want to stay there, surprisingly. I thought they might leave him to anchor, but it is tough to hold solo if they try and come back at you and trade off that position. But at the very least, they contain the CTs to B, and now they can probe the A site and try and force the defense to be very uncomfortable. A first pick on BMAS, well, that will certainly help.
And then you're going to flash the Opper off the angle on left mid, and Alistair's just going to hold for the moment. Where does Renegades want to go with this? 5-on-4. Alistair helping lead the way, ENCE as well. Malta creeping towards the end of halls. Counter smoke thrown to prevent any kind of a halls pop, but that's not where the main thrust of this attack would come from. The Renegades haven't really made a decision yet. Wrap side smoke that would allow and open up the avenue for a split towards the B bomb. So you can see on the minimap, Dexter turned looking towards CT spawn just in case. And Renegades is setting up a real tough pinch onto this A bomb site. 1 wrapping, 1 halls, 3 coming up lane. Make that just 1. Malta finally ends it, and Acor stuck in the back of the bomb site.
Saw him hit a fast shot from this position before, but ENCE isn't going to allow that to happen again. AWP picked up. They've got to go back for the bomb. Thankfully, ENCE isn't done as he cuts down Dexter inside of the apartment, and Frozen is left in a 1-on-3. And I'm sorry, Bono, but I think his tires are gone. He's going to try and just save this as much as he can and go for the long strategy, because it's going to be 11 to now 10 as Renegades bring this back to a 1-round game.
Look at the utility damage for Renegades. Living the dream.
It's almost like Astralis on this map normally.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. 1 round back. The tough part for Renegades, this is the 2nd round they've won in this half, and they've kind of put themselves in a situation with a really difficult task of having to burn through so much money. If you look over at the Mouzeport side, after this round is over, you know, 8,000 on 2 players, 5,000 on a couple players is on basically 3 players, 6,000 on Frozen. There's just so much money that now Renegades, you'd like to get them into a position where you can actually break their economy. And we're still in like the middle stages of this half. If they can grind down that economy a little bit and find a reset later on, and then Mouzeport is all of a sudden playing with the weaker economy in the last 4 or 5 rounds, that's the dream scenario if you're Renegades looking to upset in this series. But they've still got to win like 2 in a row to truly, fully break Mouzeport.
Nade over. Just trying to catch out anyone that's potentially jumping up on the balcony of Boiler. Kind of clever in that respect, but no one was there. I believe you have to bank that off of Anders' program.
The old Skybox. Official partner of the PGL Major.
I know, I was going to say, we're allowed to say it. They are a partner. The thing is, we're doing this for clout with Anders, but he's actually casting right now and not hearing us, so we're just sounding like idiots. Not new territory for me, though, really. Let's be honest.
No, not at all. Same here. It's my specialty. 50 seconds left. No one's taken any damage. Nice little stalemate as the pressure increases. Lining up for what appears to be a halls pop. Hats and Sicko to join up with Malta in the halls inside the smoke. Here we go. Away we go. Rops hiding. He doesn't even get a chance. Pyjamas, he takes down 2 from the site, but they need to clean him out quick.
Mouz is still there with the smoke, though. That's going to give him a bit more space, a bit more time. And his plan is that he wants them to be lured toward him. But he doesn't have anyone in pit anymore because he doesn't have that crossfire position. Instead, he goes aggressive on his own. He waits for the sound cues, and he doesn't want to reload. He wants to be at the ready with the USP. ENCE all alone. Mousesport's done enough. PMAS is having an incredible second half.
This can't happen again from Renegades, though. Time's running down. You've got 15, 20 seconds. You've got your 2 AK-47s with the bomb in pit. You've got the Opera and Alistair being the lone aggressor to the bomb site to establish safety to even get the plant. This cannot be a thing if you're Renegades. You need to get that fearlessness back, or else you're going to find this game just over. 4th timeout taken, and I hope that's part of the conversation.
And the update again, as we in this timeout, Payne has gone into overtime, or rather Astralis forced overtime, but Payne has taken the first round of that. So lots going on over there, and likewise here, both teams, Mouz and Payne, facing elimination with a loss on the respective maps. So Renegades not out of this by any stretch, but you're right, starting to look a little bit too slow. Starting to look like the Zeus Na'Vi days on Inferno. That was probably the most famous. It was always Banana for some reason with them as well. They'd just be in Banana and be like, wait,
Just having a good time.
It's not that great of a time, though. It's a long time, but sometimes too long.
In the moment, they're probably having a good time. It's, you know,
perhaps.
The results, not so much. All right, Pop Flash to take control of mid. Acor blinded. Nice utility. Woo! I don't think Acor ever expected that to happen. He's going to be smoked off. Renegades have picked up the pace, but Pyjamas is here. And as you said, he's having a great second half. That's a second kill, even one more. Decimates half of the attack.
He went from bottom fragger on his team to top fragger in this half. He is absolutely killing it. In fact, I was going to say overall, ENCE is actually still on 21, but Rops has Alistair down. Malta's the one that has to step up this time for the Renegades, 1-on-2. This is a big win now. This is starting to look much better for Mouz Sports. It was still a bit tight at the start of this half, but now we're stretching it out a bit, 13-10. And I remind you once more that if needed, we have a third map. You'd expect we'd have one. That would be normal. Why wouldn't we, right? It's a best of 3, and it is Vertigo.
It's feeling like we're going to get there. That's the thing. The lead, you're right, it's stretching out, but it's more the feeling of this as well. I think Renegades doesn't feel as convincing here on this Inferno T side as we saw in the second half of Mirage. Back to Pistols, and the other side.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to slide the wall 100%. He's done. Yeah, he's done. They didn't get the fast enough shot right away with the AWP. I apologize to cut you off, but I knew he was going to go for that. They're trying to catch them off and just hammer them when they can. Problem is, it's against Pistols, and now they've got an M4 from that.
We'll see if they can do anything with it. Still a long way to go. Dexter's biding his time. And actually decides not to push that smoke. Probably a smart decision, a risk you don't really need to take. Alistair gonna hard check it, but can't get the shot off. And Dexter doing good work. He's up to 18 kills, 10 deaths. This Mouz Sports team, yeah, firing on all cylinders. Cylinders.
Is that like a cylinder in the Gryffindor? Like,
it's something.
Dorm?
It's something somewhere.
Okay. 10 points for Cylinder.
The worst house.
What would you be?
I don't know.
I feel like I'd probably be a Slytherin, but maybe a Ravenclaw. I don't even know what. All I really know is Gryffindor and Slytherin, let's be honest. I don't know enough about Harry Potter to even tell you about the other two.
Yeah.
Who knows anything about their personality
I was going
traits?
to say, ain't nobody picking the other two houses.
Unless they read the books and then they know all the nuances. I don't. The two movies that I had to sit and, because we're on planes, well, we were on planes enough before COVID, that I had to sit and watch the whole series on planes were Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, because I was like, I haven't watched either of these series, and I feel like I'm missing out on a cultural aspect.
You hadn't seen the Lord of the Rings series? What's wrong with you?
Honestly, I think the movies suck. I'm sorry. I think they're good books. I think the storyline's great. I think the movies are pretty average.
The movies are probably better than the books.
Okay. Well, sorry, everyone. Send your hate to @Stunna on Twitter.
Yeah, actually, please do. That'd be funny. Rops with a dirty little off angle on Rap's side, and he's even got a teammate coming over with them, although blocked off by the smoke, so Acor decides to give it up. That op is useless with the smoke in his face. Ins around the corner, shoulder peeks it. Now they're going to make sure the trade is there, but it's not needed. Do they want to go through the smoke, or do they turn this into a B-split?
Dexter's waiting for this, but it's such a tough position. Bomb down. They know now that it's going to be the Rap, similar to the pistol that we saw Mal's display in the first half. But ENCE gets the trade back fast enough. But that bomb is recovered. They're still pinched. The difference is that, unlike Rops, who stayed and waited for the rotations at the bottom of Banana in that round, they are going to pinch. They are going to put Frozen in a very tough position. But so far, so good. So good. In fact, he gets 3 and nearly finds more.
He dinked him.
He did absolutely dink him. And Sicko's got it all to do. 9 HP as a result of it. Bomb goes down. He's going to play this on the fountain. But I'm not sure there's much more he can do. He did nearly pull that off, but BMAS, the man of the half, is going to find map point for Mousesports.
You know, we haven't had to say Frozen's name a whole lot because Renegades has had a decent amount of focus towards that A bomb site, but Frozen delivered some good performances at this site early in the half, and they come right back to him, and he's still ready for it. Triple kill hold. And Diffuse is going to come in. That puts Mousesports on 15. They've got 5 chances to take us to that third map.
You know, chat, we're having a great time. I thought we were friends. I'm sorry about the Lord of the Rings thing, all right? Like I said, @Stunna on Twitter. Let me know how you feel. That's definitely one of his plays right there.
Yeah. Taste of his own medicine. Acor taking the peek down mid. Not swinging out too wide just yet. There is an AWP on the other side. You can see it in the X-ray. Close. That's a really nice nade from the T side onto Dexter. 61 HP left on the B defender. Oh.
That's gonna work up with Alistair and ENCE. They're gonna go for the boost at the half wall, try and see above the smoke that's down. And smartly, the CTs will not be victim to an overextension in this regard. Flash is over, nades in, but Dexter with blindness pulls it back and the crossfire successful. But round not done yet until Frozen finds in, and now I think the writing is on the wall that Malta will soon fall, and he goes down to Rops, and that will be the call. Rather interesting game there, Jason, as one team was a little bit more giant than the other in this particular matchup. So, we see the fist bumps coming through. Mousesports survive. They'll force out map 3. And as a result, yeah, it's going to be a 1-1 series. We've got Vertigo coming up. Now's the winner, Jason. Not too bad at all, I would have to say.
Why is this happening? Why is this my life?
Daddy! All right, I'll get up. I thought it was a good little gaff, but it's fine.
I was so confused the whole time. He's getting closer to the camera. I'm like, why? I'm on the spot. I'm on the X. Yeah, good game from Mousesports. Good. I mean, look, that's a great recovery from the first map. And this one didn't feel like there was ever any real danger of Renegades kind of taking over and taking control.
No, I don't think that was the case. It was close. The 8-7 scoreline, right? The pistol man went Mouse's way, but they win the first gun. The economy was still a factor. As soon as they broke them down, and then like you said too, Renegades just didn't seem to have enough execution. They were almost overthinking it and slowing themselves down too much. And then once we started seeing that signs of that coming through, and obviously the other aspect is BMAS stepping up significantly on the CT side, really taking control of the half. Yeah, pretty huge.
That's a good point. Like the first map on Mirage felt a little bit like ROP Sports. This map felt more like a team effort. Like Frozen had some of those 6 rounds. He had that incredible clutch situation on the T side as well. Like you said, BMAS stepped up massively. ROPS delivered. I mean, like it was just a little bit more of a team effort, and that kind of sustained him towards the end. I don't think Renegades really did a great job on the T side of finding a whole lot of entries and success there. But look, the position that they're in right now with the chance to win this series, that's all you can really ask for if you're Renegades at this point. It goes to Vertigo. You've got one chance, one map to make it happen.
And what a map it's going to be. Vertigo of all places to settle this, because one team is going to be sky high and the other is going to fall to the depths of elimination in this major. We'll be back in just a second to figure out which team it will be.
It's a metaphor.
right, we're back, baby. It's time. For those of you who were probably watching on your second monitor, because you're all brilliant gamers with beautiful RGB setups in your room, it was Astralis that took down Pain in overtime, and therefore they move on to tomorrow. Pain, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye. I'm sure they won over a few people with that performance on Ancient, or maybe Astralis is continuing to look lackluster. Hard to say. We're here. We're busy. We've got our own affair to take care of, and I do love red hot affairs. We're going to Vertigo, and it's going to be the one map to decide it all. Mouz Sports versus Renegades. And confirmed, Rops just passed 1,000 maps with the organization. This will be his 1,000th and first map with Mouz Sports, and hopefully it won't be his last in the major from his perspective.
Yeah, certainly. You'd like to definitely avoid that if you're Rops and Mouz Sports both, obviously. I mean, there's a lot of talent on this team, and for whatever reason it's just realized at the right moment, they could maybe do some damage. But I mean, first things first, Renegades is putting up quite a fight. Mirage was obviously spectacular, the comeback from Renegades. Inferno put up a good amount of battle for most of it, and then it kind of slipped away from at the end. Here on Vertigo, as you said, one last chance. And if you're Renegades coming from Australia, such big underdogs, you know, not so inexperienced against the top teams, the European teams, this is like you take this.
Well, it's like you said as well, you know, 5 of these players haven't even. No, sorry, that was Snappy. Look, see how many games I'm blending together. But even still, these guys haven't played an international LAN either. Like, they haven't been on this stage. The specific stat was obviously that you were referring to earlier.
Yeah, it was
ENCE. That 4 out of 5 of the players had
but
not even played on a stage.
I don't think these guys have played in like an arena stage in front of a crowd either.
See, I can't. I would have doubled down on that because the chances are you're right. Certainly not on a stage that we in the Western world have seen as much. But they could have played some events in Australia that we don't know about that would have had LANs and crowds. So I didn't want to go fully in on that one. So
that's fair. Either way, they're going to be, as I said, they would take before this started if you said you have one map to win, you eliminate Mouz Sports and you move on to the next day. I think they'd be happy to take that one.
Yeah, sure.
And that's essentially what they have here, and they're going to be starting on the T side, the attacking side of Vertigo. Acor's got a deep angle down a ramp, sees nothing quite yet.
Nothing quite yet. I think he did spot Malta there. Definitely hears the sound. Doesn't want to get caught, so he falls back to the crane. A couple more speculative shots, and he'll go over toward default. Instead, actually gets tagged directly by the smoke. Frozen through it. Finds the first kill. It's Hats. It gets his removed. Nas is along with this full rotation. Bomb's committed. It's not all the way up the ramp just yet, though, but this is a pretty solid indication with them pushed so far back in the site as well that they want to plant the bomb in A. Smoke's already gone, though. They've got to be very careful here. And the bomb's still down on the ramp. You could throw it up, but you still have to expose yourself slightly going backwards, especially with Rops on the angle to see above the boxes.
I think they're buying time for ENCE to see what he can do in towards middle. He's backed all the way up, and he's climbing the ladder now, and I'm assuming he's going to try and create a flank. But there's a timer on this, and you're essentially putting the round in his hands, although Malta's being aggressive. That's 2 stunning shots, good entries. That opens it up, and that actually makes ENCE more powerful. He can be put into play. If Renegades can slow this down, the flank is going to be massive.
Sicko on the half wall. ENCE, you're right, he has come in perfectly timed, but Dexter gets both. Alistair is going to try to pull it back. He's got to tap this, and a little bit slow on the fake. Shake and bake, baby. Mouz Sports get the pistol.
Oh, man, I thought that flank was going to be way, way more impactful. Only able to get 1 off of it, and Renegades not able to slow it down enough to allow him to have the time for the perfect flank. 1-0 for Mouz Sports as they take the pistol. And no bomb plant means not a whole lot of cash flow for Renegades to have any kind of dangerous investment in this round. To the B-bomb site we go. 1 flashbang stream out. SMG's going to chew up 1. That's on Rops. Glock's going through the wood is not going to do a whole lot of damage, and now the nades are routed. Renegades knew it was coming. They backed off before the HEs ever came anywhere near. Oh dear.
Tense. This is like that moment in the pubs with the old iteration where you jump down early and you're like, oh, flank, and then the whole team turns around and you're like, I'm just kidding. I'm going to pretend I'm not actually here. Sorry,
Joke's on me. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, didn't mean to disturb you. Definitely been there once or twice.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, this is actually turning out to be possible. Hats has us in a 1-on-2, 1:06 still to play, and he has the FAMAS picked up.
He would have to get insanely fortunate on a lot of timings.
He doesn't have armor, which is also a huge problem in this situation. whereas there's head armor on both sides.
And I think Dexter is playing this smart as well. He's not peeking. He's not giving away his position. He doesn't even really care if Hats makes it into the bomb site. He's just making sure he can't progress to a certain point. Smoke's going to help him plant. That's quite nice. So Hats has at least gotten his team the extra money. But Dexter's got the kill immediately afterwards. And yeah, 3 kills in a plant. You're going to love that for Renegades. They're definitely buying up in the next round. They already were going to. The plant's just a little cherry on top. Shoot the body, BMS. No.
So apparently we also, I saw the highlight earlier. I think I made mention of it on our stream, but we had the Spaniards showing off they're not so great at heights because.
Oh yeah, you talked about that. I haven't seen that.
He was scoped in. He was on the B site, and poor old Sunpayas walked backwards and fell off the map.
Well, you hate to see it. Well, I haven't seen it yet. But
they still did win. It was like a 10-8 scoreline. It went 10-9, but they still managed to win in advance. So credit to them there.
I think I saw he made up for it, didn't he? Had a pretty sick shot to get a double kill later on that actually helped to win him the map.
Well, there you go.
I don't know. We'll find out later. I like to go home, back to the hotel, watch all those clips. For now, Renegades chucking out an early nade, seeing if anyone's trying to jiggle behind the sandbags. Alistair is going to help lead the way up the ramp with an AWP. A couple players still outside of the B bomb site. Hats is at yellow. They don't even realize it. Yeah, one freebie controls the spray. Almost found Acor. But he's got information that 2 more players at the A bomb site.
Acor sitting far back and try and flash Frozen in. He's got 100 HP Frozen, whereas Acor does not. Significantly less, in fact. Just want to make a mention of the fact there are no kits in play at the moment. As we sit and wait to see exactly where this all transpires. It does look to be toward the B site instead. With 1 man left out of that, that's going to be ENCE, who once again is trying to play the lurk on this map. Once again trying to get toward middle as Rops will fall to Malta. That will allow the entry. Flashes go over. Malta swings back around to play on the catwalk position. Molotov to make sure that mid connector's cut. And Acor from CT spawn will nade for something, anything. The lurk was found. Default bomb plant, gets the nade dunked on. It's down to 26 HP and a 3-on-3, but Frozen way off the map, way off the site, and on the other side of the map indicates to me that this isn't even going to be attempted.
Yeah, not at all. Not even close to being in position. And as you said earlier, no kits. Now, they might have made the same decision even if they had the kits with Frozen being so far away, but certainly, you know, that kit is a very motivating factor. Bimas and Acor having the cash flow to pick those up, but didn't do it. I think even Dexter might have... not going to call him out, because I don't know if he actually had one. He might have just gone down with it. 2-1. Nice, easy round, but Mouse Sports don't want to get into any economic issues if they don't have to early on at Vertigo. So playing it pretty conservative in that 3rd round.
It's a scary noise of a horn down below. I don't know how I feel about being on the 51st floor unsecured doing construction like this. You know that picture with like the construction workers in New York sitting on the steel beam, like
oh yeah, like the old school one,
eating lunch. Yeah, I know they recreate it now with like CGI and green screens all the time, but like that actually sitting there just casually, I don't know. I'm not scared of heights, but like there's a reason to that. Like there's a limit to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's one of those pictures that makes your palms sweat.
Yeah, it's like all those videos of like the people that climb all those buildings and like scale up to the building still. And no, thank you. You're just, why?
Yeah, you're all insane. But also you're kind of
And that's
cool.
coming from me. Like, if I say you're insane, you might be actually screwed.
Early kill onto Malta, no real chance for a trade. That's a pretty solid setup over at the B bomb site from Mouse Sports. Renegades have some utility to play with. 3 flashbangs, 3 smokes, a nade, and a Molotov to make this A execute work. It's a 4-on-5. The counter utility is going to be painful. They haven't forced any of it out up until this point. How has Hats got here? Hello.
Yeah, that's actually pretty insane. Dexter's done. And he can turn it around. They're still staring at him. They came through the smoke. They were that close to shutting him down. I think even he would have been surprised turning around and realizing an enemy was sitting there. I want to see that almost from the other perspective and how close that was. Maybe he's even looking at him like, oh, that's my teammate. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, good play from BMAS. Nade drops the Molotov, knows he's got to run to the left and just spams the smoke. That leaves ENCE in a 1 versus 2, and he has been the man in this series for Renegades. Top fragger across the first 2 maps. And as Rops, oh yeah, he sees the barrel. It's over. It's done. I don't mean to ruin everyone's dreams, but Rops made that look simple.
Yeah, you ruined my day, actually. It's just over now.
It's Rops' fault.
And now we're blaming people. All right, Jason.
Throwing all the blame around to everybody but me.
Anyone else you'd like to put on blast?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I just can't believe Stunna still said that Lord of the Rings was terrible.
Oh, God bless. His Twitter is blowing up.
Good.
Early smokes out, early nades out. 3 players leaning towards the B-bomb site for Renegades early on. Hats is challenging. Sicko in the back could set up some support nades. And BMAS is, ooh, there's a nice spot flash, bounces off. They're completely blind. Perfect timing on it. I don't even think there was a sound cue that I caught.
Absolutely obliterated. Yeah, Rops gets that first kill. I don't even think he potentially even spotted the second player that was there, but they don't need to. That's good enough information. Dexter's caught out in no man's land. Acor does come around to at least get one back, but it's the AWP from the lane, and he'll have to retreat and make sure he can cover the site and not get trapped in that position. Molotov forces him all the way back anyway. Sicko is being exactly that by trying to balance his life on the edge on a wire.
Now creeping in, but nobody from Mouse Sports needs to really challenge or show themselves too early. Let Renegades come to you. Only one flashbang on Acor, and now he knows he's got ENCE trapped in the corner, who makes it out, but the follow-up shot is great. That's bomb hitting the deck. And Sicko is not long for this world.
Found and removed. There is a kid on the ramp right there, is there not? Because it's not highlighted. Yeah, there was. It wasn't highlighted with the light blue that time, so I was surprised.
Maybe X-Ray was not on the Observer PC that was being utilized.
It was, because we had X-Ray and everyone else.
Okay,
maybe is there an option to just shut off that now? I haven't played around with it yet.
Yes.
But, there you go. So maybe it was. But there was a kid down on the ramp. I was like, yeah, see, there it is. There's the one. That's the one I was talking about. Anyway, I'll stop fixating on that because we've got a round on our hands.
No, it's a good point. It's coming to play a couple times in this series, so fair enough.
Yeah, and usually, like, look, if not everyone on the team's going to buy a kit, you keep track, and you also play accordingly, right? If you're one of the players with a kit, typically you're going to be closer to the site. You're not going to be the guy that's, like, rushing in and being aggressive and going so far away that it's in a useless and unrecoverable spot. It's like giving away a gun on an eco round, right?
Yeah.
Not quite to that extent.
Not quite, but I know
you know what I
mean.
mean.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same type of deal. You need to keep it somewhere relevant. So Alistair will rotate back around. Isn't there a villain that has the name Alistair? Alistair?
It's from like a Nintendo game, isn't it? I think it's like a vampire or something. Maybe he's the good guy. I forget what it's called though. It's also in League of Legends.
There you go. Ooh. Sassy. Just sassy from Malta. Rops goes down. He's going to keep working in with the Deagle.
Oh, the quad player.
You're absolutely right. He swings out, makes no mistake about it, and that's just clean, concise, collected. Dexter getting involved, and just keep track of BMAS because CT side seems to be his thing so far in this series. He's on 5 kills right now, so already looking pretty consistent. But, yeah, everyone doing the job right now for Mouse Sports. 5-1 start. I'm not, look, we had an 11-1 start. Or was it 10 or, I think it was 11-1.
It was 11-1.
Yeah, I'm not going to get to it. Until Mouse Sports closes this game, I'm not getting too far away from this.
Oh, I remember you said that. I'm gonna keep you in check on that one.
Yeah, okay, please, because I was, yeah.
It's going to be like 6-1. You'll be like, oh, Mouse Sports cruising to a victory. All right, Renegades. Opening to these rounds have been pretty chill, especially towards the A ramp. A lot less battling, a lot less back and forth than we're used to seeing. Need to get started here in round 7. 3 players heading towards A. Malta, the player to challenge behind the smoke. Ooh, it might have heard the drop, but he almost connected with the spam. I think the box might have been in the way regardless. But the X-ray made it look cool.
Could be misleading like that, certainly. I love the intent to bounce off the bottom side of the crane. Flash off on top of the ramp position. That will allow Acor a retreat after he goes to try and find one with the AWP. Doesn't want to extend too far yet around the wall.
I feel like Acor's got to be loving the fact that he's not getting like challenged through smokes in any way, or like nades and flashbangs coming through and players trying to beat his angle to get to yellow. He's had a pretty relaxed time. Ooh, he can't pull it down though. Can't pull it down quick enough, and there goes Dexter through the smoke. Good guess from Alistair. 1 player aggressive, there might be 2.
That was a guess, that's exactly right. He fired into it just hoping that maybe he's trying to hold and counter off the fact that they took his teammate down and they get away with it. Now their best chance to secure another round in this half so far. Frozen on double stack, stays behind Orange and falls off for the reload, but it will be Sicko that plants the bomb.
Will be Sicko that burns alive as well. Good kill from Pyjamas, and they've made the retake possible with that kill if they want to go for it. Although Rops' flank is pretty slow, so this kill is everything, and nice shot from Malta. Way to turn into it, and now they've been forced away. Pyjamas and Frozen got to back off, save what weapons they can, and let Renegades find their second round.
5-2, and AWP held, carried over. That all stems as well, not only from finding Acor, as you say, having not put a ton of pressure into it, but then also on top of it, additionally. See, what if Blast Force was a thing, right? Like you all stayed there to try and survive the bomb, and it just like pushed you off.
Okay.
You know, it moves guns. Why can't it move the humans?
Yeah, I'm into that. I like that idea.
I don't. Please don't actually implement that. Well, thank you for appeasing me, but don't do that.
No, I'm a big fan. I think it'd be fun.
But then we'd all have parachutes because they're real terrorists.
We always laugh and get happy when people fall off the edge of the map. So
it is true. I do that.
Bring a little bit more excitement.
I think we need...
Here we go. This is going to be genius.
Yeah. We need the jump pads.
Okay.
From Danger Zone in this map. Could you imagine the strats? The T's could like throw a jump pad and then jump
around
outside the map and then strafe control and land upstairs?
All right.
I mean, if you're taking over the 51st floor, you're either going to have a parachute for a quick escape or one of those jump pads to make a cool play.
Good point.
Suction cups to climb the outside.
Gravity suit. Shout out to Tom Cruise.
Let's just get jetpacks.
Alistair looking over the smoke, but it's tough to find players over the top of that smoke. If you're an opera, it feels like frequently you just get stalled out looking for a peak that just doesn't always come, that just rarely comes. Smoke dropped over to Acor so he can... Oh, no, he didn't get it. That's risky to go back for it. But this is exactly why they dropped it to him, so he could find some safety. He didn't have one, so he needed the smoke to play this position. Nades coming in now, and even that does no damage to him.
Yep, good old Counter-Strike nades. All right, Molotov down this time. And from on top of the sandbags, Acor has hats. This time he gets away with it. They'll try and push toward the scaffolding, and Acor makes no mistake. And that one as they go back down the lane. He's up to 3. He's got perfect aim, and he's going to try and go past the flame to find yet more. As he's on 18 HP, Alistair will finally get the shot that silences him in this round. But I dare say this one is too far gone. 17 seconds in a 4 versus 2. Stranger things have happened. Bomb is still in play. Malta's going to try and get that plant down now, but Frozen's alongside and has the lineup perfectly in position. 6-2 for Mouz.
That's a hero smoke. 3 kills. Attribute those 3 kills to the smoke, the little smoke that could. That is perfect. And I actually didn't realize inside that smoke, Acor had moved pretty far to the right to be able to avoid that nade damage. So heads up play from him looking into the future and seeing what's coming next. But man, without that smoke, he would have surely gone down. Maybe 1 for 1, but that would have been about it. 6-2, Mouz Sports in full control. Oh, this is... Malta's going through this for sure. corner, but Rops has him. Rops has the first. Needs a teammate to peek up. Sicko, oh lord. Rops is playing a dangerous game, and he somehow survived. He's surely going to get more for his troubles, dropping his smoke to give himself a little bit more time. And Rops, I don't know how he's alive, much less alive with 73 HP.
They just can't find him. And look at Malta just praying at the altar that this round somehow goes back to his teammates, but yeah, Rops, 3 HP survives. They can't find him. And look at that. Up the side of the stairs and gets away. Had so much support. Don't just give that all the credit to Rops. His teammates above him did a phenomenal job of keeping him alive as well and getting him out of there. They maintain what is a 2-man advantage. It could have only just been 1 despite all of that exchange. The biggest aspect of this, though, is the amount of utility that was used in just that position. And yet the CT still have a decent amount left.
I was going to say, it took 2 lives and a ton of utility just to get Rops down to 3 HP, not even to kill him. That's so many resources utilized that they no longer have access to in this round. That's going to be jumping up the sandbags. There is still one player, Dexter, hiding behind the sandbags of his own, and if ENCE decides to save his Molotov for somewhere else, they're in trouble. But I don't think he wants to give away the game. A Molotov behind sandbags generally indicates you're coming in this direction. Well, Dexter does hear all the footsteps, so it doesn't much matter. He's just waiting for the moment.
Shot out, Dexter with 2. And it's just on to ENCE. Who I would say is not on the ins of this round, but rather on the outs.
Nice.
Thank you, I'll be here all major.
Nice. Second timeout called by Renegades, trying to find a way to get back into this map. Mousesports is continuing some of that dominance that we saw on Inferno previously, carrying it forward into this map, and out to a really, really, really nice lead.
Yeah, again, I'm not getting too far ahead of that one. We've seen this really nice lead before.
We've seen this story play out.
Do you always mute yourself for the last word of your sentence, or is that just something you did for me?
I was so excited for a drink of water. I was so excited. Hydro homies, rise up.
All right, Hydro homies, yeah. Get it up in the chat. H20 bros. And we've seen that stoicism as well on the Renegade side. The good news is they already have a recent sample of the fact that they can come back from situations like this, so they don't need to panic too much just yet. It is a long flight back to Australia. A long number of flights, actually.
But once you get there, once you get there, it's great.
It's not bad, I will say. Alistair trying to make sure that they don't have to go too soon, though, as he gets the pistol in position, but Dexter...
Ooh.
He's not the one that wants to go back to Australia, that's for sure. He's got 3 kills in this round as he pops back out. Acor's still on top of the site, jumping up, and down goes ENCE. Up goes the score once more for Mouz, 8-2.
Well, we've touched on it a couple times. I mean, even in a loss on Inferno, but going back to Mirage, we've been very impressed with how Renegades has fought back in the series when they've gotten down. The comeback they had on Mirage was spectacular. The tenacity to stay in this game, some of the creativity they've had in these rounds has been very impressive as well. They've got to show it to us one more time because Mousesports has extended this lead to a dangerous portion. And this looks like, again, massive bodies towards the B bomb site. 4 players here. This time, at least, it's not aggressive. Rops isn't there just messing with them whatsoever.
Hold from Quad on Rops. Rops. But Rops is going to try and hold it out, and he'll drop hats. Sicko. Spam hashtag drop to help Rob.
Yeah, at this point, after this round,
done.
Finally, that's fair play.
Yeah, he's like completely immune to bullets right now.
It doesn't even matter though. 2 more players have rotated over. You have a player hiding at quad as well. Like BMAS doesn't have to do anything. Like take your hands off the keyboard, let Acor handle business, and just wait for your moment. Don't actually take your hands off the keyboard. That was a bit much. Actually, Acor doesn't realize that someone can be there. Good peek from BMAS, saving his life and allowing Acor to settle down for the follow-up kill. That's dirty.
That was a huge save. Buy that man a beer. Do a shoey out of his shoe.
Ugh.
I mean, he's earned it. Keeps him alive, but ENCE is now on a 1-on-3. Takes down Acor.
28 seconds. At least he's got the bomb, but yeah. Mousesports backing off and playing a passive defense. You've got to get by so much. And they've even got 2 Molotovs and an HE grenade to utilize as well. You're not even going to make it to the point where that would be a factor. Now if you're Renegades, and I mean also if you're Mousesports, I guess, but focusing on the Renegades perspective, you tried to take that B bomb site a couple of times, and for the most part you've been shut down. Rops dropped down the stairs, got a couple kills in conjunction with his teammates, stayed alive, wasted resources, wasted time. Now you go to the B bomb site. Rops is playing back closer to the bomb site. He gets a double kill, shuts down your hit. Previously, Rops has dropped down and found a kill or two. Like, you probably just, if you're Renegades, you're not feeling very motivated towards that B bomb site.
BMAS staring straight down to the entrance to B. Rops flirting with a smoke. Sees if he wants to go through at A-core. Nearly spotted out. Needs to get away from that. This is interesting. A fast play from mid. We haven't seen this yet. It was going to be a wrap back to A, I dare say, through CT, but they were caught out. And BMAS burns Sicko alive. And not only that, he found one with the gun ahead of time. Poor old ENCE is getting left to his own devices a lot, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just... It's not so much the kills, it's just that the kills they're getting aren't having impact. Like, yeah, Malta has 6 kills, ENCE has 6 kills, so does Hats, but they're not like kills that are actually... They're kills when you're already down like 2 players, you know? You're fighting back.
Sicko's only got 1. It's not perfect.
It's not ideal.
I was going to say the word ideal, but that just seemed too obvious. And not perfect seemed even more obvious, so...
Nobody dreams about having 1 kill games.
Good shot, Rops to take down Alistair. And the bomb subsequently, and now ENCE is left alone again. I think he knows the situation all too well. 34 seconds on the clock, and he had even less HP than that as Rops finished him off. 10-2. So we're getting into that territory of where they found themselves on the first map of this series. But Mirage, there you go at the top. But yeah, again, I'm not saying anything, Jason. I think this started last time with you saying if they could just close out the last 3 rounds of the half.
Yeah, it did.
There you go.
We'll wait till Mousesports, yeah. Well, maybe they can do it again. We'll see. Look, we got to give a shout out again to our boy in the desk, Yanko.
Yeah.
He called it again. He's like, if it gets to the 3rd map, if it gets to Vertigo, that's where Mousesports is just going to have a nice, easy time closing it out. And so far, so good.
Yep. I have to say, the man is smarter than I give him credit for. Don't tell him I said that.
I think some of the other guys made good points too, but that was the one that sticks out of my brain.
Yeah, I don't remember though, right? Like, I'm sure they said some good stuff, but...
Here we go, round 13. Renegades desperately looking for a sign of life. I think when they needed it previously on Mirage, when we did say they need these last 3 rounds, it's guys like ENCE and Alistair were just popping off. They were providing that breath of life that allowed them to come back into the game. They need something from their star players right here, right now.
Still surprised we don't see that boost a little bit more. I know that it's very susceptible to spam through the wall when they do get onto the ramp, but yeah, Frozen's position's pretty snazzy. And there's obviously a lot of utility that can make it difficult, but it's good for one. Molotov being thrown, he's going to hear that. Still wants to keep his head down, wants them to get all the way around. Wants it to be a commitment before he peeks, and ooh, timing. I'm sure he saw the gun barrel there, did he not?
I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it.
Well, Hats was looking back in that direction, expecting that they might be there. They haven't put a Molotov on that side. They put it on the other.
Alistair saw.
Oh, yeah, they definitely did. Alistair's ready, and he gets it taken down. I thought maybe they'd look to the wrong corner because the utility damage they would have heard hitting A-core, but he was on the lane side where we see him now, but apparently they were aware of everything, and Malta's got him. If they could just win the last 3 rounds of the half, Jason.
Deja vu, baby. It's a beautiful thing. And all the kills going the way of Renegades. That is a nicely done round. Helping out with the boost, the kill on Alistair. Didn't even realize he'd seen him. Plenty of money for Mousesports into the next round. Rops seeing what he can get. Garbage time, and that's nothing. Okay, Renegades on the board again. Sometimes, you know, Matt, it just takes 12 rounds before you really get switched on.
Sometimes it does, apparently. Yeah, this will put them at 10-3. And still, I think the favorite of this map is CT side. So this is still a workable situation for Renegades, and they need to think of it that way. They need to have that positivity and perspective about their chances. So BMAS with a little bit of utility already thrown down. That'll bounce and cover off the B stairs as he plays it over from mid. Support smoke, excuse me, for his teammates. Oh no, this is a problem because Acor's gone. All right, that's, yeah, okay.
He struggled with that shot previously as well. Remember, he had the aimer like far back towards the big box and just struggled to pull it down fast enough. And Hats is going to get another freebie on the same angle.
No repeat either because they weren't even sure if there was more than one player there.
Yeah, and your teammate's already dead. It's like, all right, I'll just back off. My bad. 5-on-4 for Renegades.
They had a bit of a stance toward middle of this. They went up the ladder, but they've already subsided and gone back down around.
Looks like they, ooh, that's not ideal. That's a nice pop flash and clearing out of the stairs, but if Sicko wanted to continue with the plan, which was the bomb meeting up with Malta and perhaps a fake towards the A bomb site, in theory he still could, but alone he doesn't seem super motivated or super interested in the idea. So he's going to bring up the rear, coming back to the A bomb site, just a standard set piece. Now, previously they've done this in Renegades. Unfortunately, it got stalled out. They weren't able to get the bomb plant in time. Their smokes dissipated, and that makes the hit so much more difficult. Boost up over. BMAS is looking for heads.
Through the smoke. Frozen does find one. They know they have to be there somewhere. Crossing over. Alistair's tagged up significantly as well, but he'll back away from this as the bomb goes down. Hat's the one to plant, and In's the one to get frozen. Hat's is going to swing around as well. Tagged up even more. Just scraped. Merely a flesh wound. That's a little worse, though, as BMAS will take out Hats. In's swing. No. Smoke down from CTs. They want to try and get on this. BMAS over top. Tries to tap the, the ball. Tries to go fake the defuse, and they're spaying into it thinking that he's on it. That's going to give away their position. It's going to force a reload out. It's going to give away Dexter's Q, and he goes back in. Low HP for Alistair. Well played to bait that back in by use of smoke, and it'll be Mouz just barely getting now number 11. I say just barely. There was quite a bit of time on that.
That spray was making me nervous with his teammate at low HP.
Yeah, I know. I thought at one point he was going to TK him as well.
The first kill, the entry to begin that retake from BMAS when he just turns that corner, he could hear the bullets tagging his opponent through the edge of the wall, through the smoke as well, and he knew exactly where that player was going to be. So an easy slide out to find that entry kill, essentially, which was kind of the green light for the retake to continue. 11-3 last round of the first half. Alistair looking for the peek. Oh, he switched away. Quick switched away as soon as the peek came in. Nobody for Renegades over at the B-bomb site this time. All 5 players going to be joining up essentially. Malta's just looking for a cheeky fast flank.
Oh no, you've got to move. That is a well-placed Molotov. And Hats gets removed before it ends. Some shaky aim, but still finds Dexter.
No smoke on Acor for this position. 4 Molotovs on the remaining Renegades players, so one's going to certainly come here.
Oh, I thought he was walking off. I thought Acor was walking off. Gets the first shot, goes down to Sicko.
He should have. Should be like, that's the kill I wanted, I'm out.
Yeah, just get rid of me and the op together.
I know I'm gonna die, but you're not gonna get it. Ha ha!
If I'm going down, you're going down with me. Remember that if you fall off with the bomb on this map, it resets.
Ooh!
Malta will take out BMAS. Malta will take out Frozen. Rops will try and slide around the smoke play. The smoke to perfection, but can't do it. 11-4. Still workable for Renegades. Not impossible, but it's going to be a tough task in the second half.
I mean, look, they came back from this exact scoreline of Mirage, so we'll see if they can do it again, switching over to the CT side. I will say, it feels like, I don't know, I'm curious to see what they're going to do CT side. This T side was much different than what I feel like I'm used to seeing on Vertigo, but that's all good. Just a quiet game. At least on Mirage, what you could hang your hat on was Alistair delivering. ENCE having a really good game. You don't have that. Nobody on Renegades in double digits in the first half of Vertigo. Mustaches still look great, though.
They look fantastic. And we are coming into Movember. I don't think we've got anything planned as we have done in the past, and I've always been very proud of the fact that as an esports we can.
Did you plan anything?
I didn't really, per se.
I'm just kidding.
I might pie you in the face and tell you that it was planned, but no. Look, it's always made me very proud that we were able to showcase what a good community we can be and do something for a good cause. But just with the situation of COVID and everything going on in this event, we didn't even know where we were going to be for part of it. So we don't have anything planned per se. But yeah, if you've got someone that you know that does Movember in your area or whatever and want to support the cause, please do so. There's lots of ways that you can. I might shave into a mustache for it.
Okay.
Maybe I'll do it with, like, mutton chops still.
Okay, yeah, because why not?
Just, if I'm going to be ridiculous. The reason I would do that is because then I can just grow back in the other part a lot faster. Not have to clean shave and look like a 12-year-old.
Mustache analysis with Sadakist. Everyone taking a little bit of a breather at halftime. If you're tuning in recently, this is not an elimination game. The winning team... Or excuse me, this is an elimination game. The winning team just survives till tomorrow. The losing team goes home.
Yeah, that is the case.
And a lot of pressure on these guys' shoulders for that fact. Less pressure, perhaps, on Mouse Sports with that big lead after a nice first half. Here we go, live into the pistol round. Fast-paced, flashbang out, split towards the B bomb site. And, oh, out of the sky, Hats gets the first. He needs more. There's a couple more players. They're going to start coming behind him as well up the stairs. His teammate in quad is getting bullets sent his way. Hats finally into play, gets a second, but both kills are traded and responded.
Couple of shots through the wood. Thankfully, it's the pistols. Not a lot of penetration power, so Rob survived most of it. Not the second shot through it, and the nade damage on top of it was spectacular. Look at Frozen as well on
He's got the bomb. He stepped into that nade. I don't think they know he's there, but he got chunked down from that nade massively, but they have no idea. Nice and patient. Frozen is rewarded. And Mousesports have no idea where these other guys are.
No, you're absolutely right. They had no idea he was there. He stepped into the corner. Now he can plant the bomb. He's only on 9 HP, but Dexter's been inside of the site the whole time, and they go back realizing their mistakes to try and pull this round into contention. They know where both are now. He spotted both, but Malta took a dink in the process. Has to fall back down the stairs and play a headshot angle, which Frozen will welcome because he too needs his body protected as ENCE is left in a 1-on-2. Can hear one. They didn't know that he was coming from that side of the map either, so he's got the advantage, and Frozen is the low HP player. ENCE has a kit as well. He's got 10 seconds to find a man that only has 9 HP, but Frozen, what a round, as he closes it out with 4 kills in the pistol, and Mouse find number 12.
His lizard brain wanted the kill. I thought he was going to play sound. I thought he was going to try and work his way around the cover so he didn't have to deal with the player, use the bomb, but he just straight up wanted violence. 9 HP, and he hit some brilliant shots. 12-4. Timeout taken from Renegades. I kind of think you have to buy into this round. Yeah, Deagle picked up for ENCE. SMG picked up for Hats. Deagle on Sicko. I think this is this actually exactly what happened on Mirage? 11-4 halftime. Mousesports won the pistol. Renegades won the second.
I think no. I think the Renegades won the second half pistol as well, and then it was ecoed, and then it went back the other way. Don't quote me on that. There was a bit back and forth at the start.
Okay.
But I mean, you might be right. It's definitely similar, and I'm not writing this off still. I mean, you've got the CT side of Inferno now. You've got SMGs that you can play up close. Malta's going to try and get very close. I don't know that he needed to do that. I think he was a little bit worried they were going to be pushing through that smoke. I think he still could have got closer with that 5-7.
Oh no, that's not the. Is it the smoke you wanted? I don't think so.
That's going to have a huge gap on the right side.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's not what you like to see. All right. Well, underneath B stairs is taken by Mousesports. They've got good map control. Also, with the 5-7 firing off shots, they know it's an investment from Renegades. But kind of an early stalemate. Neither of these teams wanted to challenge anything in the early going. 52 seconds, and nope, that's supposed to be a one-way that plumes beneath the stairs. That's missed. So smoke utility usage is getting a bit shaky here in round number 2.
Yeah, that didn't work out at all. Would have been a clever smoke. Yeah, look, he's given that little wiggle that you do when things don't go your way. Like, shake it off. Shake it off. Well, they'll grab the bomb. They're going to go back over toward A as a result of that not working out in their favor. Unfortunately, they do still have Acore and Frozen that are on the ramp, so they'll be able to get closer to the site more quickly. They've been listening for noise cues. They've been listening, but not seeing because the smokes are down. Amolta's done damage. He's very low. I can't imagine he gets anything from that position. He goes down already. Still, they have one at the lane. ENCE. Deagle, Acore, bound. And they forgot about the fact that Alistair was still over there. They thought it was clear by default. That's going to put the bomb on the ground, and without smoke, they're going to have to plant this 5 seconds. 5 seconds, it's over. They've done it. All they have to do is survive. There's no way they can plant the bomb. They'll get away with it, and Renegades return.
The hero CZ from lane. No one from Mouz Sports actually transitions over to attack that position and make sure it's clear. Everyone came up ramp. And man, with the time dwindling down, that's brutal. So a little bit of a life raft thrown out for the Renegades. But great patience. I actually thought Frozen was going to provide excellent cover. He was doing a good job trying to fire off shots to protect the planter. Just way too many bodies to have to worry about. So Frozen's going to have the AK. They buy up around it. But Renegades, we saw him come back earlier. Another chance to stun Mouz Sports again. ENCE just waiting. 2-1-2 for the defense. Deep nade, that's gonna, it looked good for a moment. They saw it coming, backed off. Rops takes a decent amount of damage. All 5 players from, excuse me, 3 players. Again, attempted split towards that B bomb site. A lot of this is gonna come down to ENCE's defense.
Frozen starting to rotate around. ENCE is very susceptible to being spotted by, backpack showing. Bit early, Frozen. Just wanted to get that one done, didn't he? Could have made that a little bit cleaner. Could have been awkward with the wall still kind of in his way. Rops will get Sicko with a lovely shot, though. Hats needs to push out forward. Oh, Dexter, that's pretty sick. Jumping through smoke, through wall, headshot, according to the kill feed. I didn't think the smoke was really a factor, but it still counted because it was there technically.
Yeah. Alistair's going to go down as well. That's a tough round for Renegades to really win. That kind of a defense 2-on-2, and you're not really peeking anywhere. Like, you don't have information of where they're coming at all. Mouz Sports had not only so much space in middle, but so much time to like sit and be comfortable and jiggle peek and slow peek and walk these angles. And it's like ENCE's got to cover the run up of that ramp. He's got to cover them kind of wrapping around towards the A bomb site where he got killed from Frozen. He's got to cover them actually attacking towards the A bomb site. That's a lot of responsibility. And when you don't have the information that something's coming, there's no chance that you can call for a teammate to be in position to support or help you in any way. And Mouz Sports steal it right back. 1 AK-47 and upgraded pistols, it's all they needed.
Apparently it is. Bit of chatter as they get back into it immediately. Dexter already toward the B position. Is going to get underneath the stairs. Hats holding back on the catwalk. Position goes out. Can't find. Deagle still to try and get these long shots. And Dexter takes advantage of the fact that he is pushed back so far and goes after him by getting up around the quad. Getting closer to the quad, I should say. But Hats isn't the only one that's there. And even though he's found a kill and gone down, Sicko's still in position and finds Dexter perfectly on position at the E-box as he wraps in deeper. Bomb, by the way, is not in this yet. They've left that behind on purpose. And I make mention of that because if they're overcommitted to this fight and losing picks, they're going to have a huge problem going back to get that and winning out the round.
Aiko can stick around, though. He's got such an advantage with the weaponry. Take those fights. One player has snuck into the back corner. That'll be tough to clear out in a 3-on-4, especially if there's other bodies that make their way over. 50 seconds left on the clock here in round 19. mousesports being very quiet and cautious throughout all this.
You can see how little information they have, though, Renegades, on that A site, because Malta just checked close corners everywhere. They thought they could have already been up the ramp, so they're going to slowly take position back on A, potentially with that in mind. Malta now knows they're only working up. Does a decent amount of damage to Frozen, but the smoke going down. Malta's going to push back through this. SMG as well. He can run and gun this, but gap in the smoke works in their favor. Frozen's found. Again, same spot. Sickle pops out with the deagle, and down they go.
Listen, surely that doesn't happen again.
There's no chance.
Surely someone on mousesports raises their hand. I mean, listen, fair play. At least this time, they'd been whittled down, right? There's only 2 players at that 8-bomb site. Last time it was like a 5-man execute. No one grabbed it, but man, that's got to be brutal. And that's what'll get somebody frustrated, when you see like the same thing happening over and over again and it doesn't get fixed for whatever reason. 13-6, 7-round lead, but both these teams jockeying for control of the second half. Rounds going back and forth to start things.
Nade's gonna, oh, he just got away. Dexter just got away. It tickles his backside. 13 HP left for him. Part of the problem, I think Mouz, like both those times it was late, right? So they were just they were just like, let's just get to the site. They're not even thinking about it.
No, but it's the first time with 5 players alive, someone just forgot to pick it up. This time, there's just not enough players to send there to address it. You're just
well, here we go.
Yeah, you just gotta hope.
ENCE is forward to this though. M4. Frozen, all right, cool, man. Tech 9 M4 upgrade now for him. And the Molotov's still down in the corner, but they're going to attack the front side. When the back is lost, go forward. Forward into Flames, though. Alistair is going to burn BMAS alive. That will leave it to a 3-on-3. Thankfully, they get that kill back because they could have lost men so early on. What is...
Little boost up.
Yeah, boost front side heaven, so it's actually close. It's on the drywall in the corner, and they've got the double boost positions covered off for a crossfire, which means no matter which way they try and escape, the site is caught, surely, but Acor gets out because his teammates find great shots, and now mousesports find 14.
God, that was tough, though. They got there in the perfect time to get the bomb planted before the smoke's entirely faded, and you got to say, shout out to Acor's teammates providing excellent cover for him to be able to not only not get killed trying to plant the bomb, but to be able to get away afterwards so you can efficiently trade those kills. Good stuff from mousesports. Obviously, a little crushing if you're Renegades or a Renegades fan.
Yeah, and they have many fans. That's, I think, one of the benefits of being the only Australian representative here. You kind of represent the entire country. I'm sure there's other, there's rivalries within the country as well that people, back in the day with Immunity that liked Immunity more, but even when they weren't at events, they'd still cheer for Renegades. There's a lot of passion there.
I mean, even just take it one step further as well. The organization has been represented at a number of different majors already and has always kind of, had the Pride of Australia lineup at its core.
It's true. Even lived in Las Vegas for a while in a hotel. I don't know how I would cope with that.
In a casino hotel.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, don't get me wrong, Vegas is great, but the best Vegas to me is actually off the strip. Like you can go rent supercars and drive tracks. You can go rent like the hoverboard jet skis, the water propelled like hoverboards.
You can rent
anything.
You can rent a tank.
You can do anything. And you can go an hour away and go to Boulder City, and which is where Aaron Gwynn used to train downhill, like some legit mountain biking. There's great stuff around the city. The strip itself can be a bit much. Some of the shows and stuff are great, but yeah, I don't know how I would cope with living in a hotel like that with so much superficiality around you for that long. I think I'd question my sanity.
I'd never put myself in the situation.
Just quit the team.
I wouldn't survive.
Never mind if I had a contract.
Yeah, no, living in a casino hotel is nothing that I should ever consider doing.
Chad was on the team when that happened,
I know.
so I'm sure
I've heard his stories.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm just like, nah, I'm good, man. They used to, there was like the practice room was on the casino floor. They used to just get like random drunk people who wanted to play poker just wandering in while they're scrimming. Ooh,
that's tough.
Speaking of tough. Renegades.
I would have just, eventually I would just get out of my chair and be like, hey, actually, sir, you can play over here. If you get one kill this round, you win $100. It's a new game.
You'd lose a lot of money. You'd lose a lot of money with that one.
Sir, if you don't get a kill, though, you have to pay me $100.
Yeah, now there we go. Now we're talking. All right, Renegades. It's been a long series for them. Long series with a lot of pressure on it. as they've tried to come back here in Vertigo, but it does feel like they're just not able to muster what they need to get over the line to find some more of these rounds. This back and forth as well, so demoralizing to lose it when you're trading rounds back and forth 4 rounds in a row, and then Mousesports finally take that control. It's soul-crushing. And if you haven't guessed it, there was a little bit of a tech pause, but you can see everyone scooting forward, coach clapping. That means we're about to get back into the action.
So it's a coach that has the issue this time, a coach technical issue. Not that kind of coach technical issue. There's admins here. But they'll get back underway as we go 14-6. 2 rounds. All Mousesports need to advance. Another day in the major. Robs, he hit the man that was boosted. Usually in that situation, you take the man underneath down, and the second guy falls and loses his aim. But somehow he anticipates his crosshair placement was already there.
Yeah, Robs will take whatever he can get. Now he was there fast as well. 5 HP left. Full investment as well for Renegades. They want to get the scoreline closer before Mousesports hit 15, but that might no longer be in their control. They've got to come back in a 3-on-5, and they've got 1 nade and 1 flashbang to do it. This might be one of those rounds where you get all 3 players together and you roll the dice. And if they don't come to your bomb site, you save those weapons for the next. Good shot from Alistair. Now he can back away.
Malta will wait now with the 5-7, spots the shoulder of Frozen. Gets a little bit of damage onto it, but not enough to really have a massive contribution to the round. That said, with Robs on 5, this is a pretty fair game right now still. They're going to try and execute more utility in the hands of the 4 players, but no smokes down. Flashes instead. They've got boosted over. They've got covered off at E-Box, but Acor hits the shot instead. Empor's going to go hunting. Alistair hears it, but they will go no further. The smokes now will protrude and prevent anyone from possibly getting in the faces of them as the bomb goes down, and BMAS will back off. Surely? No, he's actually going to hold the closer angle. They've got 2 players watching that. What's the backside look like in this situation? Because they've still got Malta trying to hold out at the middle, and I don't think they've got anything in this. Malta's got no way to get back through the smokes. They've got no money either. This is done. It's 15. This is it. This is series point for Mousesport.
They'd already called the save when he got that kill. I think maybe if they'd stuck around, they would have gone for it. But you're right. The no kit is obviously a demotivating factor. Someone should pick that up in the next round just in case. But Renegades, they're going to have the comeback on Mirage was difficult. The comeback on Vertigo is going to be insanely hard. 6-15. They need 9 rounds in a row to take us into overtime on this 3rd and deciding map and avoid elimination at the PGL Major.
Well, can they do it? This could be it. This could be farewell for the men down under. As they'll go back to, I suppose they're going into summer in Australia. So maybe some decent weather, but they'll try their hardest, their damnedest to make this work. Malta, 5-7 only. MP9 for Sicko. At least they do carry that 1 AK for ENCE, who's already trying to reign supreme with it, but he's taken a nade. And he's gone down to 72. He's the man playing aggressively with his AK as well. And they know it's there. They can see the tracers coming through as he continues to optimistically look for a pick early on in the round. Not even any damage done so far, in fact, to the 5 Mousesports players.
Yeah, Mousesports has played behind that smoke at the base of A ramp real passively. Not even in position really to get hurt by too many nades that would be thrown. Frozen's a little susceptible to it, and Malta's going to push up as that smoke covers him and fades. It's all on this setup here. Malta and ENCE. If Mousesports dedicate themselves to this attack, it's all about ENCE pulling some attention away, but Malta actually chooses to fall back, and he gets caught in no man's land.
So the Molotov naturally to cover off the sandbags position. Deep smoke and a Molotov at the boost position to make sure they can't go above, but they went to drywall. They went back to that boost instead. ENCE gets the first, Hats finds number 2, and they're still alive yet as it goes to a 4-on-3. Surely they check the lane. ENCE, how did he find Acor in that situation? When he jumped over, it almost looked like he was shooting at his teammate, but he got a kill. And Mouz, they still want to get inside the site. Robson Frozen do the work. Hats and Rops, a one-on-one, 27 versus 8 HP, and Rops can close this out here and now as he starts to swing around. Hats does not dare move. He is shaking in his boots, and he will be removed from them and removed from this major. Mousesports survive a scare in map 3.
That's a legit clutch from Rops as well. He wasn't even concerned about the time on the clock. He knew exactly where the guy was, knew exactly where Hats was trapped, and he just went for it. Cold-blooded. Great series from Rops. Good recovery from Mousesports, but still the same story. There's nothing confidence-inspiring about this victory from Mousesports, and whoever they get, it's going to be a tough grinding match again tomorrow.
Yeah, a super tough grinding match tomorrow, and we'll find out those matchups very soon, I'm sure. Keep an eye on the PGL's Twitter and social medias to see exactly who's going to be heading off against each other in the 2 versus 2. Apparently, TYLOO had to win for the most statistical chance of the Heroic versus Astralis, but it could still happen with the boot gold system, Jason.
I have no idea. I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just making it a hypothetical to get people excited.
Perfect. We'll find out a little bit later.
I like to pander to the crowd, you could say. Richard.
I like to pander to the desk. Oh, you were going to Richard too. Yeah. Richard, take it away, my friend.
Yep, thanks very much, gentlemen. I really enjoyed that cast. You can tell Sadek is such a kind partner to work with there. He even let Moses have a go at being bigger than someone for once in his life. We're going to break it down on the desk for the last series.
The bigger man.
I've heard that too. Yes, we've got Thorin, Blair, Yanko. Listen, I'm not.
It sounded like you just didn't even say it.
No, but it's such a ridiculous name to pronounce.
It is.
You know, it's too late now. Obviously, you are stuck with it.
Too late. Pull off of
We'll workshop some ideas.
No, I'm better than that.
You should just take the name Metis. Actually, that had a pretty good rep with it.
I know, yeah. Vince.
All right, Vince, if you're watching,
I know.
Just saying.
Shout out to Vince. Anyway, look, I'm not going to dress it up, guys. That series was. There wasn't a lot of high-level Counter-Strike going on. It's pretty much, that's why we're all a bit giggly. We're
and
like,
a bit of an underwhelming third map.
Down.
You know, you want it to be like epic if someone's going to
No, but it's because they lose the first one. I know we're going to run some highlights in a bit. So it's go on. But just start there.
I did tell you, Richard, if it goes to a third, you know, I think Mouz has this for sure. And the dominant performance from Vertigo proved that it had to be a 2-0 for Renegades. You think, for me, Mirage is the main talking point, right? Because that's why none of us have much faith in Mouz, right? You can't let that one slip. You can't, like, a level 4 CT side that you can't win 5 rounds on your T side. There were, you know, missed grenades. They tried to split A. The jungle smoke has a gap. The B hit that Jason said was one of the worst he's ever seen. And he's seen a lot of bad ones in Liquid. So that tells you something.
Someone's loose.
All the gloves.
Someone's loosened up.
It's 10 p.m. local time. Everyone's tired and the gloves are off.
All in all, like, they win the game, but just like...
Did they really win it, though? That's the question, right?
Exactly.
So, look, here's the thing with Robs, man. The guy drops 32 kills.
Dude.
The rounds Mousesports won on that first map where they choked, he went 22-2 in the rounds they won. And yet the rest of the team could step it up. Like, what the hell? What the hell is that? Okay. Thankfully, Inferno, they managed to kind of get their stuff back together. Unfortunately for Renegades, they didn't really have a T side on the Inferno T side there. The ball kind of dropped off, it felt like. And then finally, the other factor in Mouz winning map number 3 is going to be, of course, that our dear man that is Frozen decided to step it up. And he, alongside Rops again, closed out very convincingly. But yeah, Mousesports, they win, like Yanko said, but did they really?
Yeah, look, I saw them celebrating at the end there. It's one of those where it's like, look, sure, Frozen stepped up. Sure, MVP. There just needs to be more from Mouz right now. Because this is paper tiger.
Unlike his hair, they haven't gelled as a team. They haven't really, you know.
I don't even know if that's gel at this point.
They can't all be gold.
Listen, it might not be gel. He might have just been rubbing a balloon against it or something.
Yeah, well,
Could
that does work.
Super Saiyan.
So I'm told. But anyway,
he might have smoked the tunnel with a hooker.
I think
that's just a sign. I didn't make that.
I think obviously the the Renegade story is the wheels have come off there. It's kind of like they just don't offer much as a team. I mean, when they won that first map, I was like, okay, that's kind of like a weird aberration, a fluke. But
the problem is it's just not enough, right? The couple of trips they've had to Europe for Pro League and this, they couldn't even make the second one, right, because of restrictions and whatnot. It's just not enough time to spend in a competitive environment. The problem is, no matter how much you want to talk about, but you can still watch the demos from the good teams and like play that way in Oceania. Well, the problem is sometimes the highest level of CS it actually works against you against bad opponents,
Yes.
like the next level plays. There's no point in trying to play that way. They can't even understand it. Just keep it simple, right? And obviously they need to win in their region to even have an opportunity to travel. So it's a sort of a paradox in itself, really, right?
And I think the biggest problem, like the most obvious thing for me here for Renegades, and all the maps they've played thus far in this particular run they've always had a terrible start. Always trailing like 7-1, 8-2, or something of the nature, but they're able to kind of bounce back at the very end, right?
Yeah,
a couple of times they're able to close it out, but they need to start, like, they needed to have some good starts to a couple of these maps, and maybe they could still be in contention here.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that one also as well. I've got to say, if I was one of the other teams and I'm sort of looking at Mouz, I'd be like,
yeah,
I'll take them for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's like they say, if Rops is going to go 22-2 over winning round, it should be game over. You should be winning that 16-5.
Help him out, because he's not gonna resign.
I mean, they have to play big in the decider game, right? Like, for me, big is a clear favorite there.
Yes.
But
I agree.
Again, Mouz was very unconvincing, but if you step up, if you find a way to kind of click at the same time, not make the same mistakes, iron out the details, then that can be a good team that can win. If they play like they did against Renegades, Big has that best of 3.
And I'll even say as well, if you are Dexter, we tried to set up the storyline. He obviously was in Renegades, and he was kind of the dominant player in that region. Where were all the reads? Listen, when Zeus left MIBR and went to Team Liquid, he used to beat them every single time, because it's like, look, that's my old team. I know how this player plays. I know the weaknesses here. Like, this should have been a convincing win for Mouz. I don't think they're a very good team in the field, but of all the teams you can be served up, there's a million reasons this could be 2-0, and that wouldn't even be a diss against Renegades.
And you can see this is what else happened today. Some interesting ones. Obviously, we were with the Virtus.pro and Spirit game right at the start of the day. That was a bit of a capitulation, bit of a choke there from Spirit. ENCE were able to conquer Big. That was perhaps a little bit closer than I expected. But what I do want to touch upon before we wrap up the show today, we didn't talk at all about Movistar Riders beating TYLOO. That was super close on the last map. Movistar had to clutch it in overtime. I was kind of hoping just for the chaos. So I'll commit to saying this on the broadcast. Yeah, I think if TYLOO won, we could have had a world where Heroic and Astralis would have played 2-2 for potential
They would 100%
elimination. So
that would be the most delicious matchup in recent memory.
That might even break the viewership record right there. That's insane, isn't it? We were denied that. But while we're talking about Astralis, this was the other thing. It's like it's down there on the secondary stream. 2-0 Astralis beat Pain. Does not tell the full story at all.
Oh, boy.
I mean, to put it in context, Pimp, who's obviously another shout out to a guy not here at the moment, he put a tweet out saying this is the worst I've ever seen Astralis play. I don't know if that's hyperbole. He might probably. I think he might be right.
He must not have seen him play with Yugi and Snappy then.
I was going to say, must have missed the Yugi.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They should have called that a different name when they joined the team, like
Astralis.
They really struggled here. This scoreline actually doesn't tell the full story either, because obviously it was 8-8. It was tied up at one point before Astralis pulled away. But this is the one on Ancient where it's like Pain Gaming and doing everything right. I believe, what was it? Was it a 15-8 lead?
15-7 or something of that nature.
We thought it was third map.
Yeah, I literally said, I'm like, this one's over. We're going to be going to map number 3. Yeah. And look, Pain Gaming, I don't know if they're trying to live up to the name or something. They've had moments where they've just had a massive lead, just not able to close it out. And I do believe there was a post-game interview as well where they mentioned, like, that is a major problem over here. On the bright side of Pain, I have to give a shout-out to my boy, Safe. Yes. He really delivered. He's shown
Furia's got to be on the phone at some point in the future, I think.
Hopefully right now.
He's a guy who, it's very clear to me, he's too good for that team, unfortunately. And it's like, I really like Pain. I like them as a system, but you need, if you come into a major, you've got to be able to beat a bust-up Astralis, right? Right, it's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're also underestimating Astralis a little bit, and everything they've done. Pain Gaming is, not on the same level.
But it should have been easy,
It should have been. The problem here for Astralis is the fact that their map pool obviously isn't up to snuff. Yes. I think Nuke and Inferno, they can put up a good fight against anyone, but they're struggling. Ancient, Vertigo, Overpass, if it goes to some of these maps, they're going to run into some trouble. And I think a good part today was, the lucky 1v3. I think that can mean a lot for such a young player. In the comeback, it was an important round. It was a great round from him. Just kind of proved that I belong here. I can do this, right? Because what I saw from him online, he definitely has a place, you know, at this level in this team. Obviously, a young, inexperienced player that's going to come with time. But I think he's still way, way too nervous, right? They need to, you know, there's only so much the coach and the team can do. Like, the player mentally has to be able to loosen up a little bit. And, you know, either you can do it or you can't. But I really hope that he can, because
here's
the mechanics
what I would say.
are there.
You notice I always say it isn't on him. It's on Astralis that they dropped him in and put him on a team that's supposed to have major aspirations. Yeah. If he was playing on Copenhagen Flames, if he was even in A-Core spot and Mouse spots, no one would have any problem. They'd be like, you've got time to develop still. You'll have the odd good game where you carry. When you don't, it's not your fault. You're still a young player. It's the fact he's in Astralis. Like, the expectations are always going to be impossibly high.
And even if you've slotted any other opera, you're going to be replacing, standing in the shoes of Device, right? It's never going to be that easy. Shout out to Magisk, though, right? He really delivered. We did say some of the other veterans.
He should have been the IGL here, and Glaive should have been at home putting his feet up, and Bubsky should have been playing in this event.
You said it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
And not least since they literally are the team that qualified. Like, does that not count for anything? Is that not sacred? Like, you qualified for the event. Just play it out in that scenario. Listen, let's be real right now, and I don't care if this goes in a meme copy. Astralis isn't winning this major. And nor were Universe. Like, realistically, both lineups were looking at just make top 8. Like, that was all you're going to do. So I agree. I think just for the sake of, like, almost like reward the players that were there, give Glaive time off, etc. It would have made sense if Megas had just continued on. Not also then, by the way, you give him some real leeway as to what he does in his future. Maybe this is his last major. I think it would have been the right way to go out.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check the standings, guys. Let's have a look at that on your screens now. You can see overall, obviously, Copenhagen Flames FaZe. They got to pick.
It's too much data right now. The numbers, Mason. What do
Yeah,
they mean?
the numbers.
Please,
Yeah,
what do
the
they
numbers.
mean?
Yeah.
What do they mean?
Sharks and GODSENT
Can't
are
take
already
this
out.
in.
TYLOO, Renegades, Pain Gaming joining them down there, ascending into the promised land. ENCE, Entropiq, and Virtus.pro. And look at these 2-2s, and as you said earlier, Yanko, we're going to get, what was it, Big and Mouz? I think we actually have them. I'm not just going to guess them and try to remember because I'm a boomer and my brain doesn't work properly. So I think we've actually...
I've got a topic we should probably address because I wasn't here earlier. Right, this Entropiq heroic storyline. What is this? Like, Heroic was a team I, by the way, had to go in 3-0. I thought, look at this group stage, look at their map pool, look at the quality of the players. Yes, put all the drama aside a second. Like, they should have been 3-0. They almost were. Now they're in this 2-2 scenario. Teams like Entropiq are not only beating them, but going ahead of them in terms of qualification. Like, listen, I'll still take them as a heavy favourite to win this match, but this is making me worried for the next phase of the tournament. It's like, you're supposed to come in really hot. You're not a team with a roster move or anything.
Yeah, and as Yanko already said in that other series, Big versus Mouz, Big heavy favourites for him. Let's talk about this.
Ooh, the Spirit of Strauss.
That is spicy.
Boys,
yes.
Jump in. Have at it. Because that is a mad...
All right.
For tournament life, team spirit. Crazy.
Let's try and paint this, right? So Astralis lost to Copenhagen Flames and Entropiq 16-6 on 2 maps. And then the 2 teams they've had to beat so far, Pain and GODSENT, 2 of the lowest ranked teams coming into this major.
Yes.
Now going to be facing off with the Spirit, who, yes, they choked today. I mean,
they were in a winning position, though.
They should have won it, honestly, right?